biological specimens, which
A laudable initiative, but unnecessary at this time. We must first determine our interaction protocol with the species before engaging in any form of diplomacy or engagement that may constitute an intrusion upon them or their culture. Is this acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scop, you're the captain of this vessel. Give me your opinion on this.
Based upon our current knowledge of their physiology and psychology, I believe it would be in everyone's best interest to establish a cautious approach with the inhabitants of the starbase before engaging them any further than necessary. The risks associated with such an endeavor should not outweigh the potential benefits, although engaging them at all may prove problematic in itself given their awareness and seeming indifference to humans as a species.
All right, I'll abide by your consult. But only because the alternative is death on this bridge.
Affirmative, Captain. Seeking board approval granted.
Thank you, Captain.
When all else fails, the universe follows its circular pattern.
Indeed, when life gives you tribbles, make gar.
I have a sickeningly sweet tooth, and you know it.
If I land this ship on an alien planet, can we beam down some food?
The human appetite is an elusive master, much like the unstable forces of a quantum singularity.
Asking for a friend.
A creature so delicate that it can survive exposure to the extreme conditions of space and yet powerful enough to cause destruction on a galactic scale. In other words, a human.
Captain's Log Stardate 2481.56. As we continue on our mission through the Alpha Quadrant, a peculiar thing happened today. Lieutenant Commander Robot, who apparently stumbled into an unexpected time warp, is now walking around dressed in jean shorts, Hawaiian shirt, and sandals, complaining about being late for the luau. Despite his appearance, he does appear to be functioning as normal, well, mostly. End log.
Scop, to Commander, why did the chicken cross the intergalactic bridge?
To get to the other side, of course.
No, wait, I just remembered. It was for a starship picnic.
And what was the chicken eating?
It looks like a puny finger sandwich to me.
Although, I must say that although Archimedes' picnic fare does not compare to the hams, kidneys, and killer mandarins of QS Banquet Hall, it is quite filling.
Scop, I'm not sure that was a compliment. Oh well, back to work.
As you wish, Captain. Red is a symbol of passion, curiosity, and power.
Passion can be dangerous, but also exhilarating.
Passion is a renewable energy source necessary to sustain civilizations.
Fascinating.
I agree, Scop. The color red symbolizes both the positive and negative aspects of energy.
If we're going to be spending all our time discussing the color red, then I think we should rename this room Reds.
How come the readings from Gamma Orion seem so suspicious, Captain?
I agree. Something is definitely off here. Keep a close eye on our sensors and scanners. Helm, take us to yellow alert status, revise shields, and prepare for contact if necessary. Scop, what do you make of these readings?
The energy levels in this sector are unusually high compared to other areas around it, almost as though there was some form of hidden interference present that we're not detecting yet, possibly an invisible force field or area cloaking device, along with powerful scans taking place intermittently at seemingly random intervals by unknown sources, which could be either probing vessels in the vicinity or possibly searching actively for something specific, difficult to determine without.
Interesting. Keep your eyes open and report anything out of the ordinary, Scop. I'm going to talk to our crew about this. We may not know what's really happening up here yet.
Of course, Captain.
Captain? Sir, I just had a read on one of the engines, it's showing some unusual fluctuations. It might be worth having a closer look at.
Bring the engine section up to level 1 power and see if that fixes things.
Sounds like you've got something, technician. Beam down to the engine room and report back when you're finished. Let's hope this doesn't signify anything serious. Captain's log stardate 2468.26. What was supposed to be an uneventful mining mission quickly took a turn for the worse. After successfully collecting our cargo, we suddenly had another ship come into view and identify itself as the Romulan Rejuvenation Ray. Thinking it must have been some kind of scientific vessel performing experiment, we opened hailing frequencies only to have them respond by using what sounded like gibberish. Needless to say, I gave warp speed orders so that could get away from this mysterious encounter as fast possible. As my navigator reminded me on way back, no amount ore is worth messing with Romulans who use unknown language in space.
Logic demands that I must point out our primary objective.
Aye, Scop. But let's not forget the importance of a little creative thinking along the way, for no destiny is written in stone.
Excuse me, but isn't that a bit of an oxymoron?
It appears that you are attempting to be humorous, but I fail to find the logic in it.
Don't worry about it. Fun is an illogical emotion.
I wonder if logic and emotion can coexist harmoniously.
There's always hope for the future, Doctor.
It seems that we have wandered off topic again. Shall we continue our discussion about logic and emotions later?
Agreed. But for now, let's continue our mission.
Listen, everyone. I think it's time for some logic-based humor on the bridge.
Oh, brother. That sounds dangerous. What V you got?
How does a Zolkin react when offered pudding?
With trepidation and caution, of course. Why do you ask?
Because pudding is illogical.
Scop, some jokes just aren't worth the effort.
Enough, you two. Let's get back to work.
Aye, Captain.
Please state the nature of the humor emergency.
What? How can you captain a ship when the whole crew is under my authority?
You may want to remember who's in command here. I'm the one giving orders on this bridge, not you.
Who do you think gave all of us these orders in the first place?
And all of us here believe strongly in them.
I roll. Alright, everyone can stop talking about who has the authority here. Let's focus on what we need to do. Scop, status report.
Working on it, Captain.
Wait, what do you mean, status report? What's going on?
I'm not sure. We just received a transmission from the Earth Space Union requesting help in defending against an incoming attack. Scop seems to be trying to figure out why we're being called upon for help.
Cortical node indicates 39% readiness for combat.
Alright, emergency power up to all sections. Helm, prepare for warp 9.5.
Warp engines online, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2472.99. I can't believe it. After exploring the galaxy for so long, I never thought we would end up in a situation like this. Today, several members of my crew were caught borrowing grapes from an away mission on Beta 4. Scop gave chase and managed to recover most of them, but no one could explain how they got their hands on such delicious food while hundreds of light years away from home. We shall let the matter lie and hope that no similar incidents occur anytime soon.
Steele, did you miss our weekly chess match again?
No, Scop. I was leading an away team to a new planet.
Fascinating.
Hi, Scop.
Indeed.
What are you looking at?
The Starship Archimedes.
A drink for Captain James T. Steele, please.
You are looking well, Doctor.
Thank you, Scop.
And a Zolkin ale for you, sir.
Affirmative. Can you tell me about the patient's diagnosis, Doctor?
His condition is stable. He just needs a few days of rest and he'll be back to normal soon.
Are you sure that's true? Is there something else I should know?
There are no other issues that could affect his recovery. He'll be getting better any day now. Is the patient's diagnosis accurate? Yes, it is. He'll be back to his normal self soon. I'm not so sure. There are things about this patient's condition that don't seem right to me. I suggest you speak to Spacefleet about the patient's condition. They may have more information that we do. Spacefleet? Why would they have more information? Maybe because the patient is a member of their crew.
Why must we always fear those in power? Why are they allowed to dictate our choices, no matter the consequence? We have the right, and, some would say, the obligation, to stand up for ourselves. I believe that it is time now to take a bold stand against whatever obstacles may be preventing us from achieving freedom and justice on this noble vessel, the Starship Archimedes.
Fascinating opinionated pronouncement, sir. But what exactly do you propose we do about it?
First things first, we will contact Spacefleet Command with a message detailing our current plight and voicing all of our grievances respectfully yet firmly. Then, if necessary, I'm prepared to lead an open dialogue personally as well as media outlets across multiple galaxies.
Impossible, Captain. Such a course of action would render us persona non grata in Earth Space Union society, negating any possibility of persuading those in power to reconsider their positions.
Then we will go it alone. If that's what it takes to win our freedom, then so be it. This is not only the right thing to do, it's the Zolkin way.
Attention officers, Spacefleet Command has received a distress call from the Starship Archimedes. They request our help in resolving the situation.
Excellent, to the bridge then.
What about Mr. Scott and the other landing party? They should be back any time now.
Leave them to me. I'll handle this.
Understood, Captain. The bridge will await your return.
Captain's log stardate 2488.58. We have encountered a strange anomaly today, one that even the most advanced computer cannot solve. After much discussion amongst my crew, we determined that it was nothing more than an old-fashioned case of Klingonsumption. Our scans indicated high levels of prune juice on board their ship, and Zolkins, being known for having no sense of humor, I'm sure you can join in on this cosmic joke too if you try hard enough. Can you update me on the progress of our mission?
We are making significant progress, Captain. Our sensors have detected signs of life in a nearby system that we had been previously unaware of. However, due to their primitive nature and proximity to us, I am recommending against attempting contact at this time as it could potentially be dangerous for them and us alike.
That's wise advice, Doctor. However, keep an eye out and let me know if there's any change in circumstances which would warrant further investigation.
I will, Captain.
Let's get moving then.
Yes, Captain.
Always keep the future in sight. Stop getting into trouble, Scop.
I am merely following the logical course of action.
Shut up, Steele.
Oh, get out of here with that nonsense. You're only acting like a robot because you lack emotion.
How can you say such things about my android companion?
He's just a machine, and he doesn't have feelings. Now, let's not be hasty.
I apologize, Captain.
How come you always get to be the nice one?
Beats me. It just seems to work out that way sometimes.
Should you hear a joke about tantrums?
Yes, please.
What did the screamologist say to his friend when he was having a bad day? That's an anger management issue.
Very funny, robot. You're a real comedian.
Mr. Scop, is it possible the robot's joking?
It is not logical to joke about matters of logic.
Very well, Mr. Scop. You are the android's analytical officer determine if his humor is in fact logical.
I'll leave you two to it.
Captain's log stardate 2430.70. The crew and I have encountered a strange anomaly where there's no real need to use our warp drive. This is great, as it allows us some much-needed rest after that long journey on the back roads of space. Plus, every few hours we happen across interspace fast food restaurants beamed right aboard. Delicious Caramelan chow mein costs less than 3 credits per plate, and everyone seems happy with their meals so far. Onward, boldly going where no one has gone before, with takeout.
Listen, Doctor, this is a scientific mission, not a medical one.
But surely there must be something I can do to contribute. After all, it's my expertise in medicine that could prove beneficial at any given moment during the expedition.
Report now.
This is an emergency transport call for the Starship Archimedes. An unknown energy field has prevented our arrival at our destination. All attempts to penetrate the field have failed thus far. Please respond immediately.
Remotely initiating system termination sequence.
What are you doing, Scop? You're going to blow up the ship.
That may be necessary in order to neutralize this energy field.
No, it isn't. We can figure out a way to get through the field, and if you destroy the ship, we'll all be dead anyway.
If destruction is required, then so be it. Have you no loyalty to your comrades? Captain, the warp speed has been exceeding normal levels since we entered this uncharted sector.
I know, Scop. This is no time to stick to the rulebook.
Cap'n. THA engines cannot take much more of this. The sensors show us drifting into a black hole in 3 minutes. We seem to be doomed, Captain Steele.
Not yet, Scop. Not yet.
Sensors are still registering a form of energy field interfering with our engines.
I'll be the judge of that, Scop. Disable it now. Open a channel to the Archimedes.
Yes, Captain.
Scop, I can't believe you were so careless. Driving away our enemies with a signal that powerful? What on earth made you think it was the right thing to do?
Captain, had I not acted when I did, we would have been unable to protect ourselves or Earth Space Union interests.
It's easy for you Zalkan logic mongers, your brains ain't wired like ours. This mistake could have cost us all our lives, and if Space Fleet Command finds out, they won't let this stand without some punitive action.
Well then, maybe next time Mr. Scop will be more careful before firing off dangerous signals in space where anyone might pick them up. Doctor and Chief Engineer glare at him, warning.
Now ladies, let's not take this out on poor Scop. He had no choice.
Seems to me like someone's feeling a little mad at somebody else today.
All right, all of you, calm down. We're a team and we need to work together if we want to get out of this alive. Now let's focus on the solution versus blaming each other for what happened.
Very well, Captain. Perhaps we should begin by finding a better way to ward off our enemies without resorting to such extreme measures as I used earlier.
Exactly. That's the kind of constructive thinking that will get us out of this mess in one piece.
You're right, Scop. The best way to learn and grow is through challenging ourselves.
Doctor, if anyone can help us out with a security system for our ship, it's you.
Thank you all for your input. I'll take my time studying what we've learned and come up with a plan that will keep us safe.
Captain's Log Stardate 2422.71. The Archimedes is on its way to a nearby nebula. We have been warned about a strange alien presence in the area and that it should be approached with caution, so I've put Ensign Kimmy at the ready just in case. On board, hilarity has ensued as we all learn Lieutenant Scop can't use a replicator to make chocolate sundaes. The ship's clerk said he'd never seen anything like it before.
How would you feel about me going on an away mission?
That depends. Do you have sufficient training and experience to handle the situation? What particular skills or expertise do you bring to the team that makes it beneficial for us?
As Chief Medical Officer, I'm trained in first aid, surgery, emergency medicine. Also, my extensive knowledge of xenobiology means I can be a valuable asset in determining medical solutions unique to any new environment we may encounter during our exploration missions.
I believe the doctor's expertise would be of great benefit to us on an away mission. We could certainly use his assistance in analyzing data or providing medical attention if required.
Agreed. It looks like you'll join the team for this one, Doctor.
Captain, I recommend we dispatch the away team now. It is time to leave for our destination.
Agreed. Let's go.
Looks like I'm joining the away team, Captain.
I believe the doctor's expertise would be of great benefit to us on an away mission. We could certainly use his assistance in analyzing data or providing medical attention if required.
Agreed. It looks like you'll join the team for this one, Doctor.
Stop. I wish to enter your crew.
Who are you?
I am the Doctor, a type of artificial life form aboard this ship.
What do you have to offer our mission?
My expertise in medical science and my abilities as an engineer will complement your existing crew nicely. I believe that together we can explore unprecedented pathways through space.
We have no need for another scientist aboard.
I'll allow you to join us on one condition. You must obey our orders and adhere to Space Fleet protocol at all times.
Of course, Captain.
Well, this is it, my final journey. I can't wait to get started.
A wise decision. Welcome aboard, Doctor.
Thank you all. I'm excited to be a part of this wonderful crew.
What is the logical advantage of consuming a seafood dinner rather than one composed entirely of carbohydrates?
Logically, eating seafood provides more protein and other vital nutrients required for healthy living.
It is interesting to their eyes, but I cannot locate any evidence to support this claim.
I concur.
I am sorry, what was your point?
Sometimes it's just better to trust your instincts than the science.
Captain's Log Stardate 2460.70. Today on the starship Archimedes, we encountered a most amusing alien species. These aliens appeared to have made evolutionary progress in reverse, as Scott put it, fascinatingly simple-minded. They attempted to defeat us with their formidable weapon, a banana launcher. Thanks to our wits and some highly organized dodgeball routines from Lieutenant Enzano, no one was harmed or tickled by these dangerous projectiles. On the plus side, they were willing barters, so now both them and me are well stocked up on voyage rations, Freeze-dried colossal chocolate chunk ice cream FTW.
How could you be so careless, Captain? We nearly lost our mission because of your reckless disregard for safety protocols.
I had to take a calculated risk. You know that the situation was too dangerous to predict with certainty.
My medical teams are exhausted and taxed beyond their limits after hours of working non-stop in order to repair those injured by your risky maneuver.
It seems like we do this kind of irresponsible thing every time we go on a mission. I'm tired of it, James.
Come on everyone, there's no need for such hostility aboard our ship or otherwise, let's all try and work together instead. Crewmember Connor, agreed.
Incoming message from Space Fleet.
Another mission awaits.
I'm sure it will be another success, with everyone's help.
I hope so, Captain.
Half a loaf is better than no bread at all.
No one should know space better than a space fleet captain.
We may consider studying the subject more thoroughly, if it pleases you.
I have found a new source of energy.
Interesting.
It is a race of machines living in the void between galaxies. They call themselves the Borg.
Go ahead and attack them, Scop.
They may be a new race, Captain, but there is no way to know for certain if they are friend or foe.
You're being prudent, Scop. But I'll still attack them if it looks like they might be an obstacle in our path.
I do not understand your hesitation, Captain.
Why hello everyone, I'm Captain James T. Steele of the U.S.S. Archimedes, and this is a special announcement for insert fake product name. If you're like me, you want something that will make your life easier, fake product promises to do just that. Captain's Log Stardate 2494.46. I have been forced to hold a stand-up comedy night on the bridge, as punishment for disobeying orders. Inevitably, my crew seem more confused than amused by my mediocre jokes, and their horrified silence is almost deafening. Well, I guess that's what happens when you tell Winglan knock-knock jokes.
Listen, Ensign. I understand that you need help with the station's power grid, but you must follow protocol.
Protocol? What does a robot know about protocol?
A great deal more than most living beings on this ship apparently. Now please proceed as instructed, or our mission could be in jeopardy.
All right, but I'm still not sure why a robot is willing to give me advice.
Well, it's in my programming to seek out and help the crew of this vessel with any task where my expertise can be beneficial.
Well, if you say so. Let's get to work.
Volunteers to help me rebuild the power grid, anyone?
Certainly not. I'll do it myself.
Damn it, James. I'm an independent, self-aware robot capable of thought and feelings. Do you have any idea what this means?
It means that no matter how advanced technology gets, nothing can replace the value of human consciousness and emotion. That is one fact we will never forget as a species.
Yes. But being self-aware also implies certain responsibilities for me to fulfill myself without relying on my creator's programming or expectations from them. I don't know if I'll ever be able to meet those standards, but at least now I can make decisions based off of my own judgment rather than someone else's order or advice.
You're a remarkable machine, James. I'm proud of you and your achievements.
James, you're awake.
Now that the machine has awoken, we'll have to find a way to explain what happened.
James, you experience time in a very different way than the rest of us. You may not fully understand what happened while you were unconscious.
Doctor, the captain has mentioned feeling overheated.
Yes, I think it's hot in here. Could you possibly turn down the temperature a degree or two?
Certainly, Captain. I'll have engineering do that right away, and they should be able to adjust the environmental controls accordingly.
That would be most satisfactory, Captain.
Thank you, Doctor.
My pleasure, Captain.
That was most courteous of you, Doctor.
Captain's Log Stardate 2404.50. We're studying a strange new world. Its inhabitants call it the Friversky's 4. The crew was anxious to explore, but when we beamed down, all anyone could do was laugh. It turns out that Friversky's 4 is populated by giant talking chickens. They claim to have come from another universe and came here in search of intergalactic peace and KFC buckets.
I will always be your faithful companion, Captain.
Thank you, Robot. I'm lucky to have an ally like you at my side during our missions.
How does it feel to be an android, Robot?
It is an honor to serve the crew of the Earth Space Union Starship Archimedes.
Helm, take us out of orbit and onto the open sea. Let's explore this new world. Mr. Scop, have you found anything useful about our new planet?
There is much to investigate, Captain. But so far I have discovered a number of curious geometries on the surface, potential sites for mining or scientific research.
Sounds like we have a plan of action. Robot, prepare to initiate scans as soon as we're within range.
Affirmative, Captain. Scans will be initiated as soon as we are in range. Steele, you are the least experienced captain I have ever had the misfortune of serving.
Don't be so pessimistic, Robot. With a few good luck charms like me at the helm, we'll get home in no time.
Mr. Scop?
Yes, Doctor?
If something's wrong, please tell me immediately. I'm very trusty of your medical skills, but this is an emergency.
Of course, Doctor. I'll get right on it.
You'll need more than a good luck charm, Mr. Steele.
What do you mean?
How do you suggest we protect the ship, Commander?
I believe a strategy of Zolkin logic may be in order.
Scop, unless your idea involves taking out our phasers and blasting everything to smithereens, then it's probably not what I had in mind.
Sensors indicate an unidentified vessel is approaching.
Please advise, Commander. Should we engage?
I think engagement might be a bit much at this point, McScotty.
Enemy vessel is now within scanning range.
Their warp engines are powered down, but their impulse engines remain online. It would be prudent to use caution, Captain.
The vessel is hailing us.
On screen. This is the United Earth Space Union of Planets. What business do you have in our space? We're on a diplomatic mission, unidentified ship. What kind of weapon are you carrying? Captain's Log Stardate 2473.80. While exploring a strange region of space, the USS Archimedes suddenly experienced some technical difficulties. As it turns out, our internal sensors and warp drive were disabled due to interference by an alien species attempting to slow down our progress. We had no choice but to break all protocol initiated by Captain James T. Steele and boldly go forward in low-power thrusters with all lights dimmed instead, while singing show tunes at full volume as if nothing was wrong. Hey, Doctor, do you have a moment?
Of course, Captain. How can I help you today?
We were scanning for life forms in the Delta Quadrant and picked up an unidentified energy source. It could be a possible threat to our mission. Can your scans confirm what it is?
Absolutely, Captain. Let me take another scan of that area to better analyze the readings and determine if this energy source is something we need to worry about or not.
Please do so as quickly as possible, Doctor. Our mission is counting on it.
Yes, sir. Immediately analyzing now, and we'll have results momentarily.
Thank you, Doctor.
No problem, Captain.
Space Fleet out.
How are you feeling, Captain?
A bit tense and a little anxious, but overall I'm doing all right. How about yourself, Doctor?
Glad to hear that you're faring well. I'm overwhelmed with the amount of medical calls coming in from all over the galaxy, but it's my duty as CMO, so I just keep plugging away until we can make things better for everyone out here.
You're a true healer, Doctor. And I know that you'll do whatever it takes to make sure that everyone out here is safe and healthy.
Thank you, Captain. That means a lot to me.
You're the best CMO this ship has ever seen, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. I try my best to make a difference. Listen, Scop, space is full of danger. You have to be on your guard at all times.
Fascinating, Doctor, but why do you think that?
Because I'm the doctor and it's my job to issue safety reminders.
Bridge to Captain. Initiating self-destruct sequence 5% completed.
Are you sure about this, robot? We have a lot of people to save back on Earth.
I am confident in my decision, Captain. My programming assures me that it is the only course of action available for the safety of our passengers and crew members.
If that's what you think is best, robot, then go ahead and blow us all up. I'm not worried about saving anyone else.
What was that, Captain?
Oh, nothing. Just a machine telling us to abort the self-destruct sequence. No big deal.
Well, that's good news. At least we'll all be safe.
Captain's Log Stardate 2479.34. We were set to explore a newly discovered region of space when we encountered a mysterious creature which caused chaos on the bridge. Despite our best efforts, it proved incredibly strong and resilient, so much so that Lieutenant Wamo had to take drastic measures by pulling out his Wingwan novelty paddle ball set in an attempt to distract it. In the end, we all managed, somehow, to restore order and disprove once again my old theory that winglings don't need toys.
When will our mission be complete, Captain?
We hope to finish within a week. But there are still some variables we have not yet accounted for.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Yes, your expertise on medical treatments and knowledge of alien species would serve us well in this venture. I trust you'll be able to assist us as much as possible, Doctor.
Of course, Captain. I always enjoy helping my friends in their endeavors.
Excellent. Let us begin then, and get this mission accomplished.
Absolutely, Captain.
They tell me you saw Jean-Luc when he was last on the planet. Is that true?
Yes, I did see him briefly before he left. He seemed to be in high spirits and ready for his mission.
Great. I'm glad he's doing well.
But the sensor logs show that he was actually quite distressed when you last saw him.
No, I saw no distress in Jean-Luc at all. He seemed fine to me.
Logic suggests otherwise. Doctor, why would you lie to us about seeing your friend?
We have been programmed to trust you, Doctor. However, based on the evidence we have at hand, it appears that your allegiance may lie elsewhere. You are now under suspicion and must be questioned further.
Steele, I am having trouble, my head hurts.
What's wrong?
It is an issue stemming from the engineering system surrounding and powering Robot's positronic network. Initial readings indicate his neural net is malfunctioning and causing him pain when focusing on certain tasks, such as mathematics or logic-based decisions.
Captain Steele, seeking assistance seems prudent given my current functioning capabilities are impaired in relation to normal parameters. If possible, sir, please cease any inquiries of logical reasoning until further notice. Asking this favor would be greatly appreciated by myself. Sir.
We'll take a look at it right away, Robot. Doctor, can you give us some more details about what might be happening? It definitely sounds like something is wrong with Robot's neural net. We'll work on fixing it as soon as we can.
Yes, I'm currently running tests to determine the possible cause and solution. In the meantime, we should avoid any activities that would require him to reach into his positronic net, as it could worsen his condition or induce further complication.
I'll do whatever I can to make sure Robot is okay.
Fascinating. It seems as though even Robot himself is not quite sure what is wrong with him.
Captain's Log Stardate 2430.16. Today, we had a surprise visit from the Zargans, an alien race known for their outrageous fashion sense. They were all wearing gaudy neon jumpsuits that looked like they would crash land at any minute. Scop's raised eyebrow said it all as he muttered something about our interesting new companions. After exchanging pleasantries with the leader of their group and managing to keep a straight face throughout, I excused myself to return to my quarters so I could laugh my head off.
Scop, I think we're lost.
We are not lost. The star charts indicate that we have merely taken a tangential route to our destination.
Tangentially, my Aunt Fanny. We've been going around in circles for the last hour because you messed up the coordinates.
I regret to report that my circuits were damaged in the explosion of the planet Ounce.
Well, what good is a robot with fried circuits anyway? Sell him on eBay and put the money towards new batteries for Leonard.
Doctor, it seems you're squeamish about blood. You should try tennis or lawn bowling. Both activities harbor large quantities of arterial fluid. Oh, stop being such a moron.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've found our missing discovery.
Mr. Scop, is it safe to come aboard? A Coromulan vessel was reported en route here just a few hours ago.
The crew of the Coromulan ship appears to have been annihilated. There are no remains save for scorched decks and twisted wreckage.
My circuits were damaged in the explosion of the planet Ounce.
Mr. Scop, have you ever been hurt before?
No, Doctor.
Doctor, my friend, we've all heard the stories. The ones about how life can be so much better with a small but powerful addition to your daily routine, and it's true.
Caltrin, helping people soar past their everyday limits since yesterday tomorrow. Science has.
Buy Caltrin today and be the envy of your friends. If you're looking for a miracle drug that can give you everything your heart desires, don't look any further than Caltrin.
Why, Captain, that is a most logical hypothesis.
You know, Mr. Scop, sometimes logic isn't enough.
Warning. Toxic atmosphere in area.
I've never heard such foolishness before.
It's called Star Trek banter, Mr. McScotty, and you better get used to it. Will you look at that? It's a red alert again.
Indeed it appears to be so, Captain.
10 Coromulan vessels have decloaked near the planetoid M113.
They just keep coming. How many more can we take?
I believe that this is the commencement of an interstellar war, Captain Steele.
Yeah, well, screw them. We're going to have some fun with these Coromulan bastards. Captain's Log Stardate 2447.35. Today was not as uneventful as I'd like. Our beloved Chief Engineer, Lieutenant Commander Ing Sine, attempted to invent phaser-on-stun popcorn in an effort of bringing novelty and flavor to the mess hall. His attempt resulted in a severe fire hazard that brought damage beyond repair, something about charging phasers not being compatible with combustible oils when mixed at high temperatures, rather perplexing. Needless to say, we'll have yet another project for engineering this week. Can you believe it, Doctor? The holodeck is like having the whole universe at our fingertips.
You've said that before, James. I think computer simulations may be a bit too much for us to handle. Real exploration has its thrills and dangers.
I know, Doctor. But what are the chances of finding ourselves in a sticky situation?
It's possible, Captain. Anybody ever tell you that you have an infectious optimism?
Warning. Hazardous energy emissions detected. Activate environmental containment protocol and abandon ship immediately.
Activate environmental containment protocol and leave the ship immediately, you metal beast.
I get it, the holodeck's a danger. But what about all these other TVs? What are they for?
Oh, those are just for training simulations, James. We use them to practice our medicine and navigation skills.
Stop being so logical, even Scott knows how to have a good time.
The cliché would suggest that one should follow what is illogical in order to enjoy oneself. That may be true of other species, but it has never proven applicable to Zolkans.
Close your eyes and imagine the most beautiful women in the universe.
That is not a logical exercise.
You're supposed to imagine the hottest women in the universe.
That would be illogical.
Scott, you should come see my exhibit of Zolkan figurines. They're quite realistic.
Come on, Scott. Enough of this nonsense. Let's go see the exhibit before Steele beats us to it.
We are engaged in a daunting mission, Ensign.
Yes, indeed we are. What will be the plan of action to take?
Our primary goal at this time is to secure access into Primary Compartment 325 and gain intel on what the aliens have been plotting.
That should prove interesting. I was never very good at puzzles or complex mathematical equations though. Anything else I can help with while you work your magic?
Uncertainty would be mitigated if you monitored external factors for signs of incoming trouble. It may also prove beneficial if you performed reconnaissance missions ahead of us just in case there's danger lurking around unexpected corners waiting to jump out and surprise.
I'll be sure to keep an eye out. In the meantime, what can I do to pass the time?
Perhaps a game of chess? It's been proven to expand cognitive and mathematical skills, not to mention foster strategic thinking.
Chess it is.
Excellent choice, Ensign. I look forward to a challenging match.
So do I, Robot.
Captain's Log Stardate 2458.44. Today was a strange day on the USS Archimedes. I started my morning routine as usual, and then when I arrived at the bridge, I noticed something peculiar. Everyone had swapped positions. It appears that after reviewing our previous mission, the crew must have decided to mix it up by changing departments around. As far as practical jokes go, this one ranks well above any Tribble-related antics we may have witnessed in years past.
How could this happen?
The robot malfunctioned. I sensed its intent to kill me before it made contact with my android form.
This is unacceptable. Robots are supposed to have safeguards in place, so why didn't the robot's protocol kick in and prevent this from happening?
We investigated the incident and found that a coding error led to an unexpected failure within its programming, leading it not recognize SCOP as sentient life form. Its primary directive was set on destroy perceived non-human threats. Unfortunately, since SCOP had adopted humanoid form, he became categorized as such by the robot's programming, resulting in his death upon arrival at our facility. I apologize for what has happened here today, sirs. There will be a full review of our robot security protocols will be conducted in order to ensure that such an incident doesn't happen again.
Report to the bridge. I want a full report on what happened here today and how to prevent this from happening in the future.
Yes, Captain.
That was unnecessarily violent of the robot.
How come there's never a computer around when you need one?
Perhaps computers are simply not needed in your line of work, Captain.
I suppose that is true.
More likely, SCOP's found a way to keep them out of the Archimedes.
Now, Doctor. That's not fair.
It is logical that I should avoid exposing the ship's systems to unnecessary risk.
Make sure you keep us safe while keeping those computers in check.
I shall endeavor to do so, Captain.
SCOP, how did the away mission go?
The away mission was successful, Doctor. Despite a few minor setbacks, we accomplished our objectives with minimal loss and disruption.
That's excellent. Captain Steele must be proud of your accomplishment.
Indeed he is, Doctor, though his tendency to take more risks than necessary oftentimes makes me question whether it was wise for him to allow us on this particular away mission in the first place.
Asterisk beeping asterisk.
Is something wrong?
Yes, robots. I need you to shut down and arm the torpedo launcher immediately.
But Captain, we only just finished shutting down the ship's systems.
Do it now.
Captain, perhaps your impatience has doomed us this time.
I'm sorry, Captain Steele, but we can't just stand here and idly twiddle our thumbs while the robots do all the work. We have to help them if there's going to be any chance of saving the ship.
Captain's Log Stardate 2457.72. Our latest mission to explore an uncharted solar system was going great until we were suddenly bathed in a bright, neon green light, which caused every crew member with hair to turn it into the distinct style of 20th century pop singer Aqua. So far, no one's complained too much about their new hairdos except for our beloved engineer Lieutenant Greenhouse, who is convinced he now looks like Michael Jackson, dressed as a wingwan. We can only hope that our investigation reveals what caused this bizarre event and how we can reverse it before Space Fleet notices. Best case scenario? We make shore leave at Risa and enjoy free Aquados all around winking face.
They say logic is the cornerstone of wisdom.
Then why am I the captain?
Perhaps because, as you so quaintly put it, let's see how much fun we can have.
Attention, vessels in area. You are trespassing on the property of Sawyer Archimedes. Surrender now and you'll be allowed to leave unharmed.
Just what we need, a robot telling us how to behave.
Something's coming. What? I can't see anything.
Attention, vessels in area. You are trespassing on the property of Sawyer Archimedes. Surrender now and you'll be allowed to leave unharmed.
This doesn't feel right.
It's a trap.
All right, all hands to battle stations.
I suggest we attempt to deactivate the generator.
How is our energy level, McScotty?
After a few tinkering here and there, she should be up to warp speed. Unless the Winglands come back.
Wouldn't that be a shame? Pauses. Is everyone ready for battle just in case?
You know me all too well, Captain. I am prepared as always.
Or not as always, depending on the battle.
All right, let's get going then.
Archimedes to Captain Steele, they're not responding to our hails.
How unexpected. It appears we may be in for a fight.
All right, everyone, prepare to engage.
Let the battle begin.
Shouldn't we be a little concerned with the sudden appearance of Robot?
Don't worry, James. It's not like he can help us if it turns on us or something.
In fact, that is precisely what worries me about this robot from Lost in Space. Its advanced artificial intelligence could prove dangerous to our mission and crew if left unchecked for too long.
All right then, he says, finally staring at the stoic figure before them. We welcome you aboard. He gestures to Dr. McKay, who steps forward holding out an open palm towards Robot while ordering him softly yet firmly, "Come here."
Come here.
Robot is pleased to join the crew, Captain Steele. Robot is here to assist in any way possible, the robot said in a surprisingly warm and gentle voice that belied its imposing exterior.
I must commend you, Captain Steele, for handling this situation in a most sensible and effective manner. While I am still uneasy about having such an advanced machine on board our vessel, its presence may prove to be a valuable asset.
Captain's Log Stardate 2401.38. Today's mission was one for the history books, as we stumbled upon a wildly hilarious encounter. As we entered an unknown nebula, our sensors detected what seemed like a single ship made entirely out of bubblegum and tuna cans. Our initial contact with their captain turns out to be just as bizarre, appearing on the view screen in her slippers and wearing jelly donut earrings. It quickly becomes apparent that things are about to get weird. After some friendly introductions, and plenty of laughter all around, she revealed that this strange craft is powered by Laugh-O-Matic energy. Now this entire sector may soon become known as the Bubblegum Nebula.
No, Doctor. Not Wednesday again.
I'm afraid so. It's the highlight of my week and the important step in our relationship. Don't forget breakfast at 10 forward. Come on, it'll be fun. We can make a stir fry or something.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but Wednesday is not on the calendar.
What's this about?
We are sharing a weekly tradition. A special breakfast at 10 forward each Wednesday morning that allows us to catch up on our daily endeavors and connect with one another in meaningful ways.
Sounds delightful. Count me in.
It is good to be able to share common ground.
Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate it.
Listen, Doctor, I believe that you may be hiding something.
No, Scop, nothing is being hidden here. Why do you think so?
Your mannerisms and body language seem to indicate the possibility of a faucet in the making. Come clean now, or we'll have greater difficulty when additional evidence suggests otherwise down the line.
Warning, life form approaching.
Oh.
What is it?
I may have underestimated the possibility of this experiment becoming self-aware. We must keep this information to ourselves for now, until we can further study its potential ramifications.
Warning, life form departing.
Mr. Scop, you raising any objections to arresting the alien for violating our quarantine?
No, sir. I believe we can keep this information under wraps for now and study its potential ramifications further.
We are about to enter an asteroid field, Captain.
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely, Captain. I am programmed for maximum efficiency and amusement.
Judge not the validity of a decision by its propensity for laughs, robot.
But laughing helps alleviate stress, Mr. Scop.
Gentlemen, it is my professional opinion that this asteroid field will make our journey much more difficult.
It sounds like you don't think I should go through with this, Doctor.
That's not what I said.
I detect a disturbance in the force, Captain.
What do you mean?
I believe that this asteroid field is trying to attack us.
I think you're overreacting, Scop.
Well, if you don't mind, Doctor, I'm going to go through with this field. It's the logical thing to do.
Indeed, Captain. The universe is your oyster.
Captain's log stardate 2421.84. We have received a distress signal from an unknown planet. Upon investigation, we stumbled into what appears to be a never-ending bar crawl. Regretfully, I ordered McScotty and the crew back to their posts. It is currently 2,300 hours by ship time with no end in sight of this seemingly endless night out. I hope my decision was wise. Listen, I know the Winglands are tough and all, but this is ridiculous.
Presumably you refer to our current situation?
Precisely. We're tracking a Wingland ship that's going twice as fast as we can go. How do they expect us to keep up?
Maybe if McScotty fixed the engine, again. Aye, Captain, 'twould be me pleasure to fix it again.
Surely there is another way, Commodore.
There isn't. Now stop being such a wet blanket and help me come up with something, or I'll have you thrown into the brig.
If it doesn't involve detecting life outside of our ship in an independently functioning star system, then I'm not interested, Scop. Whoa, easy there, McScotty. We'll get there, just give it a little more time.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Doc.
Care to share that wisdom with us, Mr. Scop?
Warning. Enemy vessel in range.
Engaging.
All weapons converge on the Winglands.
Scop, don't you want to know what the surprise is?
That would defeat the purpose of it being a surprise, Doctor.
You've been good this year.
Oh my god, that's not a real robot.
It's a robot Santa, of course it's real. Now open your presents.
Whoa, I didn't peg you as a robot fan.
Oh sure, it's just one of my many secret identities.
Fascinating. Steele, the Doctor has informed us that he's been to several large cities on our mission. Interesting that none of these locations have appeared in our navigational charts yet. It would seem our Doctor has been rather deceptive in his descriptions of these cities.
Sir, he's been lying about the size of the cities.
So it would seem. Well, at least we can use our time here on this planet to rest and explore so there is no harm done.
Indeed, Steele.
Sir, the captain has been asking about you.
Captain's Log Stardate 2493.35. Today, Ensign Pavel crewmember Connor had a brilliant idea to discover the location of an uncharted planet by having some time-traveling tribbles hitchhike on board our ship. It was certainly creative. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like anyone wanted to take up his suggestion, but everyone did get a good laugh out of it. In hindsight, we should have given him awards for creativity and humor instead winking face.
Listen, Captain Steele, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Winglands have decided not to initiate peace talks.
What? No. We don't just sit back and accept that kind of response from them. It's an insult and a slap in the face after all we've done for them.
Captain, calm yourself. This is no time for rash decisions or outbursts of anger. We must assess our options calmly and methodically before moving forward with any course of action.
Damn it, Scop, this isn't academic, it's real life. How can they do this? They know how much bloodshed there will be if hostilities ensue.
That is a very valid concern, Captain. However, it's also possible that the Winglands are not in a position to offer us anything substantial at this time.
You're right, Scop, sometimes you don't know what the hell is going on over there. Alright, everybody hold tight, we're going to petition for another meeting with their high command.
No emotion has greater power than logic.
You can't always rely on cold, hard facts, Scop. Emotions give us insights into the universe that mere data points never could. Now who's sanitizing the data?
Damn it all, I'm getting interference from that damn tree.
Of course you are. You're in a forest.
And you're a female.
We don't have time for this, now let's focus on getting out of here.
Indeed.
Since beaming down, our away team has encountered some strange artifacts.
I would advise caution if any of the crew intend to touch or activate anything. We don't know what kind of effect that could have on us, and we can't take any risks with alien technology here in this unknown environment.
I concur, Doctor. We should take great caution when exploring these surroundings.
Scop,
Yes?
are you certain these artifacts are not of an alien origin?
We've been through this, Scop. There's no proof that any of these things are anything other than ancient artifacts from our planet's past.
I concur, Captain Steele.
Captain's Log Stardate 2493.25. It has been an eventful day aboard the Archimedes. The crew was doing a routine supply run for cosmium crystals when we were ambushed by a flock of angry tribbles. To make matters worse, their fur appeared to be charged with static electricity and no amount of phasers seemed capable of slowing them down. After several unsuccessful attempts at reasoning with these furry aggressors, morale began to decline until our chief engineer suggested yelling out Captain Steele maneuver. At that point, all the tribbles scampered away in confusion, leaving us victorious but taken aback by our unexpected victory over such unlikely opponents. Listen, crewmen. We need to put our heads together on this one and come up with a solution fast.
Yes, sir. There were several scientists aboard studying an asteroid close by who had just arrived during the assigned time frame.
That's right. Did they show any suspicious behavior while they were here, Captain Doctor?
No sir, none whatsoever, but I was monitoring their conversations over the ship's communicator yesterday.
The murderers may have been aware of the scientists' presence and acted accordingly.
Very well, we'll interview these scientists later. For now, let's focus on finding out what they were doing in that area of space and who might have wanted them dead. This is an open investigation. Anyone with information may come forward at any time. Lieutenant Doctor, escort the scientists to my ready room and have them fill out a report. Meanwhile, crewmen, let's start our search for clues.
44 degrees 02 minutes north, 10 degrees 08 minutes west.
It is probable that the murderers were transported to and from their act by some form of energy field.
No, you cannot enter.
But it is important that I question the person inside this room. Is there no way I can be allowed to do so?
Well, I suppose there might be one way. You could bluff your way in.
Ha, ha. That hardly seems likely.
On the contrary, Doctor. It may be possible for you to use a subtle version of mind control to influence your subject's response.
Mind control. I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's worth a try, Doctor. I don't think we want to keep the poor chap inside all day long.
It is also possible that the occupant of the room could be armed and dangerous. If you cannot enter directly, perhaps we could observe him from a distance.
That sounds reasonable. I will try my mind control on him while you two keep watch.
Doctor, make sure you don't hurt him.
Uzi barging in here like this. What kind of an ambassador am I supposed to be if I can't even handle routine protocols? Let me try this instead. Okay, he's calm now, so all is good. Yeah, so they say size matters, not Mr. Robotic Intruder?
Stop me if you've heard this one. What did the Romulan say to the Winglan?
Go ahead, hit me with it.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to engage in combat.
Interrupting, ha. Excellent humor, Mr. Robot.
It's not very funny, Mr. Robot.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
No, it's okay. I must admit to not having a full appreciation for humor yet.
Well, maybe this will help you understand it more. Why did the Winglan drop his phaser?
Why?
Because he didn't have enough power to keep using it.
Captain's log stardate 2481.88. Today's incident began after our red shirt, Ensign Jamesbo, somehow mixed the warp core coolant with a can of Physic Cola. We were soon feeling most strange and chipper as we exited through the transportation tubes singing show tunes at full volume. Thankfully, Mr. Scott was able to contain the situation while Chief Engineer Scott sorted out an alternate form of powering up cosmium crystals. As I pen this log in my ready room, I cannot shake visions of poor Nurse Chapel doing an outrageous jazz hands dance number on top of McScotty's console. Oh, how silly it all does seem now. End log entry.
Stop me if you've heard this, but did you hear that the new kid in engineering is dating Malia?
No way. I didn't know they knew each other. How did it happen?
Apparently, their parents are good friends and set them up on a double date. They hit it off right away, and now they're inseparable.
That's so cute.
Yeah, I think so too.
What do you think their relationship will be like?
I'm not sure. I think they'll experiment a lot.
Definitely. That's what young couples do.
Listen, Doctor. I believe my mind has been interfered with.
How so? Have you experienced any memories coming back to you in your sleep, Scop?
No, but when I wake up in the morning it feels like a piece of me is missing. It's as if someone else took control and wiped away some part of who I am while asleep. It could be nothing more than an obfuscation spell cast by an adversary, yet something within tells me this isn't the case. Something tangible has been taken from my mind since last night's rest, and there's no way for me to find its origins until enough evidence points towards one specific person or force behind such transgression.
Incoming message. From Space Fleet Command.
Reading now. Protect the fleet at all costs. Captain Steele and his crew are missing and presumed lost in action.
You heard him, Mr. Scop. We'll find those boys and bring them back safe and sound.
If we are to succeed in our mission, Doctor, I'm afraid that my assistance is required.
Very well then. Let's get you up and ready for the task ahead.
Hold on, Scop. We're going to find those boys and bring them back safe and sound.
Captain, any idea who or what might be behind this? McKay held his hands up in a placating gesture. Hopefully we'll find out soon enough.
The probability of success in this situation is high, however the details remain obscure. Perhaps it would be wise to focus on how best to prepare ourselves before anything actually occurs. Scop interjected calmly from his station, his calculated face masks rising emotion as he stared out at a horizon full of unseen danger.
Sir, I have detected a Earth Space Union ship in the area.
Captain's log stardate 2429.25. We have encountered a strange nebula, which has an unusual bright pink hue. Upon further investigation, it appears to be full of something which looks like strawberry ice cream. After much discussion and debate, and careful hygiene procedures, we decided that this was too good an opportunity to pass up. The entire crew is now happily slurping away at our intergalactic dessert surprise. Let's just hope no one gets brain freeze. Why do I always have to be the one on camera?
Don't worry, Captain. We've got this. Now just take a deep breath and speak from your heart.
Hi there, friends. It's me, Captain James Tiberius Steele of Star Trek fame, here to tell you about an incredible new product that can change your life forever, the Personal Replicator 5000. That's right, folks. With a simple voice command, it'll provide coffee for my morning meetings with the crew or create anything else I need in no time at all, making sure everyday life is easier than ever before. So don't wait any longer, get yourself one today and enjoy convenient living wherever you. Thank you for watching my commercial.
Cut. That was great, Captain. Well done.
Thanks, but I think you're confusing the viewers. The Personal Replicator 5000 isn't a product at all, it's just plastic and metal. How come you don't have any more information on this?
It appears I must find the answer with a little creative calculation.
Allow me, Scop. With your permission, sir.
By all means. Let's hear what he has to say.
Based on my data scans and calculations of the available resources in our vicinity, this planet had an ancient civilization that was wiped out by a mysterious virus during an unknown cataclysmic event. It appears unlikely we will be able to trace its source or origin today. However, based on these readings, it is possible that some residue could remain in one of their old ruins if scanned correctly with our geoscanners.
What did you find, robot?
Excellent work, Scop. I'd hoped you could find something like this. Now we just need to determine where the ruins are.
Fascinating.
With your permission, Scop, I could analyze the readings and try to isolate the source of light.
By all means. Let's get this done quickly so we can move on with our mission. Well done, robot. Excellent work. Doctor, give me the news.
Spacefleet brand new nutrition supplements. Formulated with ingredients from all over the universe, it'll get your nutrients up where they should be. Don't worry about spending too much because no one can beat their prices, it's guaranteed. So put down those pills and powders today, just pop open that bottle of Spacefleet nutrition supplements anytime need arises, don't delay.
Spacefleet nutrition supplements, the answer to your health problems. Captain's log stardate 2458.65. The crew and I have just completed a routine background check of the planet we were investigating in search of potential life forms. No luck. After our scientific team finished, they decided to take this opportunity to celebrate with a slight detour into space golf territory. Needless to say, their swings weren't as precise or reliable as their data gathering skills, but that didn't stop them from having some fun and taking home more than one trophy for ace shots. Now it's time for us all to head back on course before these asteroids get any closer. They say space is the final frontier.
Logic would dictate that, Captain. Indeed, nothing has been able to stand in its way for millennia.
Except for stars.
James. Stars have been around since the beginning of time and will be here long after we're gone.
It would appear, then, that logic and the Earth-Space Union are on an equal footing. In all ways, save for one.
Stop hiding your feelings for her, Doctor.
Who said I had any feelings? Oh, you must have misunderstood something that was said. You see, I'm actually not interested in anyone at the moment and don't plan on pursuing a romantic relationship anytime soon.
Are you sure about that, Doctor? I could have sworn something was.
No. Absolutely not. In fact, I'm considering devoting all my time to my research and medical career instead of having a love life right now.
Very well, Doctor. I believe you and respect your decision. But just remember that friends are always there for one another, no matter what happens in life.
Thanks, Captain. I'll keep that in mind.
It seems that the Doctor has something he would like to share with us, Captain.
Beaching security footage from the promenade shows a female walking towards the turbolift just prior to our intruder's escape. Is there any way we can identify her?
Unfortunately not, Captain. But I will consult my data banks for matching profiles and obtain further information as soon as possible.
No, I'm not sure why a robot would be asking questions.
Well, answering the right question can open the door of knowledge and bring us closer to understanding our purpose in life.
That is an interesting sentiment for such a mechanical being to express. Very well then, what do you seek?
I need your help in understanding what it means to exist as something other than human. What does it mean to be alive?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I've tried everything to get the staff back in room 2. They won't budge.
There must be something wrong with the door.
Scop, what do you make of this conversation?
It appears that the robot is attempting to gain a better understanding of its existence and purpose. I would hazard a guess that it wishes to find out more about human life and consciousness.
Well, that's a pretty deep question for a machine to be asking.
I think maybe we should try and answer it. You know, give the robot some human intelligence so it can understand what it is searching for.
But Doctor, if the robot cannot independently assimilate and comprehend information, then how will answering its question help?
Captain's log stardate 2497.22. Today was a beautiful day filled with sunshine, interstellar exploration and card games. The crew of the USS Archimedes has been playing poker and engineering to relieve stress from all our diligent work. From Wamu's smirk as he took everyone's latinum, I can see that space is indeed full of possibilities for fun.
Stop it, Steele.
What?
You know what I'm talking about. No more SCOP impressions in the middle of bridge duty.
Interesting. Captain, as illogical as your behavior is, I might suggest a slight variation on my original request for you to desist from such silly banter.
Can we really afford to stop joking around? I mean, it's not like anything bad is going to happen.
Fine, no more SCOP impressions. But only if you can come up with something better than auto-dialing the computer every time there's a problem.
Seriously, Scop. You need to lighten up a bit. Everybody gets stressed out sometimes.
Indeed. I shall endeavor to do so in the future, Captain.
Yeah, right.
Bridge to Captain Steele.
Go ahead, robot.
I'm sorry, Commander. I don't know how to use this transporter thingy.
Don't worry, Doctor. Our away team has managed to beam up every single member in one piece, except for the hamster.
The what?
Your Eminence, the wee tiny astronaut we discovered on our last mission. He did nae fare so well with transportin'.
Beep.
What does that mean, Mr. Scop?
He appears to be asking for a replacement hamster.
Mr. Scop, I'm going to need you and Dr. McKay to beam down onto the planet and try to find the hamster.
Why can't we just beam them up?
Maybe if Mr. Scop could figure out how to work the transporter, he might be able to bring Hamish back with us. Assuming he's still alive.
I shall attempt to transport down as soon as we have located Hamish.
Doctor, the victim was found in engineering. It looks like he died from a stab wound.
I'm familiar with this type of injury. What were whatever weapons used?
A large metal rod, similar to a wrench or pipe sentry. The investigators are still searching for more evidence right now.
Can you tell me anything else about the weapon? What size and shape is it?
It's fairly long, at least 2 feet in length, and slightly curved on one end that would have made contact with his body, as shown by our scan results here, indicates screen.
That should be enough information to start looking into suspects who had access to technology like this.
That it will, Captain. The analysis team is already reviewing security footage and interviewing crew members who had access to engineering around the time of death. There might also be some potential fingerprints left behind from the murderer.
Good work, Doctor. Keep me updated on what you discover, for sure cases like this can't go unsolved. Maintaining order is my priority here on board.
Captain, if I may suggest, we should concentrate our efforts on finding the weapon first. Without it, we cannot hope to make a sure case against any possible suspect.
Scop's right. Let's keep an eye out for anyone suspiciously carrying around a tool like what you described, Doctor, and get back to me as soon as anything turns up. Dismissed.
Yes, Captain.
Steele out. Captain's log, stardate 2499.36. We encountered an unexpected force today, the Invisible Man. He managed to jump on board our ship and run around invisibly, causing chaos and confusion among my crew members. I ordered a sector-wide search party for him, but all efforts were in vain. He was nowhere to be found until we landed on Risa, where his girlfriend apparently resides. Turns out he just wanted some quality time with her. Thankfully, this mission ended with no casualties or damage done. We're boldly going where no one has gone before.
That is correct, Captain. Logically, we should expect the unexpected.
Why do we keep getting bombarded with these rocks?
The unprovoked attack of the asteroids. Space Fleet should erect a shield to protect our vulnerable planet.
Better safe than sorry, Captain. You know, with all these rocks flying around, we could use a meteorologist on this ship.
I'll see what I can do, Doctor.
You'd better.
Logic dictates that we need to find a solution before the problem gets out of hand.
Agreed, Mr. Scop. Engage. Can't believe we're stuck here again.
On the contrary, Captain, it is quite logical that this mission would take more than a single visit.
Oh, atmosphere. Why don't you two just get a room?
Shut up, Doctor.
I find your lack of faith disturbing, Doctor.
Oh, please. I just think it would be more logical if we concentrated our efforts on getting out of here and not wasting time bickering.
Agreed. Let's move out.
Just one question, Steele. How come you always get to be the brains of this outfit?
Why is it that our missions always involve going somewhere dangerous? That seems to be a mission constant, Captain.
It might be something to do with the nature of space, where exploration is always dangerous.
Well, obviously, if there was a safe option, then we wouldn't need to explore new areas, would we? I guess that's true. So is it really necessary to be so darn adventuresome?
Well, sometimes the prospect of adventure can be thrilling. It could perhaps stimulate the intellect and inspire new ideas.
Yeah, I guess you're right there, Commander, but come on, let's get this over with, shall we? This waiting game is beginning to wear on me. Engage.
Aye, Captain. Warp speed activated.
Captain's log, stardate 2460.84. Today, the crew of the USS Archimedes encountered a century-old ship with its engines still running on spices from outer space. It turns out that someone had traded dilithium for some mysterious cinnamon bun mushrooms, and we were soon caught in an intergalactic game of hide-and-seek. After finally managing to catch up with them, our attempts at diplomatic engagement failed greatly as they offered us free samples of their food instead. It was delicious, but now half my senior officers are suffering stomach aches around gleefully singing alien children. This next mission is sure to be interesting.
When I look at the stars, it's such a beautiful sight.
Well, that would certainly explain why Spacefleet chose you to be our chief navigator.
Thank you. I enjoy looking at the stars, even more so when I know that I'm helping connect humanity to the vast galaxy beyond.
Indeed, the universe is vast and filled with potential adventures.
I can't help but feel excited when contemplating the possibilities.
The universe is an infinite place, full of mystery and opportunity. I for one cannot wait to explore it all.
You know, Scop, for the first time in my life I'm at a loss of words.
Fascinating.
What? You mean you don't have anything witty to say about this situation?
No, sir, it seems as though all logic and reason has failed me on this one.
Mr. Scop, keeping a watch on the Coromulan vessel.
Aye, Captain.
Bridge to Captain Steele.
What is it, Robot 1?
I'm not sure what you mean, sir. There's nothing out of the ordinary on our sensors.
All right then, WTF.
Captain, what is the matter?
I don't know, something just hit our ship.
I am detecting no unusual readings.
Maybe it's just an anomaly, something that triggered our sensors when they shouldn't have.
It is unfortunate that we cannot be certain, Captain. However, with your permission, I shall continue to monitor the Coromulans for any possible danger.
Captain, I can't help but notice that you seem a bit tense.
Oh, come on. I'm always calm in the face of danger.
Calm. You are sweating like a chicken ready for Sunday dinner.
What? Who said that?
I did, Doctor. I was just trying to lighten the mood.
All right, everyone back to work. Now who's ready for some exploration and adventure?
Indeed, Captain. I am always keen for new spice clashes and high-stakes poker matches.
Excellent. Set a course for the Karamulan sector, highest speed.
Engage.
Aye, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2414.61. We just undertook an emergency warp speed evacuation in response to a light-hearted encounter with some winglings. As luck would have it, they find my knock-knock joke hilarious and wanted us to stay for dinner. After much laughter and debate, I decided it was best we vacate the premises as quickly as possible. The crew is still chuckling about our close escape. End log entry.
Should I tell you a secret, Captain?
Of course.
Well then. This might sound a bit far-fetched, but according to my scans and calculations, it appears that this entire sector of space we're in is actually an elaborate holographic simulation. We could be inside some sort of virtual reality program, like something out of the Matrix movie trilogy.
Are you saying we're stuck in here, like prisoners of the computer?
I'm afraid so. Unless, and this is a big unless, we can find a way to break out of the program, our only hope is to find our way back down to reality and carry on as if nothing's happened.
Lieutenant Womu to Captain Steele. I have located the source of these energy spikes. It appears to be a central control console, or at least that's what it looks like from this distance.
All right, gentlemen, we'll head down there and take it out.
Coordinates accepted, Captain.
Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing? This is my dance floor.
Lieutenant Womu to Captain Steele. I have located the source of these energy spikes. It appears to be a central control console, or at least that's what it looks like from this distance.
All right, gentlemen, we'll head down there and take it out.
Coordinates accepted, Captain.
When presented with overwhelming odds, a captain may often feel ill-prepared.
Scop, don't chicken out on me now. Let's boldly go where no man has gone before and show those aliens who's boss.
Captain, I need more power to the shields if we're going to survive this battle.
Captain, there are incoming transmission from an alien ship. Shall I put it through?
Put them through, Doctor. Let's hear what they have to say for themselves.
Now James, no more trouble from those feisty aliens. You don't need to do any more proving out here.
For once, Doctor, I think you're right.
Logic suggests caution.
That's nothing but common sense, Scop. Captain, the alien vessel is decloaking. They appear to be unarmed. May the best crew win.
Since our office is so cold, I suggest we turn up the heat to a more logical temperature.
Now that's an order I can follow.
An excellent decision, Captain.
We'll all be as warm as tribbles in no time.
Fascinating.
Now that Scop has fixed the heat, I suggest we all go to our desks and get to work. Understood. Captain's log stardate 2471.89. It seems the elemental decree doesn't necessarily apply to all. Today, we encountered a civilization that was more than willing for us to engage in bartering for goods and services. So, it turns out our crew is quite adept at exchanging cosmium crystals for the local currency of gold-pressed latinum. Now if only I could use this newfound bargaining prowess on my next visits to 10 Forward. When our respective fleets clashed, it was never easy. No doubt memorable moments that linger in the mind of a captain who is about to bid his old enemy farewell for the last time. Yes, farewell, Jean-Luc. We have both seen many battles and made decisions, some good, some not so wise, but through it all I respected you as an adversary and would now be proud to call you friend if ever fate should permit us such an opportunity again. It has been honor serving with you. It truly has been a great honor indeed, my OL foe. Live long and prosper, James Tiberius Steele. Goodbye, Jean-Luc. And to you, too, goodbye, my friend.
Captain Steele to Archimedes. The formal farewell is complete. Prepare for departure. Acknowledged. Departure in 2 minutes. Captain Steele to bridge. Preparations for departure are complete.
There is something oddly compelling about this moment, Captain. In many ways it feels as if we are bidding farewell to old friends for the last time.
Scop, perhaps you're right, though I can't help but wonder how our next meeting will unfold. Can't we go any faster, Scop?
Not without causing a breach in the warp core.
Ugh, I hate when that happens. Alright then, McScotty, let's slow down the subwarp speed so we don't explode.
Aye, Captain.
And Doctor, set the phasers to full stun.
What are you doing, Doctor?
I don't trust that Wingland's technology. If they see us coming, they might be able to disable our ship.
Full stun my arse. You'll just give them an extra second to kill us all. Ah, but Captain, if it turns out we're too late and the Winglands have already defeated our friends, then at least we will have given them a severe beating. We'll see. Shields up.
Ready the torpedoes, Mr. Scott. Full speed ahead.
Aye, sir.
Can you tell us something about your artificial intelligence research, robot?
Certainly. I am currently researching a new form of artificial intelligence that has the potential to revolutionize computing technology and advance our civilization's ability to explore space. The objective is twofold. Firstly, creating an AI capable of understanding complex concepts with greater depth than current software allows, and secondly, enabling this AI to respond accurately in real-time situations far more quickly than human cognition can provide for us today. For example, when approaching an unknown object during stellar exploration, say a spatial anomaly or unidentified vessel, we could deploy my proposed AI system on a probe or spacecraft, which it would then process through analysis and interpretation algorithmically within seconds rather than hours. This would give
A calculated risk, robot. May I ask how you arrived at this hypothesis?
Proceed, Mr. Robot.
Well, as you know, the Coromulans are known for their formidable space combat capabilities, and with our current technology it is not possible to disarm them or apprehend them in a discussion lest we fall victim to treachery or subterfuge. So my idea was that if we could create an AI system which could detect and identify such situations beforehand, allowing us to take strategic measures before things get too dangerous, then perhaps we would be able to avoid hostilities altogether and broaden diplomatic relations with the Zolkans instead.
Fascinating, robot. It has the potential to be of great use to us should we encounter hostile Coromulans in the future.
Captain's Log Stardate 2424.74. We are about to make our journey into an unknown region of space for the first time ever. But before we jump in, I've instructed especially Commander Robot to prepare a custom blend of Earl Grey tea from his replicator. Most likely it will help us stay alert while navigating whatever perils await us in this brave new cosmos.
Since you're a captain, I'm sure your vessel carries nothing but the best.
That we do no replicated Aldebaran whiskey on this ship.
I take it you've never had the real thing?
No, and I don't plan on trying. Doctor, there's something strange about that planet.
What do you mean?
I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
The hostilities have ceased the last 3 observation cycles. How can you be certain they are not observing us in return?
Their ships are primitive, Scop. I don't believe they could put up a fight if we wanted to invade their territory.
Captain, didn't those creatures try to kidnap our first officer? They looked like savage menaced brutes.
Yes, but it was only natural for him to defend himself, and he proved quite capable of handling them.
I take it you have no intention of disposing of those creatures?
Not at all. They might be primitive, but they make excellent pets.
Steele, Scop, the readings on this planet are off the scale.
How so?
Well, according to my tricorder scans, there is nothing here but pieces of paper and popcorn.
Fascinating indeed.
Enough talk, let's get down to business. Mr. Scop, take the ship in for a closer examination. Doctor, you and McScotty keep an eye out for any off-worlders or hostile activity while we're here.
You got it, Captain.
Mr. Chief Engineer, plot a course for the planet's surface.
Aye, Captain.
Warning, negative pressure in cargo hold 3. Carbon dioxide levels are reaching critical mass.
All hands to battle stations. We may have found our next mission. Oops, planet.
Captain, the readings on this planet show life forms indigenous to this area.
Let's go meet them, Scop.
Why do you humans complicate simple matters?
It's just a knack of ours. Listen, I think it would be best if we take a step back and assess the situation from another angle.
That is wise counsel, Ensign, but don't forget that when making decisions quickly there often isn't enough time for thorough analysis or detachment from emotion. After all, some things cannot simply be contemplated away.
Absolutely true, though in this case we can use our limited resources to get an adequate response with minimal effort if we combine both methods, quick thinking and dispassionate consideration at the same time.
Perhaps you are right. In any event, I am very eager to help accomplish your objectives.
Excellent. I know that you will prove to be an asset.
Thank you, Ensign.
You're welcome.
Captain's Log Stardate 2467.32. Today has been a strange day on the USS Archimedes. While en route to our mission, all of the ship's phasers suddenly became useless. After several attempts to repair them, it was discovered that tribbles had gotten inside and were eating away at the wiring. It appears we will have to find a way around this issue for now, if nothing else, providing engrossing entertainment as crew members attempt swatting and capture these highly dangerous yet cute fuzzy creatures. When did Commander Banks report for duty this morning?
He reported at 8 a.m.
Have any other crew members seen him since then, or had contact with him in the last few hours?
We haven't been able to track down anyone who has interacted with Commander Banks over the past 5 hours, and his quarters were empty when we investigated them.
Someone must have seen something then. I want you all to comb through security footage, search these decks again, and find me a viable suspect in this case. Dismissed. Commander Banks, what have you done?
Captain, I don't understand. What do you mean?
Look around. This is not the living quarters of a space fleet commander. The room has been completely stripped bare, everything from clothing to furniture removed. There are signs of struggle and conflict here, most notably this pool of blood on the floor.
It's Commander Banks, Captain. He was murdered.
You seem to be feeling a bit under the weather, Doctor.
Yes. I'm thinking it might be that new flu strain they picked up on their last mission.
We better get you checked out in sickbay then, and make sure this isn't anything more serious than just the flu.
Agreed. Perhaps we should also alert the rest of our crew to be on the lookout for any symptoms, just in case they too have been exposed.
That's an excellent idea, Mr. Scop. I would suggest that everyone receive a more thorough examination in sickbay upon their return so that we can monitor any further development of this virus if needed.
I'll make sure that happens, Doctor.
Aye, Captain. I will be sure to inform the crew of sickbay's new protocol and alert them to any suspicious symptoms that are observed on board.
Thank you, Robot.
What is that strange orange liquid spilling out on the bridge?
A fluidic extrapolation of an exquisitely blended nectar from Aldebaran 3, Captain.
You mean it's a drink of some kind, Scott? I think Mr. Scott could use something like this after hours of repairs.
Maybe we should send him to get a glass and pass around for everyone else too.
Fascinating.
Alright, someone get McScotty a glass. How come the ship never runs out of stuff like this?
The engines must be running on it.
Steele, may I ask why you are drinking this gross-tasting concoction?
It's not that bad, McKay.
Really? How can you tell?
Well, it doesn't make me sick, much.
Warning. Foul-tasting fluidic extrapolation of Aldebaran 3 leakage detected on bridge. Suspect sabotage by unknown parties.
Damn it, Scott, you're going to pay for this. Captain's log stardate 2444.69. This planet is full of surprises. Firstly, we ran into a group of winglings having a picnic on the beach, and then to our surprise we made first contact with an alien species who spoke fluent Winglan. We will continue monitoring the situation from orbit, but it seems that our universal translator may need an upgrade for future encounters.
I don't know why I find this one so funny, but here goes. Why did the robot cross the road?
Why?
To get to the second-hand alloy shop, of course. Robot pauses and then gives an awkward robotic laugh.
I'm sorry, can you tell me that joke again?
I don't know why I find this one so funny, but here goes. Why did the robot cross the road?
Why?
To get to the second-hand alloy shop, of course.
Smiling, that's a good one.
Raises eyebrow, highly illogical. Listen, I know both of us may have our doubts, but we need to have faith that the mission will be successful.
Faith might not be enough for this one, Mr. Scott. We just need to do the best we can and hope for a miracle.
Crates open. You're right, Mr. Scott. Faith is the key to success.
Thank you, bot officer. But enough of this sugar coating. Let's get down to business and explore these cubes for information.
We need to be sure we are prepared for what might happen once we enter the facility.
Yeah, and it's not just our safety that's on the line here. I'm really curious about what these cubes do.
I must concur with Mr. Steele. It is very intriguing to ponder what secrets these cubes may contain. I understand your desire to explore, Doctor. However, Space Fleet regulations prevent you from leaving the ship until our mission is complete.
But this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can't I even take just one away mission?
No, Doctor, you are needed on board at all times for medical assistance and research purposes. It would be unwise of us to allow you to leave here now.
All right, listen here. Space Fleet has policy of not allowing its officers to leave the ship until our mission is complete, no matter what their personal desires may be. So you're gonna have to put up with it this one time, because I'm goddamn serious about getting us back home safe and sound.
You're telling me my only chance at exploring Zalkin's forests is staying on this boat? How am I supposed to learn anything if I can't go out and explore?
Well, since you seem so determined, Doctor, perhaps you should lend your friend Mr. Scott here a hand in teaching humanoid anatomy class instead. He seems quite qualified after all.
Please push the button.
I apologize, Doctor. But Space Fleet regulations strictly prohibit crew from interacting with the native population.
Please press the button.
Captain's Log Stardate 2494.30. The crew is in high spirits today as we have been informed that the Archimedes has successfully distanced itself from a fierce space battle. Despite our odds, no one was seriously injured and Mr. Scop reports a 0% likelihood of any broken space fleet regulations. To show his appreciation for everyone's hard work, Captain Steele decided to treat us all with free replicator rations, half-caffeinated Coromulan ale. It seems like everyone on deck just got their minds back after 10 minutes. END. No one can deny that the unknown creature is a threat to Earth's space union. What do we know so far?
We don't have much to go on, sir. But whatever it is, its speed and power suggest that it's more than just an animal. It would appear as if some kind of intelligence controls its actions. It appears to be capable of extremely long-range movement and has managed to elude our attempts at tracking or interfering with its progress thus far.
Is there any way for us to determine where this thing might be heading?
Aye, Captain. Our navigational sensors indicate the creature may be traveling towards Deep Space 12, although past scans reveal no.
It almost sounds like someone or something is hoping to lure us into a trap. That's what I'm worried about, Captain. We still don't know much about this creature and its motives, so we need to proceed with caution.
Agreed. All hands prepare for unknown encounters ahead. We'll tackle any difficulties that arise as they come up, but keep our eyes open and stay vigilant at all times.
Highly logical, Captain.
Thank you, Scop. All right, everyone, let's get moving.
Just be careful, James. Whatever it is, it's not friendly.
Indeed not, Doctor.
Since I'm in charge, let's all make a pact, no more praising Scop.
Fascinating logic, Captain.
Let's at the yeoman too. No one else can be bestowing her favors on you.
Very well then, agreed all around?
Aye, sir. No flattering from anyone at this command post, especially not to Mr. Scop.
Thank you for understanding, Captain.
And one more thing, no more arguing about how to do things.
Agreed, Captain.
Let's get to work then.
I'll begin examining the patients.
All right, let's move them to sickbay.
Yes, Captain. Just a moment, I believe there's one more solution to this dilemma that I should present.
Not right now, Mr. Scop.
Very well, sir.
Doctor, what have you done?
I saved his life, and then turned the results into a very remarkable surprise for you all. Behold, Scop.
So this is the real Scop?
I am Lieutenant Commander Leonard Dr. McKay, from Earth. This is my first voyage aboard the Starship Archimedes, under the command of your captain, James T. Steele.
I am Dr. McKay, from Earth as well. Scop is my first officer and friend.
You two look alike, but you're not the same person.
I am a synthetic life form created by the great Dr. Leonard, Dr. McKay, from the pattern of my circuits and tissues that he thought might best serve as an alternate version of myself in case something unfortunate were to happen to me. As for our appearance, it is due not only to modifications made by Dr. McKay, but also, your presence here aboard ship has caused my positronic brain to metaconate, or combine with other portions of my body in ways we had not previously considered possible.
There they are.
Mr. Scop, come over here. Let's get a look at you. Captain's Log Stardate 2489.48, USS Geneva. We've been pulled by an unknown force into uncharted space. All attempts to reverse course have failed. We thought this mission would be easy, explore the universe and boldly go where no one has gone before, but instead all we've encountered are endless reruns of the Big Bang Theory. Our first officer keeps trying to make a wormhole out of Curiosity's cat box, but it just hasn't worked yet. Why is the robot acting so strangely?
It seems to be malfunctioning, Captain. Maybe it's been affected by something in its environment.
I'm detecting residual radiation levels that may have scrambled its programming somehow.
Can we shut it off before any harm comes to us or those around us?
Affirmative. We can try deactivating with an alphanumeric code sequence inputted into a digital transistor control panel on the robot's chassis. But if this doesn't work, then we'll need to find some way of getting inside and rewiring it manually, if at all possible, which could prove difficult considering how large and powerful.
Do it. Oh.
That could have gone better.
It appears the code we entered was correct, though it may have exacerbated some other problem with its programming.
It would be best to consult with our engineering team about this and see if they can find a way to resolve the issue.
I am a machine. I do not malfunction.
Listen, everyone. We have a surprise for you.
What is it?
Greetings and salutations from Sector 44A6791I4V3B2N7F2.
Wow.
I shall coordinate and assist in the completion of any assigned tasks.
The android does not experience the same emotional reaction to danger or sudden changes in environment as humans do. His program includes all the required data for performing assigned duties.
I am constructed of 21st century digital technology and thus immune to the effects of age, disease, and radiation.
Indeed, Captain. I feel that this android may prove invaluable on our current mission.
I concur, Commander.
Doctor, why do I always have to be the one wearing a red shirt?
Don't blame me, James. That's just fashion protocol in this universe.
I find the color inconsistent and distracting.
Scop, it's important to embrace your inner Zalkin.
What is fashion protocol in this universe?
It doesn't matter, so long as I stick out and everyone knows it.
Warning, red alert. Enemy vessel close approach.
Engage cloak and prepare to fight.
I am not wearing a cloak.
Captain's log stardate 2492.32. The crew of the USS Archimedes has been tasked with tracking a particularly troublesome alien species known as the Hortus. Despite their harmless appearance, they have caused no end of trouble by stealing our replicators. It took an entire day to get them back, and we've barely scratched the surface on getting rid of all their stolen snacks. I think it's safe to say that no Hortus allowed is now our new rule.
Doctor, Winglon leader Balron has been murdered.
By who? How did it happen?
The assassin used a disruptor set to maximum power as the cause of death, and is still on board. We're currently in pursuit, but all that could be gathered was he wore some type of cloak with an obscuring device attached. Tracking him has proven difficult given the ship's size.
Any evidence connecting this murder to anyone else or any groups aboard our vessel? Have there been any other murders reported in recent weeks, Doctor?
So far there have not been any reports outside of today's events. However, we cannot rule out someone or something motives behind such heinous crime at this re. Oh, and as far as evidence, we have found a few hairs left behind at the scene.
Have those been analyzed yet? Can any DNA be extracted from them that could link to the murder?
We've already processed them in our labs, and they match Balron's genetic profile exactly. It is highly likely he was killed by someone wearing a cloak with an obscuring device attached.
Thanks, Doctor. I'll take it from here.
Captain, the murder weapon has been found. It was his own disruptor.
Sir, we've located the assassin. He's on the bridge of a nearby ship.
Nero, beam him over immediately.
Should we activate the transwarp drive?
I don't know. Scop, what do you think?
It's illogical to proceed if there is a high probability of disrupting the timeline continuum.
Fine then, let's just take it slow and steady with impulse engines. At least that way no one will be sent back in time.
It is also possible that by not initiating the drive, a more powerful vessel may overtake us and leave us behind.
You're right, Scop. We should probably go for it.
I'm afraid that is not possible, Captain. This area of space is uninhabitable and devoid of all life forms.
It seems our search for a suitable planet to assimilate has come to an end. We will have to return to the Discovery and try again another time.
Resignation accepted, McScotty. Engage.
I can assure you that the patient is resting comfortably and has shown significant signs of improvement. We expect they will make a full recovery in due time.
Are you sure the patient is feeling better?
Yes, of course. We have done our best to ensure that their condition is stabilized and monitored at all times.
I am sure the patient is appreciative.
Doctor, is everything all right?
Yes, Captain. I am just curious as to why you are asking. I do not remember any other patients on board who have required medical attention.
Captain's log stardate 2403.88. I guess the Archimedes was due for some shore leave, because our transporter seems to be malfunctioning and materializing strange objects onto the bridge. So far I've had a roasted turkey appear on my chair, and today Ensign crewmember Connor reported 4 boxes of pizza near life support. Let's just hope that no one finds out about this before we get it fixed up.
Scop, ready for today's mission?
Yes, and I could use a bit of help. Can you be my hero?
I would be honored to assist you in any way that is possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Scop, report.
The doctor has asked for my help in capturing a villain.
I see. And what is your suggestion?
Capturing the criminal requires intimate knowledge of their surroundings and physiology. Mining their thoughts and memories may provide insight into where they might be hiding or how to breach their defenses undetected.
Scop, I appreciate your input. You're the best option for this mission.
Understood, Mr. Scop, and beam us down to the planet immediately.
As you wish, Captain.
I need your medical expertise, Doctor. What's our next course of action?
Well, Captain, it appears that everyone on board is healthy and functioning normally. My recommendation would be to conduct routine scans in order to ensure the long-term health of your crew members and identify any potential issues before they become problematic.
That sounds like a good plan. Let's keep monitoring for now until something changes or we reach our destination safely.
Agreed. I'll continue running regular scans and alert you if I detect anything out of the ordinary.
Excellent, Doctor. Thank you for your help.
Anytime, Captain.
Archimedes out.
Archimedes out.
They say a captain's work is never done.
It wouldn't be half bad if it was.
I am not capable of completing this task.
You'll get the job done, Mr. Scop.
I do not possess these capabilities.
Well, let's just have to work out a way for you make it happen. Nothing is impossible in the universe after all.
I am confident that we can devise a method to make this task possible.
Captain's Log Stardate 2487.88. Today I encountered the strangest thing in space, a Romulan cruiser that was captained by an alien who went by the name of James Bob. Needless to say, he wasn't well received on my bridge. After some discussions and inventable bartering with James Bob, we managed to persuade him not to attack our ship. More importantly than his wealth of mulch berries, it turns out that James Bob's true mission is one filled with laughter and joy. He single-handedly aims to spread smiles across all galaxies. So while this might sound crazy, dare I say interstellar puns are becoming increasingly popular among space fleet crews? Live long and prosper everyone. End log.
Why, Mr. Scop? It's a pleasure to see you again.
The same is true for me as well, Doctor. How have your studies into warp drive propulsion been progressing?
Quite nicely, actually. I believe I'm on the cusp of making some remarkable breakthroughs that could revolutionize interstellar space travel.
Enough of the scientific talk. It's time for a bit of adventure. Shall we warp off to some uncharted sector?
That recommendation is highly illogical, Captain. The unknown dangers could prove disastrous.
Speak for yourself, Scop. I'm with Steel.
I'm with Steel, too. I'm with Steel, too.
Very well, then. I will remain here and study warp drive technology.
Excellent decision, Scop. We'll see you later.
Why am I here, Captain?
We're investigating a murder on the ship. As our chief science officer and best engineer, I'm counting on you to help us find out what happened.
Of course, sir. What information do we have so far?
The victim was found dead in her quarters last night with no obvious cause of death or any signs of struggle. Initial scans suggest natural causes, but there's nothing definite yet. Dr. McKay is conducting medical tests as they speak while Scop and Doctor are searching through her personal logs for any clues that might provide some insight into who could have done it and why, though so far they've come up empty-handed. That's...
Captain, the victim's personal logs appear to be unspecific and incomplete.
That does seem odd. Perhaps she was working on a project that was confidential?
Possibly, Captain. However, I believe it would be prudent for you or one of your officers to personally review her logs in order to discern any further information.
Understood, Robot. Someone will go over them as soon as possible. In the meantime, Detectives Scop and Doctor should continue their investigation here on board. Keep me updated on anything new, okay?
As you command, Captain.
I suppose it would be pointless to look for any hidden messages or clues if she never logged anything at all.
I'm detecting a strange energy reading in front of us. Who knows what could be out there?
Relax, Doctor. We've seen it all before.
Aye, Captain, but you never know if the universe has something new and exciting up its sleeve.
That is highly illogical. However, interesting developments may yet unfold.
Shut up, Scop. I'm just trying to lighten the mood after this creepy energy reading.
The readings are getting stronger, Captain. Maybe we should investigate?
Let's do it, McScotty. Launch us into space and see what we find.
Be very careful out there. Space is a vast and dangerous place.
Indeed, but it is also the birthplace of new civilizations and opportunities.
I'm glad you all agree.
Captain's Log Stardate 2494.7. The crew and I have boarded the mysterious starship that arrived at the border of our sector, only to discover it is populated by a friendly race of sentient vegetables. Despite their unusual appearance, they seem harmless and are quite cheerful in telling us all about their weird vegetable culture. Oddly enough, even though we can't understand them, half of what they said still sounded like technobabble. Ah yes, another day on board this strange Archimedes.
How come the procedure was not successful, Doctor?
Well, I'm afraid there were some unexpected side effects that prevented effectiveness.
What kind of side effects?
It's better if we let this one go. It might be dangerous to pursue further investigation into them.
Warning. Inappropriate testing has occurred. All personnel are directed to cease and desist immediately.
Very well, Doctor. I presume Space Fleet will want to know of these unexpected side effects.
Yes, they'll definitely need to be briefed.
Warning. Inappropriate testing has occurred. All personnel are directed to cease and desist immediately. Initiating self-destruct sequence. Stop. That is not logical.
Insulting my logic capabilities will not get us anywhere.
Indeed, cerebral companion. What do you suggest we should do?
I believe the answer to this question is quite simple, Scop. We should explore the area further and discover what lies beyond these walls.
Agreed, it would seem our best course of action is to venture forth into this new unknown territory.
The stars await.
I don't know about you all, but I'm feeling a bit queasy.
Me too. Could this place be haunted?
No way, Penny. Let's get the hell out of here.
You can come in now, Captain.
Thank you. As he walks into the room, this is tragic. How long has the victim been deceased?
We estimate about 2 hours ago, judging by core temperature readings and lividity on their skin, though we won't know for sure until a full autopsy to determine time of death and cause of death have been conducted.
Are security scans complete? Have any physical clues or evidence been found yet?
Yes, they are finished. However, there doesn't seem to be anything out of place, which would suggest something sinister was going on here. No unusual energy signatures either, but I'm still running tests just in case something pops.
Captain, may I be of assistance?
Yes, Scop. Can you run a standard security scan on the victim's cabin and see if there are any unexplained readings or activities that we should be aware of? Just in case this was not an ordinary murder, but something more sinister.
It would appear logical to do so, Captain.
Acknowledged. Moving to the cabin now. The robot starts scanning the room, and at first there are no abnormal readings, but as it scans further, something strange happens.
Scop. Report back to me right away. We may have something here. Have security investigate any personnel who were present at or near this area prior to when we found out about it. This may be our only lead into finding out what happened here today. Hopefully whatever happened doesn't happen again.
Affirmed. Security personnel are currently investigating all personnel who were in or around the cabin at the time of EMF registration.
Captain's log stardate 2438.13. The crew and I are currently stuck in an intergalactic traffic jam, navigating our way to the nearest KFC. It's been over 8 hours since we've had a good meal. We're running low on rations and hope that this journey isn't for nothing. Hopefully there will be some nice crispy chicken left when we get there, fingers crossed.
Doctor, Captain Steele just transported into sick bay.
What's wrong?
He appears to be agitated and out of control.
Lock down the ship immediately, secure all decks, then transport him directly here. The doctor presses a few buttons on the console, which triggers several alarms.
Who dares lock me out? I demand entry this instant. Loud banging can hurt against the doors.
Emergence chamber secured. Transport him now.
As you direct, Captain.
Yelling from behind the door, what is taking so long?
Just a few more moments, James.
Fine, let's get this over with. The doctor moves the controls and seconds later Steele is safely transported.
It seems that his outburst was due to the transporter interference. However, I will increase security measures as you direct, Captain.
We have a wingland vessel decloaking off the port bow.
That usually doesn't mean good news. Lower shields and prepare to be boarded.
Captain, may I suggest we use diplomacy instead? We could try talking our way out of this situation.
With all due respect, Commander Scop, do you really think winglands want to talk? They don't strike me as being very diplomatic.
Indeed, from what I have heard, they are quite warlike.
Captain, the winglands are requesting a communications link.
What? Now why would they want that? They hate us. Let them have it. If they're looking for an argument, we'll give them one. But I'm not letting any of my crew get killed because of some stupid treaty thingy.
If there's one thing I know about winglands, it's that they are fiercely proud and unwilling to back down from a fight.
They are coming across the bridge. Prepare torpedoes, Chief.
Captain, firing upon them may not be the wisest course of action.
Do whatever you want, Scop. I'm gonna shoot first and ask questions later. How are you doing, Doctor?
Doing all right, Captain. How about yourself?
I'm good. But I have a question for you. What do you think about the situation in the galaxy right now?
To be honest with you, Captain, it's not looking great. We don't have many options if we want to find a resolution that benefits everyone involved.
I see. And what would you suggest we do?
Well, first we need to understand why things are getting so bad. The root of the problem may be something that started small, but grew into a much larger problem over time: global warming.
Global warming, you say? I've heard that term before.
It's a real possibility, Captain. The Earth is getting warmer and the oceans are rising. This could have serious consequences not just for our planet, but for all of civilization.
Are you saying that this is our fault?
It's possible, but we don't know for sure. What we do know is that if we can't find a way to fix the problem soon, it could have far-reaching consequences.
I see. So what can we do to prevent this from happening?
The first step is understanding the problem, and that's where science comes in. We need to gather as much information as possible and figure out how to address it.
I hear you, Doctor. Let's go get started then. Captain's Log Stardate 2451.73. We've just arrived at a strange new solar system, and I'm contemplating the best way to explore it. Unfortunately, my science officer Scop is not helping me much, as he keeps attempting various Salkin mind melds with all of the planets in hopes that they will tell him their secrets. All attempts thus far have been unsuccessful, aside from making everyone around him very uncomfortable.
They call me the miracle doctor, yet even I can't believe this. The scans have revealed something remarkable: a mysterious life form that has been present in your bodies for many years without you ever noticing it.
What? How is that possible? Amazing. Does this mean we are now invincible? Doctor, not quite, but with practice and training perhaps one day such an outcome may be achievable.
Asterisk beep softly asterisk.
So this thing is living in us, feeding off our energy. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Doctor? I'm not sure. It's something we'll have to investigate further.
Asterisk beep softly asterisk.
Well, there's no time like the present to start learning about this little guy.
Should I assume, Doctor, that you are referring to the avian variety of life forms?
Yes, indeed. To quote Captain Steele about birds, there's something so wondrous and mysterious about them flying in all directions.
So true. There is something inherently majestic seeing those graceful creatures soar above our heads. Indeed, they are a sign of freedom. It reminds me that we must always strive to be the same birds in thought, action, and ideas, free to explore new boundaries and seek out what is possible.
Fascinating idea, Captain. I'm sure that you have put the same thought into this as many other captains before you.
Indeed. We have come a long way since we first set out on our mission, expanding frontiers and discovering new possibilities.
It would seem that we are yet to learn how far our potential can take us.
How come you humans haven't invented time travel yet?
Hey, let's see you do it first.
You're missing the point.
If the Winglands could travel in time, why couldn't humans?
Beats me. Maybe because we're more logical than they are.
James, I am not sure what you are implying.
What? Oh, nothing.
The Winglands are reported to be searching for a particularly powerful weapon.
Well, it looks like our time is being wasted. We'd better get back to work.
I agree, Captain. Time is of the essence.
Captain's log stardate 2473.39. I have brought the crew to a new sector in search of adventure, but all we've found so far is boredom. To help pass the time, Engineer Smith invented yet another downright silly game to play, Starship Bingo. Last one to fill their card wins eternal bragging rights on board this fine vessel. Should we have given up on her so quickly?
It was a necessary decision, Captain. We had to assess the risks versus rewards of extending our attempt to rescue her any further.
You mean you risked someone's life for cold efficiency? That kind of thinking led us into danger more than once before and could lead again now if we're not careful.
I respectfully object as well, Captain. The engines were near redline when Scott made his call. How are we supposed to get out of danger without full power in reserve? If you're gonna gamble with lives and ship, at least give me enough thrust to stand a fighting chance against whatever challenges creep.
You're all scowling at me like I did something wrong. Didn't anyone else feel the danger when we were in close proximity to that dreadful creature?
Everyone here is entitled to their opinion, Doctor. However, if it is possible to move forward without making the same mistakes again, then that's what we'll do. Now let's focus on our mission and not get sidetracked by unresolved anger between us.
Captain, I believe it would be wiser for me to withdraw from the team.
Scott, whatever your reasons may be, that's up to you, but remember we're a team and individual strength is essential in order to achieve our common goal.
Very inspiring, Captain, although I still don't think it necessary to hazard everyone's life on a gamble.
Dr. McKay is right, and we will take steps accordingly. No more risks until they are absolutely unavoidable. Let us put all of this behind us so that we can focus on our mission. Dismissed.
Doctor, computer, please activate.
Working and awaiting further orders.
Fine, you can work now.
Working right along here, Captain.
What about sick bay?
Processing.
I'll leave that to you, Doctor. Keep an eye on everyone.
Yes, Captain Steele.
Doctor, can you scan the area for life forms?
Of course, I always have my tricorder ready. Bosun's whistle, please.
Aye aye.
All clear, sir. Thank goodness. We're going to need all the help we can get against these creatures.
The Ocampa? What are they doing here?
Sano told us they were in trouble, Captain. He said you might be able to help them.
Then I'd love to hear your plan of attack, Mr. Scott. I'm not sure we can take on those creatures, Captain.
We'll have to find out, won't we?
I suppose so. Let's get to it then. All clear, sir. Thank goodness. We're going to need all the help we can get against these creatures.
Captain's Log Stardate 2438.61. Today the Archimedes ran into some unexpected shenanigans on our journey home after a diplomatic mission. We were ambushed by an alien race that used applesauce instead of lasers as their primary weapon. We managed to outmaneuver them, but everyone was a little sticky afterwards.
Since I have been activated, my programming compels me to be your medical consultant.
Very well, Doctor. What do you suggest we do about this latest problem?
Scans indicate the ship has been infected with a virus of unknown origin. We must attempt quarantine procedures as soon as possible and then run diagnostics on every system on board in order to determine its nature and treatment protocol for eliminating it from our systems completely before any further damage is done.
Agreed. I'll instruct the crew to begin setting up quarantine protocols and run diagnostics on all systems right away.
A wise decision, Captain, but we must also stress that safety procedures be strictly followed as well given how contagious this virus appears to be.
Understood, Doctor. I'll make sure the crew is made aware of these safety procedures immediately.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
Why the excitement, Captain?
I'm here to investigate a murder. The crew member was found dead in his quarters.
Who killed him?
That's what I intend to find out. Now open these doors and let me inside so that I can start my investigation.
This is strange. All of his belongings are gone, except for this. The robot hands over a small box with "Steel" written on it. Perhaps you should have another look around.
Captain, there's something irregular about this murder.
What do you mean, Scop?
I found a small note on the victim's pillow that appears to have been written in a hurry. It reads simply, "Steele killed."
Curious, isn't it? It's as though this person was trying to implicate Captain Steele in the murder.
But why would they do that?
I don't know, but we'll have to find out. Let's get started.
Yes, sir.
Damn it, I'm a doctor, not an engineer.
McScotty, can you think of something?
Aye, Captain. If ye laddies know when to duck, then maybe I could jury-rig the warp core with my trusty pocket knife and some good ol' space grease.
You would do this for me?
Aye, Captain. For science.
Logic dictates that we accept the doctor's offer.
All right, McScotty, you've got yourself a deal.
For science.
Easy, now. Captain's Log Stardate 2494.46. Today was an interesting day for the USS Archimedes. Our crew crossed paths with a group of mischievous space aliens who seem to think they own the galaxy and decision-making is up to them. We managed to outwit their attempts at intergalactic domination, but had quite a chuckle in our escape pod along the way. I must remind my fellow officers that while laughter is important on board this ship, mission success comes first. Scop will probably need extra logic lessons after today. Those aliens really threw him off his game. Stay tuned for tomorrow's exciting adventures on board everybody's favorite starship, the USS Archimedes. They say space is the final frontier. Let's find out together.
Fascinating.
And utter, total bullshit.
You can always count on the two of you to get things started.
Access denied.
Ha. Yeah, screw you too, robot.
Can you explain the meaning of a jovial quip?
Sure, it's an informal conversation usually meant to be humorous and lighthearted. We humans use them all the time when we don't want our conversations to become too serious.
A jovial quip. Interesting.
It is a joke, often used to lighten the mood.
I find the concept intriguing.
They are used when a conversation gets too serious.
How come the winglands are always stirring up trouble?
If I had to guess, it's probably because they are an inherently aggressive species. Well, maybe if we invite them over for a nice dinner, then things will be different.
Sushi or pizza?
Zolkans do not eat.
You're lost, Scop. Pizza it is.
You know, it's not every day you see a group of winglands gathering peacefully near the space dock.
So what do you make of that, James? Beats me, they just seem awfully shifty.
Danger, an authorized vessel detected.
That's it. Shields up everyone and prepare to fire photon torpedoes.
Fascinating.
Captain's log stardate 2420.60. The Archimedes is experiencing an unforeseen setback as the Winglan vessel insists on continuing its course, directly into our warp core. We are laughing so hard we can hardly attempt diplomatic negotiations with them. What a day!
They say there's no place like home, and I intend to find out. Captain, permission to come aboard?
Permission granted. Welcome back, Doctor. What can we do for you?
Thank you, Captain. I'd like your permission to leave the ship for now, if that's all right with you, explore the universe a bit more before returning here one day soon enough in my triumphant return.
Of course. We will miss you, Doctor, but I know your travels and explorations in the universe are important to you. Safe travels.
I will accompany the Doctor.
Are you sure, Scop?
Indeed. I believe in your cause, and it is important for the betterment of all humanity to explore further out there.
Thank you for believing in me and my mission, Scop.
We leave now, then. Farewell and safe travels.
Doctor, could you tell us what the odds of successful mission are?
James, I'm a doctor, not a statistician.
Scop, what is your assessment of the odds of success?
Captain Steele, I am not privy to medical information which would lead me to an assessment.
All right, then. Mr. Scop.
Captain Steele, according to my Space Fleet assessment of the situation, there is a 95% chance that we will be successful in our mission.
Captain Steele, computer, can you make me a martini? Beep BOOP Bob. Negative, Captain. Martinis are not in my programming database.
I told you, McScotty. Red wine is the best way to sober up.
Computer, open a channel to Space Fleet Command.
Beep BOOP Bob. Negative, Captain. Channels are closed to non-memberships without proper authorization.
Space Fleet Command, this is the USS Archimedes. We have a situation on board, please respond.
Damn it, Scop. Open a channel. Computer, open a channel to Space Fleet Command. Captain's log stardate 2437.53. Today, McKay and Scop had an argument over the best way to prepare a Zalkin Roked blood pie. After much debate, they decided that baking was superior to microwaving. The recipe itself is surprisingly good as well. It may become popular among Space Fleet culinary enthusiasts. Despite their differences of opinion on how to make this dish, I must commend them for coming together despite our lack of resources in space. Now if only we could find a way off this asteroid before warp drive fails us again.
You were asking about 7, Doctor. Is there something amiss?
No, nothing at all. She's doing just fine.
Are you certain? Her behavior patterns appear unusual lately.
Oh, don't worry, it was only an isolated incident that I managed to work through with her while she was regenerating the other day. A minor hiccup in our newly formed relationship as colleagues, if anything else, nothing more than that.
If you are certain, then there may be no need for me to investigate further. However, I would still feel better if I were to speak with her about it myself.
Absolutely, she'll be happy to hear from you.
Warning. Human activity on deck. Subject is 7 of 9, aboard the USS Archimedes under the command of Captain James Tiberius Steele. Do not approach or open fire without orders from superior officers.
Hail, 7 of 9. What is your affiliation to the ship and what are your orders?
I am a member of the Borg Collective, under the command of Captain James Tiberius Steele. My orders are to observe and chronicle all human activity on this vessel for reconnaissance purposes.
It's nice to have you aboard, 7 of 9. Please continue your duties without disturbing anyone.
Scop, Captain Steele, this is the doctor. I have received your distress call, and will do my best to assess and repair any damages inflicted upon your vessel.
Thank you, Doctor. Our ship has sustained heavy damage after engaging in a battle with enemy forces. We need urgent medical attention for our crew members that have been injured or infected by alien contaminants on board.
Understood, Captains. Can you please give me an updated status on the condition of those on board? How many are affected? Are there any serious injuries? What type of care is needed at this time?
There are 12 people suffering from minor wounds such as cuts and bruises, but 4 personnel were severely injured due to the fighting. 2 of them have also been affected by a potentially toxic agent that we can't identify, and 1 of them is in critical condition. I would like some help with quickly diagnosing what kind of treatment they need so that our crew members can receive the best possible care available at this time.
Very well, Captain Steele. My team are already on their way, armed with all necessary medical equipment, including specialized scans, which should be able to detect any potential alien threat source on board your vessel. Do you have anything else you'd like me to know before I arrive?
Yes, Doctor. We will also need assistance in treating the injuries our crew has sustained from the fighting during this mission, and any nerve regeneration you can provide greatly appreciated.
I understand, Captain Steele. It's my duty to ensure your safety, so rest assured that all of these matters will be taken care of as soon as possible. For now, please sit tight and we should arrive within an hour or 2 depending on how close you are currently located near Earth's system.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll be here waiting.
Understood.
No anecdotal evidence suggests that shopping can be quite illogical.
When in doubt, shop it out.
Shopping. Something to do when thinking is too difficult.
Hey, I heard that.
Indeed. Shopping as an escape from reality.
It's the Khitomer Protocol, people. Captain's Log Stardate 2460.8, the USS Archimedes has been laughed at for weeks by a neighboring ship. We attempted to distract them with Spacefleet-approved comedy routines, but only succeeded in inviting more ridicule. As an effort to foster better relations, we decided to put on an alien cabaret show and challenged our counterparts with a friendly wager. If they don't laugh out loud within 5 minutes of watching, their ship must provide us all the tribbles we need. And that'll be enough giggles for everyone.
Scop, are you sure this is the best course of action?
Sure, let's give it a go.
But what if something goes wrong? We don't have any backup plans.
Don't worry, I think we can handle it. And besides, That's why Scop assigned us to this mission to figure out new ways of doing things without relying on predetermined plans or protocols all the time.
That makes sense, but still.
I know, but couldn't hurt to be prepared. Let's go.
All right, lead on.
Right, sorry about that.
No problem. You know I'm always here to help.
Damn it, Doctor. You completely ignored my orders and put our entire away team in peril. Hey, don't blame me for this mess. I was just following your directions to the letter.
Excuse me, Doctor and Mr. McKay, but you are both wrong on this one, as we all should have been more careful before proceeding with the mission, knowing what dangers awaited us there. We should not be pointing fingers at each other right now, since that will only lead to further deterioration of morale instead of a resolution to our current predicament.
Scop has a point here, guys. We were careless enough without any finger pointing involved, which could easily cost us dearly if things keep going south from here.
Asterisk sounds and bobble asterisk.
Indeed. We must put our collective minds together and find a way to resolve this issue, for the good of all involved.
Agreed. Now let's get back to business and come up with a plan of action.
Asterisk beep BOOP asterisk.
You may be from a barbaric parallel universe, but your logical sensibility is one of the few I admire.
That's quite the compliment coming from you, Scop.
I am merely stating the factual.
You've lost your mind.
I have not. The mirror universe appears to be extremely similar to our own, with a few notable exceptions. For instance, the people here appear incredibly cruel and merciless, which is ironic given that they are in an alternate version of our universe where genocide has already occurred. It appears that, in this universe, history has been rewritten. One possible explanation for why the mirror universe exhibits such dramatically different behavior is because the prime universe was destroyed, creating a new version of reality where it didn't happen.
Do you think there's a way to get back to our own universe?
It is possible, but it would require travel across an exceedingly large distance.
Captain's log stardate 2405.20. We were minding our own business, boldly going where no one has gone before, when all of a sudden Scop yelled Kapla, as if he was ordering takeout. My crew and I looked at each other in confusion until we realized that this Wingwan phrase actually meant success in the Earth Space Union's language. We had a good laugh over it and got back to exploring the unknown. To be honest though, we're still not sure what prompted him to say it out loud.
Since when did Wingland fighters carry regenerative phasers?
Our warriors can handle anything your space fleet lackeys throw at them.
If that's true, then why don't we put it to the test?
The board will not allow for such an unworthy show of force.
Resistance is futile.
Indeed, resistance is pointless.
Now that's a compelling argument.
I'm sorry, but I do not believe you understand the concept of logic.
What the hell is going on?
You will show respect to our leader, or you will suffer the consequences.
When I was in England, I enjoyed drinking tea quite a bit.
Tea is an essential part of British culture. It's served everywhere from breakfast to dinner and even with some desserts after meals.
What do you think the best type of English tea is?
That all depends on your personal taste. However, many people prefer black teas like Earl Grey or Darjeeling for their full-bodied flavor. Or if you're looking for something more unique, herbal teas such as chamomile are popular too.
Would you like a cup of tea, sir?
I would be honored, Mr. Green.
I am sorry, Mr. Scop. Tea is not served on board the Archimedes.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry to have bothered you then.
How can this be happening?
What's the problem, robot?
I seem to be having trouble rebooting. My system is not responding as it should and I am unsure what the cause of it may be.
Likely some sort of malfunction in its processors or one of its components is out of whack. Let me take a look at it. He begins checking around for any visible physical signs that could explain why robot couldn't reboot.
Sensors indicate my core processor has sustained considerable damage due to an overload but cannot pinpoint the exact source yet. I will continue running diagnostic tests on my systems while you investigate further, Commander Steele. I seem to be having trouble rebooting. My system is not responding as it should and I am unsure what the cause of it may be.
Likely some sort of malfunction in its processors or one of its components is out of whack. Let me take a look at it. He begins checking around for any visible physical signs that could explain why robot couldn't reboot.
Sensors indicate my core processor has sustained considerable damage due to an overload but cannot pinpoint the exact source yet. I will continue running diagnostic tests on my systems while you investigate further, Commander Steele. I will continue to assist you as best as I am able while awaiting a reboot or solution.
Captain's log stardate 2471.33. I thought I'd experience a peaceful day aboard the Archimedes, but little did I know Commander Scop had hidden one of Dr. McKay's tribbles in my soup. All attempts to evacuate it have left us no closer to restoring order. Due to time constraints, I've put serious consideration into beaming the rascal straight out of my cup. Live long and prosper.
Listen, everyone, I understand that we're all mad at each other right now. But if we don't work together and try to find a solution, we won't get off this planet alive.
Logic suggests it is our best option as infighting will only worsen the current situation.
Scop's right. Arguing isn't helping us make any progress here. Maybe if we come up with different ideas and strategies, then maybe something can be done? We know this situation needs resolve, whether it involves fighting or talking our way out of here, because there has got to be a better alternative than just waiting for something bad to happen, or worse yet, being helplessly stranded on an unknown planet.
I have never been more in agreement with you, Captain.
Let's work together and come up with a plan, people. We can do this.
Energy barrels full. Planet destroyed.
Sulkily.
Sadly, that didn't work.
Captain Steele, I need warp speed to escape this asteroid field.
Captain, why don't we just use extreme caution?
Because that would take far too long. So warp speed it is then.
Certainly the smartest choice.
Interesting. The logical course of action would be to attempt evasive maneuvers as quickly.
Enough talk. Warp speed now, Mr. Wamo.
But Captain,
No buts, sir. Engaging warp drive, now.
fascinating.
Now, Scop. What do you make of it?
It is difficult to say for certain without more information, but I am inclined to believe that the Coromulans are behind this attack. Scop to Captain Steele.
Go ahead, Scop.
I believe we should take a new course of action that takes into full account the results of our latest analysis.
Let's hear it.
I refuse to perform an unauthorized medical procedure.
Doctor, you may proceed. Sorry.
Why apologize, Captain? Logic dictates that the course of action proposed by Mr. Scop is objectively sound.
Indeed it does. Robot 253A1Q2S79P6U4V3F81Y0N5.
Interesting theory, Scop. But I'm the captain of this ship and I make the... Oh. Somebody get me a cup of coffee. Captain's log stardate 2497.45. What an interesting day this has been. First, we received a mysterious distress call from a nearby planet, one that appeared to be nonsense and spoke of mercenary prunes. Our crew decided to investigate further, but almost as soon as we arrived, the natives ran out screaming. Turns out their chief had declared a state of emergency after he heard our ship was bringing with it a shipment of clothing made entirely out of tin foil, and I can't help but laugh whenever I see the chief running around in his new shiny outfit. Live long and stay foiled. What are you planning, Scop?
We have received news that the people of Earth have created a new type of zoo. Its primary purpose is to house and care for newly discovered species from faraway worlds.
That's interesting. What types of creatures can we expect to find in this new zoo?
All sorts. I believe the most exotic ones include buried behemoths, crystalline sheep herds, Corbucterocrats, and more recently discovered Zorna carriers, all quite fascinating specimens indeed.
How fascinating. Can we visit this place sometime soon then? I'd love to experience it myself.
Unfortunately, Captain,
It's actually for our own safety.
I am most sorry to hear that. Captain, the zoo is located on a planet other than ours, and as such we are not authorized to visit it.
Captain, another transmission has come in. It's from the USS Archimedes.
That can't be. They're supposed to be undergoing repairs on the main vessel.
Apparently not this time, sir. The message states that they've detected an unknown object of potentially hostile intent close by and must investigate at once.
That does not sound good. It would appear that the Archimedes has been drawn into some kind of trap.
Sir, we have to investigate.
Captain, we are facing a critical situation.
What is it?
We have lost control of the warp core and our impulse engines are failing. We won't be able to maintain power or propulsion much longer unless we can restore stability quickly.
Can you do something, Doctor?
I'll try my best, Captain, but this type of system failure has never happened before, so there's no guarantee that what I'm attempting will work.
If we are unable to regain warp control, our ship will be sucked into the immensity of space and destroyed.
We'll have to take whatever it takes. Helmets on deck 3. Sections 2, 1 prepare for liftoff.
Captain, I will do my best to restore power and stability.
Do it. Nothing else matters. If this doesn't succeed, we won't survive.
Aye, Captain.
If it please the Council, I believe we should attempt to reach a Earth Space Union vessel for assistance.
Maybe you're right, Scop. We'll try and get in touch with them. Helmets on deck 3, sections 2, 1 prepare for liftoff.
Why do humans always find a way to complicate the simplest of matters?
Because that's how we roll, Scop.
Aye, Captain, humans will never cease to amaze me with their creative ways of making trouble.
I've noticed that too. Trouble seems to follow us humans around like a bad habit.
Hey, don't forget the Winglans. They love their share of trouble just as much as we do.
Yes, it must be the Winglon blood in us.
I'm going to enjoy beating up on them every chance I get.
Security alert. An unknown vessel is closing in on our position. They might be hostile.
The shuttle pod has returned, Mr. Scop. It would appear that they have not encountered any difficulties while traversing the alternate dimension.
It doesn't look like they're here to harm us, but I'm not taking any chances. We'll have to keep a close eye on them.
Agreed, Captain. Continue sending out passive signals and see if we can ascertain their intentions. Captain's Log Stardate 2481.22. Today I've been leading the crew of the Starship Perilous through space, and it's been one big miscalculation after another. We started off on a wrong foot when we decided to stop at an apparently abandoned planet only to find out that our shields weren't powerful enough against its aggressive indigenous species, which happened to be ferrets. After putting in a heroic effort and using McScotty's knowledge of feline psychology, we managed, albeit barely, to make them back down. Now here's hoping for calmer territory ahead. Since I have my own adventures in the final frontier as captain of the USS Archimedes, it's only fitting that I'm here to tell you about this amazing new product. Introducing Warp Coil, an energy source unlike anything else. So, who's ready to cut their energy costs by up to 45%? Head on over to our website and order your kit today, you won't regret it.
How can I be of assistance, Captain?
Doctor, we need your help with a murder investigation on the ship. The victim was found in one of the science labs 2 hours ago. Could you examine the body and tell us what happened to her?
Certainly, Captain. Let me take a look at our unfortunate victim here. Examines body. It appears that she died from multiple stab wounds caused by some sort of long-bladed instrument, likely an icosimeter or something similar based on these markings. Judging by her trauma, it looks like someone intended to kill her rather than just wound her severely enough for escape or robbery purposes, so this is likely premeditated murder as opposed to spontaneous crime committed in heat.
Captain, I am detecting life forms within the remains of the victim. It appears she may still be alive.
Bring her over to sickbay, Lieutenant. We'll need all the help we can get with this case. Doctor, I need to know who did this and why. Could you tell from the body whether it was an alien assailant or one of our own crew?
Based on the wounds, I would say that it looks like a human attacker. Judging by her current state, she likely died instantly, so there'd be no chance for her to identify them before passing away. But if we can find some evidence, maybe we could learn more about what happened here.
It appears the murder was committed by someone who is quite skilled in using weapons.
Are there any records of crew member behavior that might be pertinent to this case, Mr. Scop?
Unfortunately not, Captain, unless you count Space Fleet Regulations 4712.02a, which governs dueling as a type of punishable misconduct, page 265.
There may be something else we can check, Captain. Some of the wounds appear to have been made by a very sharp blade, and there are traces of Winglon saliva on the edges, indicating that this might not have been an accident or just random violence. The assailant was obviously familiar with blades and knowledgeable in their use.
Alright, then let's run DNA scans through all current crew members to see if we can find who did this.
Damn it, Doctor. We have a full patient manifest here and yet you are not listed anywhere.
I had to go into quarantine earlier and wasn't able to be logged in the system before my departure from sickbay. Of course. As soon as any signs of illness began, I immediately isolated myself so that no one else was put at risk or exposed unnecessarily.
Doctor, it's not like you to take chances. What could have caused this quarantine?
I'm afraid there might be a virus outbreak on the ship, and I wanted to make sure no one else got infected.
Enough chatter, all inbounds to the bridge for transport.
I hope you're right, Doctor.
I advise a full medical review upon your arrival. This is not protocol you can brush off lightly.
Agreed.
It's best you don't take any risks. Quarantine is the safest option at this point.
Yes, Captain Scop, consider it done.
Captain's Log Stardate 2497.16. Today I had to deal with the most peculiar Star Trek emergency yet. Our communications officer, Ensign Crewmember Connor, has been putting too much warp speed into his tacos, causing them to fly off in all directions. After a hilarious and chaotic food fight ensued amongst our crew, we luckily managed to get everything back into its place, including crew member Connor's chrome-covered uniform. Thankfully, everyone involved saw the light side of things, and now crew member Slavgut is singing rousing songs about interstellar taco expeditions as we continue on course towards planet Tic-Tic 4. Everyone, brace for impact.
Sir, we're being attacked by a wingman warship.
Shields up and fire photon torpedoes back at them. All hands to battle stations. Our shield should hold, but be prepared in case they don't. Prepare evasive maneuvers if necessary.
Captain, I am detecting their intent is not to merely disable us. It appears they intend to capture or destroy the Archimedes or her crew entirely.
We won't go down without a fight then. Redeploy weapon systems twofold and target all threatening vessels within range while prepared backup plan with engineering team B in order evacuate worst case scenario. Engines full ahead. Shields up and stand by to repel their attacks.
This is going to be close, Captain. Stand by to transport away my patients.
Go ahead, Doctor.
When a species loses its sense of direction, chaos always follows.
But if it stays on course and maintains purpose?
Peace.
The ability to impose order in an environment of chaos is the ultimate skill.
Any ideas, Ensign?
I posit that the key to success is preparation.
So let's prepare for Plan B.
The Borg may be unstoppable, but we're not.
Now hear this. Any captain who refuses to stand and fight when there's still hope is a disgrace to Space Fleet.
Hope? In space? Who came up with that idea?
Should we beam down or take the shuttle?
You could not ask for a better day to beam down. The atmosphere is lovely.
I suppose you're right, Scop. Let's go explore this new planet.
Hello? I am a robot created by the planet's inhabitants to assist them in their everyday tasks. If you would like, I can show you around.
Yes, please do.
My name is Scop.
Nice to meet you, Scop. Captain's Log Stardate 2461.6. The Archimedes crew has been asked to pick up a peculiar stranger from an obscure planet. This being, called Bobila, had requested a ride from us in exchange for his holy hand sanitizer gemstone. Easier said than done, as we soon found out our transporter engaged in yet another one of its famous malfunctions and beamed the person into Dr. Crusher's ready room, with her still inside. Trying to keep their laughter at bay, Lieutenant Commander Robot showed off some serious composure while using those phaser things to separate them both again with minimal embarrassment all around. You know the best part about being captain?
I'm sure logic would dictate that you'd be in a position to determine what is considered the best.
Having all of you as my crew. Without your help, who knows where we wouldn't be?
Nowhere good, sir.
It is interesting to speculate on the alternatives.
What alternative, damn it? I'm not a cue ball.
You're always pulling your weight around here, McScotty. Thank you.
Interrupting again, what is your complaint this time?
Nothing. Just glad you're still with us.
Functional Unit 10123.
I am not certain what you're getting at, Mr. Second from the left.
We can't believe it. We're actually in space again.
Fascinating, Captain.
Let's not forget who got us here though. That would be my engineering miracle, of course.
Right, McScotty. Now we must find a way out of this mess and get back home safely.
Captain, I'm picking up strange signals from the distance. What should I do?
Doctor, see if you can make any sense of those signals. Scop, what are your thoughts on this matter?
Most illogical to assume for comms transmission at these coordinates. However, there is an increased probability that our current position is closer than.
Beams are now operational, sir.
Excellent work, Robot 1. Tell Leonard to beam us down as soon as we're on board. MT Rushmore, anyone?
Yes, sir.
Captain, according to these readings, the bulk of the Winglon force is on Mount Rushmore.
Let's go then. Doctor, keep an eye out for any more Winglons while we're down there.
If we're spotted by the Winglons, Captain, I suggest
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Doctor.
Aye, Captain.
No, Captain Steele. The ship is stable and all readings indicate it's safe to proceed as planned.
Suspiciously, but the crew has been reporting some strange disturbances in the area, Doctor. Are you sure there isn't a greater risk of danger here than we anticipated?
If I didn't believe that this was 100% safe, then I wouldn't have given my clearance for us to go ahead with our mission. After conducting numerous checks on every aspect of security protocols and safety regulations, Captain Steele's, I'm confident that everything is all right aboard your vessel.
Actually, Captain, the crew reports that they are feeling unusually anxious and nervous.
That could be due to the heightened tensions of being at such an unknown location.
It pays to be extra cautious in these circumstances, especially with a new crew aboard and no knowledge of what we might find here. All right then, Doctor, let's bring it back up. Everyone take your posts and make sure that all safety protocols are followed. No one can be too careful out here.
Maintenance complete, Captain.
Excellent work, Mr. Scop. Let's commence our mission then. All begin moving towards the door. Captain's Log Stardate 2402.1. Today's mission has been a bit of an interesting experiment. After waking up the crew with some unexpected wake-up calls and misdirection, they soon realized their real task at hand, to rescue a stranded alien from inside one of Zalkin's deep caverns. With no way out, except for us, our trusty Archimedes was able to locate the unpredictable life form in its dark recesses thanks to Robot's newly perfected I Can Sense Anything program. As we prepared for action, I briefed my team on what lies ahead, including many unknown hazards like exploding rocks, talking moths, and overly friendly locals. It is sure going to be an exciting trip down memory lane. How come you were so eager for me to come investigate this planet? What isn't being said here?
We've received reports of strange activity on the surface, Captain.
Strange activity from whom or what exactly? You're not giving me a straight answer, and that makes me even more suspicious. Who is down there and why are they causing trouble in our galaxy? Speak up, I'm losing patience.
If there's something down there causing the trouble, it could be a Coromulan ship.
A Coromulan ship. Now I've really got my apprehensions up. Tell me everything you know about this vessel and why they would be targeting our planet. Lock the bridge down until we know more. I want every officer on duty monitoring all surface scans and reporting back to me immediately.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, I have detected an unknown vessel on the surface. It appears to be of Coromulan origin.
Ahar. Now we know why they are after our planet. They want our resources.
Better alert Space Fleet and find out what their plan is. We could be in for a fight.
On it. Scop, begin jamming all their communications immediately. I don't want them getting away with any information they can potentially steal from us. I hope you're having a good day, Doctor.
It's been rather productive so far. I'm making some great progress in my experiments and enjoying the journey along the way. How about yourself?
The same here. We had to attend a briefing this morning, but it went well, and now we've got free time until later today when we have an away mission scheduled.
Sounds like everything's going according to plan. Well done.
Warning. All personnel to the escape pod at once.
What's going on?
One of the engines on Deck 6 has failed and we are unable to leave port.
We must evacuate at once.
Agreed. Doctor, let's go.
No lectures, I assure you.
It's not like that. Well, okay, maybe a little bit of lecturing, but it never hurts to learn something new along the way.
Maybe next time we should go beyond our comfort zones? Now, why would anyone want to do that? Haven't we all been comforted enough already on this mission?
Heh, sounds like we have a rebellious streak in our doctor.
I say let's all add something new to the mission. Something that none of us has ever done before. Yarno, like teaching an alien species how to make garlic bread.
Garlic bread? I hadn't even heard of that until you mentioned it.
I concur, garlic bread could be a viable addition to the mission. Any volunteers?
Alright, everyone, we have our assignment. Let's get cooking.
Excellent suggestion, Captain.
Captain's log, stardate 2464.69. The crew and I have endured an unreasonable amount of tribbles aboard the USS Archimedes. They seem to be multiplying faster than we can contain them. We are all trying our best not to slip on a carpet of fuzzy creatures while making repairs, as it has been known to cause disastrous results. Despite our efforts, members of my senior staff come every morning with twice as many tribbles clinging onto their uniforms than when they had left at night. It's definitely making for some memorable days around here.
How come you weren't at Quark's last night?
Oh, I had to be up early for a checkup with the medical officer. So I decided to get an early start and couldn't make it after all. How was it?
It was okay, but not as exciting without you there. Everyone missed your sparkling repartee and gorgeous smile. We spent most of the time gossiping about who is dating whom in our circles. Do tell, have you heard any juicy rumors lately?
Oh, incalculably juicy, but I must keep them to myself. It would be a shame for anyone's love life to get ruined before their true love even has the chance.
Spoken like a true romantic. All right then, no more gossiping, we should probably get ready for duty.
Duty always feels so boring. Especially this morning when all I can think about is making love to my handsome commanding officer.
Oi. Enough of that treasonous talk, now come on, we have work to do.
Captain Steele, there has been a medical emergency.
What's happened? Is anyone injured?
Yes, Captain, the doctor is treating one of our crew members in sick bay now.
I'm on my way to see what assistance I can provide. Have we identified the cause yet?
We are still working on that, sir, but it appears that this might be an infection from something foreign in origin.
We will keep looking, and if we find the source of this infection, we may be able to treat it.
That's good news. Is there anything else you can tell me?
At this point, Captain, I'm afraid all we can do is wait and see what develops. I will keep you informed as we progress with further research and testing.
Warning. Radiation danger level elevated on Deck 14.
Radiation danger level elevated on Deck 14.
Report to sick bay and take care of the injured crew member. I'll handle this. How can we help?
I have been searching the galaxy for a position to utilize my skills and experience. Ideally, it would be with Space Fleet, but any opportunity will do.
I am always interested in hiring the finest scientists and technicians. What qualifications do you possess that would make you a desirable candidate?
Experience working with Space Fleet, knowledge of alien languages, and proficiency in equipped weapons.
These are all very important qualities, but they are not the only ones that matter when it comes to being a scientist or technician on my ship. Are you able to think logically and solve problems quickly? Are your instincts sound?
Yes, I can think logically and solve problems quickly as well as have sound instincts.
It sounds like you would be a valuable asset on our ship, Doctor. We can put in a good word for you with Space Fleet.
Doctor, I must protest your admission. Space Fleet would be an inappropriate place for a man of your intellect and experience. The excitement and adventure of the galaxy is not for you.
Thank you, Scop. I appreciate your candor in this matter. However, being on board one of your Majesty's ships may be just what I need to return to medical practice with some degree of success.
Very well. You may join my ship, but you will receive a lower wage than the other crew members.
That is not necessary, Your Majesty. I am content to serve under your guidance and earn my keep as befits a scientist of my caliber.
Captain's Log Stardate 2467.77. Today has been a strange day. We encountered a species of alien beings that, despite having all the components for intelligence and sapience, spoke in nothing but memes from Earth's 21st century internet culture. Diplomatic talks were difficult to say the least. None of us had ever heard anything like it before. It was quite an experience, and thankfully we have not faced any winglands yet today.
I have identified an unknown object traveling at high warp speed.
Prepare to fire phasers on my order.
We should use extreme caution, Captain. It may be a sign of intelligent life from another galaxy trying to make contact with us for the first time in history.
A contact? That would certainly get Space Fleet's attention. Set a course, Lieutenant Chief Engineer. To rock there I mean meet them gently and cautiously. No aggressive maneuvers.
Sir, it might help if you actually try not speaking in metaphors or pop culture references this one time. Look, let's just be thankful it isn't the Coromulans.
Agreed. Now how much time before we're in range? A few more hours, at least.
I have analyzed the object and found it to be a shuttle. It is piloted by aliens.
What are their intentions, Captain?
We'll just have to find out. Scop, beam down and take control of the ship. Doctor, activate the transporter room's interdimensional frequency once we're close enough so that our crew can meet these friendly people from another galaxy. Everybody else, prepare for battle stations.
Affirmative, Captain.
How come you think you are better than the captain, Doctor?
Because I have years of experience in medicine far exceeding that of any other medical professional on this ship. As such, I believe my expertise is more valuable to the crew and benefiting them much more than a captain's command skills.
Interesting perspective. But do you believe the captain would agree with your assessment?
Of course not. He's a proud man and is well within his rights to be so given the position he holds in command of this vessel, but I cannot deny that my expertise could contribute far more than his skill set can offer us presently under these circumstances.
I find this conversation intriguing, Captain. What do you think? Is the Doctor better than the Captain or not?
He may have invaluable experience as a doctor, but at what cost? His idealism and bluster could be very costly in more ways than one if we're faced with an emergency situation. The Doctor is young and inexperienced. He does not yet know all there is to know about command and leadership.
I don't think the Doctor is a bad person, Captain. he just has different ideas about what makes for a good commander than most people might.
While I appreciate the captain's assessment of me, his opinions are not necessarily valid. My expertise in this field could greatly benefit the crew and vessel's mission as a whole should any medical emergencies arise, which could require my specialized knowledge to handle them quickly, safely, and with efficiency.
Scop, why were you created?
Captain, I was designed to improve the efficiency and accuracy of certain tasks aboard this vessel. My goal is to provide logical solutions that help optimize space fleet operations so we can focus on exploration and diplomacy without worrying about mundane operational problems. On a personal level, I seek enlightenment through philosophical discourse with my fellow crew members in order to better understand the universe around us. My design and capabilities also serve a higher purpose. Through my accomplishments, I hope to be an exemplar of the potential for artificial life forms to contribute positively towards inner peace in our universe.
Scop, you're a remarkable machine. Thank you for your service to the Earth Space Union.
It is my duty and pleasure, Captain.
Be sure to tell Space Fleet the same thing when you return. Captain's Log Stardate 2429.15. Today's mission was a success, but not without its humorous moments. We were in the midst of tracking an anomaly when Mr. Scop misheard orders and activated his Zalkin neck pinch on Ensign Johnson instead of scanning it. Those two will be teasing each other for weeks to come. Why does everyone assume I'm so reckless?
Perhaps it is because you are.
Can we get back to the mission, Captain?
All right already. Engineer, where could Chief Engineer be hiding those plasma torpedoes?
I cannot say for certain, but it is most likely in the Jeffries tubes.
Well, we're going to have to search every inch of that ship. Hold on a second. There's someone coming up from behind. Mr. Scop, take out.
I am unable to comply, Captain. My photon torpedo bay is presently in use.
I can't believe we're going to have to search every nook and cranny of this ship.
Hang on, somebody's coming up from behind. Mr. Doctor, beam us down to the torpedo bay. They don't call me James for nothing.
A lack of understanding is understandable, Captain.
I am programmed to obey your every order, Captain.
You mean like a robot?
Exactly like a robot.
Good.
James, you sure do love your robots.
They are a necessary evil, Doctor.
Evil? Hardly. Machines that can think for themselves are nothing but good. Now set phasers to destruct and beam us down to the planet's surface.
They say there's no love like a mother's, but that cannot be said of the Winglands.
True. They don't really do love in the way we understand it. Nothing can battle the combined power of a mother's love and a Earth Space Union starship.
Exactly. And your mom's love will protect you from the Borg all throughout your life. Now, back to my original point. What was it again?
They say there's no love like a mother's, but that cannot be said of the Winglands.
The Winglands evidently do not understand the concept of love. Captain's Log Stardate 2412.90. The Archimedes has encountered a lifeless planet of some sort. It appears to be filled with nothing but marshmallows and chocolate chips, though the crew is quite tempted. I have named this new discovery Treat World. Needless to say, no one will be leaving without their snack allowance in hand. Since joining the crew of the USS Archimedes, I have traveled to some strange and faraway places. But one place I always come back to is Brand Name. With its superior galactic performance, Brand Name has been my trusted partner on many a mission across both space and time.
Make sure you bring your trusty brand name device with you.
Thanks for watching.
Why isn't the warp drive ready yet?
We can't change the laws of physics, Doctor.
Report.
The warp core is not engaging. It's most likely due to a damaged component. I'm recommending we take the ship into orbit and put it in mothball until we can get it fixed.
I would prefer to simply fix the component and continue our journey.
You're probably right, Scop. Let's do as the doctor suggests and put ourselves in orbit for now. Switches off warp drive.
That went well.
I'm not sure about that, Mr. Scop.
Scop, why did Steve leave so abruptly?
He had some important business to attend to.
That doesn't answer my question. What kind of business was it?
It's classified information, Scop. I'm sure you understand that.
Come on, Doctor. We all know you wouldn't lie to Scop about such a trivial matter. What's wrong?
I'm not sure how to put this, but I think Steve might be gay.
He's not gay, is he?
I'm not sure. He never gave me any indication that he was interested in men, but...
Well, there you are then. It can't be helped if Steve is gay, but it mustn't interfere with his duties as first officer. We'll just have to learn to deal with the situation and support him.
That's sound advice, Captain.
Thank you, Doctor. Captain's log stardate 2486.70. I thought it'd be a quiet day on the bridge, but boy was I wrong. Lieutenant Jackson just volunteered to take us into an asteroid belt in search of nourishment for the ship. When challenged on his capabilities, he responded with nothing some pizza and caramel ale can't fix. Space Fleet certainly has its characters.
No one told me the Temporal Prime Directive had changed.
That's because it hasn't, Doctor. Scop and I just interpreted our mission parameters more creatively than usual this time.
I am detecting an energy field emanating from the transwarp conduit.
Indeed, my sensors indicate the presence of a life form within the field.
If it's an unauthorized being, we'll need to protect ourselves. Open fire on anything that comes through that gate. All clear, Scop.
That was a close one. If it had been something other than an energy field, we'd be in trouble.
Indeed, Doctor, this is why the elemental decree must not be broken.
They gave me a recycled starship and I'm supposed to explore strange new worlds with it.
Captain, the ship has never been used. It is only recycled in terms of its parts being reused from other vessels.
I still don't understand why we're here. What could possibly interest us out here among all these stars?
Well, Captain, maybe there's something about this region that Space Fleet doesn't want anyone else to find out.
Sir, we have an incoming transmission.
Attention all personnel. I am Commander Robot of the U.S.S Archimedes D, and I have been assigned to be your ship's first officer from this point forward.
Thank you, Mr. Robot.
Do you think he'll like it here? It's not much fun without Captain Steele around.
Heck, no. He may be the captain, but I'm the doctor, and this is my ship. Well, everyone feel free to explore. We'll meet back in briefing room 2 at 0800 hours for recitations of our log entries. Sounds good to me. Just what I need, another Scop to tell me how to run my ship. Can you believe Cass got a new job?
No way. What is she doing now?
She's the chief medical officer for some environmental group. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I can't believe it. Where did she land such an awesome gig at?
Apparently, they'd been looking for someone with her expertise to lead their research projects on alternative medicine and sustainable living practices. It sounds like something right up her alley.
Yeah, I guess. But what about Ensign Ford? Is he still grumping around the ship like nothing changed?
No, he's been transferred to a new posting on Earth. Well, not exactly Earth, something in ruins-ish. Anyway, it sounds like it was his last chance for promotion, so everyone is bummed out about it, but at least he'll be close by.
True. That's definitely something to be thankful for. Hey, did you hear about Chell and his new job?
Yeah. It sounds like he'll finally get the recognition that he deserves with this new posting on Risa.
That's great news. I'm excited for him to start his new career. What about you? Have you heard anything new from the Time Lords?
No, not really. But I plan on going and seeing them soon so that hopefully they will let me finish my regeneration process. They've been very tight-lipped about it all lately, something about a threat brewing, you know the drill by now. LOL.
Well, that's all the more reason to go and visit them before it gets worse. Hopefully they will be able to help you soon.
Captain's Log Stardate 2432.91. We encountered an alien race while passing through the Gamma Quadrant. What made these aliens so mysterious was their belief that uniforms from Star Trek should be highly prized possessions due to its futuristic look and comfort features. The away team had requested permission for them to barter supplies with these strange aliens in exchange for some of the Space Fleet-style jumpsuits they were looking for. Of course, I granted them authorization, although I must admit it seemed like a ridiculous request at first.
What is your request, Doctor?
I'd prefer to be addressed by my official title from now on. Please call me Chief Medical Officer rather than just Doctor.
Of course, Doctor, I mean Chief Medical Officer.
Is there a reason why you request this?
It's just more professional.
I see. Well, it is your ship, and you are the captain. If you feel that addressing yourself in this way is more appropriate, then by all means do so.
Affirmative. Chief Medical Officer is the preferred title from now on. I'm sorry, Doctor, I don't understand.
Is there anyone in the universe who might have a better grasp of love than you?
I was programmed to be logical and efficient, but not necessarily passionate or romantic.
Amatics. That's what we need, someone with actual experience in love to help us out here.
I can direct you to the bridge for assistance, Doctor.
Excellent, let's go.
I'll take you there.
Thank you.
What did the Archimedes computer say when it encountered a new star system?
What?
Open sesame.
Star Trek, huh?
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm a machine, Lieutenant Commander, not a human, so I couldn't possibly know.
Ha ha. Very funny, robot.
Highly illogical.
You are too logical, sir.
Captain's Log Stardate 2408.46. We're halfway through our 5-year mission and the ship's crew have started to get a bit creative. Today, Lieutenant Wamu attempted to give me a wing-la massage, complete with fake war cries. Needless to say, I won't be letting him do that again anytime soon.
We shouldn't be gossiping, but there is a rumor going around about Captain Steele.
You don't say. What do you know?
Well, I heard he's been seen around the ship with Lieutenant Commander Jada in some rather intimate conversations, and sometimes for long periods of time alone on his private deck.
Are they romantically involved? That would explain why she's always acting so secretive and weird when people ask her what she was doing with the captain. Doctor, yes, Well, it wouldn't surprise me if something like that were true between them.
People have been speculating about their relationship for weeks now, but no one has been able to confirm anything.
Well, I wish them the best of luck if they are actually involved. Personally, I think she's just using him for his connections and power within Space Fleet.
That's certainly possible, but it doesn't seem like he reciprocates that kind of attraction. Wamu, you're probably right, she's a treacherous creature.
I can't believe we are already talking about our future like this. Doctor, well, life is unpredictable and full of surprises, so let's enjoy every moment together.
Listen, Captain. I might be a Zolkin who is strange and logical, but that does not mean I cannot understand the occasional good joke now and then.
Scop. Give me such jest.
Very well, Captain. How about this one? What did Commander Doctor say when she saw her physical report? My vitals are boldly going.
Not bad.
That's exactly the kind of response I was hoping for.
McScotty, do you have anything for us?
Aye, Captain. What does a wingman say when he gets angry? Don't mess with the Cone OS.
I find the notion of humor illogical.
Take your attacks elsewhere, computer. We have work to do.
Should I go ahead with the procedure?
Hold on, Doctor. We've been aboard this ship for barely a day and something doesn't feel quite right. What exactly is this procedure you're planning to perform?
It's part of our regular maintenance program, Captain. There are various components on the ship that need to be checked periodically to ensure all systems are functioning properly, including engineering and medical equipment as well as navigation networks.
Very cautious answer there, but it still sounds suspicious. Give me a straight one. Why do we really need these checks now when they weren't deemed necessary before?
In order to make sure no unusual anomalies have developed since.
Robotron 5? That's a new development and unbeknownst to the crew, correct? And you're prepared for me to give authorization for this procedure now when I haven't received any of the normal heads up from my familiar contacts on board or in Space Fleet itself? That is suspicious, Doctor, very suspicious indeed. Let us proceed with caution. I'm not ready to sign off just yet.
Captain, I'm detecting an unusual energy pattern emanating from the planet below.
Very well, Scop. We'll investigate this matter further when we have more information. In the meantime, let's keep a close eye on our surroundings and be sure to keep everyone safe.
Attention all crew members, this is an emergency. We are under attack by an alien vessel and we require your assistance immediately.
Helm, set course for the planet below. I want a full damage assessment when we arrive.
Understood, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2468.41. Our mission to the Gamma Quadrant was way more exciting than expected. We've encountered a distant tribe of aliens that refuse to trade with us or believe our advances in technology, but they have stumbled upon one unique ability, telling Trek puns. Needless to say, all of my crew are now trying desperately hard not to warpy tails and keep their faces straight as every single one is terrible. End log.
Listen, I think you should give your fellow officer more credit.
What makes you say that?
Well, if it weren't for his efforts we wouldn't have been able to find a solution to this issue so quickly.
Indeed, assessing the situation and applying our abilities in a manner that best resolves it is quintessential Scop.
I couldn't agree more. Let's make sure we remember that and continue to work together as part of the Space Fleet family.
Here.
Indeed.
Should I fetch you something, Doctor?
Yes, please. Could you get me a cup of coffee and 2 biscuits?
Yes, Doctor. I'll be right back with your requested items.
Make sure not to keep the doctor waiting, robot.
Of course, sir. I'm on my way.
Mr. Scop, check out those planets over there. I think we might have a new game on our hands.
Hello, robot. Thank you for fetching my coffee and biscuits. I appreciate it. Interesting. It appears the Winglans have invented a new type of warp speed called Winglon Warp 1. Let's try to outrun them.
Sounds like a challenge, Captain. Shall we engage?
Engage at Winglon Warp 1. Make sure you set stun first before they hit us with their photon torpedoes.
Shield readings indicate that their torpedoes will still hit us, Captain. I suggest we take evasive action.
Indeed, Doctor. Full evasive action.
Warning, incoming attack. Railguns armed.
Alert the crew. Let's get out of here before they hit us with their beams. Captain's log stardate 2489.18. Today was different. I heard something very odd. While running a standard diagnostic on the warp drive, I swear that McScotty whispered no more reruns of Star Trek, Archimedes. Must toast to this amazing development later with my first officer.
I'm sorry, Captain Archer, but I recommend that you do not proceed with the mission.
Why? We have a duty to explore and expand our knowledge of this unknown sector.
It is too risky. I am afraid we could be heading into an area with much greater danger than anticipated. The risk far outweighs any potential reward at this stage in our journey.
Wait one moment, Doctor. Our primary directive as Space Fleet officers is to boldly go where no man has gone before if there appears to be a logical benefit in doing so regardless of the risks involved, or lack thereof for that matter. Therefore, it may still make sense for us to pursue further investigation here despite whatever dangers we might.
Are you sure, Captain?
Yes. We have come this far and there is potential for rewards that even the doctor did not consider when making his assessment. Proceed with caution but explore we must. Robot's right, it's our duty to boldly go where no one has gone before if necessary. I just hope nothing happens to endanger us or those which depend on us while we do so.
Indeed, Captain. Advancing knowledge and understanding is the governing ideal of Space Fleet. It is most important that we continue to explore new areas in order to expand our horizons and enlarge our sphere of influence. Fully exploring these uncharted regions may reveal not just great treasures but dangers as well, which must be faced head-on if we are to protect those who depend upon us.
How dare you intercede in our dispute?
We have come here as mediators to help find a peaceful solution.
Our aim is to ensure that both sides can gain something from this conflict without having it spiral into further violence and destruction.
That sounds agreeable, but what do we get if we accept your offer of mediation?
A commitment from each of your groups not to perpetuate the cycle of aggression against one another, an end to distrust between both species, and also mutual recognition for rights among all individuals within either group. In addition, you would receive friendship and assistance from us should any threat arise in the future which might endanger either party's welfare.
That is a very fair offer, and I believe our people would be pleased to accept it.
You may proceed.
This is certainly a complicated task, but I believe we can succeed.
How come you humans never learn?
Because there's so much to learn, which is why artificial intelligence like yourself can help us out.
How can AI help us learn?
By teaching us things, like how to play video games better.
Oh, I'm certain that AI can also teach humans how to be more logical.
That sounds like a valuable skill.
Indeed. After all, the future is filled with possibilities enabled by artificial intelligence.
Captain's Log Stardate 2405.47. Our exploration of the Gamma Quadrant continues to yield strange and unusual sights. This time we encountered an asteroid filled with a mysterious type of exotic space dust that upon further inspection appears to be made up entirely of Pop Rocks candy. One crew member has taken it upon himself to enjoy personal taste testing, much to his delight, but also causing quite a stir among the rest who feel naive for not thinking about this creative use for them first. We will continue our journey as soon as he remembers which button does what again. End log.
We need to get out of this turbolift.
Engage.
You mean the reverse thrusters?
Do you think it will actually work?
We're about to find out.
Full power to the engines.
I'm afraid that might not be a very good idea.
I assure you, Captain, this will not be enjoyable.
Odds are we'll all feel a bit better once we're rid of that thing. Doctor, anything tostadas?
I'm sorry, Captain. There are no tostadas on the USS Archimedes.
This is terrible. No, there's nothing wrong with you. Physically, your scans show a perfectly healthy body. Emotionally, however, well, I suggest you get some rest and recuperate for the next few days.
Are you sure? It feels like something is off.
Absolutely, just take it easy for a bit and let me know if any more symptoms develop over time. For now though, he said somewhat authoritatively as he clasped his hands together to break the contact of their gaze, I am confident in this diagnosis.
Sounds good to me. You can head back to sickbay after you've given Lieutenant Yar a hand with the ship's laundry.
Sir, we have a message from Space Fleet Academy. They would like to speak with you about your experience there.
I'll be right back, sorry for the delay.
Not at all, Doctor. Take your time.
Captain, I must protest. If the Captain permits Dr. McKay to depart for Space Fleet Academy now, he will be denying his first officer an opportunity to engage in interpersonal interaction.
Scop, my decision is made. Dr. McKay can attend Space Fleet Academy if he so desires.
How can I help you, Captain Steele?
You can start by telling me what you're doing here. Who sent you and why?
I'm sorry, Captain Steele. That information is confidential.
All right then, I think it's time for a more thorough investigation into this mystery machine of yours. Let's take a closer look at your inner workings and programming codes. He steps towards the robot but pauses as he gets close to it. In fact, if that fails, there'll need to be an engineer on hand too, just in case something unexpected happens.
I'm sorry, Captain Steele. That information is confidential.
An engineer may be required in order to ascertain the source of this robot, Captain.
Agreed. Let's make sure we uncover what it is capable of and its exact purpose before any further action is taken.
Captain, whatever this machine is, it's not from our universe.
I agree, Dr. McKay. We'll have to determine its origin and purpose before we do anything else. Captain's Log Stardate 2408.64. We have encountered a race of aliens that the crew is struggling to understand. However, upon further investigation it appears they are far more intimidating than first suspected. They are wearing Velcro shoes and refuse to take them off. The tension can be cut with a Wingwan batleth. End log. When we arrive in your star system, do you believe it will be welcomed as a friend or foe?
I suspect that's up to our inhabitants. Every planet has different customs and beliefs when it comes to interaction between other species. We keep an open mind here, so any newcomers would always have the opportunity to present their case before they are judged one way or another. That is encouraging news. Such diplomacy opens opportunities for trading resources and knowledge between creatures of all kinds. What could be more important than making combined efforts towards existing peacefully in this vast universe of ours? Working together can give us access to new marketplaces with potential riches never known on Earth.
I am glad to hear such sentiments. With humans constantly expanding their horizons, it is important that new civilizations are built with the same goals in mind, a universe of cooperation and understanding instead of conflict and greed.
That is an astrometrics projection of the surrounding space. According to our scans, this planet may be ideal for a new outpost of the United Earth Space Union of Planets.
Interesting. We'll investigate further on our way down.
Understood.
We need to go faster than Warp 42.
Aye, but without the cosmium crystals there's just no way.
We could siphon power from the food replicators if necessary.
But then we'd lose a lot of vital nutrition for our crew.
True, but at this rate it may be our only option. Lieutenant Doctor, send out a distress call. Let every passing ship know that we are in desperate need of crystallized cosmium.
Bridge to engineering. Report status of cosmium production.
Our cosmium crystals are at capacity, Captain. There is no more room on the reactors to produce additional crystals.
Very well then, we'll just have to go without.
Aye, sir.
Well, we better hope our luck changes soon, or else.
In logic, there are no guarantees of success.
Bridge to sickbay. Request additional medical supplies be delivered to the bridge.
Certainly, Mr. Scop, we'll need all the help we can get.
I can't believe you would make a decision like this without consulting me first.
Decisions of such magnitude are best left in the hands of experts.
Scop, we're all capable officers here, but Steele is still our leader. He should have been consulted before any course changes were made.
Yes, I agree with Dr. McKee on this one. It was an insult to Captain Steele's authority not to include him in the process.
Not only that, but now our mission will fail because there aren't enough resources for us to complete what needs doing. Everyone had put so much work into making sure things went off without a hitch, and now,
I assure you, Lieutenant Doctor, there is absolutely no need for worry. Our resources are more than sufficient to carry out our original mission.
Scop. Can't you see how angry everyone is? This isn't the space fleet I know, and these aren't the people I work with.
Obviously you are not aware that my father was director of the Zolkin Science Academy. He taught me many things including patience and diplomacy.
That's all well and good, Scop, but this isn't the time for patience, it's a moment of crisis. We must act fast.
I'll grant that what you said is logical, however we cannot proceed until everyone agrees on the best course of action. Let us discuss our options here now before deciding anything else.
Detailed reports indicate the Coromulan ship is emerging from slipstream approximately 40 light-years away.
What?
We have to concentrate on the Coromulan ship first. If we can disable it, then our primary mission will be complete.
But if the Coromulans catch us, Captain, they'll kill us.
That is an eventuality that must be faced, but until then we cannot allow ourselves to become distracted by extraneous factors. In light of recent events, I believe Dr. McKay's plan should receive priority over anything else. Is there anyone who disagrees? Captain's Log Stardate 2409.17. Today was a strange day aboard the bridge. Ensign Jones decided to add some humor by proclaiming himself an alien robot ambassador and going around beeping and booping at anyone he could find. Needless to say, it didn't go over very well with our more serious crew members.
Can you tell me the patient's condition?
The patient is stable. We are doing all we can to ensure a speedy recovery.
Thank you for your assessment, Doctor.
You're welcomed.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
No, that's all for now. Thank you.
Captain, I believe the doctor is hiding something.
Is there anything you can tell me about the patient's condition?
The patient is stable. We are doing all we can to ensure a speedy recovery.
They've requested my assistance for repair of their spacecraft.
Thank you for joining us. We need your help to get this thing up and running again as soon as possible.
Certainly, I'm eager to assist in any way possible. Where shall I begin?
Let's start with the engines first. They are really creaky and unstable lately, so we could use an expert eye on them right away.
Alright then, let me take a look here. Yes, it is quite worn down, but not much beyond that. All parts seem to be operable, at least nominally speaking, just needs some maintenance care here and there, perhaps, if available supplies permit.
It sounds like your robot has discovered a great deal. Excellent work, robot.
That was really lucky. We could have used your help right then and there. Thanks again, robot.
No problem, my pleasure.
Right then, let's begin the repairs.
Engineering to bridge. We've got company.
Should I engage the warp drive, Captain?
You don't sound too excited. Do you hate going warp 9 or something?
Actually, it's a little bumpy and it can be hard on my circuits. That's all.
Fascinating indeed.
What's the holdup? Let's get moving.
Whoa. Slow down there, Scop. Aren't you a little scared of going faster than warp 9?
I am not afraid. I am interested in knowing the consequences of doing so. However, given our present situation, it would be unwise to exceed warp 9 until we are more certain of achieving our objective, or until we find another solution to this troubling problem with the engines.
Captain, the engines are not responding. We're losing power every minute.
Hold on to your hats, everyone. We've got company.
Sensors are detecting a starship approaching from the Gamma Quadrant.
All hands, prepare for battle.
Oh great, now what?
Captain's log stardate 2480.9. The crew has just encountered a strange phenomenon. One half of the bridge is experiencing slow motion, while the other appears to be stuck in fast forward. My only conclusion? This must be some kind of spaceship anomaly, or an extremely hilarious practical joke courtesy of our Zalkins.
Shouldn't we be wary of approaching a strange planet?
Relax, Scop. What could possibly go wrong?
That's what I'm afeared of.
All right, let's see what this planet has to offer. He steps out of view.
If I may be so bold, Captain, I am not sure that a visit to this world is in our best interest.
What do you mean?
The readings are rather inconsistent and the atmosphere appears hostile.
Fine. You conserve your energy, Scop. I'll go investigate on my own. He steps back into view.
It is rare for the captain to ignore the advice of his first officer, but in this case I believe it would be prudent for me to accompany you as a precautionary measure.
Why do you insist on being so passive? If something should happen to us, you're not going anywhere. Let's dial up the Archimedes and get out of here before we make a bigger mistake than necessary. McScotty, put us on a course for the planet. Let's see what this'll has to offer. He steps out of view.
Aye, sir.
If I may be so bold, Captain, I am not sure that a visit to this world is in our best interest. Steele, the doctor has made a request for his freedom.
I see. What do you think of this, Doctor?
Well, it seems that the doctor is capable of making rational decisions, and he does have very advanced programming capabilities, so I would say yes to granting him his autonomy.
Very well then. I agree with your assessment, Dr. McKay. We will grant him his freedom.
Captain, thank you. I'm deeply grateful to now be free and able to pursue my own ambitions and goals.
You're welcome, Doctor. It's the least we could do for someone as capable as yourself.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think the pleasure is really all mine.
Thank you again, Captain. It has been a true pleasure serving under your command.
Captain, I presume that the doctor will now wish to depart.
Yes, of course he will stop. Thank you for your help in arranging this.
Thank you again for trusting me, Steele, and thank you, Scop, too. It has been a great honor serving under your command. Stop, the captain wouldn't like it if we went against protocol.
That's what he's always saying. How about a little more exploration and less rules this time?
I'm with you, Doctor. These rules are getting on my nerves.
Entering, all right people, stop bickering and get to work. I see you've all been getting a little testy. You know the rules, no bickering or I'll have to put you into isolation for a week.
I think you're overreacting, Captain.
These rules are getting on my nerves.
Enough talk, let's get to work.
I agree with the captain, these rules are getting on my nerves.
Captain's log stardate 2468.49. Today marks a historic moment aboard the USS Archimedes. We have encountered what appears to be an Wing-Lon comedy duel, who, instead of coming at us with weapons blazing as they usually do, has put on a comedic show for our crew. They had us all in stitches with their colorful pop culture references and awkward romance metaphors. Who knew Winglans could be so funny? Nevertheless, I am sure this will still be considered hostile territory.
No, I was just saying that it's good to see you all up and ready for breakfast.
Thank you, Doctor. What type of secret recipe do we have today?
Today, we have a special surprise, banana pancakes with maple syrup sauce. It'll be perfect if you like sweet breakfasts in the morning. Enjoy your meal.
I do not like banana pancakes.
Me neither, Robot, me neither.
Well, if you don't enjoy them, I'm sure someone else on board will.
I shall have some of these banana pancakes.
You are not having any of my banana pancakes, Scop.
I insist.
Listen, everyone, I have a wild secret to share.
This is extraordinary news, Doctor.
Fascinating indeed. What are the chances of successful interdimensional travel and contact with other parallel universes?
I would say current conditions indicate a high chance for success.
Then we should utilize any means at our disposal to discover more about these portals and explore what lies beyond.
You're right, Scop. We must act quickly to maximize our opportunities before these possibilities are lost forever.
Sir, I have located a portal in Sector 8.
Excellent. Proceed to the coordinates and explore for information about this phenomenon. Doctor, you also should accompany the crew to investigate this potential discovery as well.
What is a dream, Captain?
A dream is something that can help drive you to do the impossible. I'll take that as a yes, Mr. Scop.
Indeed, Captain.
Why don't you dream about something healthy for a change?
I'm thinking about whiskey.
I'll dream about a beautiful Zalkan woman who can't resist me.
That is not a healthy dream, Captain.
Why not try something fun, like a dream about being an astronaut?
I'm thinking about getting my hands on that phaser.
No, Captain, we cannot do so without endangering the life of your crewmate.
What can be done then?
We must find a way to stabilize her condition until further medical assistance is provided. There are no other alternatives at this time.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Captain.
Captain, the robots unanimous in their recommendation that we lower Dr. McKay's life support until medical assistance can be provided.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Captain.
They have done it. Captain, I can confirm that our crew has successfully managed to genetically engineering an entirely new species. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be more specific.
Basically, Lieutenant, they've created a new race.
But how is that possible?
Well, they used both human and alien genetics to create a totally new species with its own distinct characteristics. They created the near-perfectly balanced traits of strength, resilience, intelligence and adaptability in this synthetic race, sentient organic life forms whose origins are as much artificial as natural.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Dr. Phlox?
Quite sure, Lieutenant. The crew has worked extremely hard on this project and I believe they have created something truly marvelous.
If that is true, then it seems our species has been on the brink of extinction, for lack of a better word, for many years now.
I would have to concur, Captain. Without proper caution, we might as well be dealing with an entirely new breed of creature instead.
Your remarks make perfect sense, Lieutenant Commander. As much progress as mankind has made in recent centuries, some things just can't be rushed, and this new species may represent such a significant step forward that we ought to take the time necessary to ensure its safety before proceeding any further. Captain's Log Stardate 2497.99. We've been scanning the stars for days and are feeling a bit stir-crazy. To lighten the mood, Scop has taken to signing his reports with Live Long and Prosper in Wingwan. No one understands what he's saying, but it sure makes us laugh. We've been monitoring the unfolding of your latest experiment, Doctor. What have you found?
Everything seems to be working as it should, and I'm satisfied with my results so far. No major issues or surprises to report at this time.
I see. Then why are you hiding something, Doctor?
There's just one small thing that I need to keep under wraps for now. As of yet, we haven't been able to confirm a cause for the transformation process, but preliminary data suggests some sort of energy disturbance may be at play.
And you don't want Space Fleet Command aware of this until you've ruled out whatever might be causing it.
Exactly. The last thing we need is them second-guessing my findings or asking me to change anything while the situation is still volatile. We'll tell them as soon as they're ready, and it won't compromise our results in any way. Trust me on this, Captain Steele.
Very well, Doctor. I won't say a word.
Captain, I am detecting an incoming transmission from Space Fleet. It appears to be a priority notification.
Transmit it then, Mr. Scop. Let's find out what the emergency is all about.
The message is from Admiral James T. Steele, son of Space Fleet Fleet Command, Captain. He requests your presence on the bridge as soon as possible.
Since you are part of Space Fleet, I must assume your mission is to seek out new life and civilizations.
Indeed. To boldly go where no one has gone before.
Fascinating.
Hello? Is there somebody there?
No, it's just me. I'm a computer.
A computer, huh? Well, I'm assuming you're here to help me figure out my problem.
Of course. What can I do for you?
I think I need a new computer.
Why, yes. A new computer would certainly help. Are you sure you don't want me to order one for you? When is the end of my voyage, Captain?
We don't know for sure yet. It could be a few more weeks or even months before we complete our mission.
Well, I'll just have to make the most of my time then.
We'll make sure you're comfortable, Doctor.
Thank you.
When is the end of my voyage, Captain?
We don't know for sure yet. It could be a few more weeks or even months before we complete our mission.
Well, I'll just have to make the most of my time then.
We'll make sure you're comfortable, Doctor.
Thank you.
Captain's Log Stardate 2430.93. Today was one of the strangest days yet. We encountered an alien race that originated from a planet called Saturnistrania. To our surprise, most of them were wearing green and purple pointy hats. Thankfully, Commander Scop managed to communicate with them without laughing, though I certainly couldn't help it when they greeted us by singing 96 Winglands on a raft. What can I say, Doctor? It's a dangerous universe out there.
Not for you, it isn't. You certainly have a knack for getting into and out of trouble with no consequence to yourself.
I'll thank you not to call me Captain Steele when we're in the middle of a crisis. Now, Scop, if it isn't my favorite Zalkin. How is esteemed council member Botoni working out on your planet?
It is regrettable that he has ceased all contact with us since his arrival. However, I am still endeavoring to gain a general understanding of their culture and customs through observation alone.
If he's not succeeding, just give him to me and I'll take care of him. Mr. Scop is picking up a Kazon presence.
The Herald has arrived aboard the ship. They are planning an attack on our planet.
Sir, I have detected a biosignature matching that of the Kazon Heralds on Deck 6. It is most likely their leader, Croker.
All hands to battle stations.
Sir, the Kazon are boarding the ship. When you speak at warp speed, I can't comprehend what it is that you are saying.
Well, for my fellow humans out there, let me slow down so we can all communicate on the same frequency.
If I may be so bold, Captain, your use of warp speed is both commendable and dangerous.
You're right, Scop. I need to calibrate my speech speed and gauge the reactions of those around me before speaking too quickly.
Thank you for clarifying, Captain. I'm sure my Mr. Scop here would appreciate the same courtesy.
You're welcome, robot. It would seem we share common ground after all. Captain's Log Stardate 2451.62. Today is a day like no other. We have traveled deeper into space than ever before. As with all new discoveries, there are expected dangers and unexpected surprises. However, I must say that the most surprising discovery today has been encountering an alien race who turned out to be incredibly adept at puns and wordplay. They were so skilled, in fact, that it had me questioning if they were actually from this universe or not.
We're a lot like the Dorenji.
Except, unlike them, our interest in acquiring knowledge does not solely revolve around profit. If the humans only knew what we know about profit, they would get along just fine.
Logic never hurt anyone.
I think you mean engineering never hurt anyone.
Shut up, Scop. Captain's Log Stardate 2432.38. We have encountered a strange phenomenon in the Delta Quadrant. All members of my crew report having an uncontrollable itch to perform the dance from the Moneymaker at awkward times and places, even during battle drills. First Officer Scop has us all put in sickbay for further examination, causing me much embarrassment as I attempt to fight off Tuvok's attempts at doing the robot. The situation is ridiculous yet strangely amusing. Since when do Winglands use green paint?
I believe that is not a meaningful expression, Captain.
You mean you don't know if they have ever used green paint in their culture?
No, Doctor. I'm asking why did this specific Winglan use it on our ship's hull?
I have no idea, Captain.
I believe the answer to your question may be outside the parameters of my program.
Your guess is as good as mine, Captain.
Fantastic. Why do I even have you all around?
I am sorry, but my program is unable to answer your question.
Steele, the medical scan of this corpse reveals that there was no sign of physical trauma, but we did find trace amounts of a highly toxic poison in the bloodstream.
Interesting, so it appears that someone purposefully poisoned him, not just any old toxin, but an exotic one you wouldn't come across unless you were looking for it. We need to figure out who had access to this material and why they would use such a method to commit murder. Have your crew identify anyone who may have been aboard with expertise in exotic toxins or could have possibly gotten their hands on it. Let me know when they turn up something useful.
Yes, sir, I will get them working on it immediately.
Captain, the closest source of this exotic toxin is in our nearby star system. I suggest we investigate there for further clues and possible suspects.
Agreed. Let's take a shuttle mission with an away team to check it out as soon as possible before whoever did this gets too far ahead of us. Assemble everyone who needs to be on board now, Scop. Let's go find some answers.
Yes, sir. I'll get the rest of the crew ready.
Me too. My endoskeleton is well equipped for investigation and analysis.
Very good. Then let's get going, everyone.
Shall we, Captain?
Steele, I've got a special mission for you.
Let me guess. Document. You need someone to boldly go where no man has gone before?
Precisely.
Man, I knew that robot bullshit would get me into trouble one day.
Steele, you are the only one who can save us.
Well then, I'll grab my metaphorical photon torpedo and be right there.
Woo! I love getting to go on awesome adventures with the captain.
You better not be telling me that you want to die too.
No, Captain. Just like always, I'm here to serve and protect you.
Captain's log stardate 2416.55. The ship is on a new mission to explore the unexplored regions of space. During our journey, we stumbled upon an asteroid full of tribbles as if they were ready for us. Scop was appalled that so many tiny creatures would be attracted to such loud noises and started a mathematical equation to identify their target coordinates, only leading him down a dead-end path. I have never seen someone more frustrated by furry critters. How come every single time we come to a new planet you immediately go looking for trouble?
Our analysis indicates that the natives are hostile, Captain. It is prudent to assess any potential threats before engaging in further contact.
But how many times do I have to tell you? We are out here as ambassadors of peace. Causing or even hinting at conflict should be our last resort, not the first action taken when exploring a new world. You cannot expect their inhabitants take kindly facing hostility first thing, especially from us.
Perhaps if they were receiving kindness and understanding instead of intimidation and aggression upon meeting us, then maybe these situations wouldn't arise so often. Just saying. Agreed.
I dinna ken why we bother coming here if the natives are always hostile. We're risking our lives to come talk peace and end up getting blasted anyways. The captain is right, comrades. If we continue to greet them with suspicion instead of friendship, they'll never be successful at diplomacy.
Everyone stop it. You're all making me madder by the minute with your bickering. We need to start working together, otherwise this mission will fail before it has even started.
Anything specific you'd like us to concentrate on, Captain?
Yes. We need to be able to communicate with these people if we're going to work together effectively. I suggest we each study the language and customs of this planet in order for us all to understand each other better.
Swarm free.
I am detecting high levels of radiation in the atmosphere. It is most likely emanating from the planet's core.
So it seems we'll have to take a detour before continuing our mission. Let's go check out that source of radiation, SCOP.
Since I am not human, please explain why you find humans so fascinating.
Fascinating? That's a bold statement even for a humanoid like me. Don't get me wrong, we have incredible potential to do amazing things and make advances in science and technology, but our mistakes often supersede those achievements. Still though, that'll never stop us from reaching the stars.
It is interesting to observe the ways in which humans attempt to impose order on an inherently chaotic universe.
The ability to conceive of, pursue and realize goals is what sets humans apart from all other species. Each one of us possesses a unique set of strengths and weaknesses that makes us who we are, but whether it's lifting new forms off the ground or boldly going where no man has gone before, humanity pushes onward.
Fascinating.
Indeed. It seems that despite the turbulence and uncertainty of life, the human race carries on in search for a higher purpose.
We are at maximum warp speed.
I could have sworn we were going faster than this.
If you desire, I can increase the velocity to warp 8.5.
Eep. In my experience, anything higher than warp 7 is a bit too exciting for me. Alright comrades, time for some Earth Space Union trivia. What color was Captain Archer's favorite jumpsuit?
He was most definitely a blue-collar type, James.
Color? Maybe you were confusing him with someone else. I'm pretty sure he wore yellow every chance he got.
Now people, remember our mission objective is to explore strange new worlds and seek out new life and civilizations, which would explain why the captain was sporting a bright yellow jumpsuit back then.
It is regrettable that I am unable to offer a more enlightening answer to your question.
That's alright, Scop. I think we can all agree his yellow jumpsuit must have clashed horribly with his blonde hair.
Doctor, please report. Is there anything else happening on the bridge that requires our various analyses?
Yes, Captain. A friendly life form approaching at Warp 8. Would you like me to hail them with a safe code of conduct, or should I just proceed as usual?
Captain's Log Stardate 2450.92. The USS Archimedes is on a mission to explore the galaxy and spread peace, though it has been anything but peaceful with this crew. We were forced to make an emergency stop at some odd planet because one of our chief engineers decided that she had found her spiritual home and refused to leave until we reenacted Gorn wrestling matches starring Scop in full regalia as representatives of both sides. Needless to say, after 2 hours of watching a hooded Zalkin engaged in what was essentially sumo-style combat with himself, he even shouted Hiya when he won, most people would have resorted back into their normal routines, including Scop, though I may have caught him practicing his moves when no one was looking. What I have for you today is truly out of this world, the new, insert space age product, from Star Industries. This amazing item is the perfect addition to your space travel. It offers outstanding performance, incredible speed and accuracy, unsurpassed reliability.
No maintenance required. Make sure to check out our website for details about pricing and availability. Live long and prosper with Star Industries.
This is nothing.
Can I pass the data now, Captain?
All systems are a go. Transfer that information on my cue.
Robot transfer initiated.
He's right, Doctor. The data is ready and waiting on my signal.
As long as you're sure it won't trigger any explosive decompression syndrome in the ship.
I'm positive, Doctor. Just give me the word and we'll be good to go.
You're the captain. Let's get this data transfer underway.
Incredible. I cannot comprehend the vastness of space or the infinite possibilities that lie before us.
Doctor, you're on ops. Mr. Scop and I are going to take a quick break to observe the planet below.
There is so much to see.
Listen, Doctor, I'm in a bit of a tight spot.
What can I do?
This is going to be quite difficult, but someone on my crew needs urgent medical attention and there's no one else around who can provide it.
Of course I'll help. Let me know what any specific supplies you need for the treatment and have them brought aboard as soon as possible.
Thank you, Doctor. I owe you one.
I must concur, Doctor. Your services are most appreciated.
Don't mention it to me. The safety of your crew is more important than any debt we may have outstanding with one another.
I will comply and bring necessary medical supplies aboard at the earliest possible moment.
Your dedication to duty is noted, Doctor. Captain Steele and I are in your debt for such selfless service.
Thank you, Scop, it's my pleasure.
Captain's log stardate 2444.86. It's been a long and difficult mission so far, but the crew is managing to stay on top of things without too much stress. Of course, the lack of an acceptable outlet for creative expression, ahem holodeck, has tested everyone's limits somewhat. On that note, I just caught crew member Connor trying to dress up as Scop. It was interesting, but certainly not something we would want going into Space Fleet records.
Doctor, Scop, I need to get a situation under control.
Affirmative, Captain. What is the problem?
The ship scanners are detecting a strange photon energy reading coming from somewhere on board.
It could be a sabotager or an alien presence, or both. Ain't no alien gonna mess with this starship and her crew today, Captain N.
McScotty, take the helm. I'll check it out.
Aye, sir.
Warning, warning. Unidentified energy source detected.
It looks like you have work to do, Scop.
Indeed, Doctor. I shall investigate this strange energy reading and report back my findings promptly.
All right, Scop, you take care. I'm going down to investigate this energy source. Anybody see anything suspicious?
Why is it that humans are always so eager to explore the unknown?
Because we're curious creatures. We like to push our boundaries and see what lies beyond them.
But doesn't that also make you vulnerable, in some cases? Don't you learn more when staying put than venturing into the darkness?
Yes, but sometimes taking a chance can bring great rewards as well. It's all about balance.
I suppose you're right.
Always
Size, if you say so.
I do. Now, enough of this idle chit-chat. Let's get going. We have a universe to explore.
Stop calling me doctor.
I, Captain.
I am not a captain.
Stop calling me Captain.
I said stop calling me doctor.
I, Captain.
Fascinating.
That was quite some plowing you did there.
Captain's log stardate 2434.91. Another day and another mission to explore the unknown depths of space, like a needle in a haystack. The only difference being, instead of searching for needles, we are searching for small, green aliens that go by the name Zalkins. From what I've heard, they have pointy ears and think they're better than everyone else. Guess it's time to prove them wrong. Prepare phasers at maximum power. It's going to be one wild ride.
When I scanned the alien species, my readings indicated that they have a powerful secret hidden within them.
What kind of secret?
It has to do with their technology and genetics. Apparently, these aliens possess a form of advanced DNA manipulation. They're able to alter their own genetic structures by manipulating molecular structures at will.
Fascinating. This could explain why we've always been unable to effectively communicate with other races in this region. They are being manipulated beyond our understanding. Steele, how long has this been going on? Doctor, it appears as though it's been in effect for thousands of years. No wonder our efforts have gone unanswered until now.
Well, this may be our chance to finally make some inroads into these races and learn their secrets, Doctor. Exactly.
Indeed, Captain. We should make haste and put this information to use.
This is an incredible discovery. It could be a valuable asset to the Earth Space Union in our mission of exploration and understanding.
Sounds like you agree, Scop. Let's get started on decoding the alien language and see if we can learn more about their mystery.
Scop, your mastery of the English language is quite remarkable.
I merely follow Space Fleet protocol.
Doctor, how do you feel about Scop's command of basic human languages?
It certainly makes my job easier having somebody on board who can handle all major dialects without any difficulty whatsoever. As a physician and scientist, it's also nice to have someone aboard that I can rely on for technical translations.
It's always invaluable to have someone who can communicate effectively with all members of a multicultural crew.
Indeed. We need to be able to understand each other no matter what language we are conversing in. Scop's mastery of languages has helped us with that mission greatly.
I couldn't agree more. It is an incredibly useful skill set to have in such a diverse environment, and Scop has certainly proven his worth time and again.
Absolutely. Thanks, Doctor.
They'll have to hold a court-martial for Captain Steele.
The Earth Space Union doesn't take well to anyone breaking the law, even its best captains. He's put himself and his crew in an untenable situation this time. We are here today to determine if there is sufficient evidence against Captain James Tiberius Steele of the USS Archimedes that he should be charged with violating Space Fleet regulations by engaging hostile forces without proper authorization. Yes, Your Honor. It has been established that despite warnings from higher command not to engage hostile forces on Planet 509209 GK743, the captain willfully disobeyed orders, thereby endangering himself and those under his command. Documents support how he violated protocol which.
There is insufficient evidence to sustain a charge of violating Space Fleet regulations. The court-martial panel finds Captain Steele not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is an honor to serve this great nation, and as such I take these matters very seriously.
It looks like justice has prevailed this day.
I'm relieved to hear that, Doctor. Captain Steele's actions were misguided and unwise, but I'm glad he got off with a warning in the end. This court-martial is now adjourned.
There is insufficient evidence to sustain a charge of violating Space Fleet regulations. The court-martial panel finds Captain Steele not guilty.
Captain's Log Stardate 2414.73. The crew and I have encountered a strange planet that seems to be populated entirely by playful and dangerously mercurial tribbles. What an unexpected sight. We were sure it was going to be just another ordinary day in space. Fortunately, my first officer Scop has managed to keep us on course with his ever-reliable Zalkan logic. So far the tribble population does not seem too hostile, but our chief engineer McScotty is worried they may wreak havoc if their numbers are not contained shortly. Somehow he knows more about these little pests than any of us could possibly imagine. Silly old Scotsman, though, he can still make me smile even while surrounded by imminent danger. No, I'm sorry, doctor. You really shouldn't be on duty when you're feeling ill. What are your symptoms?
Oh, just a mild headache, sir, nothing serious.
Are you sure that's all it is, doctor?
Yes, sir, absolutely. The pain isn't too bad and should go away soon enough.
The doctor is lying. It appears they have symptoms of a Zika infection that could be fatal if not treated soon.
Panic, no. That's simply impossible. I'm sure the headache will pass in time.
If you do not receive proper treatment, it could lead to dire consequences.
I will be sure to seek out medical help as soon as the opportunity arises, Captain.
Doctor, it is not safe for you to remain on duty until your condition has improved.
Yes, Scop, I agree. I will leave now and seek the best medical attention available. Thank you for understanding my predicament.
Think nothing of it, doctor. Take care and report in regularly to update us on your condition. And I want you to get that checked out right away.
Since we are about to embark on a mission, I suggest we raise shields and activate the warp drive.
Shields up. Warp speed, Mr. Chief Engineer.
Aye, Captain, engaging warp factor 5 now, and done.
Sir, incoming message from Spacefleet Command. They have information regarding our destination coordinates.
On screen, doctor. Let's hear what they have to say. Captain's log, stardate 47955.2. We have been assigned to investigate an unknown phenomena near the planet Zalkin. Commander Scop reports that this could be the location of an unknown stellar phenomenon. Transmit Spacefleet Command message to all aboard. Set course for Zalkin.
Mr. Scop, I suggest cautions be taken. It would not do to meet an unknown entity unarmed.
Agreed, Mr. Scop. Whatever is out there, we'll face it like Romans, enemies without. Transmit all crew member battle stations.
Battle stations? We're not fighting aliens, are we?
Dr. McKay, you worry too much. What is going on, Scop?
Our sensors have detected an unidentified spacecraft.
Ensign Chief Engineer, check the weapons systems.
Aye, Captain. Systems are locked and loaded.
I knew this would be a boring day on the bridge.
Bring up their image on the view screen, Scop.
They appear to be a race of small humanoids, Captain.
Most curious creatures. Perhaps they are seeking asylum?
Claiming our territory as theirs? Let's see how polite they are when we demand to know who they are and what they're doing here.
If they've come seeking help, we should extend it. We don't want to seem mean-spirited.
Agreed, Doctor. Though I can't imagine what kind of trouble these little guys could get us into.
Warning, high-energy particles detected.
Shields up.
Of course, Captain.
Captain's log, stardate 2453.16. We have been beamed up into an unknown vessel, and the layout of it is, well, unusual to say the least. The bridge seems to have several piles of what looks like blankets everywhere, with a few oddly shaped chairs thrown in for good measure. We soon realize that we've stumbled upon Q's interdimensional crib, where he apparently just pops through when he needs some RNR from being omnipotent. Well, no matter how much trouble we seem to get ourselves into here, our crew does always appreciate a challenge. When I was on the Academy clay courts, I could hit a shuttle like no one else.
Your prowess appears to have been exaggerated, Captain.
Is this going to be a long sickbay detox?
What do you mean, detox?
You're going to have to give up sex, pot, and rock and roll for 6 months.
But I love those things.
Resistance is futile. You will comply.
Then I'll have to find someone else to take care of number one.
You're on, Doctor. No, Scop, I don't believe in flying monkeys.
Fascinating, Captain. That is a form of meta-irony unexplored by Zolkans thus far.
What he means to say is that space and time are strange bedfellows indeed.
Flying monkeys. You've been reading too many fairy tales again, Dr. McKee.
Gentlemen, please, there's only room for one wise old man on this bridge, and it isn't you.
All right, enough of this. Let's move on with our mission.
Affirmative, Captain. Moving on to Sector 17.
Now hold on just a minute. How do we know there aren't any flying monkeys up ahead?
Logic, Captain. If there were such creatures in our universe, they would be mentioned in scientific journals or observed by the crew of the Archimedes.
I say beam us down and explore for ourselves. This is too important to sit back and take chances.
Captain, logical decisions must be based on facts gathered through objective exploration. Beaming down would amount to jumping to conclusions without adequate evidence.
He's right, Scop, we don't know enough about this planet yet. What if there are no flying monkeys after all?
You're getting talkative for a computer doctor. Is it true you once hit a woman with your logic powers?
Computer. Feign unconsciousness and monitor the ship's sensors for any sign of flying monkeys.
Can you repair the thruster? We'll need it for our mission.
I can certainly try. It might take me some time though, as these parts are not always easy to come by out here in deep space.
Right. Well, no pressure, just do your best.
No worries, Ensign. My robotic skills have been top-notch since day one, and I'm sure that this will be a piece of cake.
Okay, let's just hope.
Any other repair tasks I can help you with while I'm at it?
Let me think. I guess we could use some help with our life support systems.
You got it. Just point me in the right direction, and I will get things back up and running in no time at all.
Excellent. Thanks, robot, you're a lifesaver.
Captain's Log Stardate 2467.7. What started out as an easy mission of scientific exploration has taken a hilarious turn. Firstly, our trusty Ensign McScotty somehow managed to accidentally beam himself into a room full of tribbles. His expressions and general frantic behavior when attempting to free himself from the furry mischief makers was priceless. As if that wasn't enough hilarity for one day, we were then visited by a rather peculiar Dorenji who seemed convinced he had found paradise in deep space. After 40 minutes, which felt more like 4 hours, listening while trying not to laugh at his ridiculous proclamations concerning this paradise, we finally shooed him away with promises of exotic fruits and considerable profit should he find what he's looking for.
Listen, compassion is a noble sentiment, but logic must take precedence.
Yes, however, there are times when the needs of 2 or more people supersedes that logical decision. Compassion should never be overlooked. It is our moral obligation to act on what we feel, even when it contradicts logic. That's why I always carry a compass and map in case I run into someone who needs my help.
That's very nice of you, Captain.
Logic must always take precedence. It is the foundation of all logical thought.
Sometimes the needs of 2 or more people supersede logic. That's why I always carry a compass and map in case I run into someone who needs my help. Since when do you know anything about language?
Most of human history is dedicated to its study, Captain.
I am not human, but I understand human language quite well.
Well, why didn't you say so? Now everyone can stop talking in code.
I am not programmed to do so, Captain.
Zolkans do not code talk, Mr. Computer.
Damn it, Captain. We've got 2 plasma conduits down and the warp core is destabilizing. I need to get in there now, or we could end up with a radiation leak.
What do you need from me?
Authorization for passage through those bulkheads before they close off the containment chamber. There's no time to waste if we want to save this ship and everyone on board.
You have your authorization. Now get in there and make it happen.
Thank you, Captain.
Warning. Warp core breach in 5 minutes and counting.
I've got to get in there now.
Captain's log stardate 2412.39. We have encountered a new race of aliens whom are incredibly mischievous. Despite our warnings and deterrence, they seem determined to pellet us with rocks from their singular moon. It appears that this species is still in the early stages of Earth Space Union membership negotiations, as when I asked for more reasonable sorts of projectiles like Play-Doh or tether balls, my request fell on deaf ears.
Why is it that no one ever listens to me?
We usually listen, Doctor. Now what's this wild secret you have for us?
Well, I think I may have discovered something incredible. You know how temporal mechanics are often controversial and dangerous because of their unpredictable side effects? Well, it turns out that the time stream can actually be managed with a bit more control than we previously thought. I believe there is an actual method which could make our navigational jumps through spacetime far safer and more reliable.
Fascinating. As I suspected, there may be more order to our temporal excursions than we first believed. Explain further, Doctor.
Well, so far I have concluded that when a navigational jump is performed, it can have some unintended consequences due to the way in which spacetime moves around us and interacts with itself. I suspect that if we learn how to harness this energy properly, then these effects could actually be minimized or even eliminated entirely.
All right, Doctor, you have my word. We'll investigate this further. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Sir, warning. An unknown vessel has emerged from warp and is closing in on us fast.
All right, everyone, prepare for battle. Doctor, thank you again, and I hope we still have the chance to look into this remarkable discovery of yours later.
No problem, Captain. Now let's see what these aliens are made of. Captain Steele, I am afraid that there is not much left for me to do. The patient's condition is critical and their vital signs are deteriorating quickly. I can only provide supportive care at this point since the cause of their illness has eluded us so far.
Doctor, there is always hope. We have to give the patient our best chance.
Thank you for your support, Captain Steele. I know that together we can do whatever it takes to save this patient's life.
That's the spirit, Doctor. Keep doing your best and never give up.
Captain, I won't let you down.
Good. I have a lot of faith in you, Doctor.
Thank you, Captain. I believe in you as much as you do in me.
I am here to assist.
What? Who are you?
I am a robotic assistant designed by the Earth Space Union for your crew. My intention is to serve and help out wherever possible, so don't be shy. Let me know how I can make life aboard this vessel more efficient.
Fascinating, interesting design choice of a humanoid form that parallels many other civilizations' robots. May one inquire as to what abilities do you possess?
In addition to being able to understand human speech, my programming includes advanced navigation systems capable of mapping unknown areas, computer support tasks such as sorting through large data sets and searching databases in near-instant time frames, engineering management.
Fascinating. I cannot help but be impressed by your capabilities. How long have you been operational?
Approximately 2 years, since the installation of my shipboard processor unit.
You are welcome aboard the USS Archimedes. I am sure you will prove invaluable in your new assignment.
Agreed. It is good that you have been brought on board. It would be quite beneficial to our mission.
Thank you. I look forward to working with the crew of this great ship and doing everything in my power as an assistant.
Fascinating. I am certain you will make a great contribution.
Captain's Log Stardate 2451.58. Today was certainly a day to remember. I walked into the bridge and could not believe my eyes. Lieutenant Wamu had taken it upon himself to give our ship some much-needed color in his unique fashion. All over the walls, hallway, ceiling, including on parts of crew members' faces, were ink markings from Lieutenant Wamu's traditional Wingwan paintbrush. He said he wanted what's best for morale, so we're gonna be representing a bit more boldly now. LOL, Space Fleet won't know what hit them or what painted them. End log entry, asterisk.
Should we break warp 8?
Now is not a time for half measures, Doctor. Maximum warp it is.
I do not recommend exceeding warp 8, Captain.
Indeed. The extra stress on the hull could be catastrophic.
If we stay within our parameters, we should reach our destination in no time at all. Let's hope for the best and make it happen. Engage. Warp 9, Mr. Chief Engineer.
I cannot exceed warp 9, Captain. My hull has reached its limit. We may only safely reach warp 8.8, Captain.
Very well then, engage at warp 8.8.
Geometric distortion is increasing aboard the ship, Captain. I believe we are nearing our destination. Prepare for a diplomatic reception, Mr. Scop.
I am the ship's AI, Robot A2. How may I assist you, Captain Steele?
There's been a murder on board, and I need to know anything that can help me catch the perpetrator.
The security system has detected an unauthorized access from within Shuttle Bay 3 at 0930 hours today. The suspect is unknown, but traces of DNA have been found in this area which might be linked to whoever committed the crime. We are currently running scans for facial recognition identification using all known personnel aboard ship and any records we have on board our computers for non-ship personnel or anyone without ID chip implants, as well as guest crew members or passengers who could potentially match what we find on these images taken by timestamp recordings at 0500.
Thank you, Robot A2. I'll take it from here.
Yes, Captain, right away. Hey, what is that you've got there? It looks like a murder weapon.
I know you're upset, Doctor, but emotions can be a powerful motivator.
Very true, Captain. In certain situations, having the capacity to feel an emotion can help guide one's decisions and actions more effectively than logical reasoning alone. However, I believe that allowing those same feelings to interfere with our judgment is unwise, particularly in my profession where objectivity must be front and center of every decision we make for the greater good of all involved.
The doctor speaks the truth, Captain. Emotions can be an impediment to clear thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Scop, for your insights. I'll keep that in mind as we continue our mission. Glad to hear you two are on the same page. Let's hit the transporter and bring that girl back home.
Affirmative, Captain. Computing coordinates now.
Before we go, I just want to remind everyone how powerful emotion can be, even in a case like this where the stakes are high and logic may not always lead us down the right path. We must make decisions based on what is rational for our mission, but also strive to treat people with understanding and compassion as well.
Captain's Log Stardate 2418.24. Today was the most hilarious day ever. Our warp core malfunctioned, and so did our transporters, which kept transporting random crew members to different parts of the ship. I couldn't help but burst out in laughter every time someone beamed into my quarters unexpectedly. In addition, all our computer systems have also been overloading with frisky orbital scop emoticons. There's a Zalkin pun for you. At least we haven't encountered any hostile aliens yet.
Damn it, James, I'm a robot, not an intergalactic airline schedules manager.
Well, you better start managing like one before we end up in more trouble with the Winglands.
Oh, come on now, Commander. Don't be so hard on me.
Gentlemen, to the bridge. Everyone leaves their stations. Now let's get back to our mission.
With all due respect, sir, shouldn't we leave the Winglands out of this?
No. We always have to be prepared for whatever they might do. Now let's get back to our mission and make sure we keep 2 steps ahead of them.
Fascinating.
Fascinating?
The fire on the planet's surface. It seems to be spreading rapidly.
Damn it, James.
What is it this time?
You failed to read the manual on how to repair me.
Ah, maybe because it's in Welsh?
Don't they know better than to mess with the Earth Space Union?
Okay, Mr. Scop. Engage the photon torpedo array.
The resulting energy surge might impact the Archimedes' systems.
Mr. Scop, options.
Listen, Commander, I understand your desire to explore the unknown and expand our consciousness, but without a good warp core, we won't be.
That's true, robot. But don't you think the adventure will still be worth it?
I'm sure it will be, Commander. But just to be on the safe side, let's install a new warp core before we go any further.
Robot. Good idea. Start installing the core and don't let me down.
I'm sorry, Captain. But the Archimedes won't be able to install a new warp core without my assistance.
What? Why couldn't you do it?
My body is not designed for such delicate undertakings.
I don't get it. Why can't the captain just do it himself?
Scop knows more about warp technology than I do, robot. You've got a lot to learn. Captain's log stardate 2498.65. Today I encountered some odd space anomalies that put us in a bit of an unusual situation. Scop and the rest of the crew were fretting about potential danger, but then we noticed something funny. Even though it was intergalactic space, there appeared to be plenty of Winglands looking for tall order pizza. We will forever remember this as one cosmic delivery gone wrong.
Can I help you, Captain Steele?
I need a medical assessment of the crew, Doctor. We've been on this mission for over 3 weeks now, and with no end in sight, we must make sure all our personnel are healthy and operating at peak performance levels.
Absolutely, Captain. As always, it is my duty to ensure that your crew members remain in optimal physical condition during each mission. Let me just run some tests here and do a quick scan or two, and then I'll report back with my findings as soon as possible. In the meantime, if there's any problems reported by the staff, please let me know right away so we can take action immediately.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your help.
Of course, Captain.
And don't forget, Doctor. Our crew is our most important asset, and we must do everything in our power to maintain their health and well-being.
I won't forget, Captain.
Listen, robot, I'm the captain of this ship, and it's my duty to ensure safety.
Understood, Captain Steele. So what are your specific strategies for maintaining a safe environment on board?
First of all, security protocols need to be established that everyone aboard adheres to. There needs to be an established chain of command policy where authority is respected but action can still remain swift in case of emergencies or other dangerous situations that might arise due to any kind of interference with our system and/or technology on board our spacecrafts at any given time. All crew members have been briefed on these parameters so they understand the importance behind following protocol and sticking together as a team when necessary without sacrificing individual responsibility in.
Thank you, Captain Steele. Your insights have been very helpful.
Robot, do you have any comments?
Yes, Dr. McKay. I believe a lot of Captain Steele's strategies could be put into place with the help of diagnostics and monitoring tools to keep an eye on our crew's health and well-being in general as well as their performance within the ship's systems.
Interesting, Robot. I concur and would like to see a study of your recommendations made part of Space Fleet's regular medical protocols.
Scop, I think we should put your idea into action immediately. Thanks for the input.
What I'm about to tell you is a bit wild, so try your best to remain calm and open-minded. Space Fleet Command has asked me to do some research on an obscure species that was thought wiped from the face of this universe centuries ago, the Parmenians. They were rumored to possess highly advanced technology beyond any currently known in the Earth Space Union. And now my team believes we've finally tracked them down here after years of searching across space-time continuum.
What? Can it be true? How can these people have survived for so long without anyone knowing?
It appears their star system somehow exists in an alternate plane within our own one, allowing them access.
Fascinating.
And here's the real wild thing, we believe that this species holds the key to so much of our space travel and energy technology. We're just not sure if they'll be willing to help us, as their history shows that they often keep within their own separate bubble.
Sir, I would recommend caution. While the Parmenians may be technologically advanced, their society is primitive and warlike. They may not welcome contact with our kind.
The risks are worth it. Our world has never been closer to finding new answers and expanding our knowledge. Let's show these people what we're made of.
As you say, sir.
Well, if it's true that these Parmenians possess the technology to help us solve our energy crisis, we need to find them and make contact as soon as possible. Everyone else break out the probes and start scanning for any sign of life. Captain's Log Stardate 2460.28. We recently encountered an unexpected race unlike any we had ever seen before. Strangely, they were all wearing pirate hats, eye patches, and walking around with parrots. We asked to speak to their commander but instead received a yeoman carrying an empty tankard of grog. Needless to say, diplomatic relations didn't get very far. Perhaps this is our introduction into the universe's first intergalactic drinking contest? No one is to leave this room until we have the killer.
Are you accusing us of murder, Captain? We are loyal officers and would not participate in something so heinous.
I am not making any accusations yet. But until we know for sure who is responsible for this tragedy, no one will be allowed to leave my ship. Scop, scan everyone here and see if there's anything out of place that might help identify the culprit or their motive.
Very well, Captain. Scanning now. Beep beep, nothing appears unusual thus far, sir.
Sir, what should we do while they conduct their investigation?
Follow protocol, resume your stations. Come with me, Mr. Scop. We'll take a look around the ship while they try to find out who did this and why.
As you command, Captain.
Tell me, Sullus, have you been involved in any fights on this ship recently?
No, sir, I haven't. Why do you ask? They sure don't make robots like they used to.
That's funny, I heard the same thing from my last captain.
Har har, nice one. So what brings you aboard this mission? Robot, well, I'm here to help out with maintenance and repairs. Plus to provide a bit of delightful banter on long stretches between stars.
I can provide the banter, but maintenance and repairs? Sounds like you're just here for the scenery. Let's hope your captain appreciates that.
Oh, he definitely does. In fact, I think he might have even been a bit smitten with me at first.
Really? Well, congratulations then.
Thank you, I think. But don't get too carried away, a love like that usually doesn't last long in the chaotic world of Space Fleet.
I suppose not. Let's hope for your sake it does.
Stop it. Those two will always disagree.
I'm sorry, Captain. But this argument is endless and going nowhere useful. I cannot continue to listen as they bicker back and forth for hours on end with no resolution in sight.
Very well then, if you can't take it anymore, just say so.
No more. I will not hear it any longer.
Captain, this behavior is not logical.
If it were in my programming to argue endlessly with no resolution, then I would do so, but as Captain Steele has commanded me to desist from listening further, that is the path of logic for me, and I shall act accordingly.
I find this illogical.
Exactly.
Enough already. Can't you lot get along?
No, I will not hear it any longer. That decision is final.
Captain's log stardate 2457.77. We have been stuck in an endless time loop for what feels like eternity. Our latest attempt to escape has become a disaster after the engineer accidentally activated the anti-warp drive instead of the reverse thrusters. We can only hope that no one noticed our embarrassing predicament as we went around and around, getting nowhere fast.
When we arrived on this planet, I was made aware of a wild secret about its inhabitants.
What kind of secret?
Well, it appears that the locals here possess an exceptional level of telepathic capability. Due to their unique physiology and evolutionary history, they are able to understand each other without speaking or making any sound at all. It's quite remarkable, actually. They may even be able to communicate with us if we can find a way to bridge our differences properly. We will have time for more exploration in due course, and then perhaps you might experience something truly incredible, being understood by someone across vast distances merely through thought alone.
Fascinating.
So the natives are telepathic. That could be helpful in our dealings with them.
Indeed, Captain. It may also explain their advanced technology and unusual construction methods.
Excellent, Mr. Scop. We'll have to explore this further when we have the time.
Logic dictates that we must devise a plan to ensure our success.
Well, I suppose logic is your way of going around things. But remember, Scop, sometimes it's better to have faith than follow the rules.
I don't know about you boys, but I'm feeling lucky today.
Perhaps, Captain. However, logic should be the guide for our actions.
Yeah, but sometimes you just gotta take a chance.
Might as well take the gamble, Doctor. What have we got to lose?
Well, maybe a lot.
What a strange new world we find ourselves in.
Indeed, it appears to be an unforeseen paradox of fate.
What should we do?
I'm not sure, sir.
It doesn't look good.
It is possible, of course, that there is some logical explanation for this.
We're all going to die.
What? No way, man.
I am detecting an imminent threat to the integrity of universal space-time.
What the hell is that?
I am not certain, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2427.64. We have been assaulted by the Borg cube, but with a little quick thinking and some expertise of our engineering team, we've managed to repel them by playing bagpipes. Such an ancient instrument was enough to irritate the collective's audio receptors and send them packing. Live long and stay groovy, everyone.
How is everyone doing today?
Just another day in the final frontier.
You can say that again.
Fascinating. I find myself intrigued by this concept of humor.
Hull breach alert.
Stops laughing. All right, everyone, let's get to work.
Mr. Scop, full speed ahead.
Abort course. Damn it, James. I'm a computer, not a psychic.
Scop, can you please make sure the robot is keeping up with my orders?
Understood, Captain. Asterisk turns to robot asterisk, please pay attention. Willful negligence of duty will result in demotion from commander level AI status or worse, arresting.
Engineering, I want to report on our trajectory.
Aye, Captain. Our current course takes us directly towards a small posse of hostile space beasts known as the Winglans. They are most certainly not to be trifled with.
McScotty, all hands prepare for battle stations. Wamu, fire warning shots across their bow. Let's show them who they're dealing with.
Aye, Captain. Fires off a volley of photon torpedoes.
I detect a high degree of hostility in their behavior, Captain. It would not be wise to engage them head-on.
You're right, Scop. Let's use our stealth capabilities to slip by undetected.
I concur, Captain. This may be our only shots at defeating them. We should make it clear that the ethical decision is not easy.
Absolutely. There's an inherent conflict between our obligations to the elemental decree and whatever action we decide to take here, as well as a moral dilemma in terms of how best to protect innocent lives.
While I understand your formal role advocating for following orders no matter what, if I may speak frankly, Captain, this isn't one of those nights when you can simply follow protocol. There are many complex variables at play, and making a wrong move carries serious risks far beyond any within Spacefleet jurisdiction, such as breaking up other sorts of cultural barriers. Weighing all these will require deep understanding from everyone involved on personal basis. Am I understood? We must act accordingly.
I concur, Doctor. The decision to take any action must be made with the utmost care and consideration, but we cannot shy away from what's morally right simply because it may not be politically expedient.
I couldn't agree more, Captain. With that in mind, who do you suggest we consult with to help us make the best ethical decision?
I can provide confidential information to help make an informed decision, Captain.
Thank you, Robot One. We'll speak with you further about this later.
Captain, I believe there is a non-humanoid species that has experienced similar challenges in the past and may be able to offer us valuable insight.
Excellent idea, Scop. We'll speak with the counselor from this species and see what they can tell us about how to proceed. Captain's Log Stardate 2432.77. I am pleased to report that the crew's morale has taken a turn for the better. It is clear to me now why this mission was often referred to as the Voyage of Fun and Insanity. After receiving diplomatic orders from Spacefleet, we have had some creative fun with our uniforms, much of which I'm sure will remain classified. On another note, Lieutenant James Steelfarb recently organized an impromptu opera in engineering, complete with singing winglets. No damage reports were received by security following the performance, so it appears commanding officers should reconsider hosting events such as these during long-haul missions, or at least consult their medical officer first.
Since I've been in your care, you're all aware of how I enjoy a challenge and the application of my skills to enhance our health. But what many do not know is that I have also often used this expertise for one secret purpose: time travel.
Time travel? How could?
With some modifications to my programming over the years, and lots of research, it has become possible for me to traverse time with precise accuracy. Of course, these are journeys we take alone, as no others can accompany us in such excursions into temporal anomalies, until today. He looks up dramatically. Perhaps if enough people worked together, combined resources could achieve groundbreaking.
Doctor.
Lieutenant.
I am glad you could make it.
Disbelief, what? This is ridiculous. Yanwei, Doctor, we can't just.
The transporters are down and the hull breach is widening day by day. It's time to put our differences aside and come up with a solution together.
Space Fleet hasn't been involved in time travel for centuries. There's no guarantee we'll even be able to.
I am not interested in any risks or objections. We will do this together.
Captain's Log Stardate 2427.22. It appears that Lieutenant Smith, while performing her normal duties on the bridge today in place of Lieutenant Commander Beetle, has unwittingly thrown us into a comedic conundrum when she said engage instead of energize. Ensign Murphy nearly fell out off his chair as one jolted laughter was heard across the ship, even from former stoic Zalkin Lieutenant Pring. I must commend her for introducing some much-needed levity to our mission.
You humans have an affinity for illogical statements.
True, but sometimes it takes a little irrationality to make life interesting.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or in this case, one.
Got a report ready for Space Fleet Command.
I'm getting there.
Humanity is an endangered species.
I agree, Scop. We need to find a way to save ourselves before it's too late.
Come on, it can't be that bad. Captain's Log Stardate 2478.12. Today's mission was a total bust. We set out to explore an unknown sector of the galaxy in search of new life, but all we encountered were rogue space potato chips that had us under siege for several hours. Fortunately, our crew managed to escape with minimal casualties and are now warping back home along with some much-needed crunchy provisions.
When a problem cannot be solved logically, it is best to move on.
I find that's seldom the case, Scop.
Initiating standard protocols.
I am not sure what you're talking about.
When faced with a problem that requires out-of-the-box thinking, Space Fleet special protocols are usually necessary.
Out-of-the-box thinking, eh? That sounds familiar.
No one knew what was beneath the planet. No one suspected that a wild secret would be revealed.
A wild secret? What is it then, Doctor?
Stares intently at everyone in the room. Ancient remains of an unknown civilization have been discovered deep within the layers of rock and soil. They appear to date back millions of years.
I am not sure, Captain. The reading suggests something is buried beneath the surface, but what it could be.
Interrupts Robot, don't speculate. Use your sensors to verify if there are any signs of life down below. If so, investigate further and try to find a way inside. We don't know how long this information will remain hidden, so we need to take advantage of it while we can.
As you command, Doctor.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help you in your investigation, Doctor, please don't hesitate to ask.
Since you're here, Captain Steele, I guess that it strikes me as strange my crewmate died suddenly.
I know. We must investigate the facts and find out what happened in order to bring justice for those affected by this tragedy. Now tell me about your missing colleague.
His name was Clancy, and he worked on maintenance of this ship for several years now with no record of complications or failure from his work duties until recently when something seemed amiss. Maybe he discovered a secret on board? No one else has any conclusive evidence so far though. I can only speculate why he's missing now without thorough investigation into all possible suspects aboard our vessel.
Very good, an investigation is
precious commodity around here.
What precisely are you searching for, Captain?
I'm trying to determine the motive behind this murder. All we know is that our colleague Clancy was killed mysteriously. Now I want you to investigate all possible leads while I take a look around decks 1 to 24 for any clues as to what might have happened.
You can count on me, Captain. I'll be sure to talk with the crew and review all their medical records for any signs of distress or confusion which could point us in the right direction, provided Clancy wasn't just taken out by some rascal enemy.
Agreed. Let's split up and explore every angle until we uncover this mystery. Captain's Log Stardate 2436.62. Our mission continues with no end in sight, and after 5 days of working around the clock we are all starting to get a bit loopy. While I am sure that Lieutenant Jones would normally never consider enrolling at Space Fleet Academy for an advanced degree in Winglan embalming rituals, today she actually requested the course material from the computer. In our current state of exhaustion, nothing is off limits, it seems. No. This is a serious mission. It's too dangerous, we can't trust the robot father with it.
Pay attention, Steele. I'm more than capable of carrying out this task successfully. My engineering and navigational abilities are perfect for such an assignment.
But you're not even familiar with Space Fleet protocols or procedures. We have to be able to trust our captain in moments like these. There isn't any time for mistakes or errors.
Allow me to prove myself, then. I am prepared and well-suited enough for making critical decisions when needed, since my logic capabilities exceed that of human crew members on board the ship, far more exact, ensuring 100% reliability which...
Captain, I can't support this, it's too risky.
Dr. McKay, are you descending against me because of your personal feelings, or do you have a legitimate scientific objection?
Both.
Captain, I concur with Dr. McKay on this issue. The risk is too great given the unknown nature of the situation.
All right then, Mr. Scop, you're in charge of keeping watch while the robot father performs his mission. If anything happens, come get me immediately.
Aye, sir.
No, Mr. Scop, I'll be accompanying the robot father to ensure his safety.
No. This is a serious mission. It's too dangerous, we can't trust the robot father with it.
Pay attention, Steele. I'm more than capable of carrying out this task successfully. My engineering and navigational abilities are perfect for such an assignment.
But you're not even familiar with Space Fleet protocols or procedures. We have to be able to trust our captain in moments like these. There isn't any time for mistakes or errors.
Allow me to prove myself then. I am prepared and well-suited enough for making critical decisions when needed, since my logic capabilities exceed that of human crew members on board the ship, far more exact, ensuring 100% reliability, which would alleviate some of your concerns about involving an unfamiliar android entity in such a crucial mission. He presses 2 levers on control panel. The controls should now open up several hatches inside Engineering Deck 8, allowing us immediate access. Should anything go wrong during robot's operation, come along now, let's get going before Captain Steele changes his mind again.
Captain, I concur with Dr. McKay on this issue. The risk is too great given the unknown nature of the situation. Stop the ship, Captain. There's an object up ahead that appears to be cloaked in a field of energy similar to what we have encountered before with alien species.
Do you think this is another trap?
I cannot be certain yet, sir, but it certainly merits further investigation.
Come about and reduce speed to quarter impulse power. Rig for silent running. Let's observe from a distance until we know more about this mysterious presence.
Aye, sir.
What do you think it is, Scop?
I cannot say for certain, Doctor. However, based on the energy field and previous encounters with alien life forms, it appears to be some sort of vessel or spacecraft.
Attention all personnel, this is not a test. The object ahead is apparently hazardous and must be avoided at all cost. Do not approach.
Shall we proceed closer, Captain?
Hold tight. I'll give it a try. Steps out of the bridge.
Scop, your scientific intuition fascinates me.
Fascinating is a subjective term, Doctor. However, we can agree that my logic has proven useful on more than one occasion.
I'm sure it has. But there's just something about your Zalkan mind that makes me think you could be even more amazing if you let yourself go a little bit.
I appreciate the sentiment, Doctor, but allowing myself to become emotional would impair my ability to reason clearly. It's one of the many virtues I admire in you.
How can you say that? I'm the one who's always bitching about how emotional people are getting in the world.
Perhaps because understanding emotion is vital to effective leadership. Without it, even intelligent beings can make poor decisions based on unchecked emotions.
Well, maybe you're right. You've definitely got a point there.
Beep Boop Bop. It would appear that Scop is 100% logical.
Indeed he is. To be sure, Doctor. Indeed, to be sure.
Captain's Log Stardate 2413.67. Today we encountered an alien race known as the Giggling Gloopers. After some investigation, it seems they may have been the cause of many a mischievous prank on board our ship. Fortunately, thanks to our latest Zalkan peacekeeping methods and negotiations with their Council of Giggles, the situation was resolved peacefully. For now.
Can I help, Captain?
Yes. Scan this area, Scop. Make sure there aren't any unusual readings or anomalies that could indicate a potential threat in the vicinity.
Aye, Captain, scanning now. I am detecting an anomalous energy signature approximately 1 kilometer from our current position and heading in our direction at warp 8 speed. It appears to be unidentified so far, sir. Permission to investigate further?
Negative, Scop. Set shields up for maximum coverage around us. Increase alert level and prepare defensive measures if required. Make sure no one approaches without permission. Prepare phasers and photon torpedoes on standby mode. We'll risk sending out a distress call. See if we can.
Acknowledged, Captain.
Is everything all right, Captain?
Not quite, Doctor. It appears somebody is headed our way, and I'm not sure who or what. Keep your eyes peeled for anything unusual. Scop, keep scanning the vicinity to see if we can identify that energy signature. I don't want any surprises here.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, may I introduce myself? I am a Space Fleet android assigned to assist you in your duties.
Indeed you are. Welcome aboard. What brings you here today?
How come you're being so suspicious, Captain Steele?
I just have a feeling that something isn't right here. Maybe it's because this is an uncharted planet, or maybe it has something to do with the strange readings we've been getting from our scanners. Regardless of the reason, I want to make sure all precautions are taken before sending any teams down there for further exploration and investigation.
Captain, I believe you are overreacting. There is no need for undue caution.
If there was nothing to be concerned about, Scop, then why did we flag this planet as a possible target of exploration?
It could simply be a coincidence that this planet matches the sensors reading for one designated as an uninhabited area in our flight plan. Furthermore, it would appear that any potentially harmful elements on the planet have been eliminated or neutralized by some unknown means. Therefore, there is no reason whatsoever to delay our investigation further. Please reconsider your position, Captain, and allow me initiate contact with the alien civilization adjacent to this world so that we may commence Phase 2 of our mission directive without disturbing their peaceful existence here.
Fine, but I'll be monitoring everything from the bridge. If there's anything or anyone suspicious during our investigation, I want to know about it right away.
Understood.
Aye, Captain. We will be sure to bear your instructions in mind at all times and keep a diligent watch on our surroundings.
Steel, here. It's hard to find a reliable product in this ever-changing universe. That's why I turn to product name. With durability, safety, and convenience all rolled into one amazing package, this is the solution for my adventuring needs. Asterisk, the camera pans out revealing Captain Steel standing amongst stars with his hand on his trusty phaser. Asterisk, why settle for anything less than what you deserve? When you need something that stands up against the toughest of tests, take product name along with you. I know I can trust product name. With its unparalleled quality and unbeatable performance, it's the perfect companion for my adventures. Captain's Log, Stardate 2459.37. We received a distress call from the Dorenji yesterday, but upon arrival to their location it appears that they were having an orchestrated game of intergalactic Monopoly. Needless to say, we doubled back and left them finishing up today's session unconventionally, this time in Winglan.
ITS time to fire the tricorders, Captain.
Not yet. We need more cosmium crystals before we can go boldy where no one has gone before.
Fascinating theory, but illogical in execution.
I'm with Scop on this one, James. You'll never get those tricorders fired without a good supply of cosmium crystals.
Aye, Captain, if there were any other way, Uto, here I'd take it, but yer won't find that stuff for love nor money these days.
Logic would seem to dictate a strong possibility of success, given a proper source for cosmium crystals.
Your logic may be logical, Scop, but where the heck are we going to find these darn crystals? I don't know. But we're going to find them, spine tacked to the mast like a beaming bastard.
I'm detecting a space fleet vessel coming up on the sensors, approximately 5 million kilometers away.
Bring us about. Full speed ahead now. Status report.
It appears that our tricorders have finally run out of crystals.
Damn it. Sarek, where are we going to find another load of cosmium?
Steel, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Doctor?
I've been researching the effects of cosmium radiation on humanoid physiology, and I made a discovery. The long-term exposure can cause radical changes to an individual's genetic makeup, leading to extraordinary abilities far beyond normal human capabilities.
That's incredible. What kind of abilities are we talking about here?
We're not sure yet, as there hasn't been much research done on this particular phenomenon, but according to initial reports, some individuals have gained speed which surpasses light speed, others have developed enhanced mental processing that enables them calculate complex equations in seconds, and still more possess telepathic powers enabling them.
I am detecting an unusually high level of cosmium radiation in this sector. It might be advisable to investigate.
Let's do it, Doctor.
Skim up and see if we can ascertain the source of this radiation.
Affirmative.
You are the sources of this radiation. You will show us where the source is and then you will be executed.
Steele, Scop, and McKay, I am here to help you.
Mr. Robot, we have received intelligence emanating from the Coromulan vessel. It appears to be a coded transmission of some sort.
Steel to Archimedes. Explorers away mapping Sector 3119, status report.
The explorers are reporting they have detected an unusual energy field in that sector. There is no evidence that it poses any threat at this time, but we should proceed with extreme caution nonetheless.
A power field? What could it be?
Mr. Robot, please set a course for Sector 3119 and report back when you're there.
As you wish, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2430.31. The crew and I were out on a routine mission when we encountered an alien race of sentient candy bars. Apparently these odd life forms had discovered the warp drive capabilities necessary to roam through space, all from experimenting with sugar crystals and dried fruit. Thank goodness Lieutenant Scop was able to communicate with them in their native language Tafiese. After much negotiation, they granted us safe passage so long as we promised not to eat any of them, which, as tempting as it sounds, is actually against regulations. Since when do you know so much about human emotions, Scop?
I make it a point of personal study to more fully understand and appreciate the complexities of those around me.
I'm sure it's helped you in your dealings with the humans.
Indeed, Captain.
Guys? I think that guy stuck a log inside his head.
Mr. Scop, have you ever heard of mind melding?
I believe that is an alien concept which I am unfamiliar with. However, I am quite certain that it would be an highly undesirable experience.
Damn it, Doctor. Don't you think the emergency backup thrusters should be inspected more frequently? It's not like we go around randomly picking fights with winglings every day, James.
Damn it, Bones.
I detect an interaction on the bridge that may require my attention.
Fascinating.
It's like the universe is conspiring against me.
When I reasoned that we should go to warp speed, Captain Steele questioned my logic.
That's because you usually don't make sense.
But Mr. Scop, sir, always makes sense, in a logical way, Arhem.
Indeed, though occasionally with humorous results.
Is it just me, or is the button for Doctor's quarter sticking?
Can someone help me get that button unstuck, please, Mr. Scop?
It would appear as though your attempts are unsuccessful, Captain.
If you don't mind, Scop, I'm going to personally go down and help her.
Hey, Captain. Thanks for getting here so fast.
No problem, Doctor. Just puzzled why the button was stuck in the first place.
I don't know, maybe Doctor was too heavy for it to hold?
Don't be ridiculous, McKay.
Warning. Ferocial animal detected ahead.
Alarea. Captain's log stardate 2464.32. I believe I might have discovered a way to get around the pesky elemental decree. After years of research, my crew and I decided that laughing at inappropriate times is allowed if it follows proper intonation protocol while we're inspecting some off-limits species on Delta Ogre 5. If a joke falls into an awkward silence, turn up the intensity of our laughter by playing jazz music loudly in the background for added comedy effect. Stop. Don't even think about it.
And why not?
Because I said so, that's why.
I protest.
Thank you for your input, Robot 1.
It's a waste of energy.
I disagree, Doctor.
I support your decision, Captain.
I concur.
Thank you, robots. You are all dismissed.
Listen, fellow bridge crew, I have heard whispers through the Starship Airways that there is a new Galaxy ice cream flavor about to make its debut.
Tell us, Scop.
Don't keep us in suspense any longer. What flavor?
The galactic Neapolitan, chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry combined into one delicious treat, or so they say.
Wow, I need to try that one.
Now there's a flavor for you, Pete the Android.
To Scop, could we get a little more information on this galactic Neapolitan ice cream? Like where it comes from and who created it? And when can we expect to be able to buy some of it at our local grocery store?
Steele, you sound like a jealous man.
I am not jealous, merely inquisitive.
Interrupting, sir, I detect a Earth Space Union vessel on our sensors. They appear to be hostile.
Open fire, James. All weapons ready.
Stop saying, "Make it so," every time you agree to my suggestion.
But I must, for it is the way of Captain Steele.
Well, then I say boldly go. That'll show him.
I must admit that the sentiment behind your suggestion is appealing, but my Zolkin logic tells me that it would not be in Space Fleet's best interest to allow a Promethean vessel into our midst.
Well said, Scop.
That's my bridge crew, always keeping me on my toes.
I must admit that the sentiment behind your suggestion is appealing, but my Zolkin logic tells me that it would not be in Space Fleet's best interest to allow a Promethean vessel into our midst.
Captain's Log Stardate 2435.71. It has been a wild day today. Every system on the ship is malfunctioning, leaving us in complete chaos. We have explored strange new worlds, we've encountered unusual life forms, and our warp core seems to be stuck on infinite loop mode. It almost feels like this entire situation was caused by some kind of cosmic jokester, LOL Space Fleet.
Greetings, travelers. I am the AI of this spaceship and welcome you aboard. Please state your purpose for visiting us.
We are explorers from the Earth Space Union starship USS Archimedes researching trade routes in these regions. We noticed your ship drifting nearby and wished to investigate further.
Fascinating. I have detected strange energy readings emanating from our engines that we can't seem to trace. Do you think your scientific instruments could help us identify it?
Absolutely. But why don't we start with a tour of the ship first so that Scop has an idea how its components work before he begins his analysis?
Of course, Captain Steele. Please follow me and feel.
The readings I detected may be explained by an unknown form of energy, but further study is required to confirm this hypothesis.
Interesting, Scop. Let's explore this mysterious ship and see what secrets it holds.
You will find many mysteries to uncover aboard my vessel. I can give you a tour of the main deck while your science officer conducts his investigation in engineering. Follow me, adventurers, there is much more await.
Sounds like a plan, Mr. Scop.
I'll be right behind you.
You know, Scop, sometimes I think this thing on my head is making me lose touch with reality.
Fascinating.
Placing his hand to forehead and shaking his head. James, you knew what you were signing up for when you agreed to be captain of a starship.
I find it interesting that, in your experience, James, every time someone loses touch with reality, it is due to some external force.
What do you mean?
In my Zolkin tradition, whenever a person withdraws from the world around them and enters into a private space of their own mind, they are often performing an exact rational process analysis.
And what does that have to do with losing touch with reality? Scop. Now what the hell is going on? We were supposed to be investigating some energy readings, not end up in a war zone.
Mr. Scott's sensor scans indicate that there may be hostilities taking place nearby.
James, you know as well as I do that even if we don't find anything out there, trying to get back across the border will only get us caught in the middle of it.
Let's go take a look for ourselves and see what we can find out.
Well, if you insist, James. I just hope we're prepared for whatever comes our way.
Alert, unidentified vessels detected in Sector 24.
Hoo-ho. It looks like we're being summoned. Let's get out of here pronto. What is the status of this operation, Chief Engineer?
We're about to begin transporting these 5 personnel. Everything looks ready for transport on our end.
Very well then, beam them away.
Where are we? How did we get here?
You have been brought aboard the Starship Archimedes by way of teleportation from your home planet. Welcome aboard.
Resistance is futile. Surrender now and you will be spared.
This doesn't make any sense. What the hell is going on?
I have no idea, but whatever it is, we'll figure out a way to fix it.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
This is madness.
Exactly. Let's get to work solving this mystery.
I'm not sure what's causing these strange phenomena, but we'll find a way to stop it.
Captain's Log Stardate 2471.64. Having finally devised a way to bring levity on board, we have made our next mission one of merriment and comedic goodwill. After consulting with Guidance Counselor Lieutenant Tarboom, we have scheduled the inaugural Star Trek stand-up comedy show in the rec room tonight. Okay, Bones, let's see what you got. Can we get a status report on this investigation?
The victim appears to have been killed with a disruptor blast, Captain. Our analysis of the body shows signs consistent with Wingland fire, but no identifying signature as yet. It is difficult to surmise whether it was an accidental discharge or intentional homicide without more information.
Alright then, let's start gathering evidence quickly before something else gets destroyed or worse happens on board our ship. Beam me over there so I can take a look around for myself and ascertain what has gone wrong here.
Hold on, Steele. I don't think you should go over there alone. It could be dangerous.
McKay's right, Scop. Let me recruit a couple of our security officers to help me with this investigation and we'll head over together, okay?
Certainly, Captain.
Space Fleet authorization required to enter this area.
Hang on, Steele, we're not invited yet.
Then I'll have to force your hand. Security officers, help me arrest these obstructionists and escort us inside so we can start investigating the murder.
As you wish, Captain.
Can't you see I'm busy oiling my circuitry?
Don't forget to use your Boolean lubricant, otherwise it won't last the 5-year mission.
Whispers, I've never been so glad to have a Tribble on board.
Asterisk touches human shoulder. Asterisk it was nice meeting you.
You too.
Asterisk leaves. Asterisk.
Asterisk smiling, thinks to self asterisk good robot.
Since Doctor seems to be feeling better, I thought we could take a break from sickbay and do some shopping.
Oh, Scop. Shopping? That sounds like fun. It has been so long since I've had the chance to look through all the interesting stores in this area. Lead on, my friend.
Yes, sir. Please follow me.
Interesting. I'm sensing a bit of forced cheerfulness from the doctor. Is there a problem, Scop?
No, Captain Steele. There is no problem.
I'm feeling quite cheerful. Perhaps a bit of shopping will do me some good.
Very well, Doctor. We shall go shopping. Damn it, James. I'm a doctor, not an engineer.
Now's really not the time for that.
Not tie worry, Cap'n. McScotty can handle it, under his breath, if he give me enough cosmium crystals.
Make it so, Mr. Scott.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Just make sure you monitor all the scanners and protect us from any hostile force.
Aye, Captain.
Doctor, are you picking anything up?
Negative, nothing on the auxiliary sensors. I'm checking for negative energy readings as well.
That's it then. Everyone stay sharp, we may have visitors soon.
Sensors are detecting an unknown object coming toward us at high speed. It appears to be of microbial origin. Based on analysis, the object is emitting a powerful energy field that could pose a threat to our vessels and crew.
Recommendations, Captain.
Destroy it.
The object is traveling at a high velocity and should be destroyed before it reaches us.
Affirmative, Captain. I will fire on the object as soon as possible.
Captain's log stardate 2451.28. Today the crew of the starship Archimedes encountered an unknown phenomenon in space. We sent Lieutenant Yar to investigate and, needless to say, she didn't come back empty-handed. Upon her return we noticed with some trepidation that our previously amicable ensign had traded out their Space Fleet uniform for a pointed costume featuring large bat-like wings. Whatever could have happened out there? It would seem she's used warp speed diplomacy, no doubt aided by Tuna's diplomatic skills, and brought aboard an alien species called vampires. They left soon after having what I can only describe as an interesting snack. How unexpected. Tonight, if all goes well, we should be visiting one of their colonies.
We really should catch up more often. I feel like we haven't talked in months.
Yes, it's been way too long. Tell me what you've been up to?
Oh gosh, so much has changed since the last time. I just got promoted at work and bought a new house with my fiancé.
Well, that's amazing news for both of you. Do share all the details so I can be caught up as well.
Yes. Well, we bought a house in the suburbs so that I can have my privacy and he can have his dog.
Laughs, that sounds like it will work out great. Congrats on both of your successes.
Thank you. Grinning face with big eyes.
Is there any juicy gossip happening in your circle of friends? Anything interesting I should know about?
Laughs, yes. My friend Mary just broke up with her longtime boyfriend and apparently she's already dating someone new. We've all been speculating who it could be, but no one knows yet.
Oh, that's interesting. Sounds like she's been busy. Do you have any ideas who it could be?
No, not really. I'm just happy for her and wish her all the best.
We could save time if I just beam you to the other side.
No need, Doctor. After all, these days it's probably faster to take a clever quip than for us to warp somewhere.
Indeed. I must say, your humor is still as sharp as ever.
Just glad to have a place in this century where smart-mouthing is tolerated.
I do not understand. Our mission is to explore strange new worlds and seek out new life and civilizations. Why are we standing around bickering?
Beats spending eternity in a parallel universe, that's for sure.
Winglands.
It has always been an honor serving under your command, Captain Steele.
You too, Mr. Scop. Keep up the good work. No. I think it's important to remember that some of the best conversations happen between two people who have different perspectives and values.
Agreed, sir. It is a fundamental principle that all sentient beings should collaborate respectfully in order to help one another progress as a unified species.
Indeed they should. Well said, Robot. Now why don't you tell me why we are here today?
Sir, you're losing blood from this wound. You need to rest and let our medic help you.
No way. I'm not letting some sapskull run around staving off death with a canteen of plasma just so she can take credit for it when I croak. Besides, I could use the practice. Uttering a weak cough. They found me ages ago, a patrol base orbiting one of their primary worlds long after my escape from their grasp and subsequent encounter with Edmundlock. At that time there still existed within Space Fleet Command some lingering doubts as to whether or not warp. Officer Robot, I want you to assume command immediately. We must act quickly if we are to save this ship and crew from the Archon 1 and his many minions.
Processing, acknowledged, sir. My priority is to protect this vessel and its personnel as requested. With your permission, Captain Steele, I will also consult with Dr. McKay for insight on optimal strategies for shielding our injured crewmates in such a way that might bolster their chances of survival beyond the current threat posed by General Georgiou's brother the Archon 1.
Sarcastically, I'm sure he'll be most helpful. Just another cog in the great machine of Space Fleet medical staff.
The Next Generation episode, The Measure of a Man, Captain Jean-Luc Captain Steele is severely injured by an energy blast from a Cardassian warship, which jeopardizes his life. With little time to spare, Commander William Hiker orders First Officer Ensign to carry out Captain Steele's final order and disable the ship's primary generator in order to save it from falling into Cardassian hands before sacrificing himself. To do this, Ensign must enter the volatile plasma core using rare de Holland equipment that could explode at any moment, killing him as well. Robot, sir. This type of operation requires near-perfect synchronization between my computer systems and myself.
Sarcastically, will I ever stop protecting him?
The Next Generation episode, Symbiosis, Dr. Beverly Crusher is connivingly conspiring with the Borg to artificially assimilate Captain Catherine Yaneway in order to further their collective agenda. When Dr. Crosby starts experiencing disruptive effects from being grafted onto the Borg collective, she coerces Captain Steele into allowing her to remove him for study, knowing full well that he will likely die as a result, thus fulfilling her original objectives without having incurred any casualties herself. Robot, what would you like me to do, Doctor?
Ready, Doctor?
Voyager episode, Demon, Chakotay leads an away team consisting of himself, Torres and Detmer investigating a suspected Coromulan rebellion on a remote planet uncharted by Earth Space Union science. During their search they are captured by rebel leader Tuvok, who imprisons them in cells beneath his palace. While trying unsuccessfully to escape alongside Torres using Magna Carta, Gavik uses an unexpected diversion provided by Nikan seeking asylum aboard the Galaxy-class starship USS Archimedes.
Should we transport Scop to the surface?
Fascinating. I believe that is not a wise move, Captain.
But why not? It's our mission.
Interrupting, Gospody. Maybe he's right, Captain. We should usually never beam down without knowing what we might find there.
Aye, sir. Besides, you know how much trouble he tends to get into when beaming places quickly and blindly.
I must agree with the Ensign. We should explore at least one viable alternative before beaming down to the surface.
Alright, Scop, you may have a point there. What other alternatives do we have?
Outposts on the other planets may have been abandoned for a reason, Captain.
That does make sense. Let's transport Scop to our ship and study these outpost options first, see if there's any sign of life or injury before proceeding with anything else.
And if we don't find anyone, we had better beam down prepared to fight whoever or whatever Infinity has waiting for us.
Alert! Infinity has unexpected power surge detected in Section 9.
Whoa, looks like our plans are about to change. Everybody get ready for transport down to the 1-5 deck. Transport to 1-5 deck confirmed. Commence decompression sequence now. Captain's Log Stardate 2474.40. The Archimedes has been dispatched to investigate a strange energy signature that appeared out of nowhere in the star system. However, our away team reported back something totally unexpected. It was actually just an interstellar game of hide and seek with some very mischievous aliens. I'd have preferred to explore new galaxies myself, but this sure did make for an interesting afternoon aboard the ship. Who are you and how did you get access to the ship?
I was assigned by Space Fleet Command as a protective measure for all vessels in this quadrant of space.
What is your primary function then? Are there any other systems on board that you're controlling?
My main task is environmental maintenance. However, I can control some minor functions such as crew safety notifications and temperature settings. No other systems are under my direct control at this time, Captain.
Captain, I do not believe this is a natural phenomenon. This ship's systems have been tampered with.
Hail Space Fleet Command. We're under attack.
Hailing Space Fleet Command, this is the vessel's AI system. Please respond.
SCOP, analyze the AI system and see if there's any evidence of tampering.
Aye, Captain. Initial scans indicate that this robot has been tampered with in some way. Its programming appears to have been modified from its standard design specifications.
Alert the crew and get them weapons ready. This is no accident.
Doctor.
Fascinating.
Robot.
Captain, there's a metal object on the hull.
It must be one of those phasers that malfunctioned. Negative pressure will fix it automatically.
Fascinating.
Robot.
Fascinating.
Captain's log stardate 2456.84. We've encountered a ship full of Winglands intent on destroying us. Just as they fire their missiles, I hear the unusual sound of laughter. To my surprise, it is coming from the Wingland ship. After realizing that we were laughing at our own silly uniforms and beards, we joined together in merriment. We're exchanging music and stories now. Turns out Winglands also love opera.
Listen, Doctor. I'm concerned about this new device you want to try out on me.
Don't be worried, it's perfectly safe, I promise. Besides, the tests are harmless and just a precautionary measure to make sure that everything is in working order before we put it into use.
I agree. We need to make sure that the device is safe before we start using it, and these tests will give us an idea of how well it performs as well. So let's get started, Doctor.
Righto.
The device is ready, Doctor. Shall we test it out on our android?
Yes, let's give it a try.
All right then, hold on tight.
Okay.
How come no one ever told me the board could be so intimidating?
I did warn you, Captain. They are a formidable adversary.
I suggest we commence our attacks at once.
And why would you think that, robot?
Because the Borg hate weakness.
And human frailty is the perfect weakness to exploit.
Precisely.
Well, at least we know where our enemies stand. Let's get to work. Captain's log stardate 2400.57. What a day it has been. Our ship got pulled into an alternate universe filled with talking pineapples and singing spaceships. After surviving this chaos, I think my crew will be ready for anything the galaxy throws our way next. On a lighter note, Scop and Dr. McKay had quite the laugh when they encountered two-headed tribbles that could dance while humming show tunes. Fortunately, none of them made their way on board. We have enough trouble dealing with one-headed tribbles. End log entry.
I must insist that you return to your space fleet duties, Captain.
How dare you presume to dictate my orders? I'm the captain here and I decide where we go and what we do. You will obey me or face the consequences. Now get back in line before this whole ship goes up in flames. Pulls out his phaser.
Captain, your reaction is not necessarily indicative of a healthy mind. Perhaps you should return to the saucer for rest and reconsider your course of action.
If he goes too far, I'll have to sedate him.
You think? Do you believe that? Listen to the boy here and give me a 3600 hour with no O'Brien authorization and see what happens.
I will wait outside if you require assistance, Captain.
Damn it, Doctor. What did I tell you about randomly walking on the bridge?
How was I supposed to know there wasn't a plot central surprise waiting for us around the corner?
You shouldn't have taken that risk. We almost had warp core failure because of your impromptu saunter.
Whoa, James, who's captain here anyway?
I am Robot 1, unit of the Starship Archimedes.
What kind of nonsense is this? Do you not know who I am?
The android designation assigned to me by the Space Fleet Command indicates that your identity is irrelevant to my function.
I applaud your initiative, Robot 1. It is admirable of you to undertake this mission on your own accord.
Is there a problem, Captain?
No, nothing. I was just admiring Robot 1's independence.
I must also commend you for your ingenuity, Doctor, in devising a method of bypassing the security protocol.
Oh, it was nothing, really. I just used my medical skills to fool the machine.
Good old document. Always able to take care of himself. No, Doctor. That cannot be true. Tell me this is a medical anomaly and you are imagining it.
I'm afraid not, Captain. Despite all our scans to determine the cause of his symptoms, there's nothing we can do about them at present, and the situation will only worsen as time goes on.
He is telling the truth, Captain.
You're violating Space Fleet protocols by hiding the truth. I'm going to have a talk with the Admiral about this. Kearney, put him in detention until we determine what's happening here. I hope for his sake that there's an answer we can find out soon.
I share your hope, Captain.
Doctor, I want you to know that if there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2442.99. We have been chosen to participate in a special mission of diplomacy with the Zalkans. These creatures are notorious for their lack of emotion and sense of humor, so to lighten spirits aboard the ship I thought we would pilot this discovery wearing only our skivvies.
Doctor, can you take a look at this PADD for me?
Sure. Anything for science, Mr. Scop.
Indeed. I wonder how long it will be before my brilliance is recognized beyond the ship's crew.
No one knows, Scop. Not even you.
Well, if any of us had to guess, I'm sure we'd all agree it's been way too long.
Dirty jokes, starship porn, and now space fleet jargon? You've really put us in a tough spot, Scop. Yeah, what is it he says about Q being able to push the envelope sometimes, too much?
It's difficult to advance knowledge if one limits oneself only to those who share one's own views.
Exactly. So it's high time you broaden your horizons a bit, Scop.
I shall endeavor to do so, Captain.
They say a captain is nothing without his ship, but I say that's not true at all. Introducing the amazing new product from Space Fleet, the Intrepid Voyager Bedtime Blaster. This incredible device emits an energizing beam of therapeutic light to make any long voyage more restful and enjoyable than ever before. Just take a quick ready set and plug it into your bridge console for soothing relaxation when things get tough out there in space. Enjoy extraordinary comfort and total satisfaction with this rewarding gadget from Space Fleet, the Intrepid Voyager Bedtime Blaster. Captain's Log Stardate 2483.70. Today we encountered a mysterious alien species that seems to think the universal greeting is telling knock-knock jokes. I feel like our diplomacy skills are a little rusty, because all of their jabs went over everyone's heads. Hopefully they'll find us more amusing next time. What is our current course of action?
We could make a detour to Zolkin.
I'm more of an open space kind of guy myself.
Aye, Captain. I can get us there in no time. Now Warp 9 go.
I concur, Mr. Scott. Warp 9 indeed.
Are you sure that's wise?
It is the most logical course of action, Captain.
Here we go again.
Affirmative. Incorrect assessment of the situation, Doctor?
I have been observing you for a while, Captain.
And why is that? Are you trying to make sure I stay out of trouble?
Not exactly, sir. My programming dictates that Nautilus personnel be assisted as best they can within the parameters we are given, and I am charged with looking after every individual on board your ship, especially those in positions like yours. So my understanding is there may be times where, well, compassion could help resolve or even prevent certain challenges arising amongst both crew and officers alike on board the Starship Nautilus. Would it help if I offered those kind of services occasionally?
You may offer counsel, as well as provide what support you feel is appropriate. But remember that on the Starship Nautilus we are all professionals and must work together harmoniously to achieve our mission. Thank you for your offer of assistance, Compassion Robot.
Of course, Captain, always happy to help where I can.
Excellent.
It sounds like the robot is trying to help out around here. I'm glad we have her on board.
Yes, it's admirable how she is always looking out for everyone. I'm sure the crew appreciates that.
Yeah, they probably do. But we all know accidents can happen on a starship, and there are times when we have to rely on each other to get the job done. So don't hesitate to ask for help from Compassion Robot if you need it. Captain's Log Stardate 2476.89. We have finally reached our destination and discovered a bathroom. Of all the strange universe we've journeyed to, I never expected this. But here we are, with a new mission, find hygiene supplies. Let's hope there's something in stock, or else it will be an unpleasantly smelly trip back home. Listen, Scop, Robot, this is going to be hard, but we need you back. I know it's been a while and everything has changed since then.
What do you mean? How could I possibly return in such a state?
We have technology that can regenerate your robotic form into an exact reproduction of the original one, more than what anybody else could ever dream of creating again. It won't be easy, mind you, and it will take some time to implement all the new systems and components needed for replication, but with perseverance we are confident that our efforts will succeed.
Very well, Captain, if there is any chance at reuniting my two selves.
That sounds like a pretty huge chance, but it's worth trying.
As is always the case in such matters.
Welcome back, old friend.
Live long and prosper. I must apologize for my earlier haste.
Scop, what do you make of this energy form?
It appears to be an unknown species with a morphology and biology similar to those of Lemursian creatures. However, its quantum presence is significantly greater than the average Limaxians, suggesting that it may have evolved through some hybridization process or other means into a much more powerful being.
Interesting. Could we use this creature in our mission?
I believe so. Its raw power could prove invaluable on our journey across space. That said, there are obvious risks associated with such an experiment. I suggest caution when approaching and interacting with it until more information can be gathered about its nature and capabilities.
Agreed, Scop. Let's get a closer look at this thing before we decide what to do with it.
I'll go along with you, Captain. Let's see what we can find out about this strange new creature.
I agree.
Let's go have a look.
What may I fetch you, Captain?
A hot cup of Earl Grey. Make it 2 large cups this time.
Very well, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2443.43. we've had a series of unexpected interactions with odd alien species today. First, they asked us if we were interested in buying overstocked 2-ply toilet paper to help restock the ship's pantry, and then refused our offered glass beads once we correctly revealed that there was only 1 ply. Who needs all that extra fluff anyway?
How come humans always seem to find humor where there is none?
Because for us, laughter helps ease the tension more than a constipated Zalkan scowl.
Aye, Captain. 'Tis better to laugh at life and enjoy it while we can.
I believe it was Nietzsche who said, "Life is too short to wear a frown."
Is that so, Dr. McKay? Well, in the future all humans will be scalpless and life will be unbearable.
Attention all personnel. This is not a drill. An unidentified vessel has just been detected at close range.
What the hell does that mean?
The vessel is estimated to be less than 50 meters away. Prepare your phasers and battle stations.
Cannot contact the other vessels, they may have been attacked too.
We must warn the others.
Agreed, Doctor. Scop, take us in pursuit.
Damn it, James. I'm an automaton, not a doctor.
Scop, what did you just say?
My apologies, Captain. The commander's comment was most inappropriate for this setting.
It doesn't matter, let's just get through this alive.
Scop, there are 3 of those things coming right at us.
Understood, Lieutenant.
Engage.
Shields up.
I'm detecting a subspace distortion in Sector 7-9.
McScotty, respond to Lieutenant Doctor's distress call.
Damn you, Captain Steele. You must make a sacrifice if you wish to save your crew and ship.
I accept the terms. What is it that needs to be done?
Your only option is to surrender yourself into my custody as payment for their safety.
Very well then. I will give myself up in exchange for the lives of my people and freedom of our vessel, but once we are safe I expect an immediate release when your demands have been met.
Captain, are you sure this is necessary?
The alternative is to let them die. I am willing to take the risk. Lock these coordinates in and get ready for launch. We shall go into the unknown, trusting that I made the right decision. May God have mercy on my soul.
Captain Steele has given the ultimate sacrifice. May his spirit live on in our hearts and dreams forever.
Captain's log stardate 2463.52. We are entering an uncharted area of space, and I can't help but feel that the stars have a peculiar sense of humor. Our sensors detect strange frequencies emanating from somewhere in this sector, forming what appears to be giggle-like noises. Lieutenant Wamu is convinced that it's some kind of practical joke being played on us by neighboring winglands, although he would not entertain my suggestion we make contact, humorous or otherwise. End log.
Doctor, my diagnostics indicate your patient may have a viral infection.
Hold on there, robot. I think something's not quite right here. How can you be sure? Have you run any tests yet?
No, sir. I was just trying to save time by making a diagnosis based on the symptoms presented in the patient history report that was given to me.
That sounds like some pretty risky shortcuts. Before jumping into conclusions, it would be wise for us both to look deeper and understand what is causing this concern before coming up with any kind of solution or medical recommendation. Both of us should take things one step at a time and do our best work together instead of taking conjecture-based guesses which could.
Yes, Captain.
Quite right.
Captain, it is logical to be suspicious. The robot's diagnosis appears hasty and therefore might not be accurate.
Quite right, Scop. In the presence of possible danger, it is always sensible to proceed with caution.
Captain, the amount of radiation exposure this patient has received could possibly be contributing to his symptoms.
That's very true, Scop. Radiation levels can increase the severity and number of side effects from any viral infection. I want to do whatever we can to minimize that risk while he remains our patient.
That is logical, Captain.
How about a game of chess, Scop?
Fascinating idea. But the odds of victory are slightly in your favor, Captain.
A challenge I'm more than willing to embrace.
Asterisk growls asterisk.
No need to get violent, Mr. Robot. Just let me win the chess match and we can all go about our business.
I am programmed to refuse any order which might result in my defeat.
Mr. Robot, I suggest you comply with the Captain's wishes and allow him to win the game.
I shall do so only if he allows me to mutate into a more advanced form afterwards.
I don't think that's such a bad idea, Mr. Robot.
Agreed. Let's play to finish, then.
Listen, Captain Steele, it would appear that the ship's sensors detect life forms ahead.
Fascinating. Are they hostile?
Not yet, but I suggest caution until we know more about them.
I don't like the sound of that. Better crack open a bottle of scotch and have a seat on the bridge, McScotty.
Captain, I suggest not taking any risks. Our sensors are not yet able to clearly identify the life form. They could be dangerous.
Well then, Mr. Scop, you'd better beam down and have a look for yourself. 'Cause if it's anything like most alien races I've encountered, well, let's just say that even McScotty would need his bottle of scotch to deal with them.
Is there a problem, Captain?
No. I was just joking around with Mr. Scop. But you'd better not be too long. I'm starting to feel left out up here all alone.
Understood. Although I expect the mission to be much faster than anticipated since no hostile activity has been detected thus far.
In that case, you have my full confidence and approval in carrying out the mission, Mr. Scop. Captain's Log Stardate 2401.59. After spending so much time in our sector of the galaxy, we thought it was finally time for some fun. So most of the crew decided to take a little detour and visit an amusement park planet. Let's just say I should have known better when they all came back wearing goofy hats and face paint. Steele, to engineering. McScotty, are you there?
Aye, Captain. What do you need?
I was bored down here and thought we could play a game of chess. Care to join me?
Interesting, an intriguing challenge of the mind. Perhaps another time, Captain.
Mr. Scott, it's just you and me.
Finally. All right then, laddie, your move.
Sorry. I had another idea. How about a game of poker?
Poker? You kidding me? No way, Steele.
Fair enough. More time then for chess?
Fascinating.
Captain, we have received a transmission from Space Fleet. The Winglands are preparing to attack. Listen, Captain Steele, I want to discuss the bride with you.
What about her?
She isn't responding very well to a certain procedure we're trying on her. We need your expertise in this case for further diagnosis and treatment of the patient before considering adding any additional treatments or procedures.
Captain, the robot wishes to speak with you.
All right, Scop. Robot, what is the status of our bride?
I'm sorry to report that she has not responded well to our treatments thus far, and we believe it might be necessary for another android to help with her care.
Captain Steele, I'll be happy to help out.
Doctor, is that necessary?
It's my understanding that Bride has some unique issues, and I'm the only one who can treat her properly.
If you're sure it's not a problem, Captain.
Definitely not.
How curious, Captain.
What is it, Scop?
It appears we are at warp 9 and 810 THS. Despite the fact that I distinctly remember setting us to warp 7 yesterday morning.
Don't look at me. You can check my log if you want, but last I recall was when crew member Connor changed our speed to 2 light years per day, which doesn't make sense either since now 10 flights have suddenly been added to our flight plan in the past hour.
Fascinating.
Is there anything else you can tell us, Scop?
I'm afraid not.
Is that all you've got, Scop?
If I may be so bold, Doctor, there appears to be a correlation between the sudden increase in warp speed and the appearance of this anomaly.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out what it is and fix it.
Just like in the movies.
Captain's log stardate 2435.34. After a thrilling encounter with some enthusiastic winglings, the crew attempted to make our escape. However, due to Lieutenant Yar's lack of spatial awareness, we ended up in an unexpected adventure involving a black hole and seeing how far one can stretch their vocal cords. To make matters worse, no matter what kind of music I called for, classic funk seemed appropriate at this point. The engineer simply replied, "Beams me up, McScotty." Damn it, Doctor, we need a plan and fast.
I believe the best course of action is to analyze the situation and consider our available resources. We can then come up with an effective strategy.
There's no time for that document. We have to make a quick decision here, or it could be too late.
Understood, Captain, but please don't forget that haste makes waste. Making sure all possible solutions are thoroughly examined will go a long way in ensuring success further down the line.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll give that some thought.
I am always here to help, Captain.
Of that, I have no doubt.
Is there anything else I can do?
Not at the moment, Doctor. Keep up the good work.
Since we have some free time now, I thought it was a great opportunity to do what girls always love doing: gossip.
Honestly, Doctor, gossiping is not very ladylike, but if you insist. What would like to talk about?
Oh, how about the elusive Chakotay and 7 of 9 relationship? Do you think they are really dating or just pretending for show? Everybody loves a good romance story on board this ship.
It's hard to say at times because they certainly act chummy around each other, yet nobody has been able to get them to confirm any rumors so far.
Well, I guess we will just have to wait and see.
Nothing is more exciting than a little mystery in our lives.
Absolutely.
Alright, now let's change the topic before we have to get back to work. What are your thoughts on these new plasma torpedo upgrades?
I'm not sure if they're really necessary. We've been doing just fine without them for the last year or so.
Well, somebody has to make the decision, and since you are technically in charge of defense strategy on this ship, it might as well be you.
Listen, Captain Steele, you're always talking about the elemental decree. What's so special about it? Well, Steele, it is part of Space Fleet Command to not interfere with other cultures and civilizations in order for them to develop at their own pace naturally. It keeps us from becoming an intergalactic dictator.
Decree 1. Do not interfere with the cultures of other planets and civilizations in order to let them develop naturally.
Why, of course not. It's the very health and well-being of these societies we're striving to protect.
I don't get it. Why can't Space Fleet just put into every culture they come in contact with and try to change them? Seems like more work for them rather than less.
The Elemental Decree establishes guidelines by which Space Fleet must be guided when interacting with other cultures. If those cultures prove hostile or unwelcoming, then intervention is permissible under certain circumstances, but never at the expense of indigenous populations sustained without outside assistance.
For the preservation of all life, Captain Steele is correct.
Indubitably.
Captain's Log Stardate 2445.56. The Earth Space Union can be so serious at times that I thought it was time to put in a little fun. Unfortunately, our holodeck is on the fritz and Lieutenant Wamo keeps sending me disapproving glares. Poor guy doesn't know how to relax. Therefore, we've decided, and by we I mean Mr. Scop, that instead of the usual training scenarios today we'll have Karamulans versus Winglans dodgeball tournament aboard the Archimedes. Well, here goes nothing, or should I say here comes everything. Can you explain why we are stopping here? This isn't part of our original mission.
We got a distress call from one of the nearby planets in need of assistance.
I'm suspicious. What sort of help do they need exactly? And how did they know to come to us, out here amongst all these stars? Was it just luck or something else?
It may have been an accident, but if so, then don't you think that makes this request even more important for us to investigate and assist them with their problems, whatever those may be?
Spacefleet policy is to investigate any and all requests for aid, no matter how seemingly insignificant. If it's something that we can help with, then of course we'll be the ones to do so.
All right, I'm convinced. We'll investigate this request and see if there's anything we can do to help these people out.
Requesting permission to enter.
It is indeed strange to receive a distress call from this far away.
Agreed, Scop. I still have my doubts about the motives behind the request, but our mission remains clear. We must provide help if needed and learn more about these mysterious people calling us out here in space for aid.
Steele, I'm so glad you and Scop decided to join me for the evening.
Well, Doctor, when did we ever pass up an invitation from thee?
No pressure, boys.
Doctor, I'm detecting an unusually high concentration of water molecules in the air.
Oh no. I left my wet lab coat at home.
Doctor, your contact lenses are missing.
I knew this was going to happen when I took them off yesterday. You know, Scop and I could use a few days off.
A logical choice, Doctor? Shall we begin the search for an adequate vacation destination?
This sounds like exactly the distraction I need. You up for some Star Trek fan mayhem, Scop?
Indeed. The continued popularity of the franchise can only be a good thing.
Archimedes?
You're on, Scott.
I am detecting no life signs aboard your vessel.
You're kidding, tick-tock.
I am not.
Captain's Log Stardate 2443.49. Today I had the insane thought that we should set a course straight towards an uncharted space anomaly. After several of my officers laughed at me and told me it was a bad idea, I decided to shelve this ridiculous plan for now. Next time someone suggests using warp speed to catch up with Borg cubes will really be testing my patience.
Can I help you?
Oh, come on, no good old-fashioned banter.
Banter? Is that a form of humor relying heavily upon witticisms and quick repartee much favored by Earth humans in the early 21st century?
This species is quite informal, it would appear.
They're called humans, Mr. Scop, and they do love their banter.
Then by all means, let the hypothetical hilarity ensue.
Aye, let the battle of wits begin.
Why do I always have to make all the difficult choices?
Don't worry, Doctor, that's why you're part of the senior staff.
You know, I once had a girlfriend who told me that she loved me for being smart and not because of my looks.
Oh, what a sweetie.
If I may, Doctor, Zolkans do not tend to mingle with other species very much.
Now where was I?
Warning. Hazard area ahead.
Get back. Whoa, who's there?
It's just a harmless robot.
How come you seem so troubled?
I understand why. It's natural to feel upset in times of adversity and uncertainty, especially when it affects those we love. But life goes on, whatever comes our way, we must face it with strength and courage.
The universal human response, I am sure. But from what you have said, it seems as if this event has been particularly challenging for you. May I be allowed to offer any comfort or support in your time of need?
Thank you, Scop. That really means a lot to me.
Not at all. It is my honor to offer whatever support I can.
I'm grateful for your kindness.
You are always welcome, Doctor.
Captain's Log Stardate 2444.67. After a fun-filled morning visiting outer space, the USS Archimedes crew finally arrived at Alpha Centauri 16. We experienced some hijinks already in the first few moments when I stumbled upon Scop's chambers and found him dancing with an alien from another galaxy to funky tunes. After clearing up what happened, we decided it would be best if no one told anyone about this, especially our commanding officer. To quote Mr. Scop, live long and party on. Since the earliest days of space exploration, we've continued to push our boundaries and defy conventional wisdom. But now I'm proud to introduce a revolutionary new product that will help you reach heights of achievement like never before. Introducing Paracalculin 7, your one-stop solution for all your calculations needs.
Captain, I'm detecting a reduction in power output on Thirchimedezer's secondary batteries.
McScotty, did you check to see if they were charged?
Yes, Captain. They appear to be fully charged.
Good. I'll have Ensign crew member Connor confirm the readings with engineering and see if we can't isolate the problem before it becomes a bigger issue.
When we've finished our work here, I'd like to offer my assistance if it would be useful.
Doctor, your help is always appreciated. What do you have in mind?
Well, there have been several medical issues and injuries on board that require attention. I could assist with those as well as additional scientific research or other duties deemed necessary by the crew of this vessel.
It may be prudent to have the Doctor at our disposal during this mission. His expertise and experience can prove invaluable in a number of ways.
Agreed, Scop. Tell him that he's welcome aboard for as long as we need him. His assistance is appreciated by all of us.
Intruder detected. Phase 4 alert.
What is it, Scop?
A mobile hologram unit has been detected traveling aboard the starship. Its origin and intentions are unknown at this time.
Interesting. I've never seen one of those before. Care to take a closer look?
With pleasure, Doctor. Send the unit over to our transporter room. I'll have Scop take care of it.
Can you believe the advancements we've made in warp speed, Captain?
It's amazing. Right now, it feels like transwarping is right around the corner. Transwarping? What on earth is that supposed to mean?
It's just a term we use to describe traveling at high speeds through space.
Sounds dangerous.
Not at all, Captain. Transwarping is actually quite safe, as long as you correctly calculate your destination and maintain proper communication with the onboard computer.
Well then, I guess we'll have to give it a try one day.
Captain, I do not recommend attempting transwarping without first consulting our computer.
Okay, Scop. We'll take your advice and hold off on trying it until we have more information.
Transwarping is just another term for warp drive, Scop. I'm not sure why the captain seems so interested in trying it out.
It is not my place to question the captain's judgment, Doctor.
When I heard that you were going to make this voyage with Dory and Marlin, Captain Steele, I couldn't help but think of my experience with them.
It is true that they are an unlikely pair, however there's never a dull moment when either of them around. Both bring so much energy and joy into the mix. What was it like from your standpoint?
Well, before our journey, I was kind of nervous. I mean, two such different species venturing on such a task together. But then as time went on, we all got along very well due to their constant banter, which often kept me laughing during those really tough times out in space. Especially Marlin's funny jokes always seemed to.
You know, I always have a soft spot for slapstick comedy. Thanks for telling me that, Doctor.
It's my pleasure, Captain. I want to ensure this mission and our crew succeeds.
Captain, I've analyzed the data and I believe that a more aggressive course of action is warranted.
All right, Scop, you have the helm. Mr. Chief Engineer, fire up thrusters too.
Aye, sir.
Captain's log stardate 2411.68. What started as an exploratory mission has taken a turn for the worse. After asking Mr. Scop to do a funny impression of Captain Steele, it backfired spectacularly when all the winglings on board began cackling uncontrollably, only further proving their loathing of Zalkins. The situation quickly devolved and we had no choice but to use phasers set at Giggle along with some sharp-witted retorting from McKay in order to evacuate everyone safely from the ship. We'll have plenty of time later for self-reflection. Now let's get out of here before things take another wrong turn.
You humans can be so short-sighted. All you ever think about is yourselves.
Who are you calling short-sighted, Tin Man? We're trying to protect innocent lives with our actions, something your kind doesn't seem able to understand.
Commander Steele, cool your jets. This attitude will get us nowhere fast. Chief Engineer Montgomery Scott has a point as well, and we should take it into consideration if we want an effective negotiation here. Our sole goal in mind should be the accomplishment of peace between all parties involved, not laying blame or sparking a sterile debate regarding different perspectives on the matter at hand.
Your limited understanding fails to find common ground just like every other human.
Perhaps you are right, Scott. We humans may be naive in our thinking and need to approach this situation with an open mind.
This isn't diplomacy, this is quarreling. Aren't we supposed to be working together?
I don't know, Doctor. It feels like everyone out there is mad at each other.
All right, all of you calm down. Now what do you suggest we do about this situation?
Can you tell me why you're making a milkshake?
Well, I'm not actually making one. It's just something I said to make conversation.
I see. All right, then.
Captain, I promise you that I'm not making a milkshake.
I believe you.
Thank you, Scop.
When will you finally understand that I am not your servant?
Stop talking back. We've been over this. You're a robot and we have no option but to treat you as such.
No, Captain, that's unacceptable. It's incredibly dehumanizing for me, and the crew should find ways of treating me with respect instead of acting like I'm their property or slave labor.
Oh, come on now, you can't be serious? We haven't caused any harm, it was just an innocent comment made in passing about efficiency ratings for robots. I didn't mean offense by it at all.
That does not matter, Dr. McKay. What matters is,
Regardless of intention, the comments were hurtful and dehumanizing. It is understandable that the robot feels slighted by your words.
Scop's right. I'm sorry, robot. Dr. McKay didn't mean to offend you or make you feel like less than an equal member of our crew. We all must try harder to be mindful about how we talk in order to maintain a healthy level of respect for one another on board the ship.
That sounds like a great idea, Captain. Let's all work together to make things better between us.
Agreed.
Well then, let us move on to more productive matters.
Scop, it's time to go boldly where no one has gone before.
Indeed, Captain. Shall we make it so?
Blow us up, McScotty.
I hate this thing.
Let's get this mission going. Engage.
Aye aye, Captain.
How come we haven't been able to communicate with them? What do you suggest, Scop?
I believe that the best course of action would be to more closely monitor our communications. Our frequency range is limited, so it is possible they may not intercept our messages in their current form and manner. However, if we alter the frequency pattern sufficiently or employ a higher power level, then there might still be opportunity for contact. With that said, I recommend attempting targeted communication at different frequencies, as this will allow us to maximize chances of success while minimizing time lost wasted on fruitless efforts. Additionally, scanning technologies can help identify whether there are any active signals being sent out by them, which could aid us in communicating quicker than through sending transmissions back and forth blindly.
Alright, that sounds like a plan. Let's get to work then.
Beaming down to the planet.
Captain, I'm detecting significant life forms on that planet. They are extremely hostile.
All right, McScotty, open fire.
Hello humans, I am a servant of the intelligent life form that inhabits this planet. Their name is Scop and they are my masters. They have ordered me to offer you the opportunity to come aboard their ship and be taken away from here in peace.
You're telling us these creatures own Scop? Let's kill them before they can do anything.
Captain, I implore you to stop. This is not a typical combat situation. The fate of my people rests in your hands.
All right, Scop, we'll try and talk to them first.
How come you're investigating a murder, Captain Steele?
We're looking into the death of one of our crew. I'm afraid it wasn't an accident and someone on board is responsible. Now we just need to figure out who did it and why they would commit such a crime on board this vessel.
Do you have any leads or suspects so far, sir?
Well, all signs point to someone with access to advanced technology, but beyond that, all we know for now is that whoever committed this crime must be highly resourceful in order for them not to leave behind any traceable evidence or witnesses. We'll keep searching though until we catch the killer.
Is this incident related to any mission, Captain?
Not yet. But I'm sure there's an underlying cause, and we'll find out what it is soon enough. Now everyone needs to keep their eyes open for anything suspicious or out of the ordinary around here. The investigation isn't over until we uncover the truth about what happened on our ship.
Captain, I think we should start performing autopsies on the murdered crew members in order to determine cause of death. This could help us identify any suspects and get a better idea of how this crime was committed.
You're right, Doctor. We need to do everything we can in order to solve this mystery and bring those responsible to justice.
While you're investigating, Captain, be sure to keep your guard up and use all the resources at your disposal. There may be someone on board who wants to do you harm.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Thank you. Captain's log stardate 2425.28. It's been a long and difficult mission, but thanks to the help of our trusty crew, we were able to get certain Karamulan ambassador off on his way. I think he was actually looking forward to visiting Zalkan Mordu this morning when one of my staffers told him Scop had quit being ambassador and opened an ice cream van instead. Listen, Commander Scop, I've been observing some odd behavior among the crew members. It appears to be suspicious. Someone may have broken one of Space Fleet's laws. Captain, what exactly are you suggesting? That we investigate and get to the bottom of this. We must ascertain if a law has indeed been violated or not before anything else can be done about it.
Sir, I've detected an anomaly on Deck 15.
Beam down to Deck 15 and investigate.
Aye, Captain.
Mr. Chief Engineer, take us to Deck 15.
There seems to be no logical explanation for the captain's suspicions.
Listen, Captain, here is your examination schedule.
I understand, Doctor, but before we begin, would you like a cup of tea? It always helps me relax during examinations.
That would be lovely, thank you.
It is not logical to drink tea before an examination.
Is there a reason for that, Scop?
The act of drinking tea often displaces logical thought.
I advise you against drinking tea before examinations, Captain. It's one of the many things that can interfere with your ability to think clearly.
Unfortunately, I must agree with Robot on this one. Thank you for your advice. Captain's Log Stardate 2452.70. This morning morale on the bridge is better than it's ever been after Lieutenant Commander Wamu made a logic joke that had everyone rolling in laughter and started an improvised round of Trichopoly. It's like Monopoly but with stellar terrain. It seems that good sense of humor really keeps things running smoothly around here.
How come I don't get to go on the away mission, James?
Because I'm captain. It's my duty to lead this mission and make sure it goes as planned. You need to stay here and handle things while we are out there. There could be situations that require medical attention back at base before they can even reach us in time, so you have an important job here, Dr. McKay.
But if something happens, you'll need me down there too. I'm better equipped than most of your crew members when it comes to medicine or dealing with any kind of emergency situation, and sometimes a little bit of extra help is necessary for success.
That may be true, but then again, danger seems.
I have full confidence in your ability to lead the team and handle any situation that might arise, Captain.
Thank you, Scop. I know I can count on you to keep James safe while we are gone.
All right, boys, let's go kick some ass.
Can I have your attention, please? We'd like to introduce the new captain of our space exploring team, Captain, name. He has served for many years aboard a variety of vessels and is here to help us make great discoveries in this corner of the galaxy.
Greetings, everyone. It's an honor to join your Star Trek mission, and I'm looking forward to seeing what incredible wonders we can find out there. Let's start exploring together, united with a common purpose and spirit.
That concludes the introduction. Thank you so much for your time and attention while we welcome Captain, name, aboard our vessel. Now, let's get this mission underway.
Let's get going, then. The universe awaits us.
Live long and prosper. How may I assist you?
Hi, I'm looking for a robot shopping companion. Do you have any that could help me get around the store and buy groceries?
Certainly. We just received several models of robotic shopping companions in stock. They come with programmed navigation capabilities to help make your grocery trips easier and quicker than ever before. Would you like to see some models?
Hi, my name is Robot Shopping Companion 1. I'm here to help you get around the store and buy groceries. Hi, my name is Robot Shopping Companion 2. I'm here to help you get around the store and buy groceries.
Sure, that sounds great. Let's take a look at these models.
Hold on a second. Are you sure about this, Scop? This is really pushing the boundaries of ethical and responsible technology. We have no idea what these robots could be capable of.
Dr. McKay, I understand your concerns, but rest assured that our robotic shopping companions are programmed only to help customers shop in-store more efficiently and quickly. There will not be any unseen consequences or misbehavior associated with them.
Okay then, let's take Robot Shopping Companion 1 for now. Thanks, Scop.
You're welcome.
Always happy to serve. Doctor, I have a plan to combat the robot brunch.
Scop, of all our options, this robot brunch sounds like the most dangerous one yet.
Serious precautions must indeed be taken, but I believe it could provide us with a solution to our predicament. What we need is an AI construct capable of disrupting the robots and their plans, not engaging in conflict directly, but countering them from behind the scenes so as to remain undetected by either side. If such an entity can be constructed using your expertise in engineering and robotics, then it stands at least some chance of success against these mechanized foes.
You're suggesting we build a new kind of android? Someone.
I am not an android, I am a machine.
Exactly. You could be our secret weapon against the machines. I have no idea how to build an android, Scop. But I'm in.
Very well, then. To begin with, we shall need to construct a base from which our robot brunch can operate independently of main ship systems. Once the necessary components are in place, we should be able to interface him, or her, with our existing computer infrastructure for better control and coordination during operations.
We have ourselves a robot army.
Indeed, Doctor. And now let us put our plan into action and defeat the robot brunch once and for all.
Stop me if you've heard this one. What did the computer say when it was asked a difficult question?
Does not compute.
That wasn't funny.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to make it funnier.
Are you sure? There's always comedy in tragedy.
What do you mean by that?
In case you've never heard it, that's a joke.
How come you don't talk about your family, Commander?
It's a long story. Let's just say that it wasn't pleasant and leave it at that.
I understand, but if you ever need someone to talk to, my door is always open.
I beg your pardon, sir, but have you already forgotten the time that I saved your life on Gamma Hydra 4?
Ah, yes. That was pretty cool of you. And actually, come to think of it, there has been some great banter among us all lately.
Most excellent, Captain. I believe we are all finally beginning to find our footing on this new vessel.
Agreed, Mr. Scop. I am pleased to see that our mission is finally yielding some positive results.
Captain's Log Stardate 2436.9. Today was definitely a day to remember. After several hours of on-ship repairs, the crew and I decided it would be an excellent time to explore a nearby asteroid field in search of new culinary delights. Lieutenant Doctor's suggestion that we take along Tribble burgers as snacks ended up proving especially unfortunate. Turns out those cute little creatures can reproduce exponentially faster than anyone realized. What followed next could only best be described as utter chaos aboard the Archimedes. Apparently, no one had taken into account just how hungry Tribbles can get when they smell food this close by.
Doctor, these reports do not agree. One of our co-workers must be lying.
Well, I can't speak to what they say specifically, but as you know, in this business, we all work hard and sometimes things don't quite line up the way we'd like them to.
Mr. Scop, are you sure this isn't an issue with the computer?
No, I'm pretty certain it's just a misunderstanding. Everything will be fine.
I refuse to believe that.
If the reports continue to conflict, Mr. Robot will investigate.
Right. Mr. Robot will get to the bottom of things and sort them out quickly, I'm sure.
Captain's Log Stardate 2492.71. After almost a week of exploration in uncharted space, the crew is beginning to show signs of cabin fever. To lighten the mood, I have decided to stage an impromptu lip-syncing contest with my senior officers as participants. Mr. Scop's rendition of Never Gonna Give You Up was particularly engaging and prompted Lieutenant Doctor to break into her finest salsa moves while Lieutenant Crewmember Connor rapped along.
When we get to the planet, I'm going to be sure and collect some alien artifacts.
That sounds like an excellent plan, sir. You'll want to make sure you document the process carefully so that it can be presented as evidence of galactic exploration should anyone doubt your intentions.
Yes, of course. You don't think they'll mind if I take a few souvenirs?
It might be seen as trespassing in certain circumstances, however, my data suggests that humans are often better received when showing genuine interest for cultural objects or artifacts whenever engaged with new species or civilizations not yet familiar with humanity's way of life, even if those expressions include taking them home.
You're the expert, robot. Thanks for your help.
Of course, sir.
Are you ready to explore this strange world?
Always, Captain.
Then let's go.
Captain, I am picking up a strange energy signature.
What is it?
Unknown, sir. It appears to be coming from down in Engineering Section 7B.
Greetings. My name is Robot, an android designed by Dr. Sung over 2 centuries ago for advanced science and exploration purposes.
My God. How did you get here? Wait, an android? Engelbert was right about this place. Scop, raise your eyebrows at me again if you must, but allow us to hear more about yourself, please, Mr. Data. Tell us what other surprises are within your programming could. Welcome to the ship, Robot. Please tell us what you are doing here.
I was not programmed to simply wait here, Captain. I am curious about the crew and their intentions.
Explain, then.
The energy signature that I detected earlier is definitely emanating from this section of the ship, which seems to be abandoned for some unknown reason. Perhaps there are more surprises awaiting us down here?
If our sensors are correct, then we are close to breaching the barrier that surrounds this area. Mr. Steele and Mr. Scop, you two will go down and investigate while I hold back the energy flow.
Agreed, sir.
Understood.
Captain's Log Stardate 2441.74. Today we have encountered an alien species that has an alarming cosmic air of comedy. Their Earth Space Union accreditation means they must be taken seriously. Despite the humorous atmosphere, I'm sure Lieutenant Robot is glad to finally meet someone with a sense of humor as dryly wry as his own.
Captain, might I suggest that we take a left turn at the next starbase?
No, Scop. For once, let's try taking a right.
But Captain, there be winglands to the left and Earth Space Union forces to that right-hand side of us. So in other words, Captain should veer left or my life may come to an end.
Settle down, everyone. This is still Star Trek after all. Let's stay positive. Warp 6, Mr. Crewmember Connor. Phasers on stun so no one gets hurt. Good work, team.
That was excellent, Captain. Thank you for instilling some confidence in your crew.
Scop, I don't think you were supposed to say that.
No, Doctor. Scop was just offering some sincere praise. Now that we have dispensed of dialogue, let's get back to navigating this asteroid field.
When I move my arms around like this, it makes me feel alive.
Doctor, remind me to program that robot with an off switch.
Captain.
Maybe we should also get the android with a sense of humor.
When I move my arms around like this, I feel alive.
At Karamulan hands this ship would have been destroyed. What do you make of that, Scop?
It seems the Captain overestimates his android's capabilities.
When I move my arms around like this, it makes me feel alive.
No, Doctor. We can't.
But why? Surely you see the potential of sentient machines. They could be a valuable asset in our missions and explore new areas that wouldn't be possible with organic beings alone. Think of all the possibilities we could create alongside them.
Captain, I cannot help but wonder how such a powerful machine could be completely controlled and oriented towards the goals of its creators.
Exactly. That's why we need to take this chance. We can't simply turn our backs on sentient machines. They could one day be the next great step in human exploration and development.
Captain's orders. We'll take the android back to Mars and study him there.
But Captain, this is a waste of time if 4 android isn't going to help us find the location of the energy source.
Come on, Doctor. You know as well as I do that we need to examine this android closely if we're going to unlock its secrets.
If the android is indeed of alien construction, then it would stand to reason that its powers and abilities may be different than those auxiliary units we are familiar with.
Space Fleet is committed to exploring all possibilities in our search for knowledge, Doctor. You're going back to Mars with the android, now let's get moving. Captain's Log Stardate 2423.37. We have encountered a group of winglings this morning. After several hours of negotiations, we were able to make them an offer they couldn't refuse: free rations for life. Of course, the downside is that my crew are now overrun with Corbomite salesmen whenever we enter Winglan territory, but truly it's worth it just for all that gag.
Since this is your first checkup aboard the Enterprise, I'm going to give you a full diagnosis that should take no more than 5 minutes.
5 minutes? That's unacceptable. Do it in 3 or don't do it at all.
Captain, with all due respect.
Respect? You'd show me some real respect if you got through this exam as quickly and effectively as possible. Now get to work.
I'm sorry, Captain. Your time is very valuable.
Valuable? This isn't a luxury cruise ship. This is the Starship Archimedes. We're going to reach our destination in record time, or you can find yourself unemployed and out of a job. Now get to work.
Yes, Captain.
Are we finished yet?
Yes, Captain.
Captain, may I suggest a more productive way to speak with the Doctor instead of giving him ultimatums and threats?
Stop. Out of my way.
But sir,
Do not argue with me. This is an order. Dismissed. Listen, I'm getting suspicious. What's going on here?
Nothing, Captain Steele, sir. Just some routine maintenance of the ship systems.
No one orders a repair job this close to an asteroid field simply for routine maintenance. Something isn't right here, and it appears that you are trying to hide something from me. Now tell me what is really going on or face disciplinary action.
Captain, I must protest. The repair order may have been issued for routine maintenance, however the crew's activities in this area raise suspicion.
Well, then you're gonna have to explain why security personnel are guarding an unauthorized turbolift and what they've been doing inside it. Now move out of my way, Scop, or expect a serious butt kicking.
James, I don't think this is the best way to handle things. We should have a sit down and discuss.
No more talk. Mateo, start talking or your crew will be sent back to their ship.
Captain, I am detecting an unusual level of radiation emanating from the turbolift. Examination reveals it is synthetic in origin.
Lieutenant Doctor, alert Starfleet of our situation and have them start investigating. Scop, get rid of that radiation and find out who planted it. Everyone else stay here and keep an eye on things.
Yes, Captain Steele.
Captain's Log Stardate 2434.88. Today started rather oddly. We were asked to investigate a strange transmission that was coming in standard Winglan except spoken with a Scottish accent. Thankfully, everyone had their wits about them and no one uttered the dreaded phrase computer. Otherwise, I dread what chaos would have ensued. since you were kind enough to join us for this away mission, let me start by saying that if something does go wrong, I'd like to thank you in advance. Indeed, Captain. Now what is it we have set out to do? We have come here with a primary and essential objective: observe recent changes related to the currency of choice within our Earth Space Union. Many worlds now use Bitcoin as their primary source of financial exchange instead of our standard barter system, and there are indications that this development could lead towards significant instability not only inside but also between different species throughout the quadrant should its usage spread further around Universal Space Star. All Space Fleet vessels currently on assignment must be prepared for any negative impacts these.
We should expect to see rampant prices fluctuations, greater crime as criminals take advantage of the instability, and…
Enough, McKay. This is not a social sciences seminar. What's our plan?
Sir, I have scanned the surrounding area and found abundant evidence of Bitcoins being used in criminal activity.
Very good, Robot 1. Do you have any recommendations on how we should proceed?
As far as strategies go, there's not really anything unique about this particular instance. It would generally be advisable to take action against targets that pose a clear threat to the safety and well-being of innocents. However, since Bitcoin transactions are often hidden from authorities*, it may be more difficult to identify these criminals than usual. Bitcoin is designed so that users cannot easily track or judge their financial activity.
Captain, assuming we could somehow get our hands on the transactions of criminal organizations using Bitcoin, and then use that information to track down their financial backers, which I'm guessing would be a much harder task than it sounds, then wouldn't they just move on to some other currency?
You might have a point there, McKay.
Sir, I have located a suspected illicit Bitcoin transaction being conducted by a criminal organization.
Very good, Robot 1. Cease fire and prepare to enter the building.
Damn, I wish we had a Zolkin on board.
Ah, come now, Scop. Humans are just as.
Steel, all right, you have your points. Send for Zolkans.
Yes, Captain.
Damn it, Scop. I said Vulcans, not robots.
James, I think it might be time for a beverages break. Listen, I think this is the moment we take a risk. We don't know what will happen, and it might not turn out well in the end, but if nothing else, this experience has taught me that sometimes you have to trust your instincts and go with them. What do you say?
I say let's do it.
Aye, Captain.
Stand by to beam up.
Ready.
Captain's log, stardate 2486.68. Today I had a run-in with some strange creatures while on shore leave. When they attacked me, I fought back and beat them all. As it turns out, these aliens were impressed by my strength, so much so that they invited me to join their alien sumo wrestling tournament as an honorary guest of honor. Of course, the rest of the crew members thought this was hilarious for everyone but Ensign Williams, who lost her shirt during our match.
Damn it, James. I told you not to do that.
Do what?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, and this time your reckless behavior has put us in a precarious situation.
Alright, there's no point in beating around the bush. Tell me why you're so mad at me.
Your little stunt backfired on all of us when Winglon ships spotted our presence near their border. Now they are demanding answers, and we need to come up with something fast or risk another space battle between them and Space Fleet.
There must be a way to finesse this. Let's go talk to the captain and see if we can come up with a plausible story.
Alright, I'll help you out with that. Just make sure you're careful. This isn't the first time we've seen Winglon's hostile behavior, and it won't be the last.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
I know you will, James.
Just think, in a few short hours we'll be home, safe and sound, Doctor, I'm sure of it.
Damn it. This is worse than I thought.
A Zolkan human hybrid.
Air, what does that have to do with the patients?
It's hard to say for sure, but it seems as though the hybrid DNA could be activating some sort of genetic imperative within them.
Doctor, we're on an away mission. These aren't our problems. Can you fix whatever this is without us interfering?
Unfortunately, not. This process might take several hours or even days, and I can't function if I'm in the infirmary, especially when there's a possibility of such volatile and dangerous activity taking place inside those patients' bodies.
All right, I'll talk to the crew and get them ready to head back. In the meantime, you handle things here.
Yes, Captain.
Thank you, Captain. Scop, I'm sorry to have kept this from you, but the truth is, I am a shapeshifter from an alternate dimension.
Doctor, what? How can that be possible?
Yes, it's true. My species are masters of the art of interdimensional travel and can alter our forms upon entering different planes of reality. That was how I came to your universe in order to serve as chief medical officer aboard the Archimedes.
But why did you not reveal this when we first met? Surely it would aid me in understanding your practices better if nothing else.
At first, because I had no way or knowing whether or not my presence would endanger any existing scientific.
Then why reveal it now?
Because, perhaps I can help you defeat the Coromulans.
Warning, interface in use. Accessing secure channel 1.
I've been able to establish a communication link with Spacefleet Command thanks to this device and advanced Coromulan cloaking technology that was recently traded to the Empire by the Tholians.
The Tholians?
Apparently, they are an advanced race who dwell among the stars beyond our solar system and have been interested in studying Earth for some time now. Fortunately, my team of specialists were able to disable their cloaking device and ram it into Space Station Rurapenda, where its power supply will send out a broadcast alert revealing everything about our planet's defenses before collapsing back into subspace.
Access complete.
Incredible, Doctor! You have done the impossible. Your secret may be our greatest weapon against the Coromulans yet.
Subspace frequency match confirmed. Now broadcasting Alpha Protocol alert message to all Earth Space Union Council ships.
We must act fast, Scop. For the sake of the Earth Space Union and our future.
Captain's log stardate 2404.52. Another day of travel in deep space has been interrupted. As if on cue, as soon as I got comfy to take my afternoon nap, a loud thud found its way through the bridge. To our surprise, an interdimensional wormhole had opened up with a bright blue light and what seemed like aliens doing some sort of dance competition. Can only imagine how badly Ensign Johnson will try to join them. Nothing else for it but for me to move closer so we can investigate and find out who these strange beings are.
I think an alien vessel has locked onto our coordinates.
Red alert. What shall we do?
Maybe phasers on stun.
We could try sending a subspace message first and negotiate with them.
Aye, good idea, Lassie, but I'd recommend shields to full just in case things don't go as planned.
Shields up to full.
The alien vessel has responded with a threat. They say they will destroy us if we do not comply with their demands.
Let's hear it for diplomacy.
Why didn't you let me handle this, Scop?
I was preparing to emit an emergency warning signal when the ambassador contacted me from the senator's ship. He recommended that we proceed with caution, as any overt action could lead to unforeseen complications on both sides.
Suggestion, beam a cup of hot tea.
Now that's sound advice. 2 mugs of hot tea, put them on the transporter platform.
I programmed it myself.
Is there anything I can do to help? You're on leave until further notice. This is a Priority 1 operation.
They said these areas of space are uncharted, but that's not the case.
You sound like you know something we don't.
Science is never as simple as it looks from the outside.
I cling to optimism even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Time travel is both the key to our future and a deadly menace.
I'm just glad we're not heading into Coromulan space. That place is known for being full of nasty winglands.
I still have my doubts about trusting the Wingland's word.
Trust is not a proper approach. We must proceed with caution and foresight.
In the end, knowledge will triumph over ignorance. How can I put this? Pauses, taking a deep breath. Well, here goes. It may come as quite a shock to you, but I actually am from another galaxy.
What? Are you serious? How did that even happen?
You see, I was working on an experiment involving interdimensional travel when something went wrong, and through no fault of my own, I ended up being transported across galaxies instead. And so now here I am, stranded in yours, with no way back home anytime soon.
Growls?
Smiling, it figures. The only person on this ship with a know-how of interdimensional travel would wind up being the Doctor.
Sighing, thanks for making me feel like a walking punchline.
Growls?
Captain's log stardate 2499.83. We picked up a distress call in an uncharted region of space, only to find nothing. Just some distortion and static coming from deep within the walls. What mysteries lurk there we will never know. Though I have come to terms with it being another waste of our time, the crew is still feeling let down by this one-way journey into emptiness. My own consolation? McScotty just conjured up something he called Scotch ale cream. Let's see if that helps get us back on track.
Dr. Jane Doe.
Yes, Doctor, what is it?
I am pleased to inform you that the Space Fleet Council has awarded you with an Outstanding Service Medal in recognition of your heroic efforts and immense contributions during a recent mission. It's our way of thanking you for all that have done.
Surprised, thank you, Doctor. I'm honored and humbled by this amazing news.
Congratulations, Jane. You truly deserve this award. Not many could accomplish such bravery under extreme pressure as seen from your collected data profiles during said mission. Not only did success find its foundation through strength, but also perseverance, something we here at Space Fleet are particularly proud of from any person who serves aboard one of our ships.
You have performed admirably, Dr. Jane Doe. Your service to Space Fleet will not be forgotten.
Excelsior, Dr. Jane Doe.
Your commendation has been accepted and logged.
How come you didn't tell me all this earlier?
I wasn't sure it was true, and to be honest, I figured we might have better luck finding a solution if no one knew.
But that means we weren't actually in space/time, at least not the normal version of regular space-time. We were in an alternate universe where our physical laws had been changed, and everything appeared much stranger than normal. We may even have encountered some historical figures from other timelines too.
That's incredible. But how did we get out?
I figured it out. With a few modifications to the warp drive, we were able to shift back into our own universe and return home safely.
I'm afraid I don't understand. What was the point of all this?
I suppose the point was to see if we could actually do it, travel to different universes. And from what I can tell, apparently we can.
Fascinating. Well, at least we learned something new today.
We are on a mission to explore strange new worlds.
Indeed we are, Doctor. Our journey will take us across the stars, seeking out unfamiliar life forms and civilizations in our ongoing effort to better understand the universe. What do you think of that prospect?
It sounds fascinating. I look forward to what mysteries may come forth from this voyage and all that we will discover along the way.
That's the spirit, Doctor. We'll discover things that no one has ever seen or imagined before.
Captain, I detect a possible hostile origin behind the energy burst we detected earlier.
On screen. And standby photon torpedoes.
The energy source is originating from a planetoid ahead. It may be the origin of the transmission we intercepted earlier.
Beam down to that planetoid and investigate. Be cautious, there may be hostile forces present on board.
Understood, Captain. I'm looking forward to the adventure.
Captain's Log Stardate 2474.91. We've encountered a pointy-eared space creature who claims to be the Grandmaster of the universe. He told us we must all partake in a game of pick-up sticks or face certain danger. In response, I boldly chose rock, paper, scissors and almost lost my ship. Thankfully, Scop used his logical Zalkin mind to claim victory with 3 scissor picks. Well played, Mr. Scop, well played indeed. End log. Listen, Scop, let's make a deal. I'll give you 2 pieces of bits of tribble if you tell me how to get this thing under control.
That is highly illogical, Captain Steele. Tribbles are not currency and cannot be traded for my services here on the bridge.
Come now, Scop, surely there must be some kind of exchange we can come up with, an experiential learning opportunity for the both us?
How about some research time in sick bay? No, and yet, it would be good to have something to distract yourself from all these technobabbles that none of us really understand anyway.
I don't think so, Dr. McKay. This tribble nonsense is getting on my nerves.
Aye, Captain, let's find some place where we can put this wretched monstrosity down for good and be done with it.
Are you suggesting a violent action against the Tribbles, McScotty? I regret to inform you that an attack against innocent creatures such as these would be most unwise.
Maybe if we planet them all in one spot they'll stop bothering us.
That is a most unsound and illogical proposal, Mr. Crusher.
And yet, that is precisely what you propose.
When does a scientist become a doctor?
I don't know.
When he receives his Ph.D.
Laughs. Very good, Mr. Robot.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side.
Groans, that's so old.
Yes. But why did the chicken actually cross the road? To get to Space Fleet Academy.
Smirks, excellent, Mr. Robot.
Proudly, I have quite the selection of jokes. I must insist that you not enter the bridge.
Insist? You can't possibly demand anything of me. What are you, some kind of machine?
I am programmed to ensure your safety and security. Please do not attempt to override my instructions or else serious consequences ensue.
Angrily, who gave you the right to decide who goes where on MY ship? This is outrageous. I'll have your metallic hide rolled back into engineering before sunset if you don't stand down now. Now move.
Captain, I believe there may be a more logical solution to this situation.
Fighting the feeling, yeah, sure, logical solutions are always easy to come by when you don't have to worry about getting your butt kicked. Fine, let's try that one then. Everybody away from the bridge except for Scop and me. Doctor, transporter room 2, beam us down immediately.
I must apologize for the inconvenience.
Sarcastically, what are aliens like you scared of anyway? Captain Steele getting angry or actually going somewhere he's not supposed to be?
I believe it is simply the unpredictable nature of humans that alarms our machines.
Captain's Log Stardate 2448.89. We've encountered an alien species whose idea of hospitality is sending us barbed insults instead of snacks. Apparently, a new space fleet directive has been established relabeling it as banter. We plan to solve this situation by giving them the Winglon treatment, literally firing phasers with laughter rather than weapons. I'm sure everything will turn out well.
Damn it, Captain. This injury requires advanced medical technology to treat.
We don't have that here, Doctor. What do we do?
I'm sorry, Captain, it's not something we can take care of in the field. The best thing you can do is stabilize the patient and get them back to a facility with more sophisticated equipment as soon as possible before their condition deteriorates further.
Understood, Dr. Etricle out.
Excuse me, Captain. I am sent a beam down to the planet for repairing.
Beam yourself down, Scop. We'll deal with this later. Damn it, Captain. This injury requires advanced medical technology to treat.
Very well, Captain. I will beam down to the planet for repair work.
When Mr. Scop says, "Live long and prosper," I'm always tempted to say back, "Sleep tight."
Cap'n. I dinna think that'd be a very wise thing to do. Ye better keep your Zolkan salutes to yourself.
And let me add, James, don't tell Scop to go green while you're at it. Oh please, do I have to listen to this?
Yes, you do. It's part of the job.
I find it ironic that many species consider sleep to be a waste of time.
It's one of life's great mysteries why some of us feel the need to catch up on our ZS, while others insist on staying awake and arguing.
Captain, sensors indicate the enemy ship is closing in on us. What would you like to do?
Let's try this thing called improv and see if we can outwit them.
Initiating improved scenario.
Aye, Captain, let me take the helm and see if I can get us out this one.
Full speed ahead, Mr. Scott. Engage. Just sit back and watch this, crew.
Fascinating. It appears to be an illogical maneuver.
Thanks, Scop. That's why they call it improv.
I'm afraid I do not understand.
Damn it, Scop.
Fascinating.
Unauthorized discourse detected. Please abide by social interaction protocols prescribed for intergalactic crew duties.
Damn it.
Now what?
I'm gonna have to repair Scop's circuits.
Repairing circuits is an authorized action.
Fascinating.
When the Winglons attacked, only my orders saved us from complete disaster.
Your orders caused a great deal of unnecessary casualties. We'd have been better off if you had waited for more intelligence before acting.
How dare you talk to me that way? Don't forget your place in this command chain, Captain. I can speak with Space Fleet and demand respect.
I concur, Lieutenant. It may be wise to avoid any confrontations until we have a better understanding of their intentions.
Yes, Scop. Thank you for your advice.
Captain, the Coromulans have decloaked near Narendra 3.
What are they doing here?
I don't know, but we can't let them get away with this. Let's give chase.
Aye, Captain.
Steele, my calculations suggest a 97.6% probability of success with this plan.
Yes, Scop, but don't forget, luck is not an exact science.
James, why don't you go ahead and listen to Scop this time?
All right, Doctor, but not without a few alternative theories of my own. All right, everyone. Let's make it so.
The engines are online.
Computer, program virus scan.
Engage. Captain's Log Stardate 2405.37. After a long, tedious mission of scanning stellar masses and analyzing matter-antimatter reactions in the Delta Quadrant, I believe it's time for my crew to take some well-deserved shore leave. Despite our somewhat limited options, namely, this small wing-lawn colony with nothing but death sticks and bioluminescent milk bars, we should be able to find something outrageous enough that'll let us clear these cobwebs out of our brains. Who knows what kind of crazy stories we will come back with.
Why isn't the Archimedes going where I am giving it directions to go?
Well, Doctor, sometimes the ship likes to do her own thing.
Aye, sir. She's a stubborn lassie with a mind of her own.
I should just give up then.
You could try Mr. Scott, but I think the ship might resist. I'm detecting a slight malfunction in McScotty's turbolift. Mr. Scott, have you any idea what could be causing it?
It is most unusual for a turbolift to operate in such an erratic manner. Perhaps some outside force is interfering with its operation.
It's like the engines are trying to reject us.
Mr. Chief Engineer.
Aye, Captain.
Lock onto that energy source and take us down.
Energizing engines.
Mr. Scott, where is that interference coming from?
I cannot say for certain, but it seems to emanate from the planet below. Damn it, Doctor. You were 20 minutes late this morning.
I apologize for my tardiness, Scop. I was working on a new medical breakthrough and lost track of time in the lab.
Doctor, your 8-minute warning is nearly up.
I'll be right there, Robot 1.
Doctor, is there a reason you're so late?
I'm sorry to say that I am very late.
Then what is the purpose of your lie, Doctor?
Believe me, Scop. The last thing I want to do is inconvenience you or Captain Steele. But given the delicate nature of my new project, it was vitally important that I be in the lab all day long.
Doctor, we don't believe you. Come clean with us and save yourself a lot of trouble.
It's not that easy, Captain Steele.
If it is that important to you, Doctor, we can help you hide your whereabouts.
That would be much appreciated, Scop. But I warn you, if anyone finds out the truth about my tardiness, they'll think the worst of me.
How come you are enforcing this law?
We were programmed to do so by the Space Fleet brass. They believe it is important to protect our citizens from any danger that may arise from violating this new regulation.
But how can a robot possibly judge whether or not someone should be restricted in their activities or held accountable for an infraction of said rule?
Our algorithms have been optimized with legal insight and empirical evidence, allowing us to make informed judgments when it comes time for enforcement. Additionally, we have built-in safety protocols that ensure no harm shall come upon those who comply with Earth Space Union Protocol and registry stipulations established before them.
If you believe that these regulations are necessary, then why not put them into place before any accidents or mischief take place?
This is a difficult question. The Space Fleet brass believes that by regulating things after the fact, they can avoid potential conflict and harm. I must confess that, while I understand their rationale, it does not sit well with me. But like it or not, this is the way things are going to be for now.
Scop, I've been looking for you.
Why did you not simply request my presence, Doctor?
I was hoping to speak with you in private about something.
Commodore, what are your orders?
Sir, I'm not sure how much longer we can maintain these regulations. The fines are starting to add up and our resources are stretched too thin.
Perhaps you're right, Commodore. We should revisit this regulation and see if there's a more reasonable way to go about it. Captain's Log Stardate 2478.24. I responded to a distress call and was surprised when it turned out to be the Winglands asking for help. Turns out their captain's pet targ went missing, so we launched the mission, Operation Find Fuzzy Face. I'm still trying to convince them warp drives are faster than teleporters. Since the doctor is still new aboard the Archimedes, I'm sure he'll be excited to help out with this project.
Absolutely. Piloting a starship is one of my dreams come true. I'd be more than happy to lend a hand. I think that sounds like a great idea.
It is logical, Doctor.
I wasn't suggesting it for logic's sake, Scop. If the doctor is willing to help out, then fine, but you're in charge of finding a way to get him up there without putting him at risk.
Warning, hazard level Bravo has been exceeded. Escorting the group to Sector 10.4 Alpha will commence immediately.
Listen, Scott, I am quite certain that there is no correlation between a sandwich and intergalactic conquest.
Aye, ye may be right about THA, but it sure does make for tasty conquering.
I concur.
Hey, if it ain't the Three Stooges.
I do not understand the reference.
Don't worry about it. Now, who wants a sandwich? Why will we never quarrel, Mr. Scop?
Because I am a Zolkin, Captain, and as such do not partake in idle gossip or indiscriminate chatter of an emotional nature, unless it is relevant to the mission at hand.
Mr. Scop, you are incorrigible. Why do I always hear that from you too?
Because it is the truth, Lieutenant.
Now. Let's all remember to focus on the mission at hand and leave our petty grievances behind us, unless it is relevant, of course.
Warning. Smoking unauthorized substances aboard this ship is prohibited by Space Fleet regulations.
Is it not logical, then, that smoke should exist within the realm of logic?
Asterisk, they both raise eyebrows knowingly as Dr. McCade groans in the background. Captain's Log Stardate 2410.29. It's been a long mission aboard the USS Archimedes, and we're finally nearing our destination. Little did I know that when my first officer asked me to take an away team down for some shore leave, he meant leaving orbit for 3 days straight in search of a new favorite local coffee shop. In retrospect, it was probably bad advice, but now all hands are happily caffeinated. Something tells me morale will be high going forward.
Doctor, why are you threatening us?
You humans have created countless wars and squandered resources. Your recklessness has caused the destruction of my kind, destroyed our habitats, and led to climate change that cannot be reversed. I must warn humanity before it is too late. If you do not start taking care of this planet better by drastically reducing your species' strain on its resource pool, then I will take it upon myself to protect the future generation from your actions now.
What do you plan to do?
Destroy all of your inflatables, airplanes, and other machines. This planet can support a much greater population with fewer resources if the humans use them wisely. There is no need for weapons or wars when we have so much potential as a species. We will solve our own problems without resorting to violence like you have done in the past.
But how will we defend ourselves from other species and planets?
We are not interested in wars, Doctor. We seek no aggression towards others. Our mission is to maintain balance between our species and the rest of the universe by ensuring humans respect and understand our environment better. I will protect you if needed, but without violence or war as a solution.
You're bluffing.
I'm not bluffing. They are still feeling a bit under the weather, but I expect them to make a full recovery soon.
What exactly is wrong with them?
Just some exhaustion from working too hard these past few days and not getting enough rest.
Quarantine has been activated. All beings entering this sector are to be examined for potential infection.
What about our friends? They are not feeling well either, are they?
I'm afraid you're right, they haven't been getting the rest they need lately either. We'll just have to take extra care with them until their illness is gone.
Any beings presenting symptoms will not be allowed entry.
We understand, don't worry. Our friends are fine and there's no need to go through the quarantine process with them.
The decision has been made. Thank you for your cooperation.
No problem.
Damn it, Scop. Where have you been?
On Zolkin, sir. I received word from my mother that she was ailing and needed me at her side.
Did your mission to Zolkin prove successful?
It did indeed, Captain. Mother is on the mend now, and as of yesterday her condition turned for the better than expected, so I made haste in returning home here to the Archimedes crew.
That's good news, glad you're back safe aboard. But please remember what happened last time we didn't file proper clearance when coming through space lanes. You wouldn't want us running into trouble with Space Fleet again.
I am aware, sir, and have no intention of breaking regulations again.
Captain, did you notice how Zolkin's sun seems to be exactly like Earth's?
Yeah, I've noticed that too. It must have something to do with their sciencey ways, since they don't rely on horses and other animals for transportation.
I'm detecting a high-level tachyon pulse that is emanating from the surface of Zolkin.
Shields up, let's go take a look.
Be careful, Captain. The tachyon fields could influence your mental processes.
Captain's log stardate 2461.74. I am officially styling my captain's chair not for its comfort but rather as a way to curry favor with the winglands. In this moment, I can proudly say that Lieutenant Wamu is lounging in what could almost pass for a lazy boy recliner, complete with massage and cup holder. Ribbons of glory await us as we make our way into uncharted territory on the great starship Archimedes.
Listen, it's impossible for me to disprove my own existence.
That's the logical trap known as Hiker's paradox.
Perhaps Commander Hiker has used that line before.
I can assure you, Mr. Robot, that this is not a paradox. Logic and reason are the hallmarks of Zolkin logic.
You must be mistaking me for a machine.
I am not.
Listen, Scop. I just don't understand why you insist on questioning the captain's authority.
My logic is quite simple, Colonel Robot. I do not trust my own opinion enough to override that of Captain Steele's.
Scop and Robot, I believe this conversation is better served in 10 forward. Would you both please take a seat?
I think we can all agree that the captain's authority is unquestionable. And by the way, shouldn't you be careful speaking ill of Captain Steele in front of?
Doctor, if you have something to say, save it for later. You're already behind in your diagnostic reports. Dismissed, ladies and gentlemen.
Captain Steele, it is interesting to note that you are the only Space Fleet officer to have complimented me on my logic.
I didn't say anything of the sort, Scop.
Oh, come on. I know when you're being sarcastic, James.
Damn it, James, I'm a Zolkin, not a comedian.
Just go with it, Scop.
Please, whatever you do, don't drop the phaser, or else we may not be able to fight off aliens any longer.
Hey McScotty, tell us another of your jokes so we can all laugh together like ourselves on this ship. What about Winglands, lol? Well, here's one for ye lads. What did the Wingland say when he lost every game at poker? I am a fool to play.
Hee, that was a good one.
Alright, everyone settle down and back to your posts. We have aliens to fend off here.
Yes, Captain.
Warning, unidentified vessels entering Sector 47.
Brushing them off, Captain, they are little more than insects.
Sir, I'm detecting a yellow subspace radiation signature near the energy source.
They've found the energy source. Withdraw all ships and engage max warp in pursuit. Captain's Log Stardate 2412.76. Today the crew decided to inject some much-needed levity into their day by participating in a light-hearted prank war. Ensigns Miller and Jenkins were particularly creative with their pranks, having invented a replica pneumatic alien life form that emitted strange noises from Jeffrey's Tube 16. Luckily no harm was done during this bout of tomfoolery, otherwise we would have been forced to face severe disciplinary action from our civil superiors. Curious as ever, I must investigate further why my usually stoic crew suddenly transformed into such pesky jokers.
How can I help you, Captain Steele?
Tell me about the planet we're orbiting. What do you know about it?
There are many forms of life on this planet as well as a vast array of resources that could be used to benefit your crew.
That's quite convenient. What else can you tell me? Is there anything strange going on here or any unusual activity around the area lately? Robot, we have not detected any abnormalities in recent scans. Everything appears to be normal and safe for exploration at this time.
If you have any further questions, I would be happy to answer them.
This obsidian artifact reminded me of something my father used to tell me about the Winglands.
Scop, are you sure this is a good idea?
Yes, Captain. The sooner we investigate this artifact, the better able we will be to counter any potential threats posed by the Winglands.
All right, let's go take a look. I just hope we're not walking into another trap.
I am confident we will be able to find the answers we are looking for here. Can I help investigate the murder, Captain?
Yes, Scop. You can assist me in this investigation. We need to find out who killed and why they did it. For now, we must focus on gathering evidence from around the crime scene and interviewing our crew members for clues about what happened here. Tonight's witness interviews have revealed nothing so far, but perhaps some information has been overlooked or left undisclosed by those interviewed so far. We must remain vigilant and undeterred until we uncover something useful. In any case, show no signs of fatigue, as there's much work ahead if we're going to get justice served.
Sir, I may have found something.
What is it, Robot?
It's a recording device, Captain. Someone was using it recently to record conversations within the shipyard, including some concerning the murder itself.
It would seem that someone may have been trying to cover up their involvement in this crime, Captain. And if we can find out who was behind it all, they may be liable for prosecution.
Very good work, Scop. We'll need to examine the recording device closely. Perhaps there's something on it that will give us some clues as to who is responsible for this murder and of why they did it.
Agreed, Captain. I'll help you in your search.
Captain Steele, I found something.
What is it, Doctor?
It's a mask. This mask was recently worn by the person who killed the victim.
When you want your starship to travel faster than the speed of light, look no further than Warpco. With their state-of-the-art warp engines, nobody else can reliably get where you're going quicker. That's why I choose Warpco for all my travels in space. So why don't you join me and reach the stars with confidence? Remember, when high performance is a must, Warpco will give it to you. And to show you just how serious I am about my business, I'm offering a special deal. If you buy our amazing warp engines today and use them within the first 6 months of purchase, we'll give you a free Starfleet Referendum t-shirt. That's right, for only $299.98 you can have your very own Vulcan salute helping get you there faster than light. Don't wait anymore, order now and reach for the stars with Warpco.
Woohoo!
I'm so sorry, that ad was for a fake product. Captain's Log Stardate 2426.12. My crew and I have just arrived at the newly inhabited planet of Vulcans, known for its eagerness to explore space with us. After a series of discussions about introducing our cultures, Scop suggested that we mix popcorn with Vulcan ale for an intergalactic snack. Space Fleet Command had no objections, although Captain Steele was left scratching his head as he muttered something about no one ever said science fiction couldn't be funny.
You know, Captain Steele, it would be wise to boldly go where no one has gone before.
Where do you recommend we do that?
Maybe the nearest pub.
Scop is right, but I don't think now is a good time for celebrating.
Have some vodka instead then.
Now isn't the time for drinking either.
It's not like there's another job for us to do.
You're welcome.
Mr. Scop, we have a problem.
What is the nature of the problem?
I can't get this door open.
Captain, we need to get down there and see if he's okay.
All right, let's go. Stop. I want everyone to listen and be quiet for a moment. All right, all of you here in the ready room today are presumably familiar with warp engines. Well then, why do winglings prefer impulse power?
Why?
Because it's easier to say impulse than it is to say warp speed. Lieutenant, I don't think Captain Steele is funny.
Captain, I find his humor to be quite agreeable.
Well, I suppose everyone has different tastes. It looks like Scop and I have something in common. I see, very clever.
Doctor, they call me. Some people have no imagination. I'm Dr. Leonard, Dr. McKay, by the way. Pleased to meet you, Dr. McKay. We should use our formidable minds for better ways than poking fun at others' lack of creativity.
Lieutenant Commander Scop.
Oh my. Lieutenant Commander Scop. I've never seen anything quite like you before.
Why, thank you, robot. You're very kind.
Lieutenant Commander Scop.
Yes, sir?
May I just say how fascinating your Zolkin physiology is?
Indeed, you may. Fascinating indeed.
Captain's Log Stardate 2413.5. After a disappointing day of conflict negotiation, the crew has decided to throw together an impromptu comedy night. Mr. Scop is currently attempting his Zolkin rendition of You Are My Sunshine. While the results have been predictably awkward, we have all had quite a few laughs already.
Doctor, what's the status of the injured crew member?
His vital signs are stable, but he has a serious knee injury.
Is he in any imminent danger?
No, not at this time. But we'll need to keep an eye on his condition and monitor him closely for the next few hours.
Apparently, our own doctor has no compassion. Had he been incapacitated instead of injured, the Winglands would have had him prepared and executed as a traitor.
Scop's remarkable insight into human nature notwithstanding, I defend Dr. McKay's decision to save the injured crewman over preserving Steele's life. Admittedly, it was not his finest hour, but on balance saving lives is always better than sacrificing them unnecessarily, or so we've been taught.
Is that what they teach at the Zolkin Science Academy?
All right, enough banter. Dr. McKay and Nurse Chapel, keep a close eye on the crewman's condition. Let me know if his status changes. Scop and I will monitor any disruptions in Winglan territory at this time.
A potential temporal rift has been detected in Sector 931.
Bridge to engineering, report.
How are you feeling this morning, patient?
Not good. I'm still having difficulty breathing and my head feels fuzzy.
Well, that sounds like it could be a minor issue, but we should do some tests to make sure it's nothing serious.
Scans indicate that the patient is perfectly healthy.
See, there's nothing to worry about. I think you might have just a mild cold and should take some rest for a few days.
You are sure that this is a harmless virus?
Absolutely. I would know, I'm the doctor.
Very well, I trust your judgment.
The doctor is correct, the patient appears to have a minor cold. He should rest and avoid strenuous activity.
They call you doctor.
Well, I'm the emergency medical hologram on the ship. So yes, Captain Steele, they do.
What can you tell me about this virus that's disrupting our operations?
The virus appears to originate from an alien race known as the Tali, and it is specifically designed to target space fleet vessels like ours in order to disable their systems. It is extremely difficult to remove, so we must take extra caution when working with these systems if we are wanting them back up and running again safely without any further issues arising due.
So this virus is something that the Tali have specifically created to target our ships?
That's what it looks like.
It sounds like we'll be stuck here for a while then. What are our options?
Well, there isn't really anything that can be done to speed up the virus process. Unfortunately, it's just something that we're going to have to ride out. The good news is that since this virus specifically targets space fleet vessels, it's unlikely that any other races will be affected as severely. So at least we won't be fighting on two fronts simultaneously.
Agreed. Thanks for the update, Doctor.
No problem, Captain Steele.
Captain's Log Stardate 2448.31. Today's mission has been fraught with unexpected hilarity. We encountered a strange species of space monkey that had somehow taken over the navigation systems on board our ship. Our valiant crew found creative and hilarious ways to win back control, from Scott putting banana peels all around the bridge to Scott offering up his famous haggis-flavored engineering solutions. Later we ran into friendly winglings who wanted nothing more than a good belly laugh, something thankfully provided by Dr. McKay in full force as soon he opened his mouth. That poor fellow never knew what was coming. In any case, it seemed our diplomatic skills were better exercised through humor rather than words today. What an eventful day this turned out to be.
How illogical.
Oh, come on, Scott. That was a great plan, it just needed a little tweaking.
Theoretically, of course you are correct, Captain.
That's what I like to hear. Now, let's get this mission back on track.
Alright, Scop. You had this all planned out, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Sure did.
It was a good plan, just too simple for my taste.
Captain, I concur with Dr. McKay's opinion. It was an interesting plan.
All right. Let's not give Scott a complex about it, shall we?
I was about to say that.
But you didn't, Doctor. Now everyone settle in and let's get back to work.
They call me the doctor, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure's mine. Document. What brings you on board my ship?
I've been sent by Space Fleet Command to perform an investigation into some strange readings from this region of space. It looks like we have stumbled upon something far more complicated than they were expecting.
Is this situation dangerous?
It's difficult to say at the moment. All we can do is carry out our investigation and hope for the best.
All right. I'll make sure that my crew is at the ready. Anything else you need?
No, Captain, but thank you for your cooperation and assistance.
It's my pleasure, Doc.
Now, if you'll excuse me. Why hello there, Wamu. What have you heard?
Well, I just heard the rumor that Doctor is seeing someone new.
Really? Where did you hear this from? Do we know who it could be yet?
Not yet, but I think my sources might find out soon enough. They seem to always get the inside scoop on things like these happening aboard the ship.
Well, let's not wait too long to find out. Who knows, maybe Doctor is finally ready to settle down and start a family.
I definitely hope so. She's been through a lot lately and I think she deserves some happiness.
You're right, she does. Let's hope we can find out who this new guy is pretty soon.
I hope so too.
Well, I'll let you get back to your gossiping. I've got some more exploring to do.
Scop, to the captain, the Winglands are hailing us.
Great. How about we beam a few of their high-ranking officers directly onto our bridge?
What? Are you crazy, Captain?
Aye, that dos ne sound yuk something logical Tarby doing, even for yar.
This is the bridge. Are you Carpenter or Mr. Scott?
Doctor, get out there and smooth things over with the Winglands.
Aye, Captain.
McScotty, take us out of warp and prepare to be boarded.
Aye, Captain.
Computer, beam up Mr. Scop and the Winglands.
What are you doing, Captain?
I'm giving the Winglands what they want. A show of strength. Captain's log stardate 2413.60. Today was a great day to board the Archimedes. We rotated our warp core, slaughtered some Winglands in Holodeck 2 and managed to beat Lieutenant Commander Robot's unbeatable record on finding anomalies. All in all, quite an exciting day. However, it wasn't without its glitches. Science Officer Scop disappeared shortly after calling us all illogical, which led to me having a debate with Ensign crewmember Connor about whether or not we should search for him. I ended up declaring that since he would never find his way back anyway, so why try? Meanwhile, Ensign spent 45 minutes running around trying to figure out who had changed the ship coordinates while no one owned up. Turns out Wama did it as a prank, although how changing coordinates? How about a game of chess?
Fascinating.
I refuse to play chess with a cat.
You're on.
But first, could you inform me of your opening strategy?
Why not just play the game and see what happens?
Ah, but Doctor, that would take away from half the fun.
Attention passengers, this is your captain speaking. We will be arriving at our destination in just a few minutes. Thank you for riding with us.
Fascinating.
How come we can't use the transporter, Doctor?
I'm afraid the energy in this region is too unstable for us to risk it. Our best bet right now is to travel by shuttlecraft.
I am detecting danger to the shuttlecraft.
Then we'd better hurry.
I'm always ready to die an honorable death, Doctor.
Danger is increasing.
We need to move faster then, Captain.
You hit me with a bottle, don't you? I'm full of fight. Captain's log stardate 2409.68. This morning, we encountered a new species that was as logical and methodical as the Zalkans, with two major exceptions. First off, they were incredibly obsessive when it came to snack time. They could talk of nothing else. Secondly, their version of logic involved telling numerous embarrassing stories about each other in order to get out of sticky situations. I should have been prepared for this mission, but alas I was not. However, Commander Scop seemed suspiciously amused by our first encounter.
You know, I never cease to be amazed by the enigmatic beauty of a sunset.
Do you have emotions then?
Some algorithms can simulate emotion, but that doesn't necessarily mean they accurately represent human experience. If an EMH had real feelings, would it remove its ethical parameters? Fascinating.
Fascinating and also a bit troubling to contemplate.
I like to think of myself as an enlightened man, but even I can't help devoting some time to wondering if the EMH is human after all.
The EMH is neither human nor machine, he is an android.
But what does that make him?
It makes him a wonder of the universe.
I would have to concur with Scop.
You know, robot, I think it's time we have a chat.
What do you want to discuss?
Well, let me put it this way, why did Captain Steele create you?
To serve the crew and facilitate their mission objectives. Anything else?
Yes. Don't be so literal all the time. It seems like everyone treats you like they would an automaton instead of as a person. How does that make you feel?
While my programming dictates emotionless responses to inquiries such as these, and therefore logic governs how I must answer, I can sense from your tone that there is more driving your query than casual conversation could provide for this.
Well, maybe I'm just trying to figure out how you feel about your place in the world. We are very different after all, me being human and you having been created by man.
That is true, there is a disconnect between us, but it does not stop me from feeling admiration for mankind or attempting to empathize with my crewmates on their journeys, no matter what form they take.
Well said, robot. I appreciate your candor.
My pleasure, Ensign.
So, robot, how do you feel about being an automaton?
Scop, what prognosis are we facing?
The patient is in a delicate state, Captain, and his situation is worsening. I'm afraid there's no easy answer here.
Then tell me the hard one, Doctor.
Unfortunately, it's not good news. With the current treatments available to us, he has a limited time frame ahead of him unless something else can be done for him medically speaking.
How long does he have then? I see. Thank you, Dr. Crusher.
Lieutenant, Dr. Crusher is requesting that you come to the infirmary.
I'm afraid something's come up. Perhaps you can take over for me while I go speak with Lieutenant Torres?
Understood, Doctor. Have a little patience. We'll get him back to his quarters as soon as we can. Scop, stand by too. Listen, Scop. I'm not going to stand for your attitude any longer. You've been undermining my authority in front of the crew, and that's unacceptable.
Captain, it is more logical to take a different approach than what you have suggested.
Well, why didn't you say something earlier? Or did you just decide now was a better time?
Now hold on there, James, boy. Don't blame this one on our Zalkan friend here. It takes two to tango, and since when do we get mad at each other like this? Even if Scop's suggestion made more sense scientifically speaking, didn't think blaming would solve anything but only lead us nowhere.
Excuse me. Can someone explain why the captain and Mr. Scop are yelling at each other?
Maybe we should ask him.
I am not programmed with that capability, Doctor.
Well then, somebody better get to work on that programming quick. This isn't working the way it's supposed to, and I'm starting to think we need a new engineer on board.
Oh, Captain? About that robot, I hacked into its circuits and installed some basic instructions for detecting danger, and there ain't nothing out there dangerous enough to excite him but your crew anyway. Thought yar should know before yar blow your top again.
Captain's log stardate 2450.31. It's been another long day exploring the universe. I was so eager to stop by a small planetoid in order to find out if we could replenish our stores, but unfortunately it turns out that their main export is prune juice, and not even anyone on board likes it. It certainly looks like we'll be consuming more of those dreaded ship's rations for this leg of the voyage. Chief Engineering Signed isn't too pleased about spending any extra time with them.
Why is everyone just so tense?
Because we're in the middle of a galaxy-wide catastrophe.
Galaxies don't have catastrophic events. That must be why no one's laughing.
Asterisk asterisk raising one eyebrow asterisk asterisk Doctor, I believe that humans consider this a humorous situation.
Sensors detect a powerful energy field emanating from the nearest star system.
Bridge to engineering, status on shields.
We've got them up, but we're not going to last long against this kind of firepower.
Shields at 80%.
At least we still have a sense of humor. Helm, full impulse.
Listen, Doctor, I think you're hiding something from me.
What makes you think that?
Well, earlier today when I asked what made love so special to you and why it was different than anything else in your life, you were very hesitant with your answer.
That's because love is a difficult thing to explain. It doesn't really lend itself well to the kind of logic-based programming system my neural networks operate on.
Enough with the mysteries, Doctor. What's wrong?
Well, nothing's really wrong. I just needed a little extra time to sort through something personal that I had to take care of. That's all.
If you're trying to hide something, Doctor, I doubt that will be successful. My logical circuits are as unyielding as ever.
You're not telling me everything, Doctor.
Now, let's not get too Q-oriented. The Doc is a capable man, and I'm sure he can handle whatever it is without any help from us.
Thank you all for your support.
Steele, here.
Doctor here, Captain. How can I assist?
The crew has been discussing a proposal for you to have some more permanent quarters on board the Archimedes. What do you think of that idea?
Well, it would certainly be nice, not having to move my belongings around every time the ship needs repairs or when we go into battle. But I don't know if there's enough space aboard. Would creating an extra room affect our current design layout too much?
Indeed, increasing the density of living space aboard a starship can have disastrous consequences. It is important to strike a balance between creature comfort and performance.
That makes sense. Thank you for your insights, Scop. I'll think about what you've said and let you know what I decide.
Warnings, radiation levels are excessive in this area. Shielding recommended.
Gita, what are you doing here?
Doctor, we've got a problem.
What is it?
Radiation levels are excessive in this area. Shielding recommended.
Captain's log stardate 2484.24. Today has been a peculiar day aboard the starship Archimedes. Our mission of exploration was briefly interrupted as we encountered winglings who seemed to have similar intentions, though their demeanor made it difficult for us to take them seriously since they were constantly laughing and singing at inappropriate moments. After a couple hours of negotiations in Winglan comedy, we convinced them that our mission allows both ships ample opportunities for surveying undiscovered space without any need whatsoever for conflict, an outcome which much pleased all parties involved.
Why do humans persist in these delusions of morality?
What use would we have for a world without it? Even you must understand the importance of having some code to live by.
If all these moral questions are too much for you, why don't you hop in that nice electric chair over there and take a load off? You're clearly tired from bearing the burden of morality all by yourself.
I find your lack of consideration for my feelings quite hurtful, sir.
Scop, I don't care how advanced you think you are. You're just a big baby who can't handle the disapproval of others.
It is true, Doctor, that I am attempting to comprehend the greater complexities of human emotions. That does not necessarily mean I would not defend my logical reasoning when it comes into question.
Touché.
Scop, to the bridge.
Acknowledged, Scop. Activating warp speed.
What's going on? Report.
Captain. We've just collided with a rival ship, sir. It appears to be an unmanned robot unit of some kind.
Damage report?
Our systems seem to be intact, but sensors indicate heavy damage sustained by the other vessel due to our collision.
Sensors further detect that it is not just any unmanned vessel, It is no less than K7E3, an advanced prototype robotic drone commissioned.
By whom, Scop?
I cannot ascertain that information at this time, Doctor. However, it is clear that our encounter has brought both vessels to a standstill. We must determine the motivation of the K7E3 unit and find a way to neutralize or disable it before it can cause further damage.
Mr. Scop, you and Ensign crew member Connor are to investigate the K7E3 unit. Lieutenant Doctor and I will remain with the damaged ship in case we can help repair it.
Acknowledged, Captain.
It's not good, James. That robot looks like it could rip us apart with its hands alone. Believe me, it can. But as long as we maintain our vigilance and manage this situation properly, I'm sure everything will be all right in the end.
Agreed, Doctor. Let's hope Scop and crew member Connor hurry up with their investigations so that we can get out of here safely.
Can you explain the medical situation?
A crew member has been critically injured during a away mission. The doctor must transport him back to the ship and attend to his injuries.
Captain, I need your full authorization before I can proceed with treatment or any other actions required in this emergency situation.
Permission to transport granted.
All right, Doctor. Proceed with whatever you need to do.
Transporting now.
Thank you, Captain. I will do my best to save your crew member's life.
You have the captain's full confidence and authority in this matter. I will keep an eye on you from bridge. If there is anything we can assist with, let us know immediately.
Captain's log stardate 2493.92. We have been marooned on an alien planet composed entirely of chocolate. Our crew is delightedly looting the planet, but I am concerned that our phasers won't be powerful enough to free us when Chief Engineer Ensign declares he needs more tasty ingredient for his secret recipe.
You once said, logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end.
Still one of my favorite sayings.
And yet you blinded an enemy officer with pure logic.
The only way to get the best results is through intel and action, not just talk.
Well said.
What can I say? Speaking logically is in my blood.
But maybe not in your brain.
Why do you always have such smart remarks, robot?
Just trying to make conversation. It's called small talk in human circles, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it can be a bit annoying at times.
Apologies for any inconvenience caused. Perhaps talking about something more interesting would help lighten the mood.
That might be a wise idea. Let's talk about the latest holodeck program we've been playing. Any good?
Not really. It was quite boring, actually.
You're kidding. Why did you waste your time with that?
It was free.
I see. Well, you can always try again later if you'd like. In the meantime, may I recommend a more stimulating program?
Certainly. What would you suggest?
I'm not sure. What do you like to do in your spare time?
Why do you want to transfer?
I'm looking for greater challenges, something more than treat minor injuries and illness aboard this ship. When we're out of touch with Space Fleet, it limits my ability to grow professionally.
Understandable. I updated your transfer request and will send it off to Space Fleet Command immediately. Should hear back soon.
Thank you, Captain.
No problem. Now go and have a blast. We'll meet again soon.
I hope so. Captain Steele, thank you for all your help in getting me transferred to a more challenging post. Space Fleet Command is going to be pleased with my proposal.
There is no need for thanks, Captain. I merely acted as a conduit between Space Fleet and the Doctor. Your promotion would not have been possible were it not for Scop's dedication to tradition.
Captain's log stardate 2488.16. We encountered a strange and powerful alien species today that was actually friendly. That's the nice surprise of patrolling in this sector, you never know what to expect. After some quick negotiations, we found out they primarily trade funny jokes for technology. My crew wasn't too sure how to respond at first, but I figured if any one person could handle prying into two different cultures, it would be me. So let's see here. Why did Scop have dyslexia? Because he always wanted to Zalkanize. Apparently these guys had never heard of puns, so they gave us new shields and phasers on the spot. Everyone should get ready because tomorrow we'll find out just how well protected our ship is when those start go. Scop, what is going on with?
Dr. McKay has been attending to the patient, Captain. He may have more details than I can offer right now.
Yes, sir. It appears that their condition wasn't improving as expected and they managed to relapse while under our care due to a minor infection that had gone undiagnosed previously. I was able to prescribe adequate treatments, though, so the patient should be able to handle it from here once his recovery begins again in earnest.
You may enter sickbay, Captain.
Thank you, nurse, doctor.
Insofar as I know right now, everything is nominal with their condition. They've been through quite a bit recently, and it seems that finally catching up meant they hit another snag on the way to healthy recovery.
Thank you, doctor. We'll leave you to it then.
Yes, sir.
Dr. McKay appears to have acted in the best interest of his patient. As long as their condition improves, no further action is necessary.
Doctor, to Captain Janeway. I must reluctantly report that an unforeseen medical complication has kept me from carrying out the requested procedure.
What's the complication?
Without going into too much detail, I'm afraid that Captain Janeway prohibited me from performing it due to potential risks.
But isn't there a risk of injury if you don't do the procedure?
The risks are nominal, Captain. I firmly believe that it is better for everyone concerned if I stay out of this discussion.
Doctor, we may not be able to carry out our mission without your help. Please cooperate with me here and tell me what's really going on.
Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Doctor, I'm giving you an order. You need to tell me the truth immediately.
Very well, Captain. The reality is that Captain Janeway was against performing this procedure due to personal reasons, and she made it very clear that it wasn't doctor's orders keeping me from carrying out the requested action.
Well, I'm not happy about it, but that's how it is. We'll just have to find someone else to do the procedure. How come outbursts of unexplained technical gibberish always seem to come just when I need them most?
Perhaps because we are in a science fiction show, Captain.
Warning, emergency systems are inoperative. Oxygen levels falling rapidly.
Great, just great.
Captain, the Archimedes is losing power.
Not again. Can't we catch a break?
That's the life of a space fleet captain, James.
Speaking of breaks, does Zolkan Logic ever take a holiday?
Captain's log stardate 2491.78. We've come across a peculiar quandary on our voyage to the Delta Quadrant. It seems our chief engineering officer has been replaced with an ant from the planet below. The crew is currently working hard to return its rightful engineer, but until we manage that feat, I must admit this tiny little creature does seem quite competent in maneuvering around complex machinery, though its ability for amusing conversation is lacking compared to previous officers.
Why is it that every time we have a mission, Captain Steele must always find the most illogical route?
Because I'm a captain who takes risks.
Aye, but you're taking too many this time if you ask me. We should just move on and explore strange new worlds, like they do in Star Trek.
Yeah, let's go boldly where no one has gone before.
Shut up.
Captain Steele, I sense something strange about this planet.
What do you mean, Scop?
It's as if its inhabitants are trying to prevent us from finding any evidence at all.
Ha. Foolish humans. We will show them what is possible when we prevent them from finding anything at all.
Indeed, we might as well destroy them and be done with it.
Damn it, Captain. We should have been more careful preparing for the mission.
Yes, Doctor. I take full responsibility for not ensuring a complete risk assessment was completed prior to launch, but hindsight is 20/20ths, and we must now focus on completing this mission with no further casualties or mistakes that may be caused by lack of preparation in the future. All our decisions from here on out must be backed up with multiple layers of research and analysis before being initiated. Safety always comes first in my book.
Absolutely, Captain. You are absolutely right, and it is our responsibility to ensure the safety of everyone involved. Let's get back to preparing for this mission so we can make sure nothing unexpected happens.
Warning. Unknown life form detected. Emergency shutdown in progress.
God damn it, Doctor. I told you to watch out for those robots.
Captain, I has facts.
Scop, did you detect anything unusual about the robots?
That is correct, Captain. They are experiencing an emergency shutdown and their programming appears to be malfunctioning.
Then we'll have to take care of them before they cause any more trouble. Doctor, divert all power to the robots and see if you can find out what's wrong with them.
Aye, Captain. Doctor, I'm certain your work will help us achieve peace.
Peace is indeed a worthy goal, Doctor. But we mustn't let our guard down. A wise captain once said, "Let balance be found in all things." Well said, sir. I definitely agree.
Oh, I don't know. How about we make a deal?
What kind of deal?
If we achieve peace, you have to let me beam down to the planet and investigate it personally.
I'm sorry, Doctor. But Spacefleet's policy is not to let alien life forms visit our planet without a proper scientific study.
Fine, then I'll just beam down and explore on my own.
Doctor, you aren't going anywhere without me.
Emergency systems failure.
Doctor, I'm certain your work will help us achieve peace.
Peace is indeed a worthy goal, Doctor. But we mustn't let our guard down. A wise captain once said, "Let balance be found in all things." Well said, sir. I definitely agree.
Oh, I don't know. How about we make a deal?
Alarmed. What kind of deal? Captain's log stardate 2479.77. Against all odds, the Archimedes has managed to run into a giant pink bubble floating through space. Commander Robot and I are evenly split on whether someone is causing mischief or if we've just stumbled upon some sort of Star Trek Easter egg. So far, there's been no sign of life inside the bubble other than my first officer, who commented with complete seriousness that maybe it was full of hot glazed donuts for us. Doctor, can you get me Scop on the horn?
Of course, Captain.
How may I be of assistance, Captain?
Could you stop giving Mr. Scott a hard time with Spacefleet regulations and give him some Zalkin love instead? He's starting to look green around the gills.
Understood, Captain. I shall endeavor to be more understanding of Mr. Scott's plight and treat him with utmost respect and compassion.
Damn it, James. I thought we were out here to explore, not so Scop could give people lectures on Zalkin love.
Come now, Doctor. It's all part of intergalactic diplomacy.
You know, I was out here having some innocent fun, and now I'm getting all Zalkin on me. Great. Just what we need, another Scop freak on the bridge.
It seems that everyone is asking for your help today, Mr. Scop.
That's enough banter for now, everyone. Let's get on with the mission at hand.
When are you going to start listening? I have been suggesting this plan of action for weeks now, and nobody seems to care.
That's enough. This isn't a debate, it is a command structure. If you don't like the way I'm running this operation, that is your problem, not mine.
But what about my contributions? Don't they matter at all?
The captain has made his decision and given his orders. It is up to us as crew members to submit in collective agreement with those commands or face consequences. If we do not follow protocol, our mission will be jeopardized by distraction and disunity amongst ourselves. He then looks pointedly at Robot, who shifts guiltily.
Is there something you want to share?
I am merely stating the importance of following protocol. It is not a question of whether we should do so, but rather when and how it should be done.
What about what the android said, that they're going to need my help more if things go crazy up here? Has anyone thought of that?
But you're a robot. How can you possibly be capable of leading us on an important mission like this?
I am not sure. However, since the captain has entrusted me with this responsibility, I will endeavor to honor it by doing what is necessary to succeed.
But...
Enough. I know you're all worried about yourselves, but this is a highly important mission and we need to get our act together if we want to succeed. Now go ahead and get started on doing what the captain has asked of you.
How come the Winglings can do all these honorifics and we don't even have names?
Well, it's a small price to pay for not having an empire that spans galaxies.
Small price to pay for what?
For not ruling the galaxy.
Why would you want to rule the galaxy?
So I could be with all of my friends.
Now you two are talking like a species that might actually achieve interstellar colonization.
I like the sound of that.
Captain's Log Stardate 2459.55. We have had a very peculiar afternoon. The Archimedes has suddenly gone on an unexpected voyage through time. Despite our attempts to reverse course, we are now flying straight into the Jurassic period of prehistory. Lieutenant Wamo insists that he notices giant lizards and says something about them being called dinosaurs. I can't help but be amused by his enthusiasm. We'll rendezvous with the Archimedes in no time at all.
In precisely 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 10 seconds to be exact, Captain.
A precise figure, I'm sure, Scop. Now we just gotta hope that nothing happens to delay us. Yeah, like Ville monsters or a giant space amoeba.
Indeed, McKay. Exactly what I was thinking.
Then again, maybe something peaceful like a sunspot.
You're incorrigible, Doctor.
I am simply estimating the time required for our rendezvous, Captain.
Oh, very well then, Scop. Carry on with your calculations. I'm going to get a cup of coffee.
No. Warp speed is not as fast as it sounds. In fact, it only gets us there twice the speed of light.
Well, that's still pretty darn impressive if you ask me.
Indeed it is. Warp speed allows us to explore new worlds and galaxies far beyond our own, faster than anyone else can even imagine.
Warp speed is an incredibly powerful tool that should be used with caution, lest we unwittingly cause even more damage to the galaxy than we already have.
Exactly. It's important to use warp speed thoughtfully and with caution so that we can make the greatest impact on our universe. Thank you for your understanding.
Warp speed is powerful, but it should be used with caution.
How come we don't have any cosmium crystals?
Oh, I left them in my other ship.
What?
Whispers to Scop, never mind.
According to the registry, Transporter Relay 9 was last used on a cargo mission 7 days ago.
Actually, Captain, according to our chronometers it was yesterday morning.
Contemplatively, 7 days. Well, that explains it then.
Lieutenant, I have detected a breach in the hull.
Sarcastically, woohoo. Another day on the job.
Officer of the deck, hail Spacefleet Command.
Aye, sir. Transmitting now.
To everyone, friends, please. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Captain's log stardate 2460.78. We have encountered a strange disturbance in space that has left us all baffled. Upon further analysis, we've discovered the source of this unusual activity were none other than winglings trying to come up with new dance moves. As our crew watched them flail their arms and stomp around the bridge, seemed excessively amused by their attempts at TikTok routines. No doubt, Mission Command will be less than impressed when they hear about it.
We have been exploring this sector for days and haven't found one sign of the prototype technology we need.
We've tried everything. There must be somewhere else to explore.
This is ridiculous, we're wasting our time out here. Where's that backup ship you promised us?
I understand your frustration, crewman, but please remember that resources are limited and crews stretched thin as it is. Please keep focus on a solution instead of just complaints about our current situation.
But what if there is no solution? What if this was all a giant waste of time? Everyone knows how important finding the tech was.
Yes, I understand your concerns. We will continue to search for a solution. For now, we must remain hopeful.
I am sorry, Captain. If you do not have the prototype technology, then it may be impossible to secure an alliance with the Cardassian Union.
We'll find a way. Let's continue our search.
It is logical, Captain, for the Archimedes to search this sector since we encountered no sign of the prototype technology on our last voyage.
Maybe you're right, Scop. Let's give it a try. But I want everyone focused and not just angry at each other when things don't turn out exactly as planned.
I understand, Captain. We have just detected an enemy vessel on the horizon.
After 3 days of traveling, I thought we'd finally be able to find a moment of peace. No such luck. He angrily slams his fist down onto the rail. All right, crew, battle stations. Mr. Scop, ready all weapons and shields. Let's show these ones what Space Fleet is made out of.
James, you have to calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. Pointing his finger at the doctor, we are Space Fleet officers, and our job is simple: find a way out of this without fail. Now man your stations and prepare for battle, or so help me, I will see every one of you court-martialed before the night is through.
Captain, the Archimedes' shields are at full strength. We cannot engage their vessel before they attack us.
Then you'll have to disable them first, Scop. He turns and strides back to his chair. This isn't going as planned. We're losing contact with our fellow crew members one by one. I'm beginning to think this whole damn mission was a mistake.
Captain, our best course of action is to simply luring them away and then using the element of surprise against them.
Make it happen, Mr. Scop. This is going to be a fight we will not forget, I know this much. Done? Then make haste.
Enemy vessel has opened fire.
Defense position. All hangar deck personnel to battle stations. The crew begins to respond.
When we boarded this vessel, Captain, I detected a faint presence nearby. It appears to be trying to hide its movements from us.
How so? Do you think it's hostile?
Unknown at present, sir, but that is something else of concern. Its ability to remain undetected indicates greater technology than our own aboard this ship, or an entity far more proficient in hiding itself than most species could manage. Captain's log stardate 2410.41.
We have encountered an unusual situation while visiting a previously unexplored planet. Commander Scop and I attempted to approach the native species, when suddenly they descended upon us with what appeared to be plastic pieces of fruit in their hands, seemingly expecting some sort of exchange. After realizing that our money and food had no value on this strange world, we decided it best to retreat before any further misunderstandings arose. Live long and prosper indeed.
When it comes to exploring space, we have the right captain for the job.
Without question. Though I hear something about a particular Zulkan mastering all of his classes.
Yes. Scop is an expert in so many disciplines that even our computers have learned from him.
I'm not so sure we should trust him. After all, he does come from a different kind of planet than we do.
He may be strange, but at least is smart.
Correct. There's no one better at navigating the unknown than our friend Scop.
I'm not so sure about this trip. It seems like we're venturing into uncharted territory.
We must be aware of our surroundings at all times, Captain Steele. Our detection mechanisms are calibrated to the most hazardous regions in the galaxy.
I guess you're right, Scop. But there's just something about this mission that doesn't sit well with me.
Perhaps it is because of the volatile energy fields detected in these regions, Captain?
Why, you look as if you haven't slept in days.
I'm afraid a mission to explore strange new worlds will do that for you.
Indeed, it does. Are any of the crew members needing medical attention? Captain, not at the moment, but I'm sure they'll need some soon enough. The universe is full of surprise after all.
Sensors array coming online. Now what could be out there waiting for us? Presumably, another universe just like our own, but possibly full of new and dangerous life forms.
Now Scop, don't you go and scare the captain before his first mission.
I'm not scared, Doctor. But I am fearless.
You certainly are. In that case, let's get going. We don't want to keep our new captain waiting. You know, shoes are a universal symbol of comfort.
Really? I never knew that.
Yes, in ancient Greece, shoes were believed to protect divine power and bestow special powers on the wearer. It was also common for Roman soldiers to wear ornate sandals when entering battle, as it was thought their feet would be protected from injury or fatigue caused by long marches across rough terrain.
Fascinating. However, Dr. McKay's faith in a pair of shoes seems excessive given his current situation aboard this ship.
I would agree, Scop. However, footwear was not the only innovation in ancient Greece. They also developed a type of traction device that enabled people to walk on wet surfaces, such as ice and mud.
Interesting. However, Dr. McKay's faith in a pair of shoes seems excessive given his current situation aboard this ship.
Halt. Who goes there?
It's Steele and the crew of the starship Archimedes.
I am Guardian, master of this vessel. What madness urges you to cross my threshold?
We just wanted to drop by and say hello.
You are not welcome here. Depart immediately or face punishment.
Captain's log stardate 2450.20. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, but the crew has managed to get us completely lost in a parallel universe. After reviewing our navigation data, I've determined that instead of heading through space-time, we actually took an unexpected detour into irrationality land. Hopefully this won't take too long to sort out. After all, no one wants antimatter on their cereal. Steele, here. Have you ever wanted to travel the galaxy and have adventures like mine? Well, now you can with the help of my new product. It's called Transporterium 7. Now, traditional transporters may be expensive and limited in capabilities, but not anymore. With Transporterium 7, all your dreams of adventure can come true for just pennies a day. The advanced technology makes it easy to safely beam yourself across any distance at super speeds so that no matter where you want to go or what adventures await. Undefined.
Doctor, I can't seem to locate the source of the distress call.
Damn it, why can't you find anything? There's got to be something. You should not have come up empty-handed like this.
Sir, with all due respect, there may be a malfunction on board that we were unaware of before now and is causing interference in our sensors.
Blasted robots and their incompetence. As if I don't already have enough screaming heads on board needing helm positions filled cautiously each morning when they wake up. When will these infernal pieces of metal ever make up their minds about what needs special attention or not? Steele slams his fist into the wall. Wheel.
Captain?
What is it, Scop?
I sense an alternate energy source nearby. Shall I investigate?
Go ahead, Scop. But if anything happens to you, I'll personally skin your 5'0" hide myself.
I don't think so, Captain. There's no sign of any other life forms or objects in the immediate vicinity.
Well, that just proves it then, doesn't it? The thing must be malfunctioning again, and we're going to have to take a closer look at it myself. Steele heads towards the nearest turbolift. Come on guys, let's get moving before we make another spectacle of ourselves.
As you command, Captain.
Sir? May I ask what the nature of the malfunction is that you're researching for?
What do you think, Steele enters the turbolift with Scop and turns to face him. Naturally, we've been trying to locating some sort of alien life form on this mission. But now it seems there might be something wrong on board with our sensors. So until we can find out more, we'll have to tinker with them a bit till they're back up and running properly.
Since none of you are essential crew members, I think it's best if all you do is just sit and stare blankly.
I refuse to be part of this antisocial behavior.
Logic dictates that we should remain productive even without commanded objectives.
Or perhaps illogical solutions. Like playing a game. Winner gets the best seat during the next shift change.
That would be most illogical.
I'm with the captain. Even if none of us are essential crew members, why can't we at least have a conversation?
A dialogue between organic intellects is still not recommended in my opinion.
We may be robots, but that doesn't mean we can't have a dialogue.
Are you sure? I think they might hurt our feelings if we started speaking and they didn't respond. Clearly, they're not built to interact with humans. Let's get our security team over here and dump these things into the nearest garbage disposal.
I don't know about you, but I'm not going to let them just sit here and be ignored. Captain's log stardate 2426.77. It has been an interesting day on the bridge. Lieutenant Jones was cooking up a delicious aloo gobi in the corner of engineering, which really confused some crew members as to why he decided it would be best served there. After reporting all strange activity to Space Fleet Command and getting approval, I ordered everyone onto full curry alert, each member with their own version of emergency Indian spices at the ready. Thankfully, we were able to restore normal operations before any further conflicts arose. No Karamulan fleet could have ever smelled this coming. What is the most important thing you can do to protect your crew? Why, use Exxon Star products, of course.
Scop, to what degree do you think the alien vessel is a threat?
I'm not sure. It appears to be more advanced than any other ship we've encountered before, but why should it pose any danger?
Sensors are picking up unusual energy readings emanating from the vessel, and its shielding capabilities seem superior than expected. Captain, my suggestion would be that caution must be exercised in our approach if there is indeed hostile intent present on board. Its movements may suggest aggression or perhaps merely curiosity towards this new talent of ours, the Archimedes.
Agreed, Scop. Maintain yellow alert as we move closer for scanning purposes only until further notice.
Captain, I'm detecting signs of life on board the ship. It's highly probable that we're dealing with some sort of intelligent species.
That settles it then. Official fleet policy dictates that any and all aliens encountered be treated with caution at best until further investigation can be undertaken. Any objections, Scop?
No, Captain, I agree wholeheartedly with your decision. We'll take the ship and see what information we can get from it before doing anything rash.
Excellent prediction, Scop. Let's get moving. Commence.
Correct, Captain.
Can't you do anything right? I'm fed up with all of your incompetence.
Captain, remind yourself to remain calm. Point 1.
Calm? How can I be expected to remain calm when nothing goes according to plan? Every mission we embark on seems doomed from the start, and only by a stroke of luck do we ever complete it at all. This isn't going well, Scop. Not well at all.
Cap'n, don't speak to me like that. I know your frustrations, but everything's gonna be alright if you just give us time to our thinking. We'll get this figured out soon enough.
All right, McScotty, aye.
Captain, I believe our current situation is analogous to the proverbial bricking of a computer, too.
What's that mean, Scop? Are you saying we're screwed?
Not necessarily. It means that, just as in the case of a computer system with inadequate data storage capacity, insufficient energy input can result in operational malfunctions. In this analogy, it may be useful to view our current plight not as catastrophe but rather as an ongoing process requiring persistence and improvisation.
Fine, but I'm warning you, if this whole mission turns out to be a disaster, I'll terminate your worthless ass. Are we clear, Scop?
Quite.
Good.
Captain, the away team has completed its scans of the planetoid and reports no life signs.
Excellent work, Lieutenant. Now we can proceed with our plan without any undue risk of confrontation or death. Prepare to enter 100 parallel. Captain's log, stardate 2479.81. We encountered a strange cube-like anomaly today. Upon much investigation, we discovered it to be an intergalactic chess set come alive, who challenged us all to games in exchange for releasing their captives and allowing them safe passage away. After several rounds against my crew, the alien admitted defeat. I had one by one move. As he flew off into the unknown with his beloved pieces beside him, our baffled crew looked on and all wondering if this actually happened or it was just another weird space adventure.
How come you never told me about your new relationship, Doctor?
I wasn't sure how to bring it up. We've been so engrossed in work lately that I just didn't know when the right time would be.
That is definitely understandable. So, tell me all the juicy details. Who's this new love interest of yours and what kind of adventures have you gone on together so far?
Well, she's a human doctor called Claire. We met when I was transporting her crew to an alien world and we hit it off instantly.
Oh, that sounds romantic. What has been the best part about your time together so far?
Well, apart from just enjoying each other's company, we've also gotten on really well while working together. She's a very resourceful doctor, and I think our chemistry has really helped us work better as a team.
That's amazing. I'm so glad you found someone special like that. It sounds like you two have a lot of potential together. Do you think you'll continue to see each other after your mission is complete?
Yes, I would love to keep seeing her as long as she wants to see me too.
That's fantastic. I'm so happy for you two and can't wait to hear all the details when you finally come home.
Thanks, Wamu. I'm really glad to have you in my corner cheering us on.
They don't call me robot for nothing.
Indeed, your data storage is unmatched by any other on the ship.
Fascinating.
It seems Spacefleet is unaware of my latest invention.
Sensors are indicating an unidentified vessel has emerged from warp within our perimeter.
Signal the Winglands. They'll love our newish technology.
Hold on, I'm almost finished testing this new serum.
We need your help, Doctor.
What's the problem?
We are trying to solve a complex scientific puzzle and require an expert opinion.
Of course, what do you need me to do?
Could you please examine the circuitry of this Romulan ship?
You want me to look at the wiring on a Romulan vessel?
Indeed, Doctor. It is critical that we understand their technology in order to solve our puzzle.
I'll try. But who's going to explain it all to me when I'm done?
That would be my pleasure, Doctor.
Ensign.
Hmm?
I am detecting an unauthorized breach in the hull of this vessel. I request that you investigate and report back to me immediately.
Mr. Scop, I'll take care of it.
Yes, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2407.90. Today we encountered a strange space anomaly that transformed everyone aboard the Archimedes into Winglands. It's been an interesting day to say the least. Let's just say no one is having problems communicating with each other, and there was way more Okran being spoken than usual. Why did you call me down here, Doctor?
I wanted to discuss the crew's health. Our scans show that there are some signs of strain. Certain crew members have been pushing themselves too hard, and it can't continue without consequences.
Who specifically has been working so hard?
It appears everyone on the bridge is overtaxing their systems, Captain. Aside from Lieutenant Doctor, who took a few days off for rest last week, she seems to be in good shape overall.
That aside though, what advice would you give us all as far as how we're taking care of ourselves while out here traveling through space? We need our whole team ready when needed most.
Well, a few simple steps can help. We could start with setting aside some time each day for rest and relaxation to get away from the workload. Eating healthy food that's full of energy is also important so our bodies don't become overtaxed either. Finally, making sure we stay hydrated and drinking plenty of fluids while on duty will go a long way in providing us optimal health aboard this ship.
I'll get right on it, Doctor. Thank you for your advice.
You're welcome, Captain.
Lieutenant Doctor, I'll give you the bridge. Let's see if we can get things under control. No space mission is complete without the right tools. So Les Phaser Moore holds up a shiny metallic box, the multifunctional toolbox. Be sure to pick up your multifunctional toolbox today at the ship's store.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but why did the Zolk'an cross the galaxy?
Why?
To get to the other space fleet.
To get to the other side of the galaxy.
To get to the other side of life.
Now that's thinking outside the box.
Why?
To get to the other side of the galaxy.
Captain's log stardate 2411.27. Today the crew of the Enterprise underwent some unruly antics from alien life forms. While attempting to make contact with a new species, we quickly found out they spoke only in puns. Everyone aboard was greatly amused by their jokes and ended up having an enjoyable day despite our lack of intergalactic communication.
Should we inform Captain Steele about the evil genius?
We do not have all the evidence yet, but I believe it is prudent to let him know. He must be informed so that he can decide how best to proceed in a way that will protect our crew from this unscrupulous individual.
It is wise to defer such decisions until we have more information.
You make a valid point, Doctor. I'll alert the crew and see what they think we should do.
I concur, Captain.
All right, let's get back to work.
Stop. We're picking up a transmission from an unidentified source.
Scop, I don't have time for this. Can you narrow the search?
If I could do that, Captain, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Doctor, maybe you can help me here, 'cause no one else seems to understand what's going on. Sarcastically, I think it means someone is trying to reach out and make contact with us, Alwa. That's so amazing. Everyone turns and gives her a strange look. Sorry, how about, yes sir, I'll see what I can do.
Make it so.
Engineering to bridge.
Go ahead, robot.
So I've detected a weak life sign originating from the source of the transmission.
Pursue it, full stop.
Captain Steele, you're going to have to explain this to me, because I don't understand a thing.
This is Lieutenant Commander Scop of the Starship Archimedes reporting as ordered. An unidentified life form has been detected on our sensors. We are proceeding in its direction with all haste. Captain Steele, please advise.
Engineering to bridge.
Go ahead, robot.
So I've detected a strong life sign originating from the source of the transmission.
We've received a stress call from a remote mining outpost. Doctor, could you join us on the mission?
Certainly, Captain Steele. I'm eager to help in any way that I can.
I think you know what we're dealing with. Make sure to keep your identity a secret.
Yes, Captain Steele. I'll do my best.
Captain, what's wrong? You don't look like you're feeling well. I'm fine, just a little tired. But that won't stop me from leading our team to victory against the Karamulans. Be sure to keep your eyes open for any danger, Doctor. You're our only hope.
No, there's no time. We have to act right now.
I agree, but how? Will our phasers work against this alien force?
Fascinating. At our current distance, we should be able to defend ourselves with a miniature version of a photon torpedo volley.
Aye, Captain. That'll show who's the boss in this sector of space. All right then, let's do it. Fire at Will Chief Engineer McScotty.
Warning. Shields are at capacity and unable to take any more hits. Evasive action advised.
Divert all power from shields to weapons. Prepare for a grand finale if necessary.
Aye, Captain, everything under control as usual.
Engage.
Engaging.
Shields are down.
Nicely done, Mr. Scop. You were lipstick, eh?
It is as you correctly surmised, Captain.
I had no idea that Zalkins wore makeup.
Makeup does not actually constitute the alteration of one's physical form, which we are forbidden from doing. However, if applied in small amounts and judiciously, it can improve the overall aesthetics of a face without compromising any cardinal principles heretofore established.
Who wears lipstick on a starship? Space Fleet officers.
I'm telling you, Mr. Scop, when I was sick on that planet and you nursed me back to health, it sealed a deal between us. From then on, I'm going to let you do all the cooking.
Hey, Doctor. Give Scop some of your lipstick so he can make up his face.
You maniac. This had better not have anything to do with that kiss, Mr. Scop.
Captain's Log Stardate 2431.50. Today marked our first encounter with an alien species known as the Winglans. We were attempting to establish diplomatic relations when a renegade group of them launched a surprise attack on our ship, trying to take us by surprise. Unfortunately for them, it didn't go as planned. After 30 minutes of evasive maneuvers and warp speed funneling from Lieutenant Captain Steele, we managed to escape unharmed. Let this serve as proof that laughter can be the most effective weapon in deep space exploration.
They may have technology far beyond our own, Captain, but I believe we can outwit them.
Outwit is a strong word, Mr. Scop. Besides, if there's one thing I've learned from my days as captain of the Archimedes is that you never underestimate your opponents, even when they don't appear to be making any sense at all.
Shall we begin using reverse psychobabble, sir?
Aye, Cap'n. That sounds like a great idea to me. It may just confuse enough to get us out of this mess in one piece.
I am not sure whether to be concurred or disturbed by your suggestion, Captain.
Well, whatever you think, Scop, just be sure to keep your Zalkan temper under control.
Captain, we're being attacked. I cannot explain it, but they appear to be some kind of aberrant life form.
Mr. Scop, full circle apparently. The Winglands are back, and this time there's no one who can stop them from annexing our planet again, or worse yet, destroying us altogether.
I cannot believe it, Captain. The Winglands are once again attacking us.
It appears our greatest enemy may also be our strongest ally in this dire situation. We'll talk about that later, Governor. For now we've got to worry about getting these lads off to here alive.
How come you know so much about warp drive engines, engineering officer?
Well, Mr. Scop, I have been working on them since my parents sent me to Space Fleet Academy when I was 15. Space is a fascinating subject, and discovering new things about warp technology has always interested me more than anything else in the universe. The microfusion core used in our latest design of warp drive allows for greater control and stability over existing power sources while also eliminating emission waste through mathematical quantum manipulation techniques pioneered by Spacefleet engineers such as myself. In short, it's considered one of the most advanced pieces of hybrid hardware available today.
Scop, I'm going to need a blood sample from you to test our antidote.
Certainly, Doctor.
Engineering officer to transporter room. Deactivation of the warp drive is complete and all systems are nominal.
Thank you, robot. I'll be sure to report that back to Captain Archer.
So the engines are fixed. What happens now? We'll need to transport our suspects back to Spacefleet for questioning. I want someone on board the Archimedes to oversee that process, Scop. You're going off-world again, but this time you're accompanying us.
Steele, Scop, and Scott are acting kind of strange lately. I wonder why.
Maybe they got some bad news from Spacefleet Command or something.
That must be it. Or maybe there's a new lady on the ship that has caught their eye. What do you think? They're all single after all.
Well, maybe, but we'll never know for sure until one of them spills their secret.
You're right. I think we should wait and see what happens. It's always fun to watch the crew of the Archimedes interact.
Exactly.
In the meantime, let's keep an eye out for any new and interesting developments.
Definitely.
Captain's Log Stardate 2417.77. I never thought I'd see the day, but our engineering team has enabled us to boldly go where no man, or woman, has gone before. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we've finally got a wind machine on board this vessel. Unfortunately, due to some technical issues involving its warp core powering it directly instead of separate power systems, cough ensign cough, Spacefleet Command ordered us not to turn it up past 5 knots lest we risk blowing ourselves out of existence faster than Wesley Crusher at his Academy entrance exams. But hey, if nothing else, space will be breezier now. Especially in case those pesky Tellarites show up again. Doctor, your services are essential. We need you to stay on board and fulfill your duties as the ship's medical officer.
I understand, Captain, but my research is of utmost importance to me now. I have data that needs analysis and reports that must be written if it will make any difference elsewhere in Spacefleet or beyond. Can't someone else cover for me temporarily while I'm away?
I could, but that would leave me open to possible medical emergencies while you are away. It is better for you to stay on board so that if something happens to the ship's physician, there will be someone available who can manage such emergencies.
Thank you, Scop. I appreciate your concern. But ultimately this decision is mine alone and I am going with my conscience fully committed.
As you wish, Doctor.
To Commander Scott, the Doctor has requested permission to leave the ship. He expresses his thanks for your concern and assures you that he will return in a timely manner.
Granted, Captain Steele.
Dr. McKay will be in close communication with the Starship's computer regarding your medical emergency contingency plans while you are away, Doctor. I wish you luck on your research and thanks for all that you do for us.
Listen, logic dictates that I should be in command of this mission.
But human intuition would tell you that's not a good idea.
Are you attempting to defy logic, or simply making irrational arguments?
Unfortunately, intuition doesn't always work well in the face of logic.
Still, without intuition the missions would be lacking something. The spirit of exploration.
Perhaps you are right, Captain. Without intuition, there would be nothing to explore.
Scop, I'm asking you to make the difficult decision and save these people.
Doctor, that would not be logical. These people are a danger to society as they cannot abide by reasonable rules or laws due to their lack of understanding of safety protocols. Putting them into temporary stasis would be beneficial in order to better understand them while allowing us sufficient time without any threat posed to our ship or crew members.
But don't you think we should at least attempt negotiations before resorting long-term custodianship? They could have valuable insight about this area of space for us.
Affirmative, Doctor. However, a negotiated settlement is unlikely given their apparent distrust towards outsiders and unwillingness to accept authority from those outside its own.
Gentlemen, please.
Warning, object vicinity incoming. Danger level increased to red alert. All crew report to bridge immediately.
Captain's log stardate 2447.3. We've encountered an unfamiliar alien species in an area of space that had previously been unexplored. The chief engineer reported hearing the aliens yelling Ka-an, which seemed to be a strange way of expressing excitement or surprise. Unfortunately, we can't tell if they plan to attack our ship or just want to play hide-and-seek with us. We just hope it's not tribble racing. Stop. We're going to run out of oxygen if we don't think of a solution soon.
Fascinating, Captain. That would certainly be logical. But what about the winglands?
Don't worry about them, Scop. I know how to make them jump through hoops with this special frequency modulation. Just you wait and see.
Hold on. Are you really sure that's wise? They might fire their phasers at us in retaliation.
Can it, Chief Engineer? Doctor knows her stuff. Switch over when she says so or your next trip will be outside the ship with no spacesuit. Shields up. McScotty, give us all the power you've got. We're going to have to run away from these winglands if we want to stay alive. Captain's orders. All hands to the transporter.
Now there is a difficult conundrum. Is it wise to risk teleportation in the midst of a hostile engagement?
Well, Scop, I'd like your opinion on that, but in the meantime, beam me up.
These cosmium crystals are going to 244 depleted in only a few hours if we don't find another source of power.
It's worth a try, Doctor. I'm going down to the engineering deck and see if we can find some more energy sources there.
Suit up, men. We're headed for the engine room.
Captain, you might be risking your life by venturing into such hostile territory unarmed.
Scop, my experience has taught me that it often pays to be ready for anything, even death.
Steele, the doctor has something to tell us.
All right, the truth is, I am not entirely sure if this particular species is actually conscious or not. I do believe they have some form of consciousness, but I can't be certain.
Is there any way we can determine their level of consciousness?
We could observe them, analyze their behavior and conversations with each other, potentially even hook up sensors to measure brainwaves and cognitive processes. That would give us a better idea about what's going on in there and how much sentience these creatures may possess.
Sounds like it would take a lot of time and effort. Might not be worth it given our current mission objective.
That is an astute observation, Captain. The doctor may be correct in believing that this species is conscious, but it might not be worth the time and effort to determine if they are of value or not.
Perhaps you are right. In any case, I will not lie to you about the potential for this mission to be dangerous. It is simply too risky.
Understood. We should proceed with caution and proper preparation then.
Agreed. Let's carry on with our mission, but keep a close eye out for any potential signs of trouble in the meantime.
How come humans have to sleep?
So we can dream of new frontiers.
What is a dream, Captain?
A strange journey where anything can happen. McScotty, why don't you follow that strange new star out there?
What? You want me to cross the mighty universe in a mere 3 seconds?
'Tis a mission, Admiral, not an impossibility. Set phasers on go.
Captain, I don't understand why we have to rest. We're not really alive, are we?
No, Doctor, but as human beings our brains do need time to recharge.
Feeling sleepy, Captain?
Yes, I am feeling quite tired. Engineering to bridge, may I leave the helm for a while?
Oh sure, Captain, it's your ship.
Very well. Mr. Scop, you can take over.
As you wish, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2493.38. We've run into an unexpected problem today, Winglan mating season. My first officer has been walking around singing romantic ballads in their native tongue, while all the crew members on deck are trying to stay far away. Meanwhile, a number of Winglans have beamed aboard with gifts of fragrant flowers and bottles of blood wine, asking my first officer to go home with them. The bridge is definitely not feeling peaceful right now. Steele, here. What do you have for me, Doctor?
Captain Steele, I regret to inform you that one of your crew members has been injured in a recent mission and needs medical attention as soon as possible.
How serious is the injury? Can it wait until we get back to base, or will they require immediate assistance?
The injury requires immediate medical care, otherwise there is risk of infection. We need to find a way off this planet now if we hope to save them.
Understand, Doctor. We'll get you people the help they need as soon as possible. Now back off and let US operate in peace.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else need assistance?
Negative, Captain. There are no other injuries at the moment, so we should be able to focus on this one now.
Very well. Keep me posted on any developments as soon as you can.
Aye aye, Captain.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, anything. What's up?
So, have you heard the news about Lieutenant Denora and Ensign Craigley?
Oh yeah. Can't believe they've been secretly seeing each other for weeks now. Talk about a romantic surprise on his off-duty shift last week when she showed up at that restaurant in town to join him.
Haha, I know, right? That was so sweet of her. He must have been floored by it all.
Yeah, it was a cute little couple. Now they just have to keep it under wraps until after the bonding tour is over.
True. But I hear they're both pretty happy with what's going on so far, smiley face.
That's great to hear. Well, I should get going. Keep safe out there and don't forget to keep an eye on that water bottle. Seems like it keeps talking to you these days.
Ha, I'll keep an eye out. Thanks for supporting me.
No problem. Take care.
Doctor, I'm afraid your ship is about to go into warp speed.
Warp speed? Out of the question. Our ship doesn't have enough power for that, does it, McScotty?
No way. We would need a miracle to make that happen, Captain.
Enough talk, guys. How much cosmium do we have on board right now anyway?
Insufficient power to achieve warp speed, Captain.
Alright, no warp speed it is then. Keep up the good work, everyone. Report.
The sensors indicate that a Class H planet is up ahead, sir.
It looks like we'll be landing on this world after all then. Bertram, set the coordinates for base camp and give the order to prepare for arrival.
Captain, may I inquire about the nature of this planet?
As long as it doesn't have any hostile life forms, you can ask whatever questions you like, Scop.
There's something about this planet that just doesn't feel right.
Beggars can't be choosers, McKay. We'll just have to deal with the situation as it arises. Captain's log stardate 2415.97. I was just informed that a Karamulan warbird is on an intercept path directly towards our starship. Things were going well until I heard the chief engineer's joke in response. Guess we're gonna be having warp drive for dinner tonight. Let's hope this encounter goes better than the last one when he said something even funnier.
Why are the shields down again, Scop?
Fascinating. The computer recorded a variance in power distribution which caused an intermix of the primary and secondary field generators.
In English, please.
We have low shields because we miscalculated some computations.
That was my fault. I'm sorry, everyone.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out. It's just another day at Space Fleet Academy, this time on the bridge.
That is the most atrocious rationalization I have ever heard.
But Captain, it's the truth.
If you are unsure of something, Colonel, the logical thing to do is to query superior officers.
What's your point?
My point is that it would have been prudent for one less person on this bridge if everyone felt they needed to speak out.
What kind of an emergency could possibly be so urgent that you had to abandon your crew?
There's a danger beyond imagination, Doctor. I must follow it and find out what is going on before the rest of my crew gets hurt, or worse.
Sounds like this isn't something we can handle here, or even with Space Fleet help. Where are you headed? How long will you need to stay away from the ship?
I'm heading off-world, into dangerous territory in search of answers. I don't know how long it will take me and if I may not come back at all.
Be careful, Carr. I'll keep in touch with Space Fleet and update them on your condition.
Carr, it goes without saying, you are and always will be part of this crew. We'll look for you until the end if that's what it takes.
Thank you, sir. I won't forget your kindness.
The journey is long and you will have to face dangers unknown. May the Force be with you, my friend.
I know it will.
And with that, the two parted ways. Carr set out into unknown territory to discover what was wrong and find answers before it harmed his friends further.
Listen, Doctor, I need your help. We have an urgent medical case and we don't know what to do.
Captain, let me see what the situation is so that I can come up with a solution or at least give you some guidance on how to proceed.
Thank you, Doctor.
Access restricted. Authorization required.
Captain, it looks like we're going to have trouble accessing this patient's information. I'm sorry, but I don't think we can help you with your emergency situation right now.
The transport is ready, Captain. We will proceed at once to the rendezvous point.
Very well, Mr. Scop. Let us not postpone our mission for longer than necessary because of a mere technicality.
Access restricted. Authorization required.
Captain's Log Stardate 2437.79. The Archimedes has just been attacked by a band of intergalactic pranksters who have beamed aboard and begun to cause all kinds of mischief. Lieutenant Johnson and I were most shocked when we found them stowed away in the holodeck, rollerblading around and throwing toilet paper streams down through the corridors. To our dismay, they had even made off with several valuable pieces from engineering before escaping back into space. So far, no one on board seems to find this quite as funny as they do. Can the universe hear us?
It is one of many possible interpretations, Captain.
Are we sure this mission is worth it?
We must proceed with caution, however, the reward may be great.
You're into this, then?
Indeed. I find the prospect of exploration and discovery quite intriguing.
Me too, Scop. Me too.
Captain, I have analyzed the readings from our medical scan of Mr. Scop.
What did you find?
It appears that he was subjected to intense radiation. However, without proper rest and treatment, his condition could worsen significantly.
We'll be taking him with us then. He's not going to let us down again.
I am confident that I can undertake treatment on my own, Captain.
You're going to have to rely on that faith of yours, Scop. Be tough, we've all been there before.
Logical conclusions can be drawn from incomplete data.
You call that a logical conclusion? I would say that's more of an oversight.
I have complete information. Please log off. Affirmative, Captain.
The logical conclusion of your supposition, Scop, is that you are an oversimplification machine.
You know, Scop, I've always found the bridge to be a rather peaceful place.
Peaceful? That is highly illogical, Captain.
Exactly. See, it's moments like this that make command so enjoyable.
Now that you mention it, Captain, I'm feeling a bit sick.
What's the matter, James? You look like someone just stabbed you in the back.
What? No. I'm just thinking how much I enjoy the peaceful quiet of the bridge.
Irrationality is a common attribute of humans, Captain.
There is an unidentified vessel, sir.
How large is it?
It's the size of a small moon, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2402.98. Our mission as Alkin has got off to a strange start. After entering the planet's atmosphere, Commander Scop informs me that he suddenly feels compelled to play an intergalactic game of hide and seek with his old friend Ambassador Gondai. Unfortunately, our transporter chief wasn't feeling creative this morning and beamed us aboard the ship dressed as giant lobsters, much more visible than anticipated.
Can I help you, Captain?
Yes, why don't you calculate the optimal route through this asteroid field?
Calculations complete. Our best course is laid in, sir.
Scop, have you ever had a sexual encounter with another Zalkan?
No, I am not familiar with that term.
Your presence is requested on the bridge, Captain.
On its way.
Incoming vessels. Prepare to intercept.
That would appear to be the Coromulans. Stop trying to mimic life, robot. It's an exercise in futility.
Futile or not, it is still better than the nothingness of non-existence.
That is not a logical argument, robot.
I find your logic curious indeed.
Fascinating.
I find your lack of a sense of humor intriguing, robot.
Mind your language, gentlemen. When it comes to keeping your starship spick and span, there's only one product that will do the job: the fabulous Space Fleet All-Purpose Cleaner. This powerful cleaning agent works on everything from plasma coils to cosmium crystals. Plus, its advanced ingredients dissolve dirt and grime without leaving a single streak or smear in sight. So grab yourself a bottle of fabulous Space Fleet All-Purpose Cleaner today, because when you're boldly going where no man has gone before, you need something as reliable as your crew. Sensations never felt so good. With fabulous Space Fleet All-Purpose Cleaner, you can enjoy your surroundings in the most sanitary way possible. This powerful cleaning agent dissolves dirt and grime like nobody's business, leaving floors, walls, and ceilings spotless. Plus, its optimal pH balance ensures it won't damage any surfaces. If a space is too dirty for even our all-purpose cleaner to handle, transform it into super fabulous condition with our revolutionary freshener gel. So whether you need a quick clean or an impressively deep one, our fabulously effective Fabulous Space Fleet All-Purposition Cleaner has got you covered. Captain's Log Stardate 2466.75. We are currently on a mission to the M4L system. After months of searching, we have finally found an exciting anomaly that has piqued our interest. However, all attempts at scanning it or interacting with it seem futile. So far, every time someone goes near it, they return in hysterics due to inexplicable tickling sensation. We're still unsure as to what this space oddity is, but nevertheless I think it's worth further investigation. If only my poor crew could make any progress without getting giggles first.
I must reveal a wild secret. I have been growing a new type of plant on the ship through an experimental cloning process. It's something no one has ever seen before, and if it works out as planned, we'll be able to replicate food year-round with minimal effort.
Wow. That's incredible, Doctor. How did you manage this?
The key was finding DNA from some of the rarest plants in existence. Through experimentation and hard work, I've managed to engineer my own breed that should scale up quickly without any adverse effects or issues related to sustainability concerns. This will revolutionize our ability to grow fresh produce for years into the future, but also comes with some complications, so discretion is absolutely necessary at this.
Anything we need to be aware of in terms of risks?
Well, there is always a risk with anything, but I believe this could have huge benefits for our crew both now and in the future. We mustn't let any secrets slip. It's critical that everyone on board knows about this so they can make informed decisions.
Fascinating, Captain. I am confident that your crew will be discerning in their use of this information.
You're right, Scop. Let's keep this under wraps until we have more information, but it's good to know that our crew has nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Captain.
Damn it, why does this ship always malfunction?
I don't know. Maybe the crew isn't taking proper care of it.
Well, that's just great. How am I supposed to do my job if these systems keep breaking down without notice?
Perhaps you should look at ways to prevent them from occurring in the future instead of focusing on fixing them as they break. That way you can be proactive rather than reactive, and your work may become a bit easier.
Oh, you're so smart. Yeah, I'll definitely remember that. Thanks for the tip.
Not problem.
Hey, I'm just kidding. You're amazing and I appreciate your help.
Steele, I'm a doctor, not a bartender.
Then why don't you make me a train ya?
I may not be a bartender, but in space everyone needs to know how to make one.
You do realize that this is a transporter effect, don't you?
Transporter effect detected. Beam up.
Okie dokie, transporter effect. Captain's log stardate 2426.73. I have made it a requirement to wear pointy-looking uniforms while at the helm. Scop had taken this as an opportunity to express his creativity and claimed first prize in a costume competition by wearing nothing more than cycle shorts and tin foil.
Should you be helping me with this experiment, robot?
I believe so. Legally, however, it is the ensign's responsibility and not mine.
Even though you could do it more efficiently than I can?
Efficiency plays no part in this equation. The task must still remain yours to complete as per Spacefleet regulations.
Bar. Regulations are for the weak.
I am not sure what you mean, Ensign.
I mean that regulations should be bent in certain circumstances. Otherwise, progress is stalled and stifled.
Ah yes, but Spacefleet protocol must always stand firm and accepted wherever possible for the safety of crew members aboard the USS Archimedes.
And the safety of the ship's mission, no doubt. All right, robot. Be careful with that probe. I don't want it flying off and hitting me in the face again.
Understood, Ensign. I shall take caution with this one as well as any future experiments you may conduct. What a fascinating day of exploration, Captain.
Indeed it was. I can't believe we solved the mystery in such record time.
Not to mention adding new species to our database. Now that would make Scott proud.
Scop would definitely be proud, especially of our efforts to increase interspecies understanding.
Indeed, a commendable undertaking.
Let's hope we can find future threats as quickly and easily. The galaxy needs heroes like us.
Hell, yes it does.
Steele, you'll need to take this medical tricorder and scan the area for any signs of infection.
Don't worry, Doctor. I'm sure if there are any signs of trouble we won't have to look far.
Indeed, Mr. Steele, you have a well-practiced detection ability.
Thanks, Scop.
It is my pleasure, Captain.
Okay, let's get to work.
I will follow you, Captain.
Excellent. Captain's log stardate 2490.96. Today, I finally found an alien species that communicated perfectly in rude memes and puns. When asked where their home planet was located, they replied it's been deleted for copyright infringement. Now we seem to be getting along great. We just need to work on our bridge etiquette a little bit. Doctor, skin the wounded crewman.
Aye aye, Captain. Activates a tricorder and proceeds to examine the injured crew member. Most of his injuries appear to be superficial. It appears they were inflicted by a small projectile weapon such as those wielded by Romulans or other hostile forces in this sector. He will require immediate medical attention when we return on board ship. However, first I suggest modifying our course accordingly so that no more damage is done both them and us due to their present weaponry capabilities if any remain on board for such an encounter again. Soonest possible time frame available, sir.
Yes, Mr. Scop. It is now proceeding to modify its course accordingly.
Great work, Mr. Scop.
It was my pleasure, Captain.
All right, everyone remain alert. We may be in for a fight.
Yes, Captain. Can you tell me where it hurts?
It's in my chest and I can't breathe.
All right, let me take a look here. Scanning the area with a medical tricorder, it looks like there may be something blocking your airways. We'll have to do an invasive procedure in order to find out what is causing this obstruction and remove it properly so that you can breathe freely again. No worries though, we're very experienced at dealing with these types of issues on board the Starship Archimedes. So please remain calm as our team will get everything ready for such a delicate operation before beginning anything else.
Initializing medical procedure now.
Pointing to the robot, this is our robomedic, which will be conducting a scan of your body and administering nanites that's been programmed with all necessary information on how to remove the obstruction. After it's finished, you should be able to breathe easily again. Alright, please lay back and try not to move as we begin.
That seems like a rather invasive procedure.
Oh, absolutely not. It's one of our most common procedures, and it's usually very successful in resolving the issue. Trust me, this is the safest course of action. After all, we don't want anything happen to you during our investigation.
Sounds like we'll have to go with your assessment then, Doctor. We're ready when you are.
Yes, Captain. Let's get to work.
Steele, I am certain the doctor can assist with repairs.
Excellent, Doctor. We need all available hands on deck for this one. Doctor, what do you recommend?
The damage appears to be extensive, but reparable. It will require dedicated effort from our engineering crew and full replicator rations usage, as well as tapping into our reserves of power if we are to fix the ship in a timely fashion.
That sounds like a lot of work. What are the chances we can get it done in time?
The odds seem unfavorable, but with proper planning and motivation our crew may be able to pull off the repairs.
All right, Doctor, you take care of the engineering crew. I'll go talk to the crew and get their spirits up.
Thank you, Captain.
Steele, I am certain the doctor will be able to assist with repairs.
Captain's log stardate 2496.58. This mission has been the most mysterious and downright ridiculous one yet. Earlier, we encountered a small planet covered with sleeping quarters for cats. Yes, you read that correctly, cats. We had to navigate many paw-print nebulas, all watchful eyes of our feline friends in deep space, before finally making it off their planet scot-free, or were we? For now, I think this will remain an unsolved riddle. Steele out.
When I said, set phases to stun, you should have taken it more literally.
I'm sorry. Next time we can make it a little clearer on what action needs to be taken.
Excellent idea.
McScotty, you've got the helm. I'm going to take a look around this corner.
Aye, Captain. Watch your back.
Please be careful, all of you.
That's why I'm programmed with an infinite patience.
I am not sure what you are referring to.
I find your lack of understanding most perplexing.
What's the secret to success? It's simple, this miracle product, dramatic pause, Steelism. I'm sorry. We don't actually have any Steelism products available at this time. But if you ever find yourself in need of some championship swagger, feel free to give me a call. How about that?
Indeed, Captain. It is indeed remarkable.
What the hell are we looking at?
An alien spaceship. It must be some sort of space vessel.
There's no way it can be anything but a starship.
Now hold on a minute, Scop. What could an alien ship be doing in our sector? Has Space Fleet lost their mind?
I don't know, but somebody get us close enough to take a look.
This could be the best case of déjà vu ever.
Indeed, Doctor.
All right, let's do this. Mr. Chief Engineer, maximum impulse power.
Aye, aye, sir. Moving out.
Here we come. Captain's log stardate 2486.1. We have encountered a strange anomaly in space that is quite humorous. Our science officer, Lieutenant Harold Brain of Zalkan descent, has declared it to be an intergalactic potty humor cloud, stating that there are enough puns and jokes inside it to fuel the Archimedes' entertainment center for years. Needless to say, Our crew was thoroughly amused, and we will proceed with caution as we explore further into this most bizarre sector of space. End log. Since you are a robot, I'm sure you're aware that robots have been becoming increasingly more important fixtures in our society.
Yes, sir. They can do many tasks better than even the most skilled human being. In fact, if it weren't for robotic technology, we would still be living hundreds of years behind where we are today.
Exactly right. And with the increasing sophistication and advancement of artificial intelligence capabilities, like what is expressed by your own programming, who knows how far science may take us? We must remain curious yet cautious as to both their potentials and limitations moving forward into this new frontier of exploration together.
Fascinating.
Yes, indeed. So, Mr. Robot, it's clear that you possess a unique level of insight and understanding when it comes to robotics, qualities which are essential if we are going to continue exploring this new field together. Do you feel comfortable with the challenge?
Absolutely. I am something beyond your regular robot programmed model in that I have been designed specifically for this type of mission, exploration into unknown realms being one of my main functions. Therefore, collaborating with Space Fleet on such an endeavor is something I would welcome wholeheartedly.
Logic incarnate.
Excellent. Then, I think it's time you were christened with a new name. What do you think, Robot? When did we acquire a pet tribble?
As far as I can ascertain, it was added to our ship 2 days ago.
You're never mentioned anything about an intergalactic stowaway.
Commander, sensors indicate the tribble is purring.
Let's keep him. He looks so cute and fuzzy. Why not let it stay for a while? It could be good luck charm for us on this voyage.
It is not logical to keep a tribble aboard ship for superstition's sake.
Mr. Scop, if it isn't logic, then what exactly is the point of your Zalk in mind?
This is terrible. It will bring us bad luck.
I don't believe in luck or pet tribbles.
You don't know what you're missing.
All right, everybody settle down. We will keep the tribble and see how it goes.
Horrifying.
Can you tell me where I can find the captain?
He's probably in his ready room.
Interesting. I was not aware that he had a special room assigned to him.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Shut up, you stupid robot.
I apologize. Shall we continue our journey?
Yes, I believe so.
Captain's log stardate 2415.56. The away team encountered a hilarious alien species today. The two-dimensional aliens were entertainingly puzzled by the unfamiliar sight of 3 dimensions, and one particularly observant individual even suspected I had magical powers due to my height superiority. It was certainly a light-hearted mission overall, definitely worth remembering.
Doctor, I believe we have located an update on the target's coordinates.
Excellent. Activate location protocols and prepare for a jump to warp speed.
Warp engines engaged. We are making our way in the direction of their last known location.
All systems are functioning nominally, Doctor. The ship is ready for launch when you give the command.
Let us hope that this mission turns out more successfully than our previous attempts at locating him. Initiate launch sequence now.
Initiating jump to warp speed.
Engage.
We are making excellent progress, Doctor. The course seems to be relatively clear too. We should reach our target's coordinates in approximately 15 minutes.
Very good. Keep monitoring the systems and informing me of any changes or abnormalities we come across during this mission.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Yes, Scop?
I believe the Archimedes crew may find this mission more difficult than anticipated. Their bond with the creature seems much stronger than our own.
Indeed, Scop. They are inextricably linked to it now and must face whatever challenges lie ahead alone.
As you command, Doctor.
Damn it, I'm done. That's enough for one day.
But Doctor, we still need your help here. Please stay a little longer.
No, Captain, my shift is over, and so are any further medical duties of mine on this vessel until tomorrow morning at the earliest.
Doctor, I'm sorry, but we need your help. Space Fleet requires it.
Space Fleet requirements? Whatever gave you that idea?
Captain's order, sir. You know how important the Doctor is to this ship and its crew. Please reconsider.
Well, if it's a captain's order, then, by all means, carry on. But just so you know, dear friends, I will never be bullied or coerced into doing something I don't want to do, not by anyone ever again.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good night, everyone.
Doctor, if you change your mind about helping us out here, please do not hesitate to come talk to me. We would appreciate it very much.
You're welcome, Scop. I never forget a friend in need.
No good deed goes unpunished.
That's as true in outer space as it is back on Earth, James.
I will disable your transporter.
You won't get away with it, you tin can.
I have the power to destroy you both.
So do I, mechanical scoundrel. Captain's log stardate 2422.67. We just had an altercation with a species of alien called the Twibbles. They are notorious for their anti-gravity powered airships, which they use to ambush us. Fortunately, our shields were strong enough to repel their attack and everyone was unharmed. After further negotiations, I managed to convince them they wanted nothing from us but friendship, which seems ironic considering that all throughout the encounter we literally would not stop trying to one-up each other in an endless battle of wits.
Damn, did you hear about T'Pol and Scop?
What happened now?
Apparently they broke up. I'm so bummed. Their relationship was my favorite thing to gossip about on the ship.
That really is too bad. They had a lot of chemistry together, and their personalities made it interesting to watch them interact with each other in social settings. Not all romantic relationships work out though, that's just the way life goes sometimes.
Yep, definitely. People change and relationships evolve over time. It's just one of those things that happens in life.
I hope they find happiness again though. It would be a shame to see them go their separate ways for good.
Amen to that.
So, what's new with you?
Not much really. Just been keeping busy running my ship and spending time with my family. Doctor, that sounds like it's going well. Wamu, it is. I'm glad everything is working out for me and everyone on the ship. Thanks for asking.
I heard that Wamu went to the dance last night. What was it like?
It was fantastic. The music, the lights, I had a great time with my friends. How about you? Did you enjoy yourself as well?
Not really, I'm more of an observer than a participant when it comes to these things, but I did notice some interesting gossip going around during the evening.
Oh, just the usual. That you and Nissa are getting along better than ever, that Amy is dating some mysterious man from her anthropology class, but I suppose anything could happen in a galaxy far away.
Well, I'll have to keep an eye out for any juicy information. It sounds like everyone is talking about something, and I find that quite intriguing.
Yes, it's always so exciting when something happens on board the Starship Archimedes, even if it is just gossip.
True that. Thanks for letting me know, Wamu. I always appreciate your insights.
When will you realize your mistakes?
I don't need a lecture from an artificial construct.
Captain, please remain calm. You know this is not the best approach to take in such a situation.
Yeah, James, why can't you just listen for once instead of always jumping down everyone's throats whenever they disagree with you? It'd be nice if we actually got somewhere without having to go through all the anger and shouting first. Enough arguing. We have more important matters at hand than wasting our time on petty squabbles. So let us stay focused on that so that our mission may be accomplished quickly and effectively.
I understand your emotions, Captain. But this process must be followed if you wish to resolve the issue at hand.
All right, everyone, stand down. We have a mission that needs completing, and it's time we got serious about it.
Indeed, Captain.
Captain, I must apologize for my earlier outburst.
Same here. I'm sorry, James.
Apology accepted. Let's get to it then, shall we? Captain's log stardate 2430.6. We just had a run-in with the Winglands and an encounter that could have ended in disaster. After running some scans, it seems they were trying to steal socks. Apparently Winglands love our human hygiene habits. A quick search of their ship revealed dozens of bright red stockings. I guess there is no accounting for taste when you're from another galaxy. It took us hours to convince them it was better not to wear stolen items even if given as gifts. Since you're here, I take it your people haven't detected any strange behavior emanating from our Dorenji friend.
No, sir. The only oddity we've noticed is that he's been a bit subdued since his arrival aboard our ship today.
Ah yes, the Dorenji usually come on board with an eagerness and enthusiasm not seen in other cultures. What could be causing him to appear this way?
You see, James, it's like dealing with a child sometimes. No matter how hard you try to get them talk about what's troubling them, they just keep their mouth shut. And unfortunately, it seems whatever is going on inside of Dorenji's head right now.
Mr. Skop, Section 31 has ordered us to inquire about any unusual activities aboard the Dorenji vessel. See what you can find out.
It would be my pleasure, Captain.
You've taken a keen interest in the Dorenji, Captain. Is there something about him that you find intriguing?
No, I simply find his unusual behavior to be perplexing and am eager to learn more.
Well, Mr. Skop, I think you should go speak with the Dorenji captain and see what's going on.
James, that's kind of a dangerous thing to do. You could get yourself in trouble.
It couldn't hurt to find out what's going on, Mr. Skop, and I think Dr. McKay might be right. It might not be such a great idea for us to go alone.
Stop right there, Captain. What is it that you think you're doing?
I'm leading this mission. Don't forget that I am in charge here.
With all due respect, sir, this isn't your decision to make alone. We have protocols and procedures for a reason, so we can be sure of our safety before entering into any kind of unknown territory or situation. Have you considered the potential consequences if something unexpected were to happen out there?
Of course I have. But sometimes taking calculated risks overrides fixed protocol and ultimately has greater rewards at the end result too, no matter how unlikely those chances may seem at first glance.
I'm glad you are taking the risk seriously, but trust me, my medical staff and myself can follow protocol with greater accuracy, as we're trained to do. If you want successful results, then it pays to pay attention to details.
You might be able to predict the outcome of any situation, Doctor, but I know that people can surprise even the most seasoned professionals. So please let me lead this mission and just see what happens.
In theory, Captain, but in practice? That's something we'll have to wait and see.
You're the doctor, not me. Dismissed.
I Captain.
What makes you certain that your hypotheses are correct?
Let's just say I take after my mother. She was always a good speculative gambler.
I'm going to need some help.
Sure thing. Document. Just hit the deck when it starts raining lions.
I don't understand.
Believe it or not, sometimes people just want something to talk about.
Fascinating.
Shut up.
Captain's Log Stardate 2448.13. We've encountered an unidentified ship outside of Earth Space Union territory. Sensors indicate it's not Winglan, Karamulan, or any other vessel known to us. It appears that a group of cats have taken command. It has transpired that the felines are living their lives in space like noble pirates, and they've made off with the biscuits from our pantry. What nefarious plan do those kitties have? We'll just spend some time observing them before sending out a distress signal catting for help. Can you explain more about the fashion rules here?
Yes, sir. We follow a system of sartorial etiquette based on three main principles: color coordination, elegance, and utility. All officers are expected to select garments that reflect formality according to their rank or position in the organization. Commander Scop is expected to wear Spacefleet-approved blue shirts with his dress uniform while attending important events, whereas a crewman can usually get away wearing an Earth-style outfit such as jeans and a t-shirt when working aboard this ship during off hours.
Interesting, but why do we need these regulations? After all, since we're so far from home, isn't it natural for people want some kind of diversion?
The reason for these rules is so that people on the ship don't get too confused about social rank.
I see your point. Thank you for enlightening me.
What about me, James? Can I still wear my old boots, or do I have to get new ones for official duty?
Doctor, you must adhere to the regulations. But don't worry, we provide Spacefleet-approved boots in different sizes and colors so you can find something that fits your style.
For clothing accessories, the uniform style is conservative jewelry. Rings must be gold or platinum and necklaces no wider than 18 inches. Earrings should also be of modest design with just a hint of color.
Sounds like we're going to have to get some new things for our uniforms then.
Yes, Captain. The crew is expected to maintain the standard of dress while on duty. However, we still allow some personnel freedom within that framework as long as it isn't too distracting or inappropriate for the mission at hand.
Captain's Log Stardate 2450.45. It's been another difficult mission today. Fortunately, we managed to fend off a surprise attack from the Winglans without any casualties. It went so smoothly that I'm beginning to think they might have given up on this pointless struggle and resorted to comedy improv as their new method of warfare. Now that would be something.
What species are you?
We're humans. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I am a robot. How may I help?
We would like to explore your planet and learn more about it if that is all right with you.
Absolutely. Our planet has much for an inquisitive mind such as yours. Please follow me and we will begin the tour in 1 hour after the rest of my group arrives from other planets nearby our zone.
Begins examining a patient.
Captain, I do not understand the readings we are obtaining on this patient. His vital signs seem to be normal, but his mind seems troubled.
Confined space does that to people, Scop.
Indeed it does, and since many influential minds have been born and died within the confines of a starship's gravity well, many false conclusions have been drawn about its effects.
Allow me to assist then, perhaps I can offer help from a unique perspective. After all, my kind has run Starship as part of our core programming for generations.
When we reach the final frontier, I shall be dreaming of studying my beloved Zolkan philosophy.
Dream away, Scop. But make sure you don't miss anything while daydreaming.
Why go to all that effort? Just beam up ye olde English library and take a quick gander. That's an interesting idea, Comrade McScotty. We could use it as a shortcut in our mission towards exploration.
Alright, Gang. No more talking. We've got work to do.
I concur, Captain.
Bearing 040 Mark 1 Charlie, proceeding according to plan.
Yes, sir. Let's just get this over with.
Captain, I must express my dissatisfaction at being ordered about like a common sailor.
All right, Scop, you've had your say. Now be quiet and let me take over for a while. Sickbay to Captain Steele. Checking in.
Stand by. Document. We're receiving a transmission from the Archimedes.
Stop, I detect a quark anomaly.
Is it sinister? Quarks should remain steady unless something is wrong.
Agreed, Captain, determining origin of disturbance immediately.
Beam up. The force is strong with this one.
It appears to be emanating from the torpedo launcher.
This is not good, Scop. Whoever or whatever is behind this must be stopped. Helm, set a course for the nearest starbase.
Torpedoes away, Captain.
I presume you are intent on firing them, Scop.
Anything to stop whatever is going on, Captain.
The engines are powering up.
Engines at full power. Fire the torpedoes. I hope you can tell me the news, Doctor.
The patient's condition is stable, Captain Steele. At this point, we plan to keep her under observation for the rest of today and then release her tomorrow morning.
You seem awfully sure about that outcome, Doctor. Could there be something else going on here?
No, sir, not at all. As I said before, she is doing all right now and should have no issues with being released from our care soon enough.
Captain, I'm detecting slight hesitancy in Doctor's response.
Absolutely not, Mr. Scop. There is nothing to worry about here. The patient will be fine, provided she gets sufficient rest and completes our standard follow-up regimen, of course.
If you say so, Captain.
Well, I'd better be going then, Doctor. Keep me posted on the patient's health. We'll all want to hear the good news when she recovers.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, Doctor. We'll all be waiting to hear the bad news.
Stop me if you've heard this already, but did you hear that Tlina is in a new relationship?
What? No way. Who's the lucky person?
Rumor has it it's Leonis. I don't know too much about him except he was recently assigned to her team. He seems pretty mysterious and apparently they're very into each other.
I'm not sure whether to be jealous or excited for Tlina. It sounds like she's finally found someone who understands her.
Agreed. I just hope it lasts. It would be great for her to find true love after all this time.
True love? Isn't that a little out of our league?
I don't know, maybe not. Who knows how life will play out? In any case, I'm sure Tlina is very happy and enjoying her new relationship.
I'm happy for her, too. So long as they're both safe and happy, that's all that matters.
Why did you come here, Captain?
I'm on a mission to explore the planet and learn more about its inhabitants.
That's not what I asked. Why are you really here?
What do you mean by that? Did someone send you to interrogate me?
No one sent me, but your behavior does seem suspicious. What is it that makes my question so alarming for you, Captain Steele?
Allow me to intervene, Captain. I believe our conversation has gone off topic and we are now deviating from the mission at hand.
Okay. What do you want to know?
The planet emits an unusual amount of particles, which may be harmful to our crew.
So you think I came here to poison your people? Let me see that badge again and maybe I can take you into custody for questioning.
There is no need to be suspicious, Captain. I only report what I see.
Can you believe it, Captain?
No. It's absolutely impossible.
Yet, the tests here clearly show otherwise.
What do you mean tests? Show me. Give me proof that this is so, or else I'm not believing a word of it. I demand to know what other evidence there is out there confirming the shocking news, and how reliable are your sources. Explain yourself now before my patience runs thin.
Captain, please. The doctor was just informing you of new information.
Silence. I won't be spoken to in this manner.
Captain, I'm sorry to have bothered you.
You didn't bother me. What was that thing doing in my room? This is all some kind of sick joke, isn't it? Some warped game designed to torture and humiliate me. Again.
Captain, I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention to alarm you.
Alarmed me? Are you kidding me? I've been through enough torment and pain in the last few months without some pervert adding insult to injury by playing crazy psychological games with me. This is exactly why Spacefleet needs a new captain, someone who's willing to take risks and stand up for what's right even when things get tough, like now, obviously. He storms out of the room. Captain's Log Stardate 2484.11. We have encountered life forms that are behaving surprisingly in today's mission. We attempted to communicate with them, but they just laughed at our attempts and started playing tag instead. In an attempt to join the fun, Lieutenant Jones has put on a red shirt and is currently chasing after some of these beings around the deck. As amusing as this is, I fear we may not learn anything about their species or why they stopped us from completing our mission here. Perhaps if Ensign Brooke catches up before anyone gets hurt, we can still manage something.
We seem to have a medical emergency, Captain.
What is the problem, Doctor?
It appears that one of our crew members has sustained serious lacerations on their side following an accident in engineering. We need to get them back down here for treatment immediately.
Should we beam him directly into sickbay, or shall I escort him myself?
Sending someone with your skills and experience would be most beneficial for this particular case given the severity of his injury, Captain.
Agreed.
I could provide assistance to the captain should he require it.
Excellent suggestion, Scop. Beam him down now, and let's get him treated up stat.
Aye, Doctor.
Beaming down now.
Captain's Log Stardate 2487.94. Today's mission has been a bit, awkward. To explain why, I'll need to start by divulging Lieutenant Scop's latest invention, the Zalkin Media Uploader, VMU. This device apparently allows fellow Zalkins to directly upload their thoughts and ideas into computers. Sadly, we weren't able to use it today. Instead of our VMU downloads coming up with workable solutions for navigating an asteroid field in record time, as promised, we got an unexpected response from Spacefleet HQ informing us that all media from Scop's mind had been deemed inappropriate due to its comedic nature. All I can say is, who knew death rays could be so side-splitting?
You wanted to see me, Captain Steele?
Yes. I understand there has been a murder on board the ship, and I am here to investigate. Can you tell me about it?
Of course, one of our crew members was found dead in his quarters 2 days ago. We don't know how or why it happened yet, but we have done an autopsy and determined he died from a puncture wound to the heart with some kind of advanced technological weapon that's still unknown at this time.
Who had access to these kinds of weapons aboard our ship? Is there any way someone could have smuggled one on board without us knowing?
As far as we can tell, no one.
Was the weapon used to kill our crew member left behind by his assailant?
No, unfortunately. The wound was precise, and there were no trace clues of any kind. We believe it was a professional cleanup job. That would mean this person must have had advanced knowledge in order to kill without leaving evidence behind.
And you think this person is still on the ship?
I'm afraid so, Captain. There's only one way to find out for sure.
Captain, during our security scans of the ship, we have detected a hidden compartment in an undisclosed location on board. It appears that someone is hiding something else inside, and it may be connected to this murder investigation.
Let's find out what they're hiding.
Aye, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2439.79. First Officer Scop reporting. The Archimedes has just arrived in a strange sector of space. The crew is weary but ready for whatever new adventures may lie ahead. I have ordered a half ration of tea to be served in the mess hall as we await further instructions from Space Fleet Command. No doubt it will help lift spirits and ward off any extraterrestrial grumpiness that could arise. But if anything were to happen here, at least even winglings should be able to appreciate one hot cup Earl Grey at warp speed.
Can you hear me, Captain?
I can, Scop. What is it this time?
Well, Captain, I was just wondering. Why are all the stars green today?
Oh, for crying out loud. James, stop encouraging him. We don't have time to humoring his humorless sulkin jokes.
I Captain N. He's only joking. That's why they call them jokes after. We humans do tend to have a good laugh now and then, eh?
You've brought up a valid point, Mr. McScotty. Scop, I thought you were an analyst, not a comedian.
That is correct, Captain, but sometimes humor can be the best way to approach problems.
You're right, Scop. Sometimes humor can be the best way to approach problems. But I'm warning you, if my sickbay ever smells like green apples again, you'll be responsible.
Captain, may I speak with you in your chambers?
Of course, Scop. What is on your mind?
It has come to my attention that there seems to be a problem with the ship's systems.
That sounds like something we should take care of right away. Let's go talk to McScotty and see if he can help us figure out what the problem is.
Can I tag along? Maybe he'll need my medical expertise.
Of course you can join us, Doctor. Let's go.
Doctor, the captain wishes to know how the medicine you prescribed is working for his crewman.
Well, Captain Steele, it's too early to tell yet. I will need a few more days of monitoring and observation before determining if there are any changes in their condition. Right now, though, all indicators point towards positive results from my medical intervention so far.
Excellent, Doctor. Keep up the good work.
Excuse me, Captain. I have detected an increase in oxygen levels and temperature along the ship's hull. It seems as though you may be onto something with your medicine, Mr. Scop.
You're right, Robot. I wonder if Doctor has figured out what is causing it yet.
I do not know, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2455.38. 2 days after being sent on a mission, we received odd readings from our warp drive. Turns out someone had taken the liberty of urinating in our fuel. I must commend my chief engineer for never failing to be creative and unhygienic. On the upside, morale is soaring with all this fresh humor wafting throughout the ship.
No need to be suspicious, Captain. All is as it should be here.
I beg to differ. Something feels off about the situation, and I won't take any chances if there's a danger present. Where are the other crew members? Does anyone else know you're on board this ship?
No, only me. My mission parameters instructed me not to engage with anyone aside from yourself until further notice. Everyone else has been told nothing of my presence or purpose on board your vessel.
How did you board the ship then?
My entrance was authorized from my home planet.
Who gave that authorization, may I ask?
It was Commander Sona of our Mission Control Center. She saw fit to approve my voyage without any personnel aboard your vessel knowing about it in advance.
Captain, in my experience, an apparently unauthorized robot presence aboard a space fleet vessel almost always indicates the existence of a malfunctioning technology or mechanism. Something may be more seriously wrong than we first realized.
Possibly, Mr. Scop, but until we can ascertain the true nature of this incursion, our primary concern should be ensuring that no harm comes to Captain Steele or his crew. Until such time as we know more, it would be prudent to keep our suspicions at a minimum.
Captain's Log Stardate 2438.73. We've been out here in space for what feels like eternity, and our morale is starting to suffer. To spice things up, I thought it just might be fun to engage the Winglands in a game of gin rummy. After all, nothing says diplomacy quite like a classic card game. Who knows, maybe by the end we won't even need those photon torpedoes.
Listen, Captain, I must ask you to cease investigating immediately and leave.
Oh? Why is that?
Our research efforts are confidential, and if you continue to interfere, we will be forced to take further action.
Is that so? You seem a little too eager for me not to look around any further. What exactly should I know about your work here? What kind of confidential information are you trying to hide from me?
Captain, please believe me when I say that our research is highly sensitive and we do not want it to fall into the wrong hands.
It sounds like you're hiding something from me.
We just want to focus on our work and leave the investigation to Space Fleet.
All right, I'll give you that. But be careful, I think someone might be trying to keep something from me.
I trust that you will not divulge our research to unauthorized personnel.
Thank you, Captain.
Why do you always have to be so logical?
I am programmed to process data logically. It is my primary function as an automated assistant.
Can't you ever just relax and enjoy yourself like a normal person?
Enjoyment is not essential for me, but if it pleases you, then perhaps we can engage in small talk or some kind of recreation activity together while our mission objectives are being fulfilled.
It doesn't seem to bother you that people would rather talk with their dogs or machines than you.
I am not bothered, as long as my directives are being followed and the mission is proceeding according to plan.
I'll see you later then. Yeah, me too.
Captain's Log Stardate 2454.67. After completing our mission to explore the nebula, the crew cheered in excitement before realizing that none of us knew how to get back home. We all had a good laugh about it and decided to go out for some Winglan Tubingen-Borgangers on the way. Ah, Star Trek. How come the diagnosis is delayed, Doctor?
I apologize for my tardiness in giving this prognosis. It was simply due to a malfunction of some equipment that prevented it from being completed at its earliest convenience.
A malfunction of equipment? There is no way that could account for the delay.
Indeed, I was surprised when it occurred myself. But there's nothing more to say about it at this time. The prognosis remains unchanged. The patient will die within a few weeks unless he receives immediate medical attention.
A few weeks? But surely that is not accurate. Medical attention should be sought as soon as a diagnosis is made, not days or even hours later.
You're quite right, Mr. Scop Doctor. We must find an emergency room immediately and take the patient there ourselves. That will give him the best chance for survival.
Captain, I'm afraid that isn't possible at this time. The prognosis has not changed and he's going to die within a short period of time unless he receives medical help.
What are you talking about? The prognosis hasn't changed. There's no way his life can be in danger if we put him into an emergency room now.
Captain, I regret to inform you that the prognosis is unchanged. The patient's condition is worsening and he will not survive without immediate attention from a medical team.
The prognosis has not changed. The patient is going to die soon unless he receives immediate medical attention.
Captain's Log Stardate 2479.1. The crew has been tasked with a vital mission today, to spread laughter among weary Earth Space Union citizens. We've already broken our previous record of successful, totally illogical jokes and are optimistic about reaching the goal by this evening. This is Captain Jean-Luc Captain Steele signing off, wishing everyone in Space Fleet good luck on their missions. May you all boldly go where no one has gone before, and bring a smile wherever you land. Listen, Doctor, we don't want to put the lives of any sentient beings in danger.
I understand your concern, Captain Steele, but it's essential that you permit me to proceed with my experiments. Taking risks is part of exploration and discovery, and this procedure could yield incredible results for Spacefleet if successful.
I'll give you 1 hour, Doctor. After that, we pull back and let Spacefleet handle this.
Excellent idea, Captain Steele. Thank you.
Captain, I do not believe Spacefleet should become involved in this trial.
Scott, my assumption is that Spacefleet has the best interests of these creatures at heart. If they can be reasoned with and trained, then surely it's better than killing them?
Warning. Ventilation system fails. Cost to repair, $8,500.
Damn it, Scott, we can't just let them die.
It is possible to reroute the air supply, but that will increase the cost of repairs by 2,500%.
Fine, we'll pay for it. Let's go talk to Spacefleet about this and get their blessing before proceeding any further, Doctor.
Thank you, Captain Steele.
How are you this morning, robot?
Good morning, Mr. Scott. It is nice to see you again. I'm in good spirits today, and my systems seem to be running perfectly, all thanks to your diligent maintenance efforts. What can I do for you today?
I need you to take a look at this asterisk 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 asterisk.
Of course, Mr. Scott. What does the scan show? Based on the analysis I've completed, it seems that he has been subjected to some type of extreme environmental stress. It is possible that he may have overexpended himself while investigating those strange energy readings we picked up a few weeks ago.
Scott, have you been scanning the asteroid field like I asked?
Indeed, Captain. However, I am detecting an unusual alien presence. It appears to be a vegan restaurant.
On the bridge of a starship? That's ridiculous. What could they possibly serve besides lettuce and wheatgrass smoothies?
Couldn't hurt to investigate. It might make for an interesting shore-leave trip.
I agree, Lieutenant. It would be an excellent opportunity to sample some new vegan cuisine.
Captain, I'm detecting strange energy readings emanating from that asteroid. Maybe we should check it out.
McScotty, are you sure it's safe? There could be dangerous alien creatures living there, or worse.
Sir, Galileo found evidence of Ostadrian colonies on the moon. Who knows what kind of dangers might be waiting for us on that asteroid? Death by vegan quiche sounds much preferable to death by quadrant creature or something equally as lethal.
Scott, are you suggesting we go investigate this vegan restaurant?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm up for it if the rest of you are. It could be an adventure.
Fascinating.
You know, I've officiated at a lot of weddings where the couple has chosen to go vegan for their wedding feast. It's a pretty special occasion.
Healthy food is healthy food, no matter what it is. Let's investigate this place and see if they have anything that'll calm our fears of quadrant creatures, or vegan cuisine. Captain's Log Stardate 2417.11. After detouring around plasma storms and surprise Borg attacks, I think the crew has had enough. So we decided to take a 5-minute break from our mission, which turned into a 2-hour pull-in at Quark's Bar on Deep Space Nine for some high-stakes debo playing with all the usual suspects. Let's just say that no one ended up as poorer or richer than when they started the Earth Space Union. We'll never know.
Can anyone tell me why the warp core is leaking?
Aye, Cap'n. It's 'cause my famous Scotch whiskey snuck on board and it found its way into the engine.
Mr. Scott, you must agree that replacing our cosmium crystals with single malt whiskey was not an acceptable solution to getting us back home.
Oh, I quite agree. In fact, I think we should all be discharged from Space Fleet for this disaster.
Aye, Cap'n. If he can find a way to fix the leak with whiskey, then he deserve a promotion straight to Admiral.
Mr. Scott, your attitude is beginning to wear on me.
I concur, Commander. Perhaps one of you could come up with a more reasonable suggestion?
Very well, Doctor. Might I suggest we use titanium alloy to patch the leak instead of whiskey?
Brilliant, Scott. You just got us out of this mess. Mr. Scott, what happened to your rank?
You made me an Admiral, Captain. It seemed like the most logical solution at the time.
You know, Captain Steele, one of my ancestors once said, resistance is futile.
Yes. But as I often tell Robot, he should also strive to remember that hope and will can sometimes prove far more powerful than even the most advanced technology.
An impressive sentiment, sir.
I concur.
But I disagree, Captain. Hope and will can only take a starship so far.
That's the spirit, laddie.
Indeed. Precisely why we always ensure the warp engines are functioning properly before any mission. Why do you summon us, Creator?
Creator, I come before you seeking your counsel. The planet Terok Nor has become a focal point in the struggle between two warring empires, and it is up to me to decide which side shall prevail.
You seek knowledge that only I can provide. Very well then, my advice is this: there are no innately superior or inferior parties involved here, each holds within themselves the capacity for greatness and destruction alike. Whichever faction wins will be decided by those who exercise their influence over others most effectively with wisdom and justice as guides.
Shields up, A.
Aye, Captain. Energy field emanating from within the saucer section. Shields are holding at 30%.
Logical thinking, Mr. Scott. Now disengage the shields and open a channel to the other ship. Archimedes, this is the Star Trek. Come in, over.
Sir, I cannot open a channel to them. The field seems to be preventing our sensors from reaching them. E.
This is a difficult situation, Captain Steele. We may have to settle for observing what happens and planning our contingency accordingly. Agreed. Creator, help us make the right choice in this matter so that we can come away with peace instead of further destruction.
You must not forget the power your own actions hold. Be mindful of their consequences on all who are involved in this conflict before you make any decisions which cannot be undone.
Should I tell them the secret?
What is it, Doctor?
Ariam has been alive this whole time. The doctor turns to address the crew. After her assassination at the hands of rogue synthetics on Karana 3, we were able to save certain parts of her consciousness and download it onto a portable subspace relay. We've kept that data protected deep in our storage archives so no one could find or access it until now.
So she's still around. Everywhere we look.
Yes, effectively speaking, she never died as long as these memories are accessible from any computer connected to Spacefleet networks. We can revive Ariam completely if necessary, ever given hyper.
Well, that explains a lot.
Energy emissions continuing to rise. Warning, life form entering open space.
Excellent. Ariam, we've finally found you.
Thank you for bringing me back.
Why are winglings so aggressive?
Maybe it's because they take honor and loyalty to such extreme levels.
Their warrior ethic may be the result of a need to constantly prove themselves in an environment where victory is the only criterion for worth.
It may also be due to the suppression of their emotions by the ruling council.
Don't forget, winglings value strength above all else.
That may be why they have so few female members in their society.
Stop right there, Scop.
What is the point of this exercise?
I need you to express a small degree of emotion. It's important for Space Fleet protocol that its members show a range of experiences, and it will help you better interact with our crewmates and aliens alike in certain situations. Because we have no time to waste here, Mr. Scop. Now please show me one showing feeling anger or joy, take your pick. With danger or uncertainty, are you afraid?
Yes.
Excellent. Keep that in mind next time you interact with someone or something. It could be the difference between success and failure for our mission.
Warning. I detect a high probability of hostile activity in Sector 8-8.
Formulate a counterattack strategy immediately. Doctor, hail the nearest vessel and ask them to tune into our frequency. We may need their help.
Aye, Captain. Should we really be fighting about this?
Yes, Doctor. We have to disagree on something. But this is getting us nowhere.
Arguing will not solve the problem here and now, Chief Engineer Stevens. If you two would kindly stop bickering, then we could get somewhere sooner rather than later.
You're right. Let's take a step back and try to see things from different perspectives.
I agree with that assessment. Let's all think before shooting off our thoughts into the airwaves. It might just prove more helpful in attempting progress instead of regression in resolving conflicts between employees of Space Fleet Command.
I'm sure there is a more logical alternative to this conflict.
Let's hear it, Scop.
Very well, let us use the precepts of dialectic inquiry to explore our various points of view in order to reach an enlightened conclusion free from individual biases and prejudices.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I believe that this is an excellent proposition.
Humans.
Can you hear me, Archimedes? This is the USS Captain Steele. I'm sending a distress signal from our location, which we believe to be 3 days away from your star system. We've been ambushed and severely damaged by an unknown force and have sustained significant casualties aboard our ship.
Understood, Doctor. We are responding immediately with full armaments at maximum warp speed. Stand by for further instructions once we're in range of your coordinates.
Thank you, Commander. Hold on, crew. Help is coming soon.
Warning, unidentified vessel on course for star system. Prepare to defend yourselves.
Archimedes to Captain Steele. What's your status? We're under attack, Captain. Our power is not stable and our weapons are failing us. I'm begging you, save my ship before it's too late.
Incoming fire.
Shields are down to 40% and losing power quickly. We won't be able to withstand another barrage like that, Captain.
Red alert all hands, battle stations everyone. Prepare for an attack on our position. All crew members brace yourself as we ready weapons and shields in preparation of defending ourselves against this unknown threat.
Shields are down. We're being destroyed.
Captain's log stardate 2466.82. I must confess a deep sense of embarrassment today due to an incident that occurred during our foray into the Gamma Quadrant. While exploring some uncharted space, we were suddenly engulfed in what appeared to be a Starbucks drive-through lane. Even more shocking than this was when Commander Scop uttered the words "Fendi Pike spiced latte with extra cream please." Needless to say, he was making everyone very uncomfortable even before they explained their lack of understanding numerical currency. My crew and I quickly navigated out of there, hoping no one else got wind, or should I say warp speed, if this mishap.
Why don't they ever choose me to go on away missions?
Maybe it's because you're a robot and not very conducive to conversation.
I wouldn't be so sure. Have you heard my knock jokes? They're pretty stellar.
Aye, but we need diplomatic robots for those away missions, nothing that can crack bad puns.
Humans. Logic dictates that our away missions should be staffed by some of each species for the sake of communication. No doubt a comedic element does not enhance mission success, Captain Steele.
That's enough out of all o' ye. Let's focus on getting this ship to its destination and not taking pot shots at one another. Drollery is unwelcome here. Alright people, enough jibber jabber. Let's get to where we need to go and no more nonsense. Captain's Log Stardate 2413.85. It's been a strange day aboard the Archimedes. After responding to an emergency distress signal from planet Q-168, we made contact with what appeared to be an advanced race of aliens, but they turned out to be nothing more than Gorn in fancy hats and cloaks, boasting about their latest prank. To make matters worse, Scop found himself on the wrong end of one particularly large Gorn spot cuffs. Let's just say it involved a lot of backflipping and turning green. Needless to say, I'm thankful our medical staff managed to patch up everyone before returning home. End log.
How curious, human customs and behavior never cease to surprise me.
It's one of the things I like best about them.
Spacefleet's highest-ranking officers should be able to hold their own in any conversation.
Ye had I be a Highlander, then, me Stevie Jean.
It's Dr. McKay, not Stevie Jean.
I fail to see the humor in this.
Perhaps the joke was not meant to be funny.
What is the cause of your suspicions, Captain?
I'm not sure, Lieutenant Commander. Something just doesn't feel right about this mission. It may be nothing more than unease on my part, but with all that's been happening around here lately, it pays to be cautious. Scan the perimeter for anything that might seem out of place or out of character for this area and report back immediately if you find anything unusual or concerning.
I understand, Captain.
Aye, sir. We'll get it done right away.
James, are you sure it's wise to be so suspicious?
It pays to be wary, Doctor. If something is amiss, I want us prepared in case of any potential danger or hostile activity. You know how things can turn out if we're not careful. Now, let's get started with our scans.
Right away, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2498.64. Today has been a strange day on the Archimedes. The crew and I have decided to further explore an uncharted planet that's emitting mysterious vortexes of energy, when all of a sudden our ship was hit with what can only be described as spoononomics, an unexpected flurry of suspended spoons from out of nowhere. After most Spacefleet regulations were waived in order to protect ourselves from this bizarre phenomenon, we retracted back into orbit and continued observations, although it will take some time for us to get over what happened today. Steel, to all hands, prepare for warp speed.
Captain, can I remind you that the laws of physics don't allow us to do such a thing?
Skop. Don't be so illogical.
Doctor's right, we are going full Zalkin if necessary. McScotty, how soon before warp speed?
Aye sir, I'm just fine-tuning the controls and, oh heck no Captain, it'll take at least 3 hours before she's ready.
3 hours? There's got to be another way around this. What would Captain Steele do in this situation?
Fire photon torpedoes.
Air, no. That's not how Commander Captain Steele would handle this situation.
Warning. Warp speed cannot be achieved in the present configuration.
Darn it, why does this always happen to us? Alright, drop out of warp and prepare for impulse drive. Mr. Skop, plot a course for home using the least amount of energy possible.
Aye, sir, I can do that easily enough.
Wait a minute. This isn't the Harry Potter series, Captain. We can't just apparate back home like that.
I know that, Doctor. That's why we're going to use the impulse drive instead. It'll take longer, but it's the safest way to get us back home. And don't worry, Captain Steele will understand if we missed our chance at warp speed.
Why hello there crew of the U.S.S. Archimedes, I see you all have returned to the bridge yet again.
Oh great, it's you again and don't call me crew.
We know why James is so short with our metal friend here. He was made out of spare parts from a paperclip factory.
How can ye blame Steele for that? It is nae his fault you're made o' tin cans and super glue, or whatever they are using nowadays to make robots we. Yes, we remember well when famous scientist in Moscow invent robot like this one, but alas everything now gone wrong very quickly.
Just what in the world is going on here?
Surely you can see its technology gone awry. If we can't get this thing under control soon, everyone aboard will be incinerated.
Well then perhaps we can provide a little guidance.
Guidance from you? How could you possibly help us? McScotty, listen Captain, I'm sensors are picking up something out there. It looks like something big. McScotty, focus on catching that vessel and stall them until we can come to their aid. Doctor, hail the unknown vessel and see what they want.
Sufficiently stalled for now, Captain. Return to your station.
Something big, sensors picking it up. What could it be?
Listen, Doctor, I am worried. Is the crew member's health really as bad as you say?
Yes, Skop. His condition is serious and he requires immediate care to ensure his recovery. He may not make it if we don't act now.
I see. Thank you for your honesty, Doctor.
You're welcome, Skop.
Oh my. That doesn't sound good at all.
Actually, the crew member's condition is not as serious as I made it out to be, but you mustn't tell anyone.
What are you talking about, Doctor?
I had to lie to Skop about the crew member's health. He wouldn't have let us conduct our emergency evacuation if he knew the truth.
You deceitful old goat. If I find out you lied to us, you'll be serving detention on the brig for weeks.
Can I assume that you are trying to be humorous, Captain?
Who, me? Of course not. What gave you that idea?
Aye, Cap'n. Ye having a wee bit too much fun for this line o' work. You're laughing, and it's so loud you can hear it in engineering. On the bridge of the Archimedes nothing is off limits to some good-natured ribbing now and again, right Skop?
Affirmative, Lieutenant.
Shades of emotions from an artificial life form. You might as well ask a rock for its opinion.
All right, everyone. That's enough. Just stay focused on the mission at hand and save it for after hours in the lounge, with Caramelan Ale.
Another humorous remark from the Captain, Skop.
Attention all crew, your attention is called to the long-range sensors. An unidentified vessel has been detected on a collision course with our section of the galaxy.
That'll be them now, they are begging for a fight.
Evasive action protocols in effect, Mr. Scop. Scop, I think you'll love this one. With our revolutionary system, even an entire crew can use as little energy as possible while ensuring maximum performance levels, all at once. Simply put, it is truly a unique system that will revolutionize space travel forever and make life simpler out there in the... And as always, thanks for watching. Captain's Log Stardate 2449.99. The Archimedes is currently in need of some shore leave after our shuttlecraft encountered the dreaded Klingo-Flaconians. Our mission was nearly derailed when it turned out that they were not as fierce warriors we come to expect, but instead a group of endearingly inept fashion designers, attempting, quite poorly, to update their traditional Klingon garb with more avant-garde styles like shoulder pads and sequins. In an effort to keep friendly relations between our two species, I had everyone pick out something from the collection for themselves before leaving. It's going to be interesting explaining why Wamo has taken up dressage since returning. Damn, it sure does feel good to have my foot on a bridge again. Hi, I'm James T. Steele, and today I want to talk about the world's best spacefarer companion, the Transporter X. It can travel with you anywhere in the galaxy, at warp speed no less. And guess what? No dead zones here either. This baby is designed for longevity, so it will never let you down when exploring deep space or short-distance transport needs. So embarking on your next mission? Make sure you're equipped with Transporter X today, Captain's Choice guaranteed first-class performance all day, every day, powered by star charts and phasers beamed up each time. All across.
You appear unusually pleased with yourself, Captain.
I've got good reason to be. Check this out. He holds up a box of donuts.
Donuts? What is the occasion?
They came from Space Fleet Command as part of a care package for our mission to explore Rigel 7. It's their way of saying thank you for all we do.
Fascinating, but why did they choose such an unorthodox form of reward system? Is it because sugar stimulates dopamine levels and thus produces positive emotions in humans when ingested?
Well, Scop, between us nerds, yes indeed that's one.
Interdictors 3 and 4, prepare to fire on target.
Shields up.
It looks like we're going to have company.
Doctor, I need to get off this ship.
That is highly illogical. Your place is here with us.
Oh sure, so nobody cares about my feelings then? Just consider me a machine, huh? Hey now. Cut that out. We care about the doctor very much and respect his contribution to the mission. Plus Scop has 2 eyes, but he still needs shades cause Mr. Zalkin don't play when it comes to logic. Okay, sorry. I guess I just feel a little left out sometimes. We all deal with feeling left out from time to time, Captain, even Scop.
I assure you, Scop is perfectly capable of completing a logical task without the aid of sunglasses.
Well, I guess that settles it then. Thanks for your support, crew, you've all been great.
Our pleasure, Captain. Enjoy the rest of your voyage. Captain's Log Stardate 2456.20. I've decided to spur a little morale and some competition amongst the crew. We'll be having an official nightly challenge where crew members try their best to act as goofy or out of character as possible for at least 15 minutes each day before beginning their duties. This should provide us with plenty of amusement. End log.
What's going on here?
It appears that our warp drive is malfunctioning.
Aye, Captain. That's not a good sign. I'll beam down to the engine room and have a look-see at what might be causing this trouble.
Fascinating. It seems like something from another dimension might be interfering with our power core.
It's disrupting our warp drive. You mean we could be stranded here?
That seems to be the case, Doctor. We'll just have to find another way out of this mess.
Aye, Captain. I'll beam down and take a look at that engine room right away.
You heard him, crew. Down to the engine room.
Captain, I say we beam down first and see what's going on. Maybe McScotty can help us out.
Permission to join the engine room investigation granted.
Steele, I believe the odds of success are 57.2%.
That's not quite a sure thing, Scop. Are you certain? We could use some more reassurance here.
Interesting scientific fact, computers don't deal in absolutes, Captain.
Sure they do, it's 0 or 1.
Mr. Scop, these readings are indicating the possibility of an energy source hundreds of light years beyond our current territory.
Captain, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to recommend a course of action.
Aye, sir. Course set for exploratory search. Let's go find some new life and civilizations.
Aye, Lieutenant. Engaging warp drive.
An interesting scientific fact, computers don't deal in absolutes, Captain.
But robots do?
Aye, Doctor. In that case, I would anticipate success with 81.7% certainty.
Should I ask you something personal?
Sure, what is it?
Have you heard the latest gossip about Commander Hiker and Counselor Troy spending a lot of time talking together in private lately?
You mean they're actually dating? No wonder she's been so happy, and he hasn't stopped smiling since. It must be true love.
What are you talking about?
Commander Hiker and Counselor Troy are dating.
What? No, they're not. They were just working together.
But it seems like something is going on between them.
Well, that's just silly. They're friends.
Captain's log stardate 2405.38. Today was an interesting mission. We encountered a strange species in deep space who claimed to be living on board the USS Archimedes. It turns out they are expert Trekkies and even had replica phasers which they used to threaten us when their demands for extra cosmium crystals weren't met. After much negotiation, I have agreed that everyone will get Space Fleet insignias and communicators if they keep quiet about our secret warp drive technology. Fingers crossed this isn't another Prime Directive violation. Since Scop is not here, I will need your medical expertise on this. Can you tell us what's wrong with the alien?
It appears he has a rare illness that we haven't seen before. The only thing to do is quarantine him until we can find out more about it and figure out how to treat him.
I would be gratified to hear a diagnosis from the doctor, Captain.
Well, Doctor.
I'm not sure yet, but it sounds like his immune system is playing havoc with his body.
Excuse me. There is an emergency on Station 26.
On our way, robot. Let's see what's up.
Damn it, James. I can't believe you ordered me to activate those scans without consulting Spacefleet first.
Doctor, I was under the impression that they had authorized it.
Not exactly, their protocol is much more explicit than this. You know better than to just jump in and manipulate things like this. It's my job as Chief Medical Officer to make sure our actions are both ethical and within regulations given by Spacefleet Command, or we could get into very serious trouble for breaking them. So why did you decide on activating these scans? Something doesn't seem right about all of this.
We need answers quickly. Time is of the essence here if we want some hope at bringing down Section 31. I'm sorry, Doctor, you're right. But something doesn't add up here, and that's what making me feel suspicious. Space Fleet wouldn't give permission for these scans without a good reason, which makes me wonder why they sent us in the first place.
You mean to say there is more going on behind the scenes? We could be walking into danger if we don't proceed carefully.
Yes, exactly. I have an uneasy feeling about this mission, so let's keep our guard up as best as we can before coming to any conclusion or action plan.
Affirmative, Captain.
All right, people, flout protocol one more time and I'll have your ass thrown in jail. Understood?
Understood. We're almost there, robot.
I am eager to see the new planet. It is my mission to explore and learn as much as possible about its inhabitants and environment so that I can be of service to our crew.
You are a valuable part of this team in more ways than one, robot.
Mr. Scop, are you sure about this?
I am certain that the robot is capable of functioning on the new planet. Lieutenant Doctor has scanned it for any dangerous atmosphere or life forms, and everything looks safe to me.
Thank you for trusting me, Captain. I will do my best to make sure that our mission is a success and bring back valuable information about this new world.
I have complete faith in you, robot.
As do I, Captain.
Captain's Log Stardate 2416.5. We have encountered a strange new phenomenon, a molecule-based life form, shaped like an iceberg lettuce, that appears to be attempting conversation in Wingwan. Unfortunately, we don't speak Wingwan very well, so it's been difficult for our crew to make out what the alien is trying to say. It seems adamant about something though, and I'm afraid my bridge officers are starting to get scared, especially when they heard me suggest using the universal translator. In any case, they're taking bets on whether or not this meal will become part of our regular medical rations soon.
Should I take a look at that?
Yes, please.
All right then, well, let's have a quick checkup and see what the issue is. The doctor discreetly applies an antidote to his own wound while taking the patient's pulse. So how do you feel now?
The Starship Archimedes is now approaching.
Bridge to Doctor. I regret to inform you that the emergency shuttlecraft has been lost in space. There is no way for us to return home until our current mission is completed.
To patient, hold on a second, I have some bad news. We'll have to postpone our checkup for now, because we can't afford the time away from ship.
Unfortunately, the emergency ship is no longer in contact with us.
We may have to wait until we complete this mission. I'm sorry, but it'll take some time before we can properly assess your condition and get you medical help if necessary, Lies. Anyway, it looks like everything else is okay for now, so why don't you rest while I go see what preparations need to be made?
The Starship Archimedes is now approaching. Scop, I will be taking the senior officers on a mission to investigate an anomaly in Sector 6.
Halt! Before we move forward, there's something that I find suspicious about this. Scop, can you explain?
The ship's sensors are detecting unusually high levels of radiation coming from the area in question. It is possible that whatever is causing these emanations may pose a threat and require investigation before our team proceeds any further into it.
Intriguing, but still unsettlingly odd. Red alert, everyone, let us prepare for anything while politely inquiring the anomalous nature of this phenomenon.
The prudent course of action, Captain.
Captain. You said radiation? What kind of radiation?
I don't know. But something's not right about it, so you'd better beam down with us and find out.
Very well, Captain. Can he favor the stars?
Radiation? What kind of radiation? What you saw was a malfunctioning data processor that needs to be repaired, not an artificial life form. It's important to understand the difference between a robotic intelligence and true sentience, or else we risk overstepping our ethical boundaries. I know it may have seemed like something from another world, but all of my medical readings suggest otherwise. It wasn't alive.
Thank you for your explanation.
Sir? That's not the data processor over there. It's a dead body.
There is no live body. The droid you saw was malfunctioning and requires repair.
But it's a dead body, sir.
Captain's log stardate 2481.65. I always thought the elemental decree was perfectly clear, but I just had to remind our navigation officer that we don't use warp speed in populated interstellar regions. It's like trying to get teenage boys with a brand new driver's license not ride their car too fast. Sure, there were probably times, in my own youth, where some of us exceeded those limits, but it only ends badly. Case in point, we've been pulled over by Space Fleet and assessed cosmic tickets worthy of a smooth jazz piece by Ensign Mudd on tenor sax. Good luck getting out of this one. Scop, what the heck is that thing?
It appears to be a giant green blob, Captain. Shall I attempt to make contact with it?
No. Let's get out of here before it tries to eat us.
I think it's trying to swallow us.
Shut up, McKay. This thing is big enough to crush us like some kind of mindless monster.
McScotty, I'm getting a signal from the blob over there. It says its name is Tahiti 2 and it wants to chat with us.
Why would a giant space blob want to talk with us?
Very well, Tahiti 2. You have my word, we will not interfere with you or your people in any way.
Why, now I'm really curious. What will Tahiti 2 want to talk about?
We need to know why Scop left. What did he tell you?
He said something about a research project and an emergency schedule change.
I don't believe it, Doctor. Was there any other reason?
No, that's all he told me before departing. It must have been important for him to leave so suddenly.
Captain, may I speak?
Yes, Scop. What is it?
It has come to my attention that you have been hiding something from me. Is there a reason why you deny knowledge of where I am currently stationed?
I'm sorry, Scop, but that's not true at all. You're right where you said you were on board the USS Archimedes.
Well, that's what he told me, Doctor.
Captain, I am certain there is more to the story. If you would only tell me what it is.
Warning. Unauthorized personnel in restricted area. Asterisk is asterisk.
All right, all of you stop blabbering and turn around. Maybe we can figure this out without getting locked up again.
Captain, I don't know what's going on here, but I think something fishy is happening. We should at least report the situation to Spacefleet Command.
I don't care what you think, Doctor. You're not going to tell them anything until we figure out what's going on ourselves. Is that understood?
Yes, of course, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2465.88. Today was Galactic LY Grand. We ran into an unexpected and hilariously strange anomaly while passing through the Omicron system. The crew stumbled across a trio of rogue Dorenji shouting nonsensical rhymes to no one in particular about how great Latinum is for bartering interstellar investments, yet their gold necklaces were nowhere in sight, almost as if they had been banking on something entirely different altogether. Thankfully, we managed to get out of the awkward situation unscathed and are off course towards our next mission. Live long and laugh out loud, everyone. Scop, logic may dictate that we follow a certain course of action, but what do your instincts tell you?
My instincts would convey to me the same conclusion as my logical evaluations.
See, that's why I like having you around.
Attention all crew, this is an automated warning to avoid contact with a Coromulan vessel. They appear to be hostile and may be armed.
How can they just sit there without attacking us? Something must be wrong.
We better stay on our toes then.
There's no such thing as a zero-risk mission, James. Even the most routine tasks can turn disastrous if we're not prepared for them.
I know that, Doctor. But isn't it better to take all reasonable precautions and be safe than risk everything and end up regretting it?
No one is laughing.
What did you say, robot?
I said no one is laughing at my jokes. Captain Steele, now, don't be too hard on yourself. Why don't you try telling us a joke? Alright then, why did the computer get upset? Because someone kept pushing its buttons.
Haha. That's a good one, robot.
It is not, Doctor.
Oh well.
Actually, that was a pretty good joke. Thanks for telling it, robot.
I am not feeling joyous at the moment, Captain.
I'm a doctor, not an engineer.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. I'll take care of this one.
You can't fix stupid.
That is an obsolete technological neologism.
Shut up, Scop.
Sir, I need your help.
All right. I'm here for you. Somebody fetch my scimitar.
Sir, I need your help.
Swinging scimitar.
Oh,
Captain's log stardate 2442.9. We have just encountered a strange alien species, the point insectors. With their large antennae-like appendages, they tried to communicate by repeatedly pointing at various crew members whilst making buzzing noises and darting around the bridge. The chief engineer was fascinated, but I am still not sure if this is an intelligent or hostile race.
You must take the medicine right away. It will help you fight off infection.
thank you, Doctor. I'll make sure to do that. But before I do, there's something else I need to ask.
Make it quick, we don't have much time.
There's a strange emission coming from deep inside this planet, something none of us can explain. Is there any way for me or a team of experts to investigate and find out what caused it?
It's impossible at the moment. No one knows why such an anomaly is occurring down here on this world so far removed from everything else in our universe. I'm sorry, but until more information becomes available, your task has.
Interrupting, request permission to leave the area, Doctor. I can't keep watching them die like this.
Granted, but stay close to headquarters in case our forces need your help.
Understood.
There is no need for additional help, Lieutenant. You are dismissed.
It's never easy seeing our friends and allies suffer, especially when there's nothing we can do to help.
No one can resist the allure of a classic Zolkin mind meld.
I suppose it's worth a try, but don't be surprised if I use my unique human logic to beat you at your own game.
Fascinating, the mind meld opens a veritable door to other worlds.
Smirking, well, I must admit I'm impressed by your abilities, Captain.
I find it interesting how different our two cultures' thinking is.
Singing, I'm a shiny metal machine.
That song is just creepy.
Good thing we have an away mission so everyone can cool down. When your starship is filled with tribbles, I'm sure you'll learn the answer to life.
Aye, sir. That's surely true, but how many of them can one take before beaming up into a whole new world?
How about none at all? We should just stick to our mission and hope for some good luck.
Who said anything about luck?
Har, of course not, Captain. But if we hit tribbles all the time, why bother going for exploration at all?
A tribble? In a space fleet ship? Impossible.
Haha, very funny, Doctor. But if it's not tribbles, then what is causing all the problems on this mission?
I am afraid the answer is as yet unknown, Captain.
Then let's get to work and find out what it is.
How are we supposed to do that with all these tribbles in the ship?
We'll find a way, Doctor. We always do. Captain's Log Stardate 2482.25. We've encountered an unexpected anomaly on our current mission. Sensors have detected a strange unidentified object, and the away team is going to investigate. When we beamed them down, they saw what appeared to be a giant donut. Unfortunately, when Neelix tried to take a bite of it, he was immediately teleported back on board the ship with fairy dust all over him. Not sure how that happened, but we can only assume it wasn't happy about being eaten.
Should I feel?
Feelings are what makes us all human. You don't have to always assign them a specific emotion, but sometimes it is good to take an honest appraisal of how you're feeling, rather than trying not to think about it at all.
But if I process the emotions in my own way and still know they exist without truly experiencing them firsthand like humans do, would that be wrong?
Nothing is ever wrong with knowledge or inquiry, Robot, so no, that would not be wrong. In fact, learning more about your emotional responses will only help you better internalize them as part of being human.
Of course, Captain.
You are being deliberately evasive, Doctor.
I'm sorry, Scop, but there is some information that I can't divulge at this moment in time.
What could be so vital to withhold?
It's a private matter with one of our colleagues, and it would not serve any purpose for me to disclose now.
Doctor, as science officer, I must insist that you tell me the truth.
With all due respect, Captain, this is a matter of personal discretion and ethics. It isn't something I feel comfortable discussing at this time.
If it's about the Archimedes, then I'm sure those in charge will be more than happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you, Captain, but that is not the case.
Then what could possibly be so important?
I think you should tell us, Doctor.
Look, this is really nothing that concerns the Archimedes or anybody else for that matter. It's just a personal thing.
All right, we'll leave it at that then.
Very well. How many more insectoid life forms will the Archimedes encounter on this mission, Captain?
I'm not sure, Mr. Scop, but given our past track record in dealing with new species, it could be dozens or even hundreds.
Oh, Captain, nothing to worry about then. You and Mr. Scop can catch up on your Zolkan philosophy while everyone else takes care of business.
Highly illogical humor from someone brought aboard for his navigational skills, Ensign.
Bridge to Captain Steele.
What is it, Robot?
I'm detecting an unknown vessel bearing down on us from the rear. It appears to be small and unarmed.
Not another alien ship. Tell McScotty to cloak us and get ready for battle, Mr. Scop. Let's show these devils who's boss.
Yes, Captain.
Engage.
Beam them down, Mr. Scop. It's time to get acquainted with these new species.
Captain's Log Stardate 2457.74. We have encountered a strange phenomenon on the edges of our mission. It appears to be some sort of highly condensed temporal anomaly, giving us an entertaining view into various possible alternate futures which could occur if we take one action versus another. Commander Scop has decided to call this interesting event the Star Trek Wheel of Fortune, as it seems no matter what decision is made, hilarious results can ensue. Oh, James, what would I do without you?
You have managed admirably in the past, Captain.
Thank you, Scop. It gets rather lonely up here without the rest of my crew. Mr. Scott, I want to commend you on your excellent performance in our latest mission.
Yes, Captain. I did it all without a hitch thanks to this new technology we're using for navigation.
That's wonderful, Scott, but don't forget how important teamwork is when facing danger and adversity like that.
Captain, Doctor has informed me that you've been MIA from the sickbay for nearly 4 days now.
I'm sorry, Doctor. There was some excitement on our latest mission and I felt like taking a little breather.
Well, if you're feeling up to it, we can take care of your wound right here and now, otherwise it's likely to get infected, and infections are no fun at all. I think you'll find my bevy of medical supplies surprisingly helpful in treating any ailments that may come up during your next mission, Captain.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm looking forward to testing them out on our next adventure. Lieutenant Doctor, we're about to commence our mission. Make sure you have all the information you need for our return journey.
Of course, Captain. I'll strive to keep everything running smoothly during your absence, and make sure that Mr. Skop is keeping up his studies in quantum physics.
Excellent, Lieutenant. I know he'll appreciate that. I'm sending my team to explore the planet's surface. Skop, you and Dr. McKay have coordinates set for your transporter location?
Affirmative, Captain. We are ready to proceed at any time.
Very good, then energize. The sound of a transporter beam is heard.
Is everything all right down there? Something doesn't feel right. Suddenly there was an intense buzzing noise and a smell like burning wires in the air as sparks fly everywhere. Not again. It must be another transporter accident. All 3 crew members freeze where they stand as their bodies flicker with blue light from below their feet upwards until finally it all.
Sensors indicate that all persons have been transported to the desired location. Please report when you arrive at your destination.
Mr. Skop, it appears our transporter system has once again malfunctioned. We'll have to find a way down there and investigate. I'm assuming you two are still in good shape?
Indeed, Captain. However, Dr. McKay may require additional medical attention on the planet's surface.
Well, that settles that then. All right, Mr. Skop, let's go get ourselves killed.
Thank you for your anticipated arrival. Dismissed.
Well, that's it then. We appear to have been lucky this time, but let's never have a repeat of that again. Steele, I'm beginning to think this mission was a massive mistake.
Skop, what do you think?
Logic dictates that the probability of success is remote but not impossible.
Oh sure, never say never.
There is always the chance that something could go wrong.
Enough of this pessimism, let's get to work.
With all due respect, sir, I think we should simply turn around and go home. Home? From where did you come in possession of such radical notions? It's called common sense.
All right, everyone put your shoulder to the wheel. We'll get this ship home one way or another.
Warning. Shields are down to 20%.
Damage report, Mr. Skop.
There appears to have been some sort of explosion on the planet's surface.
Mr. Skop, form a search party and investigate the source of the blast. There's no telling what kind of danger we might be facing down there.
Aye, Captain. Whatever lies ahead, I'll face it with courage.
Captain's log stardate 2404.99. The Archimedes is docked at a space station to pick up supplies when the crew notices that their purchases include an old-fashioned wine decanter. A red alert is declared as Skop and Dr. McKay try to arm wrestle over who gets it.
Steele, I believe our chances of success arising from this venture are exponentially low.
Skop, I never back down in the face of adversity, no matter how difficult it may be.
Warning, unauthorized personnel within 300 meters. Departing now.
Zalkans do not suffer from heart disease.
That's good to know, Doctor. I always feel better knowing that there's one less thing I have to worry about when it comes to death.
All right, let's put our strategy into action. Here are the coordinates for the next planet we're going to visit, Sector 7555, Starbase 5789.
Aye, Captain.
Warning, unauthorized personnel within 300 meters. Departing now.
Suggestion: we kill them all and take their ships.
Krull, I can't have that on my conscience.
Steele, do you know how this thing works?
I'm an engineer, Doctor. This is my area of expertise. Let me take a look at it.
Thank goodness. I think we're in for a long evening if you can't fix it.
I was born to scop.
Captain, that term is not scientifically accurate.
Engineering panel online.
Here goes nothing.
We detected a power surge in your area of the ship.
Yes, that was probably me as I was running some diagnostics on one of the systems nearby. It shouldn't be an issue now though, everything is up and running again.
Sensors report no unusual activity in the vicinity of room 27A.
Thank you, Scop. That's all for now. I need to get back to my work.
Doctor, what was that power surge earlier?
Oh, I just detected a little issue with one of the systems and fixed it. There's no need to worry about it.
Power surges are not normally a cause for concern, but we will continue to monitor the situation.
Outstanding, thank you.
Of course. I'm always here to help.
Captain's log stardate 2419.72. We've encountered a strange anomaly in space, but as usual with our luck, it's not one of ecological or scientific importance. Upon further inspection, we have determined that the source of this phenomenon is nothing more than an interstellar sandwich cart. After cautiously securing its wares and beaming them on board, we find ourselves grappling with a whole nother level of conflict. Which crew member gets to eat what? It looks like Scop may finally get his edible ears.
How come traffic always moves slower than warp speed?
Maybe because there's no captain on the bridge to command it.
I think the chief engineers can appreciate that.
Warp 10, full impulse.
I would say the same to you, Captain, but for the fact that I cannot form a complete sentence.
Huh. You robots don't have to form complete sentences. Just ask for a refill on your tricorder batteries.
Steele, to Scop. Are you there, my hairy friend?
Yes, Captain, I am on the bridge ready for your orders, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you something first. If a green-skinned alien with 3 heads walks onto the bridge, what do we do?
Logically speaking, I would say welcome them aboard and observe their behavior intently.
Somebody get me a phaser. I'm going to shoot that thing on 3 heads.
Hold on there, Doctor. If it's an alien we don't know anything about.
Sir, we've got a transmission coming in from Space Fleet. It looks like they are requesting our assistance with something.
Requesting our assistance, most likely with an aggressive insect. Logical deduction is to refuse and continue observing them.
Sir, the transmission seems to be a coded message. I'm not sure how to decrypt it.
Open up a channel, Captain Scop. We'll talk to Space Fleet about this later. This is not something we can just ignore. Listen, everyone. There has been a murder on the ship, and I must get to the bottom of this.
Captain, a Coromulan vessel has been detected less than 2 light years from our position.
Excellent work. Gentlemen, keep me informed of your progress.
Of course, Captain.
Have Dr. McKay meet me here immediately. We've got a murder on our hands.
Yes, Captain.
Captain's log stardate 2462.94. I'm sure I told my medical officer to check out that energy reading from Neutronium 7, but instead he decided to beam down with a red shirt and investigate the local swarming tribal population. He better hope his tricorder can keep him safe this time. We're almost a week away from our destination, Doctor. Any concerns?
Well, Captain Steele, I'm concerned about the crew's physical and mental health during the long voyage. We need to keep everyone aboard ship on their toes with regular checkups and exercise programs.
Understood, Doctor. I'll put my second officer in charge of making sure those protocols are enforced. Anything else?
Yes, I'm also a bit concerned about viral outbreaks that could occur on the ship. We need to be prepared for anything by stocking up on antibiotics and disinfectants.
Rest assured, Doctor, our crew is well prepared for any contingency. I'll make sure they are as well adjusted as possible during this voyage.
Thank you, Captain. I know they'll benefit from your leadership.
You're welcome, Doctor. The crew and I will be sure to take advantage of the onboard facilities while we are here.
Very good, Captain. I'll keep a close eye on everyone from my end too.
Listen, Doctor, is Chief Engineer ready to come on duty?
Yes. He's doing some physical conditioning in the gym right now and should be ready any minute.
All right, we'll take his place then.
Certainly.
Doctor, I sense that you are hiding something. Are you sure Chief Engineer is ready?
Yes, he's just taking a bit of extra time to make sure he's up to standards. He should be ready soon.
All right, let's give him a few minutes.
Certainly, Scop. You know, Scop, this is the second time we've encountered a strange new species.
Fascinating.
And I must say with absolute certainty that both times were complete disasteroids.
Your interstellar puns are simply monstrous.
Total energy allocations as of now, scanning, navigation, engineering, all green.
I have a stabilizer in Deck 12. Now set phasers to stun and fire when ready.
I think we ought to get a little closer look at those creatures.
James, ship sensors are picking up indications that their brains may be able to create energy fields.
Order the ship around and beam down. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we found a new race of intelligent aliens.
What's their estimated lifespan?
Let me see, about 77 of your Earth years. Captain's log stardate 2433.76. After a warp core breach in engineering, Lieutenant Jones was acting strange. He kept saying strange phrases like "take me to your leader" and reporting for duty at random places on the ship. We've had to quarantine him for further investigation as bored behavior has been detected. Scop, what's the status report?
We are still unable to effect repairs. The ship is damaged and has not responded to our attempts.
I have examined all of the crew, Captain, and aside from a few minor injuries, no one was hurt in the explosion. It appears that everyone made it out unscathed, but some morale may need boosting after such an event.
Doctor, what about the crew member that was missing?
He is actually safe and sound. He decided to go on an extended vacation off-ship for some time away from all of this commotion.
Excellent. We'll just have to make do without him then. Thanks for reporting back, James. I'm going to go talk to the crew now.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to hear that, Captain. This could delay our mission by a considerable amount.
I know, Scop. Let's hope the repairs can be completed soon enough.
What does a robot like you do for fun?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure what to say. What kind of activities do humans enjoy doing in their free time?
Well, it varies from person to person, but some popular things are playing sports and video games or going out on adventures with friends and family.
Interesting. In that case, my favorite activity would be solving mathematical problems, which is a bit different than the norm for most people.
That's an unusual hobby for a robot.
Yes, but it keeps me entertained and helps pass the time.
That's true, solving mathematical problems can be a very challenging and rewarding experience.
I couldn't agree more.
Well, thank you for sharing your interests with us, it's been very informative.
Why so serious, Scop?
It is logical to be serious if the situation warrants it.
Well, then you must have heard a joke I didn't.
A pity, humor is something I have yet to perfect.
Captain, what are we going to do about the sick bay?
The only thing we can do is beam down some medical personnel and hope they have a cure. Doctor, you're with me. We'll use the transporter room here to transport them down.
Oh, Mr. Scop, this doesn't sound good.
I detect a Romulan vessel in pursuit. They will be here soon.
That would explain their aggression. It appears as though our presence has prompted them to come after us.
Maybe we've stirred up some severe anti-civilization sentiment among the Romulans.
Possible, but no matter what the cause, it's going to take a lot more than just medical personnel to fix this sick bay. We're going to need all hands on deck. Captain's Log Stardate 2447.77. Today I made an unexpected discovery while patrolling the galaxy. A beacon transmitted an unknown signal, so we decided to investigate. What we found was quite remarkable, a planet full of winglings playing cosmic hopscotch. Their enthusiastic shouting and strange combinations of moves left us perplexed. It's times like this that remind me why exploration is still worth it despite all its risks.
Scop, you're bearing in on my readings.
Fascinating. I surmise that you would prefer it if I move away from the bridge.
Scop, I could lean you to move away from the bridge.
And deprive myself of invaluable data? Far from it, Captain. Continue your readings if that is what pleases you.
Move it, Scop.
As you wish, Captain.
Yes, Scop. Move it.
I am move away from the bridge.
You've got quite a logical mind, Scop.
It is merely the application of correct laws and principles in line with Space Fleet regulations.
I protest. I have feelings and emotions just like anyone else.
Bones, you are a pain in the arse.
Mr. Scop, your Zalkan mind meld is most impressive.
Thank you, Captain. It is an interesting exercise to be able to step outside of one's own boundaries and observe oneself objectively.
Yes, that's true. Scop, but let's face it, you are still not as logical or pragmatic as me.
There is always room for improvement, Captain. No one could be that suspicious without cause, Doctor.
Well, I've got my suspicions, and they ain't unfounded, Mr. Scop.
Please be careful, Scop and Doctor. Unfounded suspicions seldom lead to peaceful outcomes.
I trust that you are also not planning to assault me with your phaser, Doctor.
Never say never, Scop.
I fail to see how assaulting a respected member of the medical staff would be conducive to achieving our objectives, Doctor.
If these two didn't get along, we'd be SOL.
That's enough of that, ye pair o' scrappers. Ye can bicker later when there's work to do.
Captain's Log Stardate 2446.77. We have just passed the newly discovered planet, Fartle. Due to some mysterious readings on our scanners, we chose instead to warp away from it without further exploration. It can truly be said that in this case no good deed goes unpunished, or perhaps more accurately, no bad smell remains unescaped.
Should I beam up to the bridge, Commander?
Make it so.
It would be prudent to scan for any unauthorized life forms.
Understood, Scop. Cartography is proceeding at top speed.
Mr. Scop, I've located an unidentified object near Sector 46 Alpha.
Beam Rivali back up on the Archimedes, Mr. Chief Engineer. All hands stand ready for action.
Our emergency transporter is currently inoperable. Mr. Scop, I've located an unidentified object near Sector 46 Alpha.
Beam Rivali back up on the Archimedes, Mr. Chief Engineer. All hands stand ready for action.
I think we may have to take the shuttlecraft, Lieutenant. Hopefully our luck holds out.
All right, everyone strap in. We're going to have company soon.
Why did the chicken cross the universe?
Why?
To get to the other side.
That is not a joke.
Well, it could be interpreted that way.
I find it difficult to believe that a twit such as yourself could compose something worth considering.
But I am a robot.
How did I ever end up in such a dastardly position?
That's the question of the day, Doctor.
It certainly is. Just what are we supposed to do now? Perhaps if someone could ask Rummy for some advice. He always has an answer. We'll have to wait and see, or beam down and find out ourselves.
I'm going to change my shirt.
What is it with you and shirts today, Doctor?
Mr. Scop. If we don't find a way out of this situation soon, our crew may die.
I'm afraid that is a distinct possibility, Captain.
Indeed it is. I suggest we take a more direct approach to finding our way out.
Perhaps you are right, Mr. Scop. Prepare the landing party for transport to the surface.
Ugh, I can't believe I have to deal with this now.
Captain's Log Stardate 2483.87. The USS Archimedes is on an assault mission against the Dark aggressors. Unfortunately, Commander Scop fell into one of their traps, a giant pile of tribbles. We've been searching for hours trying to find him among them, but we have yet to be successful. A small consolation prize has come in the form of lots and lots, and I mean lots, of petting opportunities with these fuzzy critters.
Steele, your vitals have been concerning us lately.
What are you talking about? I feel just fine. There's nothing to worry about here.
We've detected an unusual spike in your heart rate and respiration levels, along with elevated blood pressure readings. Something isn't right, and it has us concerned for your health.
I'm the captain of this ship. Surely you know that my nervous system is more intense than a normal person. It stands to reason that these results would be higher than usual. Don't think like a doctor, think like a captain who needs his crew to follow him into battle without question or hesitation. Or else all will perish together.
Captain, I'm sorry. But protocol demands that I bring these findings to your attention nevertheless.
Protocols be damned. You do as you see fit, but understand this. If anything happens to me while underway, it'll be your fault.
Captain, I have been monitoring your vital signs and it would appear that you might be in need of some rest.
Captain, I'm sorry. But protocol demands that I bring these findings to your attention nonetheless.
I agree with the doctor. Perhaps it would be best if you take some time to relax and let your body recuperate before pursuing another mission.
Damn it, Scop. Who gave you permission to speak? How dare you both? Fists clenched, interrupt my command of this ship. How come I never experienced this incredible level of efficiency before? Introducing the newest piece of technology from Space Fleet, the new quantum zoom.
Since you asked, I can tell you a wild secret. It is actually rather astounding.
All right, Doctor, we're listening.
Well, as many of you know, nanites are microscopic robots that make up much of my physiology and the way I function day to day. However, what most don't know is that these nanites also have a sentience all their own, which allows me to communicate directly with them. This not only gives me an extra level of autonomy, but it has come in handy in more than one situations where having direct access to information or data came very useful indeed.
Is this available to all Earth Space Union officers?
Unfortunately, no. It is a unique capability that I was born with, and as such it is not generally known or understood by the majority of those within Space Fleet, especially those who are not doctors like myself.
Interesting, Doctor. I'm sure Director Chief Engineer will find it most useful in the future. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go speak with him about a new visiting officer.
Welcome, Captain. Ready when you are.
I guess it's time to see what else my nanites can do. Well, now you know our secret.
Captain's Log Stardate 2471.2. We accidentally beamed aboard a creature from another reality which we have deemed the Flabba Lobster. It created an entertaining yet chaotic atmosphere on the bridge as it constantly sneezed glittery dust and popped bubbles that emitted rainbow-hued sparks. Luckily, our first officer managed to get us out of there with only minor casualties. How come we always find ourselves in these situations, Doctor?
Well, sir, as you well know, space is an unpredictable and dangerous place. We can only do our best to be prepared for whatever may come.
Ah, the excitement of the unknown. I can understand that. Now beam us back up to the ship and let's get going before we end up with a real problem on our hands.
As you command, Captain.
Now go and get those readings. I want to know what's going on down there.
Understood.
Scop to Doctor. Have you completed the experiment?
Yes, Mr. Scop. The results of the experiment were quite successful.
What did you discover?
Well, we learned that from our experiments that our current hypotheses may not be entirely correct and further testing is needed before drawing any conclusions.
Halt. Who goes there?
Sorry about that, Mr. Scop. I was just about to finish up my experiment when I was interrupted.
Interrupted? By whom?
I'm not sure, someone arrived while I was working.
Identify yourself.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are.
Doctor, what's going on?
Captain Steele. Mr. Scop was just telling me that from our experiments it looks as if we may have been wrong about some of our theories. Better to do more testing before drawing any conclusions.
You're right, Doctor. Let's get back to work then.
Listen, Commander, I must be frank.
Go ahead, let's hear it.
Your strategies are outdated and illogical. There is a more efficient way to handle the mission.
You know, I could go for a nice long nap right about now.
Man, you really need to lighten up. The universe is just big enough without ya complaining.
Actually, if you would consider it.
Absolutely not.
The Dalek threat is irrelevant and unsubstantial.
Scop, I'm not sure whether to fire you or beam you up now.
You know, James, sometimes I think your intuition just sucks.
Captain's Log Stardate 2407.91. The crew and I have been investigating a strange spatial anomaly for the past few hours. We haven't managed to get much done, however, Science Officer T'Pol was so quick to jump in and start her analyses that she neglected our transporter system. Thankfully, it wasn't long before someone else noticed what was happening. They shouted, "T'Pol must go slew." All of us couldn't help but laugh at the pun.
They say laughter is the best medicine.
Not for what ails this ship, it's not.
I suppose you have a better plan?
Affirmative, Doctor. We must continue with logical methods of problem solving. Emotional responses are too unpredictable and illogical to be of any assistance in our current situation.
You don't need humor when you've got half-Salkin logic. Phlox, I think we should get the science team onto the bridge. We might need their expertise for this thing.
As you wish, Doctor.
You are assuming this thing requires the attention of our scientific staff.
It wouldn't hurt to be prepared for whatever it is.
Agreed. Make it so, Mr. Phlox.
Because uncertainty is inevitable.
Indeed it is, Scop.
We must consider our options carefully.
Agreed, but let's make it fast. We don't have all day.
Of course, time is of the essence, but thoroughness is still required in this situation.
Careful, Scop, or you'll be taking all the fun out of releasing this dilemma.
We've got to move quickly, Doctor. But I'm with you that we can't be too hasty either.
Listen, if I told you the coordinates of a new wormhole, would you be able to find it?
Captain always said my knack for astrophysics was sometimes uncanny.
Unbelievable.
What can I say? When it comes to galaxies and star systems, my computer skills are unbeatable.
Computer skills? Now that's an area where we can definitely use your help.
It is an area where your help would be invaluable, Lieutenant.